Now that the Challenger stage is over, let's see how it went. G2 and Vitality showed exceptional play.
Hunter, good for it. Deals with the threat, only Siren, and he runs on into that Orc Scope. Feeling good about that one.
The well-placed flash forces the tease away.
Basuta again with impact. Vitality can count on him. 9 so far in this series, but he's made a round out of this one.
Others had to fight for each step taken forward.
A little flustered now. It felt like it was in their hands. And oh, Patsy. 2, make it 3. The triple to end it all. It's only Glaive. This is it. Spirit have done it. Patsy again with the multi-kill, and Spirit the 2-0.
Kinder throws that frag,
Oh!
and it is on the money.
God damn.
Norby's positioned up close could be enough to kill Kicker, but
Oh, no, Norby switched.
And Kicker is right there to punish, right there to break their hearts on Mirage.
And others had to go home. But not without a fight.
Oh, it's a double. He's not done yet.
Farley looking to be that next player to push into lobby. Look at this pack from IHC, dude. One spray and they could all die. He gets 2 and the last.
Oh my God.
These are the real contenders that proved they should be legends.
Gone in from window. Hades has the tall box, but his intuition as he turns it into mid and turns it into the 1v1, looking for the clutch. But where has Hades gone? He's got it!
Fallen alone, was able to win a 1v2 on the CT side in a similar spot, but this time he's got to deny a defuse, not make one. In with the first. Fallen with the clutch, and he delivers again. The challengers have become legends, and it's time to do it all over again. Positions in the playoffs beckon, and a whole bunch of teams throughout the world. So many great players take part in this stage, Blair. I cannot wait to get into these next few games.
I know, like, even though, you know, these are different stages of the major, for me personally, it feels like the major really starts here, because you look at the teams playing right now. It took a while for me to do my pick'ems. That's how hard this was. We have a lot of great games here, both on the A stream and the secondary stream, where, of course, it's going to be Vince and myself bringing you all the action. And we have a bunch of games. We're talking about some top dogs coming to play, some teams who have managed to grind their way out from the challenger stage, and a couple of teams, actually quite a few of them, who've come in straight as legends.
Absolutely, and this is where we're going to get a chance to see some of the real heavy hitters play for the first time at the major. Ooh. The likes of the Na'Vis, the Phases. This is absolutely stacked, and one of the main reasons why, as you just touched on yourself there, Blair, the pick'ems were pretty hard. They were for me too. I'm sure a lot of people watching right now are biting their nails, and they're a little bit scared as to what may be coming up. We also have some phenomenal games to kick off the very first day as well.
Absolutely, and like, just look at his teams, right? We have, I do believe, 14 of the top 15 teams in the world ranking right here, duking it out in the legend stage. You look at some of the names, you look at FaZe, your Furia, your Heroic, your Cloud9s as well. And then, of course, you can't forget the underdog, so to speak, who've surprised a lot of us, who have managed to continue their Cinderella run, the likes of Spirit and, of course, Bad News Eagles as well. As we take a look at the schedule for the day, up top on the A stream, we have a series of some very, very interesting matchups.
Yeah, I think the one that's going to catch a lot of people's eyes right off the bat is that Na'Vi G2 game.
Boy.
You got FaZe and Ents also taking part on the B stream. I think the game I'm most looking forward to is that Cloud9 Outsiders matchup, because that could be a real interesting affair. But let's be honest, every single one of these games is going to be a banger.
Absolutely. I'm looking at a B stream, our stream, right? We're going to be having Bad News Eagles continuing their Cinderella story against Copenhagen's Flames, who, if you go back to the previous major, they had their own Cinderella story going for them. So that's an interesting matchup. Of course, we have Furia, legends, carrying the hopes of the entirety of the region, the best Brazilian team right now, the best team from the Americas right now, facing off against a Team Spirit who none of us, and I mean none of us, expected it to make it here, but they have managed to do so. You know, Dexter and his men have really surprised us. And of course, we have Imperial Esports, the veterans, you know, completely ruining a lot of people and their 0-3 pick em ups, you know, making it happen, making it all the way to the legend stage, going up against a big who actually, I wouldn't say surprised, but they impressed a lot of us at the RMR.
They did. I think that's going to be an interesting one as well to end off the day. I think quite a lot of people may even have Imperial as one of their 0-3 potential picks. I think Liquid will probably be in the mix and Bad News Eagles as well. So we're going to find out a lot today. We're going to find out what some of the heavy hitters that haven't actually played a single game yet in Antwerp have in store. The FaZes, the Na'Vis of this world. They're two teams that I think most people will have locked in to probably get through to the finals, or at least the last 4. And then we also have some teams that I think are going to potentially have that loose kind of mentality. Purely on my own basis here, I went for them in my pick'ems as my 3R. I really want to see what Furia have in store for us.
Absolutely. I think Furia are a team I've been waiting to see. They've been looking incredible thus far, right? A great run in the past couple of months. They seem to kind of solidify themselves. But also, let's talk about some of the teams we have. Let's talk about the first matchup we have coming up right now, right? Copenhagen Flames, a team who surprised a lot of people at the previous PGL Major, which was in Stockholm. They had an incredible run. A team known for being lanimals, right? You look at their online results, you're like, who even are you losing to? Because some of these teams have lost to have been a bit of some shockers. But when it comes to LAN, when it comes to playing, especially primarily in the studio environment, this team is dangerous. Once upon a time, it was Roy, the aging superstar for this team, and we all felt like it's not gonna, this can't really continue forever. We need others to step up, and boy, oh boy, did the others step up. We have Nikodos, who's really looked incredible thus far. I might even say he's the best Danish opera right now playing actively. And then, of course, you have Yabi, who has just started to grow by leaps and bounds. And right now, I'm going to say is maybe even the secondary star for this team.
I think maybe one caveat, though, I agree with everything that you just said. One caveat is that we haven't seen Copenhagen Flames for a little while at this point, and coming into the tournament, there are still some question marks, some unknowns. As you said yourself, completely correctly, they kind of came out of nowhere in the last major, surprised a lot of people, myself included, to get as far as they did. They were kind of like this plucky underdog that everyone was really getting behind, especially from Denmark. Now they're more of a known certainty. That brings with itself a different kind of stress, a different kind of pressure. Now there's that key word of expectation. And can they follow through and do it again? They haven't played yet. They haven't got comfortable. This is another thing that I think a lot of people don't really talk enough about. A lot of these teams coming through from the challenges, like, they've been in these shoes now. They know what the setup's like. They're comfortable. They've been here for a while. They're settled in. A lot of these players are coming in, playing their first game at the major. This is where jitters come in. This is where we start to get into a little bit of psychological warfare.
Oh, absolutely. And their opponents in the form of Bad News Eagles, they're the team, like, I think they've had an even more incredible Cinderella run, right? They get this Kosovar Albanian side all the way from the LAN cafes. It's a bunch of FPL demons, so to speak, pug demons, and they've come in and they've proven everyone wrong. And right now, if you're Bad News Eagles, the pressure is off now. You made it. No one expected you to come out of the RMR. No one expected you to come out from the Challenger stage. They've done it time and time again, back to back, with some very high octane, in your face, no respect CS, it feels like. And you got to remember, if you look at the stats as well, if you look at the history between these two lineups, actually, it's been these guys, Bad News Eagles, or as they were known earlier when they were playing for the Blink organization, where they were able to win every single time they played against Copenhagen Flames. Now, the caveat here being, Vince, this was during the online era. And also, there was a time when Copenhagen Flames, after they had a crazy run at the major, they kind of fell off a little bit. Everyone's like, maybe it was just a bit of a fluke run. Of course, then when the new year started, when they started playing LANs again, they started delivering once more. So there's no pressure right now on Bad News Eagles. And I got to say, even the Copenhagen Flames are a higher ranked team. They're the ones who have, you know, impressed us for a longer period of time. The pressure is on for the Danish side.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And here's the other thing about Bad News Eagles. coming into the Challenger stage, I was worried if there would be that sort of pressure, if they would crumble, if they would capitulate. Their first game was against Eternal Fire. We had the fortune of casting that game. It was over on Dust 2. These guys showed zero fear. Yep. They were pushing through smokes, through flashes. They were pushing on off timings. They were doing things that you wouldn't necessarily expect, especially in the first game. We've had a chance to hang out with these guys now quite a few times downstairs in the lobby area. They're super chill. They're having a great time. I think that on it, you can see on their face right now, they're loving every second of this. Oh, and I think that translates across into how they play the game. They're not going to play scared. We know that about them. They've already gone far beyond what people expected from them, and I think anything at this point is just a nice little bonus for them.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head right there, right? This is a team who don't even give respect to teams who are, in my opinion, of a higher caliber than that of a Copenhagen Flames. And they just play free-flowing, their own brand of Counter-Strike. They don't seem to be cowed, no matter how grim the situation looks. Ancient coming in as the map pick. Now, in the best of ones, usually it's kind of the middle of the map, middle of your pool map that usually comes in as a decider, as the map you have to play. B&E looked incredible on Ancient. I think we've seen it a couple of times already in this map. Their T-side is so very explosive, kind of unorthodox as well. They're not afraid to go for these peaks and whatnot. So if I'm B&E right now, looking at Ancient coming in as the map they're going to be playing in as best of one, looking at the fact that historically they've had the number of Copenhagen Flames, looking at the fact that they have had this incredible run playing non-stop, they're comfortable. And for Copenhagen Flames, pressure's on them, number one. And number two, this is the first time, as you said, first time you're seeing them play after quite a few weeks. So, you know, just early tournament jitters, that could come to play here for the Danish side.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think I just heard in my ear there from production that it's going to be the Flames starting on the CT side. So if they do, and we're in a position feeling the fluidity of Counter-Strike, which we know is so important, especially in a map like Ancient, taking construction control, taking Jaguar, taking Cave, these are all key elements of the map. If they have a pretty rough start here, you can definitely see Bad News Eagles exploiting that significantly on their T side, driving away that economy, hurting Copenhagen Flames. You can see in terms of the betting odds, and probably what a lot of people at home are feeling, that Copenhagen Flames are the slight favorites. I'm not sure I agree with that personally. I think the Bad News Eagles might have a slight advantage as far as I'm concerned when you consider the storylines coming through into this game.
Yeah, and look, this is a map that both teams are very, very comfortable on. They play this quite very often. For the side of Bad News Eagles, I think they lost Ancient a couple of times only to NIP. NIP, we know alongside Astralis, are kind of specialists on that map. And if you look at Copenhagen Flames, the couple of losses they've had, the only convincing loss they've had was against ENCE, who we also know is a top team when it comes to this map. So this one's going to be very, very close. I have to agree with you. I don't think those odds really paint the right picture as to how this one's going to be shaping up. I was speaking to one of the B&E guys in the morning and just grabbing a cup of coffee, and I was like, you know, how are you guys feeling? And he was like, we're not worried at all. Yeah. Pressure's on them. Pressure's on Copenhagen Flames. We know how they play. We've beaten them in the past. No one expected us to be here, but here we are. Look at us.
Exactly. That is exactly the mentality that I was discussing just before. That is the way that these guys, they have this aura of positivity about them. They're just here to have a really good time. And in the process, if they can make it through to playoffs, then all the better for it. They've already gone so far in this tournament. And on the other side of that, you know, as we obviously just filling until the game gets started here, you look at Copenhagen Flames. I haven't had a chance to talk to them myself. They're obviously a group of super chill, nice guys as well. I think there will be a little bit of a rigid feeling, maybe a little bit of a case of needing to start this one off. They can get like a 4-5-0 lead on their CT side, really establish themselves. I think that's where things get a little bit more interesting. However, enough Phil, we're ready to jump into the legend stage between Copenhagen Flames and the Bad News Eagles. As we touched on before, the Flames will be starting on the CT side, and they've got a little bit of utility alongside it.
Yeah, we're going to be finding out, will the Eagles soar or will the Flames burn them into a crisp? Early aggression from Copenhagen Flames towards mid. They're not going to spot anyone. They've opted to play retake towards A. So with B&E, a good start. The smokes will bloom. One towards CT and one for the donut position. So tapping away through the smoke is going to be Yabby. We're not going to find anything. But this late flank from Synopsy, Vince, this could completely ruin the retake from Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, exactly. There's 3 players clumped up just outside of CT spawn right now, and this could be everything. Not a single player's fallen, so they're going to have eyes in the back of their head. Yabby goes in first with Huxi, and he's making a bit of noise right now, GXX, and now here comes that flank. Regon goes in for 3 of his own, and that is the kind of start we were looking for from the Eagles.
And you can hear the screech of the eagle as well. That was clean. That was executed to perfection, and it just fit in perfectly with the fact that Copenhagen Flames, they went in for the early mid control. They thought it was going to be a B push coming in. The retake, still very viable, but great hole coming in from the side of Bad News Eagles. 3K for Regon. And of course, even if Copenhagen Flames have got a couple of kills there and the retake was looking very viable, the flank coming in all the way from the B bomb side would have definitely made sure that they would not be able to stick the defuse. A full eco will be coming out for the CD side over here. Just the one kill from Roy in the previous round. And BNE off to a great start. Remember, Ancient, right? We're talking about Ancient, and sure, they're having a couple of maps where things haven't gone according to how this map usually plays out. But usually, if you win the pistol round, winning the pistol round is almost like an imperative if you're on the T side. You want to at least win the pistol round, win those anti-ecos. Hooksy doing a great job, and the dinks being found here by the USP. So a little bit of a hectic start here, but as long as BNE just win their duels, and especially against USPs, it really should be happening. As I say that, the Dinks and Yabi finding another kill. Roy with the USP find GXX, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2. Make that a 1v2 as Synopsis down to 1 HP.
Oh, Roy is keeping himself in this. You touched on him as one of those players that was really standing tall and leading the charge for the Flames. This would be a horrendous start for the Eagles if they were to lose this one, but Regon's going to make sure that won't be taking shape as he moves on to 6-0. Heavy cost, though, in that round.
Just USPs, Vince. Only USPs. There was zero investment coming in from the Copenhagen Flames side. So if you're Copenhagen Flames, that's a win. That's an absolute win. The fact that they're able to take away 4 weapons, take down 4 members of BNE, and for BNE, they're just going to immediately have to shake away that previous round, but they will have to be wary. This is a whole different ball game altogether in the Legend stage right now. Every team you're going to be playing here are going to be tougher than virtually any matchup you had earlier in the Challenger stage and the RMRs. And Copenhagen Flames, even in the last round, reminding us how dangerous that could be. This is the buy round, but look at this play from BNE once again, heading straight for the A bomb site, which is bereft of any CD side presence.
I've managed to squeak out a couple of Galils. It's at the cost of utility already. Just down to the one smoke. Big frag on towards Synopsis. Alleviates a little bit of the pressure, even in a post-plant. Copenhagen Flames now have the advantage. They have flashes, have smokes. What they do lack, though, is a kit across the 5 of them, so they're going to have to get a move on, flash out onto the temple. Most of the Ts are playing more static, passive angles. GXX, though, with that Galil puts in for 1, and now Flatro are going to try and hold the line as best as he can. Nikodos comes through, though, with 2 of his own alongside Roy, and down goes GXX. The weakened economy has now been finalized, and without the kit, this is going to be very close indeed. Oh, he misses out on the defuse. I thought he had it first, but they managed to squeak it out by the thinnest of margins.
Oh, they'll take that. They'll take that. Oh, my lord. That came down to the final millisecond. Great attempt at the retake there from Copenhagen Flames, but just 1 or 2 seconds being the difference maker there. And for BNE, early aggression, early plays taking place towards going for this early mid aggression, not really going for keeping anyone on A early on. But this is now, of course, the well, kind of like the light buy here. Roy has an AK-47 to work with, so still dangerous, but they're walking in, looking the wrong way, and Synopsis will have a very comfortable find, getting a couple of kills, but the Deagles will sing, but GXX will find Nikodos. So now the 2v3, and Yabi with the AK-47, he can still do something about this, but I take his name and I curse him, Vince. It's all on Zypher.
Not for long. He gets culled by GXX and his AK-47, and the Bad News Eagles, they steamroll to a 4-0. I say steamroll, there's definitely been a couple of shaky moments down on those tracks. Sure. But they have got the 4-0 start all the same. And with Copenhagen Flames, that previous round, you know, I mentioned they didn't have kits on the way in as they're pushing into the temple. That's one of those rounds that stings extra hard because you know you bested your opposition, you still end up losing, your economy's in turmoil, and now the Ts are able to string together a little bit of success. So I feel like they have to come out swinging here. This is such an important round in their rifle. They have to get this one done. But Hooksy's all alone. There's a flash out. He's been nullified instantly. And A site is open for business, especially now that Zypher's been wrecked. But he does put a bullet in the smoke. and keeps the dream alive. This double AWP setup have both been involved, and now they're smoking down onto the side, flashing away the CTs, and that should afford them the luxury of a plant.
Yeah, lobbing quite a bit of nades, but not quite able to deal with killing blow are Copenhagen Flames. They're still so wary of the flank from Synopsy. That's going to delay Jabby on this particular retake. And if I'm Copenhagen Flames right now, I'm considering the save. Double up setup, as you pointed out, Vince, never that easy when it comes to retakes. And also being here aware that there are 2 CTs. Roy able to find Synopsy, though, and Zyphon finding Jinx, and suddenly this is doable. Make that very viable, all-in-one Fratro. In a 1 versus 4, Nikolas will find the kill, and they will somehow win the round. That is actually... That's kind of nuts. I really felt they were about to save, but the moment they get the first kill, almost 2 kills happening simultaneously, and that will allow Copenhagen Flames to kind of, I'd even say, steal the round away from Bad News Eagles there.
That is a round that you now look at from Bad News Eagles' perspective. You think, you guys have got to win that one. You get the first pick for free in mid, then Zyphon misses an AWP shot, does get fortunate when the second shot through the smoke, but then you pile onto the site, you have a post plant. Fortunately, the Flames, this time, the Danes were able to muster up enough money for a kit, which is what saved them at the end. It was still quite a close defuse, but you can see the Bad News Eagles straight back in with another buy, and the money for the CTs has not fully stabilized.
Oh, absolutely not. You can see everyone on the $1,000, sub-$1,000 mark. So BNE could easily still rest this one back. A great start already. Bear in mind, for the Kosovo Albanian side, 4-1 is huge. Hooksy out in the open, and unfortunately, Regon will not be traded. That being said, Synopsy trying to hunt him down, but Roy is there to clothesline him. So a good start here for the Danish side.
Oh, flash back out, double spray, the bomb's been spilled, and that's the kind of round you're looking for if you're the Flames. Like, there we go. That's the kind of round that's going to stabilize. That should now force BNE into a save.
That's, much more convincing statement being made there by Copenhagen Flames. For BNE, the majority of success they found has been towards the mid area, where they're getting some of these opening picks, and of course, pouncing on that A bomb site early in the round before Copenhagen Flames are able to really post a member there. You can look at, if you've seen how CPH have been setting the CD sides thus far on this map, you can see the early aggression towards mid, not leaving anyone at A, but now, because of the early aggression towards the A bomb site earlier on, we can see they have placed Zyphon with the AWP. Right now, just the couple of great pistols here as the P250 from Sceneri will find Hooksy. One Flatro finds Yabby, and suddenly this is looking very expensive. Roy on 19 HP and Synopsy trying to hunt down the player towards A. It is falling apart for the Flames.
Oh, what an absolutely horrendous round for Copenhagen Flames. They tried to crunch down on the construction ramp area again, but they run into P250s, they run into Deagles. There's a bit of an off-spray as well, although the bit of a comeback is taking shape. Because of Roy's low HP, he has to just pull the plug and save. BNE had no right to win that round.
How many times have we seen BNE pull this off during the RMR, during the champion stage, Vince? Like, the number of times you look at the buy they have, they're like, yeah, this round's done and dusted, and they just start hitting a number of blinders. 2 killed for GXX, and even retrieves the AWP as well. That is massive. They even, in fact, have 2 ops to work with. Unlikely they're going to stick around with 2 ops here in T-side, but still, a huge, huge blow to the nether regions of Copenhagen Flames. That should have been a round locked down for the very beginning. They opt to take the fight towards lane, towards the Jaguar position, and that's when the range from the pistols can be deadly. But again, take nothing away from the side of BNE. Some of the shots being hit here are absolutely filthy. The GXX with the retrieve AK-47, finding a couple, all off, starting off with Synopsy with a P250 as well. You can see how hyped up and aggressive they are in the server as well. You love to see it, Vince, as they will, thankfully, be just working with the solitary AWP. For CPH, at least have enough money to go for a full-fledged buy here, but they need to be wary.
Oh, they have to be. I wonder if they picked up the second up just to make sure Roy couldn't get his hands on it. That is a dunk of a grenade, though. Just a nuke goes off onto Synopsy and Sceneri. You'll be limping their way through the rest of the round. Boost up just to peer over that smoke down on ramp in case there's a bit of aggression. And both allows the players to peek on through. M4A1S in the hands of Roy, though, has been thwarted. Tries to go for the cheeky wallbang, but no one is home. Weakened players, though, have to tread lightly up here on con side. As Copenhagen Flames have shown a number of times already, to varying degrees of success, they have no problem getting aggressive out on con. And they're also able to stall that peak as well, because Hooksy's still in middle. He's still got mid control. He can quickly filter in, but Roy doesn't need any backup. He's a one-man wrecking crew, and he's pushed away Synopsy and Regon by himself.
I was kind of worried for Roy there. I was wondering, there's no one nearby to trade him if he gets taken down, but he, like you pointed out, needs no help. However, that A bomb site has been cracked open. Zyphon will find himself headless for the time being. Now, for Copenhagen Flames, the fact that they have Hoaxy alive towards Donut is going to be imperative, and for the time being, he hasn't shown himself. He's trying to make sure there's no T sneaking in from mid, so he needs to just stay alive. In the meantime, BNE being very, very aggressive as GXX finds Nicodon. One Flutter somehow lurking in through the smoke, and they've turned this thing around, Vince.
They have smoke down will afford them safe passage for the plant, and Hoaxy, who's still around middle, is now pushed into Donut. They know where Yabi's position is, though, and he should be peeked off from GXX if he gets a bit too aggressive. Got a smoke and a kit in the hands of Yabi, but he's turning his back. He's not sure. Shot misses from GXX. He's given a second life, a second chance, but can he capitalize on this one? The Scenery is still in good position. Damage through the smoke makes this a little bit more tentative now on the side of Yabi. And the youngster has to push in, needs to spray both players down the next couple of seconds because time itself is working against him. It's an adversary, and this dangerous game of cat and mouse is going to go the way of BNE, as Yabi has no time, and BNE will take a 6-2 lead. Well played, GXX.
That was played to perfection. GXX knew his teammate was so very low, he didn't want Scenery to face, and he just toyed with him, just not facing at all. That's got to be so rough for Copenhagen Flames, man. It was like Roy finds double kill right here, right? 5 versus 3. What do BNE do? They immediately pounce on the A bomb side. It's kind of unfortunate for the side of Copenhagen Flames. They weren't able to get that kill, but then Yabi doing everything he possibly could. But what can he do when you're not being faced at all? GXX played that to perfection, and BNE, what a start we're having here from the Kosovo Albanian side. Just the pistols now for Copenhagen Flames, but look at the aggression here. Roy has been spotted, but one Flutter won't be expecting the second player right behind him.
Big D, that can be an AK picked up as well. They're pushing in to a fairly stacked A side of the map. It's a pretty awkward spray from Regon. Scenery, though, does stand up and deliver the counteractive kill. So suddenly 10 becomes 6 players, evenly spread, but with a minute and 20 left on the clock and some control over on the ramp side, courtesy of Synopsy. It looks like maybe BNE will be able to salvage this round yet. Additionally, Copenhagen Flames not able to get their hands on any of those fallen weapons over on the A main side, which is definitely good news for the Ts. Nikodos now realizes, though, has a good read of the situation, but this is where just the vast amount of time really comes to the forefront for the T side. Copenhagen Flames have over-rotated away from the A side, and now the bomb still under control from the Eagles is able to just push into the A site, potentially get a plant down, unless Hoaxy can have a big moment with this CZ.
Yeah, just a fake, forcing out a rotation, and Nikodos now with the Deagle. Hasn't seen anyone yet. He's going to spot Synopsy, but now they know exactly where he is. And Synopsy is going to smoke him off. He's going to smoke off the angle, make sure he doesn't have any vision. He knows there's a player there. He knows where the second one is as well in the form of Yabi. And right now, he is just going to wait for them to peek Synopsy. So good, so clean, holding down the fort. There is still that flank taking place there towards Jaguar in the form of Hoaxy. Scenario body spotted out, but Synopsy, the bodyguard, he will Kevin Costner, his teammate, and it's all on Hoaxy. 1v2, he finds Synopsy, but with a bomb down, GXX will not miss. 7-2 for BNE.
Ooh, that gap in the smoke, and he just saw the thick
He knew it. He knew there was a
backside.
gap right there.
Yeah, but they had the bodyguard, as he said. BNE off to a 7-2 lead. Tactical timeout has been deployed. And this is the exact kind of start that we were talking about in the pre-game segment. BNE, they've been here multiple times. They've played a ton of games to make it through to the Legends stage. They're comfortable. They're feeling at ease. They're confident. And we've seen a tentative, very rigid Copenhagen Flames here not be able to get their hands on this game. But you also have to mention as well, Blair, Roy's on 14 frags right now. He's top fragging on either team, but no one else on his team is helping him out. Yeah,
shades of Blameth dropping a 40 bomb and that loss to Liquid coming up. I mean, like, reminding me of that. Also, a bit of an update from the A stream. Right now, Heroic 7-0, I do believe, up against Team Liquid. That is on the A stream. So Heroic, they don't seem to need to warm up. That's all I'll say. But we're going to be jumping back into this one, round number 10 of the first half. And I got to say, it's been the Eagles all the way thus far. And one side is where they are going to be creeping and crawling towards. And once more, it's going to come down to Zyphon to find something with that AWP.
He will not get much room for error. If he misses the shot, they're going to just swarm him. Those talons will rip and tear this entire A side across the board. Yabi, though, is joining in. Great shot from Zyphon. There's a second. We mentioned the importance of this position, and my God, has he delivered. There was a kill in return, though. Yabi got his head removed, and that does put a little bit more pressure on here. Roy holding the line, trying desperately to just keep this donut position alive for his team, which is such a vital aspect to the map right now, and he does. Pass with flying colors. Even though the plant very nearly goes down, it is denied from Nikodos, and now GXX, with a 1v4, is going to stumble against his opposite number. Well played, Zyphon. Those 3 kills were huge, but especially the opening 2.
Oh, absolutely. You saw the opening pick coming in from Regon, right? Instant headshot onto the secondary player playing at the entrance of Donut, but then fantastic work here from Zyphon. You can see Regon gets a kill on the Yabi, but Zyphon immediately replies by the second kill especially, and then Nikodos just walking him through the flames. He knows it's a 4v2, and Zyphon finally waking up. He had kind of been a liability on that A bomb site a couple of times, but this time he seems to be more than ready. Still, Copenhagen Flames, they are still trailing by quite a bit right now. 7-3 still the scoreline. You see some aggression. Bit of a wall bang as well. GXX and one Flatro getting riddled through the wood. And they might just get slaughtered here, Vince. They're being very aggressive. Flashbang is good. Flashbang is so good that the Pistols and the Macton come out on top, but still 2v3 here favoring the Danish side.
Century and Synopsy still alive. They picked up some weapons as well. Those 2 rifles. Good spray. Roy tried to pivot round, but he was already bested. His position was untenable. And Nikodos won't be required. Zyphon through the smoke again has capitalized. Synopsy knows he's against 2 AWPs at this point. He's going to try and keep mobile, run and gun style. I love this decision from Synopsy. This could be the winning formula. As they pass by one another in smoke, he has no idea. Is there realistically a chance that Zyphon knows this is possible? No. And now he can... Oh, Nikodos just spins around. Did he maybe see the gun barrel in his peripheral vision?
I need to see his POV. It looked like he was looking the wrong way. Maybe, I don't know, like a pixel being spotted. That was a very, very quick reaction as well. He jump scare there, but I need to see that POV from Nikodos. But again, BNE though, making it so he saw the barrel. He saw the barrel. Oh my lord!
Look how fast he reacted as well.
They made them bleed though again, right, Vince?
Yeah,
just the
did.
Pistols and Macton. There was a force buy, mind you. So now once again they're back to the Pistols. Copenhagen Flames. This is a chance for them to try and solidify the CD side, right? Start to string a few more rounds together to make things a little bit more even.
Oh man,
what a round!
I agree. He played it perfectly up until that moment. So there's not much he could do. Double spray is there for Yabi, and Roy does help him out. 1 kill in return. P250 is now known in the hands of Synopsy. He's hoping a couple players push into his crosshair. Nice effort, bit of damage inflicted, but as you highlighted, because the previous round was a force, there wasn't really anything in. The bad news here, though, on the Eagles is that their economy is not ideal. So they can buy. It will include no AWP for GXX. Regon might be down to just a flashbang if he wants to go for the AK. Potentially can get a little bit more if he goes in for a Galil. So this is Copenhagen Flames' chance now, Blair, to really get themselves into this half, get a half-decent, really scoreline coming in. I would say, though, already 7 rounds on the T side, that's solid.
Oh, that's very solid. Some people might even say that's a win condition already met here for BNE, but of course, if you're BNE, you're looking for more. You pointed out that the utility is quite sparse for the Ts, and indeed it is. You can see just the Molotov and a flashbang is all they have to work with here. It's still a minute and 30 seconds on the clock, but again, early opening duels taking place. Huxi will fall, but not before he finds one, and Regon just clotheslines Nikodos. The AWP retreat as well. Now it's kind of the rotation, Vince. He can cut off the rotation from the B-bomb side, and that leaves Zyphon all by his lonesome. They're going to try and maybe group up together, take him down. Roy will fall, and this defense has been completely dismantled. But that being said, Yabi, can he find another one is the question. No is the answer, and it's all on Zyphon. And they know where he likes playing. They know he's the A-bomb side anchor, and he's aware of Regon's position. But his scope has been heard, and Regon, he's looking for the hunt.
I think this is safe territory. Copenhagen Flames going to have to run away with Zyphon. And that, this round is a done deal. I will say, though, I'm noticing this multiple times now. Huxi is playing mid alone. He's getting 1-for-1 trades time after time. Zyphon will not be able to save the AWP. Huxi never seems to have any backup, and trading 1-for-1 in mid from the CT's perspective isn't really good enough. You then give the Ts this mid control, you give them a position to try and effectively counter-push you and find where those weaknesses are. You see here from Hooksy, he peeks down middle, gets a kill, okay, instantly traded. This has happened multiple times. He's died 11 times already in this half.
Yeah.
Even when his team's winning, he's dying. This needs to change. Either get a second player in mid or start to play more passively instead.
Oh, absolutely. Just the fact that the defense has been split in half so many times, and GXX spotted a shoulder. He's going to try and time the shot. He won't find anything. Instead, it's going to be Regon opening it up towards the B-bomb site. Great timing for Hooksy. This time around, they're not going to be able to find him, leaving GXX and Scenari. And Scenari, he heard the weapon being dropped. He knows there's a player nearby. Now he's going to wait patiently for his teammate to arrive towards ramp position. Eventually, the smoke will fade, and he will be spotted out, will Hooksy. And Scenari slowly trying to bring this one back, but he will fall to Roy as well. Look at the aggression from Roy. I don't think GXX might be expecting to be playing in front of the Flames here. Comes running around the corner. I think he sees him. Nice shot onto Roy. And now, the 2v1. Bear in mind, he's got a lot of time to work with.
Tons of time. And he has the bomb. Oh, he can play the mind games. He's switching to the AK. He wants the mobility. Just as good with the rifle, of course, but he's running into red. Doesn't get punished. There we go. Zyphon has him down. The timing does not work in GXX's favor. However, again, you look at the money for Copenhagen Flames. They'll be able to get a buy, but they're going to be missing out on a little bit here. Fortunately, Nikodos does keep his AWP alive, so that's definitely a plus.
It's kind of a rough buy for both the sides, right?
Yeah.
And the Copenhagen Flames showed they will have a little bit of an edge because, as you pointed out, the AWP is still in play. They have an AK-47, and they'll be able to eke out the rifles. Fine, an SMG for Zyphon. But if you look at the T's, it is kind of grim. You have the AK, the Galil, 2 Deagles, and a Tech-9. But the thing is with BNE, they've won with even worse buys. Not just once, but a couple of times already. So they're not going to be too worried about the lack of an arsenal to work with. Great Molotov there. Hooksy's going to burn alive. He's going to at least be able to flash himself out, but caught out in the open. No backup. A missed shot and a dick on a Nikodos. He will fall as well. Zyphon at least able to reply back. And Roy trying his desperate best to bring about some semblance of equilibrium. But this is chaotic. Just walking in one by one. But the trades are good. Right now, a 2v2. Make that all in Synopsy to clutch this one out.
Zyphon against Synopsy. Zyphon without the AWP for the time being, but does have the AK-47. As Synopsy has seen this script one too many times, has the crosshair placement. He knows roughly what's coming up. If he keeps his temper, this is going to be their round. The Bad News Eagles take a 9-6 half, but once again, Blair, Hooksy caught in mid. This time he doesn't get a kill. Even if he gets one, that's probably not good enough. And you look across to Roy, he finishes the half with 21 kills, even though his team only got 6 on CT. If he had an off game here, they'd be getting absolutely ripped to pieces.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Roy has been the only, like flame alive with the side, right? Everyone has been kind of iffy. Sure, you had a couple of decent moments from Zyphon and from Yabi, but I think you hit the nail on the head with Hooksy. The number of times it's just been caught out in the middle, not being traded, because his partner in crime usually is a player playing inside of red, inside of mid and red, and sometimes the angles doesn't quite favor you. So if you're BNE, 9 rounds in the T side of Ancient, you have done an incredible job. And for Copenhagen Flames, it's going to require a Herculean effort to bring this one back. As we say that, they're going to try and replicate what BNE did to them on their pistol round. And look at the read from BNE, Vince. 3 CTs on that A-bomb site.
Exactly. They have such a good angle here. Now a 4th is joining the fray through Donut, but Regon takes a lot of damage to kick things off. Flash is being exchanged between the 2 teams. When Flatro, he just has to sit here and wait. 3 players pass by him, and now he needs to crunch down. Take some of these heads. There's one. Looking for a second, picks it up, and he knows where the bomb is additionally. Can switch to the Glock, and Synopsy is cleaning up the rest. It's all on Yabi, and he's stuck in Donut. Bomb's not planted fully for him, and there's going to be tons of crosshairs pointing in his direction. First kill, though, goes his way in a second as well. The defuse is coming through, and he denies it. Yabi keeps the dream alive for Copenhagen Flames.
The last second bullet, Vince. Somehow, it looked like that Glock just never ran out of bullets. The 1v3, they knew they had to stick it. It was a low player as well for the side of BNE, and they had the right read. Huge play from one Flatro as well at the back, and able to snipe away 2 players. But what a clutch. They played this one to perfection, did BNE, but in the end, Yabi being absolutely clutch on the lure. Look at the number of bullets he's got for the final player. He had 1 bullet, Vince. He had 1 bullet. And he lands a headshot, and there was half a second remaining on the defuse. Huge round for the side of Copenhagen Flames. For BNE, of course, a force buy will be coming in. And a couple of MP9s. The Deke and the 5-7 hands of Sceneri. No kits anywhere. Sceneri announcing his presence here. They're going to come striking straight onto the side, but that MP9 from One Flutter were able to at least get a trade. But still, man advantage right now for the Copenhagen Flames side. Barely, though, because Zyman is very, very low.
He's now been finished off. Regon also sprayed down. And that leaves Synopsy with just the MP9. He at least may have the element of surprise from the back. Should be getting the first. It's not clean, though, is it? He's lost a lot of HP there. That had to be a snappy headshot. And in doing so, I think he's just going to be looking to save at this stage. And I honestly think if Copenhagen Flames come back into this game, they end up winning it. You look at that pistol from Yabi, you look at that 1v3 clutch as the real catalyst that started to bring them back into contention. If they lose that, you're looking at a landslide start on BNE again. They can really establish their CT economy. As it stands, though, Copenhagen Flames now are in a position where they can really start to shut down these CTs and make this really hurt badly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, this is the start they really needed. And even then, I'm still not very comfortable for Copenhagen Flames here. This round should be theirs. Obviously, just have the USPs. Maybe a couple of upgraded pistols. You can see over there, you know, the Deeks will still come out to play. But even when they tie things up, BNE going to have the buy round next. And Copenhagen Flames, they have a mountain, an Olympus to climb. And it's filled with snakes and jaguars and eagles as Hooksy gonna come charging in towards Donut. He's gonna try and create a bit of a distraction, force out a rotation. One Flutter spins around, and his head spins the other direction. And Copenhagen Flames, despite knowing it's just the full pistols, giving the respect that BNE have earned for themselves. And bear in mind, go back to round number 2, Vince. It was BNE with that buy of theirs against the USPs coming down to 1v1. So a lot of individual skill in the server right now. You can't discount that. But yeah, for BNE, even if this round slips away from their fingers, which should be the case here, especially when they only have the pistols, they're still in a very, very comfortable spot. Copenhagen Flames, it's about trying to solidify the economy. Rounds like this is where it becomes very important, right? Trying to ensure you keep the majority of your players alive. Try and farm a little bit of cash with that MAC-10, perhaps. And try and start to build a foundation to mount this comeback.
Breathing down the Eagles next at this stage. GXX only good for the 1 kill. And in terms of their finances, I saw on 3 players are at like 4.6k. I'm not sure they have enough for an AWP. I assume that GXX didn't fully invest and has kept enough money in his bank balance where they can scrape together the sniper rifle. What we know, though, is that a pause is coming up and the score is 9-9. Incredibly close. And the man on your screen there, just before we switched across the Bad News Eagles, is one of the main reasons why. A 1v3, it was played perfectly from the Bad News Eagles, but then Yabi had a couple things to say about it. And indeed, GXX did have enough for the AWP, so he'll be putting in that purchase. Bit of a bonus round coming up here. There's 2 MAC-10s, so you're expecting a run-and-gun style round really to come to the forefront and just basically rush ruthlessly into the face of the CTs and try and bag them. It's good to see, though, even though momentum is starting to work against the Bad News Eagles, a couple of smiles still on the face. They're still enjoying themselves. Maybe a little bit more focused now, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're still very well aware that the advantage is firmly on their side, right? They've done more than enough on the T side. Like 9 rounds on the T side of Ancient, rarely get to see that. And especially against a team who some people would say would be kind of the favorite. We saw the odds at the beginning of the game as well, Vince. Many people favoring this Copenhagen Flames side to get the win here. So for BNE, the fact that they're in this position right now on the more favored side, on the defensive side, and of course with a bye now to work with, they're going to be feeling pretty mighty comfortable. See the AWP come out to play here for GXX, a multitude of utility, of course. Not much for GXX himself because he has invested a lot in the AWP. But apart from that, 4 smokes, we have 2 incendiaries, a multitude of flashbangs, not the most ideal amount of CT utility. And unfortunately, like for the side of BNE, like Ancient is a map where you need that early utility, where sometimes you say, screw it, I'm going to go with a FAMAS or maybe an SMG just so I have that extra incendiary or smoke to get that early map control. And that's a decision they need to make right now. I expect BNE to be very aggressive on the city side in this particular round, try and kind of constrict this T side from the side of Copenhagen Flames, keep them pinned down behind the double doors towards the ramp area, take the fight towards Jaguar. But they use the utility early on, and if Copenhagen Flames decide to, you know what, screw it, we're not going to fight, we're going to take a time, then for BNE, they need to decide, do they stick around there with no utility to work with? Do they fall back into the bomb site, play very passively? They won't have any counter utility as well once the execute comes in. So a lot of decisions to be made here for the side of BNE. And I'm sure whatever, like, these scenarios which is just painted right there, these are the same questions that Copenhagen Flames as well have. They're like, okay, listen, guys, like, we have these SMGs and whatnot. We know that their money is not that great. What are they going to do? So, unfortunately, it's a bit of a technical timeout, so you can't speak to each other, you know, during a technical timeout. But I wouldn't be too surprised if Copenhagen Flames or even BNE that they call a tac timeout right after this, just to talk through what they want to do, because this is a pivotal round for both the teams.
Oh, this is a fulcrum point. Make no mistake. If this goes the way of Copenhagen Flames, even though you've got 9 on your T side, you're in a position where things start to get a little bit tentative and nerve-wracking, because you don't know when you'll next have that stable economy. At that point, you're looking at maybe 11-9 deficit. You start to get in your own heads a little bit. But on the flip side of things, if this does go against the Copenhagen Flames, and comfortably so, it is a bonus round, so they're going to have AKs coming up for the next couple of rounds at least. But that's a way now, an inroad back for Bad News Eagles to get themselves established. Maybe that double up does come to the forefront. Then you have all of the utility that you were just discussing about before. A ton of kits, a bit of surplus cash as well, which is never a bad thing. My concern is, though, if the Bad News Eagles do go in for an aggressive round here, they're against 2 MAC-10s. That could very well play into the wheelhouse of exactly what the Flames want, especially if it's around mid, especially if it's around that construction area, those close-knit claustrophobic angles where the SMGs are going to do a lot of damage. But obviously, we're still dealing with some tech issues. I did see a couple players pulling out their headphones, which is never a great thing. Sound problems are often some of the hardest ones to fix. But fingers crossed, we'll be good to jump back in as soon as possible.
We do have a bit of an update as well from the A stream. For those of you who don't like spoilers, just close your ears for a second. But it looks like Liquid have managed to kind of mount a comeback here on it was 6-1. It was 6-0 for Heroic. And right now it's 8-6 for the Danish side. Okay. 6 back-to-back rounds for the Liquid outfit. NAF top fragging for the team. They've looked, actually NAF has looked fantastic for his team. Captain America Nitro himself as well. Just second top fragger for his server. And Heroic, of course, looking to get that 9-6 lead. It's Vertigo, CD side. If you have a 9-6, that's very up in the air. Liquid have looked pretty good on Vertigo thus far. And for me, although I picked Heroic to take this particular matchup, I wouldn't be too surprised if Liquid managed to surprise us. No,
myself included, because they started, you know, we can obviously round up a little bit of the Challenger stage for those people that may have missed it. Well, Liquid started 0-2. And a lot of people are writing them off. They're like 0-3, Omega LOL, NACS, all the usual memes, you know. They play against Complexity in their 0-2 matchup. They beat Complexity. People are like, okay, it's a pretty good performance, but let's see what you can do next. They end up taking Astralis down in the 2-2 matchup, 2-0, and make Astralis look like an ordinary team. And this is with Blame F performing really well. Also, I don't know if you caught it, but Nitro released his POV against Astralis on his YouTube channel. It's a really good watch. I'd recommend people go and watch that out. If you, especially you want to see like how the pros establish themselves, especially from his perspective. Obviously, he's more of like an IGL supportive element. It was really nice to watch. And some of the clutches he got were absolutely bonkers against Astralis.
He had 4 clutches, if memory serves me right, on Ancient.
Yes,
and that was after that one round where he
whiffed.
We completely whiffed, and he went from, well, as HLTV forums like to call it, from a Nitro bot to Nitro God in a span of literally 30 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, they seem to be getting back in. Vince, you can see the fist bumps coming out, and you know that means we are going to be jumping straight back into the game. Right now, the game poised on the razor's edge here. Copenhagen Flames looking to mount their own comeback on the less favored T side. Roy having, as you pointed out, he had over 20 kills at the end of the first half. And they're going to require not just more from him, but from everyone else from this team if they want to somehow ensure BNE don't pull off the upset. We can see everyone moving the mouses as well. They're starting to talk. That means there we go. We're back in the server. Scores are tied 9 apiece for both the teams. So we see the buy for the side of BNE. They have all the weaponry to work with. And for Copenhagen Flames, as you pointed out earlier, Vince, a couple of MAC-10s. They could try and throw a curveball here.
There's 3 players without head armor. That worries me right now for BNE. because that's where the MAC-10 can be so devastating. We were asking if there's going to be aggression. There is. Flash out. One Flatro, though, gets one in his face as well, and that trade is not good. Although he does damage, his life being deemed forfeit alongside GXX now opens up this map so much. And look how fast that happened. 10, 15 seconds. There's tons of time left on the clock. They need someone to step up and become a hero, but instead Roy submerges Synopsy down with his A4 used against the CTs. This has been a disaster of a round for BNE.
A couple of them is so very low, though. Zyphon and Roy. The timing is everything here, but Nikodos will punish Scenari. No one able to trade, no one able to find something but Regon. It went past him. Nikodos, is he going to check is the question. Regon waiting patiently. There's still a world he can pull this one back for his team. They're waiting. He's waiting patiently. He knows where Nikodos is. He's looking for the second player to come in from Jaguar. And here comes the bomb. Hoaxy is going to try to plant the bomb. Nikodos walking past. Regon is playing this one to perfection. He's going to prevent the bomb from getting planted. He knows where the second player is as well, but doesn't quite land a shot. Look at how low they are. But Zyphon will take him down. Regon. That was an NT if I've ever seen one, Vince.
That was a massive NT. Like, to have the patience. The thing is, in a situation in a 1v4 like that, you know you have to roll the dice and you have to gamble.
Yeah.
If you want to win the round, the odds are stacked against you so much. That's like a 5% play that he makes that even close. He played it so well. Very unfortunate. If that first couple bullets through the smoke actually finished that guy off, I think there's a real chance with the last two players being low on ramp that he wins that round, honestly. So, nice effort, but ultimately, it doesn't matter because we were talking about the importance of that round, it being a fulcrum point. The economy's now wrecked again for the CTs. Copenhagen Flames building up that confidence and looking so good on this T side already.
Yeah, especially considering, as we've highlighted, that it is a bonus round, right? And they've just upgraded the weapons. Sure, they lose a couple of players, but that was a full buy for BNE. And individually, some of the shots being hit by Copenhagen Flames, it wasn't just Roy, it was Hooksy as well. As Zyphon, timing doesn't quite pan out, and that's the bomb.
Nice bomb down. We've seen BNE do so much with so little. But Roy gets his 25th. Yabi double stacking on the cave, making sure that this Bad News Eagles round comes to an abrupt end. But Regon and Synopsy still alive, still healthy, still kicking. We'll have to deal with the bomb plant, though. Nikodos will be getting this one in. The barrel on his back does give his position away. Not really that important, though, because now the flash allows him the space to peek in. And Synopsy's life has now been drawn away alongside Regon. Copenhagen Flames, up to the name, are now on fire. That is 5 rounds on the bounce, and they take a 2-round lead.
I can see a little bit of pep in the step as well in the server, right? Individually, everyone suddenly seems to be switched on. Earlier in the first half, it was a Roy show, and now we saw Hooksy. What a shot in the GXX he hit earlier when he had the AWP. And once more for BNE, they have the opportunity to turn this one again around once more. Better buy this time around. They have the utility, which they're going to need, and it is going to be Yabi just smoking himself off inside of mid. You can see the CTs aren't really opting to be very aggressive with his mid take. The flashes, though, so good from Hooksy. Synopsy blinded, trying to use that smoke as maybe a semi one-way to find a player, but he will be found instead by Yabi. And look at how deep Yabi's pushed towards red. He can find so much of information, glean so much as to how the rotations are going to be for Copenhagen Flames. And for CPH, they have, for BNE, they need to keep one player at mid right now. They need to be wary of the fact that there is a player who's got red room control. So GXX, he can either hold the angle or can clear it out and look for the fight. And that's when things can get dicey. It is a very untradeable position. He tries to bait away him falling back. Yabi has been seen by one Flatro, and Yabi's in a rough spot here.
Ooh, a lot of damage, but not the kill. And now Regon, posted at the back of the side, won't be called upon because the Flames have changed their opinion as to what the best course of action is. They're headed over onto B, through ramp, through cave. Nikodos nullifying one Flatro is going to do the world of good towards this push. 40 seconds to play with. One of these sides not smoked off, but a HE is there. Nikodos gets flashed in, forces away that pesky CT. There is a fast flank, though, from Regon. And if they don't get this bomb planted down in the next few moments, this is where that flank can start to come into a very awkward position. Now it's getting put in. There's a couple players stuck out in the middle of nowhere, one of which is Nikodos. Now Regon has shown his hand, and Hooksy is going to have to feel compelled to drive out and take the initiative, try and frag down, but he's now the last player left alive. They know where he is. He got a frag earlier from the side. Big headshot onto Scenari. 15 HP left. The Regon, and Hooksy with the overkill takes off his head, executes him down. And now we're hearing some counteractive cheers. It was all BNE early on, and now Copenhagen Flames have overtaken them and can't even see the Eagles in their rearview mirror.
Hooksy, it's been a bit of a tale of redemption, hasn't it, for the Copenhagen Flames player? We questioned some of the plays he had towards mid and CD side, but it's been so very impactful here on the T side, getting some huge opening picks and also clutching it out. As you pointed out, a little bit of overkill as well onto the low HP player. But BNE, Vince, honestly, when they won 9 rounds at the T side, I genuinely felt they'd done enough. But the CD side so far, it has bought up nothing. Not a singular round yet, and 6 on the trot for Copenhagen Flames. This lead could stretch even further. Right now, 12 and 9. Looking to find the 13th round here are Copenhagen Flames, but they're kind of walking through a stack. All 5 members now going to be waiting here with the pistol, and here you have it. The Deagles will sing the siren song of death.
Plays down already. Sennery is keeping the pressure applied. Nikodos is being swarmed by CTs, and now Roy, the man of the hour, has fragged out so hard. 21 kills in the first half, but he will not add to that kill total here. BNE get their first CT round with Deagles purely off the back of a stacked round, and Copenhagen Flames walking headfirst into that trap.
Of all the rounds to win, of course it's the one for the Deagles, right? Of course it's the one when they barely have a bye. Great shots coming out, though, from the side of BNE. And finally, a semblance of some life here for the Kosovo Albanian side. Still a lot of work to do. Copenhagen Flames still trail by a couple of rounds. It's still quite a bit of money in the bank as well, and of course a full-fledged buy as the Battle of Jaguar will take place. And Roy just running in straight into the Flames. That's a bit of a head scratcher.
Low, keeping CT's in their tiptoes, even trades back and forth, but now that player advantage opens up as Flatro gets aggressive down on ramp. Oh, through the smoke as well. Zyphon tanks that, walking out into the oncoming barrage of bullets, and Nikodos also through the smoke has been put down low. Maybe this is BNE's second wind here, Blair. They were looking down and out just a few moments ago, but now Nikodos going to get sprayed out of the server. They can't even pick up a secondary AWP if they want it, but they'd rather keep the 2 AKs instead.
Roy has been kind of a bit quiet in the second half, right? Despite the fact that Copenhagen Flames has gone on a streak, it's been primarily Yabi and Zyphon and even Hooksy chipping in with all the big frags. But now, after that 6 rounds on the trot, Copenhagen Flames have come to a bit of a standstill now. Buy is still not going to be a problem. It's not going to be an issue. They will still be able to eke out a very, very solid purchase here. Will the Danish side for BNE, though, a bit of a lifeline, Vince, because it looked like that CT side, it was just going to be a non-starter for them. But then once they won the round with the Deagles and whatnot, they seemed to get all of a sudden a little bit of life. Huge kills here. Despite it being very back and forth initially, Flatro just being hyper-aggressive towards the ramp area, and Nikodos not able to really leg it towards the A-bomb side. He gets taken down as well. So BNE back-to-back a couple of rounds. Still, Copenhagen Flames do have that 1-round lead, but now the coffers are empty. If BNE are able to snatch this round away from them, that means Copenhagen Flames are going to be broken. BNE can start going for the lead. Flatro once again being so very aggressive, but there's no one to trade for him. So even though he finds a kill, Zyphon will get the reply.
So obviously playing on the outskirts of that smoke, though. You realize Hooksy's in the smoke. Must do. He sprayed him down, 43 HP, and gets him in the last couple of bullets in the magazine. Just snatches away the life of Hooksy, takes a bit of mid-control, and now Copenhagen Flames, they're stuck down on the ramp side. It's been an excellent start on the Eagles, considering especially they got that even trade to kick things off. Looking to boost up here is Nikodos onto the box, but the smoke in his eyes does not give him safe passage. Here comes Regon as well. He's looking to try and flank in with this AK. Doesn't need to make moves. I love this idea. Just watch his mid. They now know they're clumped up on con. The only way they're going to be rotating over on A is if they've gone back towards a T spawn, which in doing so gives up so much map control. And now Regon goes on a fact-finding mission. He's going to go scout. He's going to find a couple players. In just a few moments' time, Zyphon is one of those. He wants to lock down the cave, make sure it's a guaranteed frag first. And when you push cave, it stands to reason the last 2 players will be on ramp. GXX has missed his shot, and Sennery gets punished as a result. But Regon is the ace up the sleeve. Could be snatched away as Nikodos puts him down. But the 10 HP AWPer is still alive. He's still kicking. And it's a battle of the AWPs now. GXX in the middle of nowhere is stuck. But time itself is working against Nikodos, coming in and gets put down from GXX. It was such an important kill. Such a valiant effort from Nikodos, though, considering how bad that round was shaping up.
And Nikodos did everything humanly possible to keep his team in that round. That looked like it was done a long, long time ago, Vince. But some just great shots coming out from him. And he had to decide which of the two corners is GXX, and in GXX he lands the fast scope. A huge round for BNE. You know how much this means to them, right? That was just a one round away from their money looking like it's going to be in a rough spot. But they will survive now. 3 back-to-back for them. And here comes the fast play in towards the B-bomb side. Sceneri will find one, but he will immediately fall.
Oh, there's so many players here, so many bodies, and they're not checking out Flatro, who once again is just hiding. We saw it in the pistol with the USP, and now we see it with the A4. And Nikodos down, but never fully out. The timing is so brutal for him with the smoke.
Ouch.
And GXX, once again, second time in a row, puts him down, and BNE take the lead.
Some of the fights that BNE are taking just defies logic. Like, genuinely, like, it must be so frustrating. So frustrating where you see the guy, and you just go for the repeat again. And you want Flotra. Maybe got a little too overeager at the end there, but a great 3K. They had so many bodies on the B-bomb side of BNE, they just didn't dot that one particular eye, which was that little cubby at the back of the bomb side. And they're back to the winning race, Vince. 13-12 right now. 3 away from taking this win and going 1-0 in the Legend stage. And for Copenhagen Flames, this is going to be a bit of a just stark reminder that none of the teams here in the Legend stage can be considered to be kind of like underdogs. Great shot from GXX. And BNE, they're starting to get fired up, Vince. And we know when this team starts getting fired up, it's a cliche, but they are a very, very momentum-heavy team. And once they start rolling, it's going to require just a solid wall to stop them.
Oh, we saw that, and that wall was Yabi and the pistol pulling off a 1v3. They need to get the sledgehammers out and try and break down this bastion, this fortress that has been put into position from the Eagles. Damage inflicted with incendiaries. Regon watching the angle. Roy and Siphon round the corner, and it's Roy with the Galil taking off the head and opening up business on the A site. And he was the only defender. GXX is here, but he's not really in a spot to feel like he's in a comfortable position. Hooksy in the meanwhile getting one flat throw as he tries to rotate through mid. There's a second player in there though, but Roy is continuing to put down the pressure and lay the smackdown onto BNE. 2 players remain. Nikodos removing the head of Synopsy. Ridiculous flick. And although GXX may come back with a kill, doesn't really matter. It's going to fall on effectively the corpses of his teammates. And now he just needs to save his up. They know where he is. You better believe they're going to charge him down and try and get rid of this sniper rifle. And it's going to be Yabi, the easiest of kills. Can also trade up to the AWP. This is a complete collapse of a round.
What a round. What a round from the side of Copenhagen Flames there. That was a force buy, mind you, Vince.
Yeah. That
was a full force buy coming in there. They had the Galil, the Deagle, nothing that special, a couple of Galils there. Huge rounds. What is that from Nikodos? That's just illegal. And BNE are shook. After having won so many rounds where it came down to the wire, we saw the 1v1 from GXX as well, and even the rounds are winning, it was like 1 or 2 players staying alive, meaning even though they went on a 3-round streak, look at the money. Yeah. Look at that money. Regon's the only one with any like decent economy to speak of, 4,250. You can probably buy a rifle if it wants to, but no one else can. So we will be seeing an eco coming out from Regon and his merry men. Maybe a couple of upgraded P50s, maybe a 5.7 perhaps, but that's about it. For Copenhagen Flames, after winning that force buy, now is the golden opportunity to try and pressure BNE and close this one out. We see the MAC-10 coming out in the hands of Hooksy as well. He knows the buy is non-existent. He's looking to just run on in, be the guy on a fact-finding mission with the MAC-10, maybe farm a little bit of cash, ensure they don't walk into a stack. Because remember, they did kind of capitulate once when they walked into that A-bomb site. But instead, they're going to be taking this one a little bit more default, and BNE are already inside a T-spawn with the USPs.
Yeah, Regon only bought 2 flashes, and he flashed outside of main. This is going to be a massacre. Like, the BNE were hoping and praying there were players in main that could just overwhelm them, sweep in, maybe get a couple of rifles. It hasn't worked. This round is now completely dead. As you said, there's no real investment into this one. I would also like to highlight, though, we've mentioned a couple of times about that Yabi 1v3 clutch and the pistol really being the catalyst of this comeback. But to be fair to Yabi, he hasn't just been a 1-0 player. Since this second half has started, he has really stepped up his game. We said before how Roy, who's now dropped to 30, incidentally, in this round, he ended the first half on 21. He has added 9 to that mark, which is definitely not a bad feat at all on the T side. But Yabi and Zyphon in particular have really raised their game. They have been a supporting cast they were looking for. Meanwhile, over on the CTs, when Flatro in the second half has been lights out, but we haven't really seen much from anyone else.
Yeah, it has been a bit muted for the side of BNE. And yeah, I think you hit the nail right on the head. Zyphon and Yabi, I do believe we're almost maybe 10 kills perhaps, but I think it was single digit heading to the second half.
Something like
but
that,
they really have woken up here. And 14-13, Copenhagen Flames. Couple more remaining here, and what a comeback it's been from the Danish side. And I won't lie, 9-6. For those of you tuning in right now, this was 9-6 for BNE on their T side. And this looked like a done affair as Regon finds Nikodos. Zyphon able to reply back real quickly here. Synopsy having a lot to do. The smoke is going to keep the T's at bay, at least for the time being, and he sprays through it and almost finds Yabi. In fact, inflicting quite a bit of damage. GXX in the meantime finding Roy towards mid. Player advantage, health advantage for BNE. Still a minute to work with, though. And if there's one thing that these three players have shown, that is Yabi, Zyphon, and Hoaxy on his T side. You can never, ever count them out. But for the time being, the Berserker in the form of Roy has been taken down.
He has 112 ADR as well. One flat throw. The timing there for Hoaxy, I thought was going to work against him. Oh, he keeps looking away. Oh, it's going to cost his life. That's so unfortunate. If I was just a second earlier, when Flatro may have walked headfirst into an AK-47 crosshair to his forehead. Instead, Copenhagen Flames are looking like they may very well concede this round. If Juan Flatro, though, gets a little bit too antsy and walks out and dies on ramp, that would put a lot more pressure on Senary, who's not had the greatest of games here. Now, the timing may work against them, but there's only 20 seconds to play with. Bomb is under control. But I think at this stage, Copenhagen Flames may be just opting to save. And this is dual purpose. Not only does it give them a solid economy for the rest of the half, which is drawing to a close, but they also don't want to donate across an AK and an AWP across to these CTs and bolster this by that little bit more. So we are going the distance, Blair, whatever happens, bare minimum. There's going to be 30 rounds in our first Legends game.
Go back to day one of the Challenger stage, Vince, and it was Eternal Fire against Bad News Eagles. Yep. There we go. We had the opening game. It wasn't Dust 2. That time, Bad News Eagles came out on top 16-14.
That's right.
Will history repeat itself is a question. Of course, Copenhagen Flames, a bit more of a tougher opponent as compared to that of Eternal Fire. So, yeah, I mean, looking at this, it is so precariously balanced right now. 14-14 now. As you pointed out, Vince, they haven't given away those two guns. They've saved those two guns. But even if they didn't, they have money. They have more than enough money for the final 2 rounds here of regulation. Do Copenhagen Flames. And for BNE, it's trying to withstand the onslaught from Hoaxy and his men. It's been so very back and forth. Roy, 30 kills already here in regulation. Yabi, Zyphon, and Hoaxy waking up as well. Alongside Nikodos as well, he had some really cool rounds. And as you pointed out earlier, you know, one Flatro has been almost lights out. Everyone's been chipping in, but they haven't had that hero plays yet. And Senary has been kind of quiet. And let's see what BNE, or rather Copenhagen Flames, have in store for us here. You can see a bit of a default setup. Going to be holding towards lane. You have Hoaxy towards elbow, waiting for any, you know, ensuring that BNE don't push in from towards A-halt or from mid. He's going to be kind of like the captain calling it out, calling it for his team, while ensuring that no one's going to be flanking in. Nikodos, AWP in hand. At least based on his initial setup, Vince, it does look like it's going to wind up with a B takeover here. But BNE haven't really deployed too much utility either. And here it comes. They're going to be going for a slightly delayed aggression towards ramp. And for the side of Copenhagen Flames, they're going to use an opportunity to sneak into Jaguar.
There's so many good decisions being made on both teams. Yeah, they didn't. Well, now they know. Now they know, but it keeps GXX in such an awkward position. No kills forthcoming, though. That's a huge win as far as BNE are concerned, because they nearly lost 2 players in that. However, now because they vacated the premises, it opens up ramp instead, and Yabi makes the most of that opportunistic play from him. GXX, while fully flashed, though, nullifies Nikodos from downtown. And now Zyphon is smoked off with his teammates, dropping the bomb out. Senary with the M4, that's the bomb down. What a strange, scrappy round. Some good news, though, on the side of the Flames is they do have a flank taking shape, but there's only 30 seconds to play with. But because of this forward information, there is enough time to flank back to A site and get this plant down. And BNE realize it. But look at this spot from Huxi. This is everything. This position is absolutely everything in this round, and he's only able to get one. Now the re-rotation with 13 seconds. So many rotations of players must be dizzy at this point, but the bomb is about to get planted down, and it could take a few moments here for them to realize, look at Synopsy, he's still headed to A. He still thinks this is the A bomb site. They're going through Donut. They're taking so much time.
What a call. What a call. What a call from Copenhagen Flames. It was Huxi hearing the rotation. It's like, guys, go back right now. Go back towards the B bomb site, because even if I get a kill and I get traded, they're still going to be continuing thinking it's A. There's no time. There is no time here for BNE. What a masterful call coming out from Copenhagen Flames. I don't think they've got... No, they don't have it. They don't have it. Zyber's going to get the kill. Your money's not that great there, guys, and they will lose every single one. Copenhagen Flames will get to map point. And what a call coming in from Huxi. That was a masterclass of a round from them.
Why are they not calling it safe in that last round, Blair? Their money is garbage. There was no way they were getting on the site in that much time.
I don't know.
I'm at a bit of a loss for words here, because you'll see their economy now coming back. There's 2 or 3 players with like $2,000. Yeah, have a look at this.
That's great.
2,300 for Regon, 2,600 for Synopsy, 1,500 GXX. They had an AWP, they had a rifle. They could now have a fairly decent buy. Now they have maybe 2 rifles and some deagles. The round was done. There was no time left.
That is a head scratcher. I have to agree with you there. It's okay. Try and play for OT, right? Just try and play for OT. You have the AWP. You can eke out another buy. The moment that... Like, there's no time.
Yeah, look at the fuse on the bomb here when he dies. Even if he just miracle headshots him, there's not enough time to get the defuse, even with the kit.
And running into the bomb site, like, sure, we saw the... I think one of the players from the Copenhagen Flames go for the duel. But even then... You had no information where the defenders are. Anyway, round number 30. As BNE, with virtually nothing to work with, 2 M4s, 3 Deagles, will try and battle it out to try and take us to OT. For Copenhagen Flames, they have mounted a monumental comeback, and right now, it's about surviving the scares from the Deagle, getting those 5 kills, and locking in the win.
And Senary's already been obliterated down to 60. Lack of kits, hoping and praying for the best. Our BNE, we've had a cracker of a first game. Been some questionable decisions, some great clutches, some calmness under duress and pressure, clarity and chaos. But with a minute to go, Copenhagen Flames are now slowly but surely making moves on ramp. And whereas there was a boost before, it's now re-peaked. Senary claims first blood in what could be the last round, or perhaps not. Regon carving a path back into this, keeping this map alive with a beautiful Deagle headshot. The bomb gets spilled down, and because of the lack of map control, Copenhagen Flames aren't sure if they're being pivoted in from mid. They're not sure if they're being flanked from their spawn, which has happened a couple of times, but that over-aggression may cost BNE so dearly.
They didn't see the bomb either. Roy tossing with the C4 before he went for that face, so now BNE still wary, still paranoid. It could all be a ruse. And it could be an A play coming in, but instead, no. Copenhagen Flames are committing to the side. They use up the utility. There is GXX playing at the edge of the smoke. He's going to be found out, and now it's a 3v3.
Time, though, is of the essence. 8 seconds to go. One of these players has to go in for the plant. Zypher, no, holding the line for his teammates. Bomb has been planted down, but it's put the T's in awkward position. It's all on Senary, and Yavi takes his head off. The Flames come back from the embers and somehow take this first map, but my God, was that close.
Oh, BNE, man, like some of those rounds, Vince, I'm still... Firstly, that round where they went for that call to fall all the way back towards the B bomb side, what a fake that was. What an incredible fake that was. And then you have them just going in for the retake, Vince. If they had the weapons to work with, they almost made that work out. It was a 5 versus 3 with 3 Deagles and a couple of M4s, and BNE almost had it. We could have seen overtime play out here, but somehow Copenhagen Flames, they shine on through. You can see how deflated BNE are looking right now, because why wouldn't you be deflated? You had that game in the palm of your hands. 9-6 on the T side of Ancient. You were mounting that comeback as well later on, even though Copenhagen Flames won a number of rounds together in that second half. B&E were able to grind it back. They won their own pistol rounds. They were able to win with those half buys. But then a couple of small little mistakes, a couple of slip-ups, and that's all it takes for things to spiral out of control.
Is that Synopsys player when Nikonos just flicks him? Craziness, madness. We had so many moments like that, but yeah, I mean, for me, it's that Yabi pistol clutch. This is the moment here when Flatro perfectly, calmly bides his time. 3 kills go down, Synopsy comes in, and then Yabi from Donut just puts an end to this pistol. And that was the comeback trail. I think after that round, they ended up stringing together like 6 or 7 rounds on the T side. BNE felt claustrophobic. You can see here 11-9 was the score at one point. I think it even went to 12-9 at one stage as well. Indeed, it did with Hooksy clutching. Then we had this second win. BNE come back. They win a couple rounds with Eagles with a really scrappy buy.
Yep.
But it was that double rotation that you highlighted before that sent them just cartwheeling out of this map. Some questionable decisions, but you can't argue with the results. Roy, 32 kills, just shy of 118 ADR, played his heart out this game, and he's a huge reason why his team, honestly, stayed even in contention in that first half.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we had Yabi with a pistol clutch to 1v3, where he had 1 bullet remaining in the chamber to clutch it out for his team. Siphon as well really waking up. And Hooksy, man, sure, he might not be top fragging in the server, but some incredible calling coming out from him, as well as some very huge clutch moments. MOTM, no surprises there. It has to be Roy, the aging superstar we like to call him. But listen, the guy seems to be immortal. He looks young as well, Vince. I mean, the guy, it just keeps on delivering in the server. For BNE, though, man, like, there were these rounds where even the final round, 5 versus 3, why are you facing? Why are you going for this fight when you know your opponents have rifles? They've got AK-47s. You have a deagle. You've already done your job. And once a bomb got planted, they got overeager. They were panicking, looking to prevent the bomb from getting planted. Instead, they could have grouped up together, played a man advantage, gone for the trades, and potentially have even taken us to OT. So small little kind of characteristic mistakes being made by BNE over there. But what an opener here on the secondary stream. Yeah,
we thought this would be a close game, much closer than the odds and a lot of people were giving BNE credit for. They could have won that, as you said, but that's only the first game down in what's going to be a jam-packed day of Counter-Strike here at the Legend stage. Obviously, there's also the A stream going off at the same time, so definitely check that one up. But we're going to cut to a break. I'm going to join us. We'll be ready for map 2.
I've got Juan Flantru from the Bad News Eagles, who is going to become a map designer before your very eyes as he creates his own CS map. Juan Flantru, can I call you Juan?
Just call me Juan.
Juan,
Yeah,
I will call you Juan.
And
The number
Flanch-
1 in the server.
Yeah, exactly.
And number 1 in the map design
map
game.
designer. Yeah.
Let's get started with the outline of the map.
Let me think a bit.
Classic.
Yeah, another classic one.
We're getting somewhere.
And another. And the last one.
So you want to create some jungle here?
Yeah, the jungle should be around here somewhere. Okay, I want to make like a big circle here. Here.
Is this going to be a bomb
This
site?
is gonna be, no, not a bomb site, but like a no man's land, you know? So there's gonna be like a, how do I draw a heaven? Okay, so cities have another corridor here. There's gonna be a heaven somehow.
Because I think this is quite interesting. This is a different approach to map design because you haven't literally put in a B site yet. Or a site, in fact. You haven't put
Yeah,
any
I'm
bomb
thinking
sites
about sites yet. I'm just thinking about them. There should be heaven.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's two plant spots on the same bomb site.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that's
So we
how
have
bomb
two
sites
B
work.
sites,
You can
yeah.
plant in more than one place as long as it's within the boundary.
That's the new meta, yeah. So this is gonna be the no man's land, okay? This is where the big fights are gonna go.
In an in-game box, it's fine, you know. We'll talk about the territory, the environment, the map in a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cash has got all the hits, really. It's got like a pickup truck, well, kind of thing.
Yeah. That's what I'm
It's not
trying
even a pickup
to
truck,
like.
is it? It's just like a truck, an open-backed truck. I don't know the technical term for that. I don't have a driving license. You've got a forklift, you've got a...
So there's
tank.
gonna be another way in here, I guess. There's gonna be another way here.
And is this window going to be able
This
to
is the
look
best
out
window you've ever
onto
seen.
no man's land? Is it going to be, again, are we going to have stairs?
I mean, outside here, outside the no man's land, you can't see anything. except the entrances, no? So this is gonna be for the A side, I guess.
Okay. I like it though. No, I like it because it's almost like we've got a pit kind of thing going on here.
Yeah, in the corner.
Potentially,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, and then there's a heaven here, a pit in here.
Okay.
Kind of like Inferno, you know? There's boxes, there's gonna be a window here, there's gonna be a pit in here, I guess.
How are you feeling about this? You
Feeling-
happy? Do you feel like your work's done?
I'm feeling like a designer. I feel like I kind of made the wrong choice on my profession. I should be a designer.
There we go. That's the location. If you want to sign the map,
Sign the
make
map.
it your own. One.
There we go.
Amazing. Oh, beautiful signature. I might have to buy that sticker when it goes on market. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for inviting me.
And good luck to Bad News Eagles and the rest of the Challenger stage.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Well, you saw the intro. Now we're here live in the flesh. That caught us both off guard a little bit there, but we're ready to jump into our second game. And what a second game this is on Blair. On paper, this could be the game of the day on the B stream. We have Cloud9 going up against Outsiders. A bit of a 50-50 matchup, I think a lot of people would feel.
Yeah, interesting storylines, right? If you go back to the end of last year, you're talking about these two CIS giants, obviously apart from Na'Vi trying to, be in the top 3 position. And of course, things started looking a little worrisome for both the teams. We're going to be given the pleasure of casting the first debut of the Cloud9 lineup here. The Cloud9, a name we haven't seen in a while in the top tiers of Counter-Strike, but here you have it. And oh, that looks nice. I like that merch. Usually I'm not a merch guy, Vince, but that looks tasty.
Might have to get myself one of those. Not sure I'd fit in those though. I'd have to get
I'm sure they'll have in like
a few XLs.
Yeah, a few XLs. But Cloud9, a team who right now are, I'd say they'd be dark horse. Some would even say they're favorites right now in this tournament, right? Considering they finally found their home in the form of Cloud9. They're looking good. This is a team who were looking lethal in the RMR as well. A team filled with some of the best players from the region. And now, of course, under brand new colors in the form of the Cloud9 Blue. Their opponents, though, Outsiders. A lot of question marks behind them. A lot of people said they are a dead team walking. They have that dead team energy about them. And they showed it against Forza in that elimination game. They were like, okay, they lose the first map, and then they proceed to completely dismantle Forza, who were looking very solid indeed. Yakinder, there have been questions. He's even said that this might be his last event with the team, that he would be looking for offers. We all know how dangerous it can be. But whether this might be the last hurrah, the last final ride for this lineup or not, right now they're playing like they're a team who have nothing to lose. They're still playing a very dangerous brand of Counter-Strike. And I have to say, we were speaking about this before we went live here on the stream, that this could be, at least in a secondary stream, beg your pardon, the matchup of the day, the battle of the CIS giants.
Absolutely, and I think it's going to give people a good barometer, a good litmus test of how Cloud9 come in looking into this tournament. Because although some people do fancy them as a bit of a dark horse, or maybe even the favorites, etc., they're still not proven here just yet at the Antwerp Major itself. Outsiders, they went 3-1, and in all honesty, they could have gone 3-0. They weren't too far off that mantle. There's two ways of looking at it. One, if a team is kind of a dead team walking, that can be definitely a negative. That can bring them down, have bad performances. Yakindar's trying to escape into his monitor right now to escape the cameras, I guess. But the other aspect of that as well is if Yakindar is going to go ahead and leave and go elsewhere to greener pastures, this is a chance for him to put himself in the shop window. Yeah, and say, look, this is what I can bring to your team. Get me involved.
Absolutely, and he has had overall a quieter past few weeks, right? We know how explosive he can be. In my opinion, the best opening fragger in the game right now. But we can talk about it later on. We of course have a lot of time to speak about these two teams and the players, and we're going to be seeing what?
This is a map neither of them play.
What? Production. And there must be an error, right?
They literally never play this map, neither team.
I know. This is a permaban for both the teams, and neither blinked, Vince. That's actually insane. I guess both the teams are like, yeah, well, we dare you to ban it. No, we dare you to ban it. And I'm a bit gobsmacked. I am a bit at a loss for words. I did not see that coming.
Neither did I. I was curious who was going to blink first. It's Mirage. Okay.
That was an error. All right.
Okay. I was going to say, like...
I wanted to see it, though. I wanted to see these two teams play near, because no one has ever seen them. But there we go.
Yeah.
We're going to redo the videos again, and I do believe that the decider is going to be Mirage.
I would have laughed if it just showed Nuke again.
Okay, this makes more sense. This makes way more sense. But all right, after a bit of a heart attack there, it looks like it is going to be Mirage as the map of choice between these two teams. We've seen a few Mirages play out thus far. Look, both these teams are right now, like, they both have different reasons to why they want to show what they are, right? We've already spoken about for Cloud9, they're making the debut matchup here under the new colors, under this new org, a very storied, a very legacy organization as well. They'll be looking to start off on the right note, get that 1-0 lead in their opening matchup. For the side of Outsiders, we've said it time and time again, they have nothing to lose. Dead team walking, Yakinder potentially leaving this team after this tournament. So a lot of question marks, but the thing is for Outsiders, they're still playing good CS. They're still playing CS like they mean it. They're still playing CS like they want to win it. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The battle of the CIS giants. Cloud9 against Outsiders. Cloud9 going to be starting on the T side over here. And Outsiders on the defensive side. Yakinda, James, Kickit, Buster, and Flit. Not a single solitary piece of utility. No kits. It's going to be USPs and Kevlar. And they're looking to take these duels.
Oh, they want to stand. They want to bang. They want to get right in the middle of that ring and exchange haymakers. But be careful what you wish for, because Cloud9 might just rip you apart. They're all clumped around, barring Shiro, who has seen a bit of action early on with his P250. Mainly clumped around the B-App side. They do have the flanking element of Hobbit as well, but now they're starting to spill into the actual apps. Now this is a bait. This is a bait and switch. Hobbit's position allows Yakinda a little bit of wiggle room here to start to really set this alight, and he's going to do just that. He puts down the Kinder, he gets the lighter out, and Cloud9, they have just evaporated here, Blair. I mean, this is just a couple of blinks. The round is pretty much a done deal. Wasn't anything particularly explosive. They just got completely baited in there.
Yakinda was supposed to be the contingency plan, but he wasn't even needed.
Yeah.
He really wasn't even needed. Nafany dropping in towards a van position. He just spins around. It's like, wait, there's another one there. Great hole coming in there from Buster and, of course, Flit finding 3 kills on the B bomb side. They went for a very split defense, right? Again, you got to remind ourselves that they didn't go for any kits. They weren't looking to play for any retakes over here. Bit of a flub there for Yakinda, but he manages to compose himself at the very end. Went for like the 2-man stack, a little bit of a bait play there for Yakinda. They had 2 players towards Toll Booth and 1 towards Short. And Cloud9, they execute in and they get slaughtered. Flit, MP9, very, very aggressive. Now, this isn't a forced investment from Cloud9. Just a few upgraded pistols. In fact, just see the Deagle in the hands of Shiro. So even though Flit finds 1, he will be taken down. A bit of a stack as well. Buster, is he going to be ready for this? Is the question. And he is not. Hobbit will find his head. A lot of damage being dealt, however. Man advantage now for Cloud9.
It is. It could be picked off by Yakinda. Had such a good angle there. Because of lack of utility, they couldn't throw the smoke over on towards Get Right or get a flash out there instead. So even though they were a player behind, you called it yourself. A lot of damage is inflicted. Far superior in terms of weaponry as well on the Outsiders team. And they're both clumped up in mid. They do have a Deagle, and Shiro's made it work. He's still in with a chance in this round, but Kickert is going to put an abrupt end with his SMG. The MP9 will triumph. It's at cost of quite a few lives, though, and some rifles were spilled in the process. So that is going to hurt Outsiders' economy coming through into this round. And Cloud9 are going to be jam-packed full of AK-47s. And they have 1 lone Galil in play as well. So even though Outsiders have the 2-0 lead coming into this round, you could argue they have the worst weaponry. However, James does have an AWP, which is always a big, big hitting element to have for Outsiders.
Gonna have just James towards B bomb side. He is going to be the sole defender, the AWP being the turret towards apartments. A deep Molotov in the meantime towards top of mid, going to force Nafany to use his smoke early on. So a little bit of contestation towards mid early on, with Outsiders with a very A and mid heavy defense, primarily towards A. You can see Buster playing towards Shadow. You have Flit towards connector area. That's where he usually calls his home. Kicker towards ticket booth, and of course Yakinda going to be kind of like the float guy, potentially even the rotator. James playing a very aggressive angle here inside of B apartment. So for him, it's about finding the opening pick and falling back and holding a more passive angle on the B bomb site.
Exactly. He can't afford to die here. Great shot, falls back. Exactly what you highlighted. And he's nailed it. If he goes down to a quick fire headshot, that is B site just open and begging to be planted on. So a huge passage of play on the side of Outsiders. Alleviates a little bit of the pressure. It is the Galil that gets traded up to the AK-47, though, and oh, Nafany's already made moves in. They didn't realize this. He's got 1, but Yakinda stands his ground, makes a bit of a move. Knew his flashes were susceptible to landing on him, and Flit steps up with the FAMAS, but he's put down where he stands. And that's where some of the firepower not working in Outsiders' favor is going to sting. And they're already in a position, because of that previous round, losing so many weapons, they have to save. They're in such a dire position. You can see Buster hasn't even moved an inch off the A side. This round is done.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate that one of the saved weapons is that MP9. So a huge round here for Cloud9, and you hit the nail on the head there, Vince. Like the previous round, hemorrhaging too many players on what was not even a half line, not even a force buy, just a Deagle and maybe a P250 being purchased there from Cloud9. And despite losing the opening player there, that was Axel falling to James AWP, they will pounce on the bomb side. Good trading overall. James not expecting the player to have dropped down. I feel like amongst all the commotion, I'm not sure how the player dropped down and no one heard him, but James was completely caught with his pants down, and he was so hyper-aware as to where Yakinder was, and despite Yakinder able to get the trade, he was just pounced down upon from above. And Cloud9 getting the first round on board on the Cloud9 banner. And yeah, the save enables them to wheel the M4 and the MP9. Apart from that, it's a full eco virtually for Outsiders. We see a couple of smokes being purchased by Flit and Yakinder, but that's about it. I want to see where the M4 is posted towards. It's of course going to be the hands of Kickert, who's going to be playing by his lonesome towards ramp. You can see early mid control being taken by Cloud9, not really facing too much of any pressure from the CTs. A nade getting lobbed in deals a bit of damage into Hobbit and Axel, but Outsiders have opted to just relinquish any control of the B bomb side and go for a bit of a stack towards A. And that's totally understandable, right? When you have the inferior weaponry, you want to just rely on the fact that, you know, you're going to be going for a bit of a stack with these USPs, try and work around the M4 and the MP9 in the hands of your other two teammates and try and make something happen. Nafny, in the meantime, is making a lot of noise towards mid. The smoke for Connector, trying to draw out the attention of the Outsiders members towards a mid position. Meanwhile, the remaining members of Outsiders, sorry, of Cloud9, heading towards the B bomb site. And here comes the execute. They're not going to find anyone here. It's going to be an easy bomb plant and should be the round going the way of Cloud9 as they tie things up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just bodyguard these two players. Ooh, that's a rough spray from the Farney, but it looks like he may get away with it. This is where you want to try and hold on to that M4 and the MP9 again. I'm surprised they're even going in for frags at this stage. I mean, the MP9 is more expendable, but surely you want to keep the A1S alive. And yeah, Kickert's in Palace. So the USP players also have the Zeus in the form of James. This is just a nice little bonus if he can get some kills and maybe sniff away one of those AKs. But ultimately, this round is a done deal. James will not get a chance to use that Zeus. And Kickert looks like he may hold on to his M4. So small, tiny victories on the side of Outsiders, but Cloud9 have really stood up these last two rounds. Their money's going to build nicely now. You can see a few players around that $5,000+ mark already, and they'll be around there even after picking up extra utility and 2-2 the score. However, it does afford Outsiders some decisions now if they do want to try and drop a couple weapons. Flit also importantly got an AK-47, which that's significant. That actually could afford them a buy here. Problem is, though, Blair, if they do go in for a buy, first Flit would have to drop an AWP, which puts him into a horrible spot, economically speaking. Yep. I wonder if Outsiders just decide to tap out of this one and try and make these two rifles work.
Yeah, money is... this is one of the hard decisions to make, right? I pointed out there is enough to eke out an okay buy, but you don't have the AWP for James. It's going to be obviously a very instrumental piece on their defense. And yeah, Flit. If James was able to go for the glass cannon, that's fine because you have the AWP. You can be afforded the fact that you don't have any Kevlar, but you don't want Flit to be wielding a rifle without any Kevlar to speak of. So yeah, you can see a bit of a. This seems like a technical timeout, but still, Outsiders have a decision to make, and you can see they haven't really gone for the purchase quite yet. Very early days, though. And if the first game we had on the secondary stream is anything to go by, Vince, this game could easily go either way. Bit of a recap. I'm still kind of reeling from that first game where it was Bad News Eagles. 9-6 on the T side, Vince. And somehow Copenhagen Flames, they're able to snatch it back. Looks like Nafny has connected back into the server as well. So we should hopefully quickly, resume this game. I have to agree with you. I feel like for Outsiders, I would envision them going for a few upgrades. You could even see some Kevlar being purchased. So in case Kickert gets dropped or Flit gets taken down, those rifles could be wielded by players having Kevlar, you know, avoiding the aim punch. So we could have Yakinder and James, or at least Yakinder and Buster going for the Kevlar Deagle buy. Or no, they're going to go for it. They're going to go for it.
Oh.
All right. The AWP being dropped by Flit. Okay, so he's got no Kevlar. All right, this is a interesting purchase. There we go.
That's a late buy, Blad. They were buying with like a second to go. It feels like a very late call.
Yeah, it's a very hard decision to make as well, but it looks like they're going to be committing to this anyway. This is a fast play coming in from Cloud9, and look at Axel just running up Cat and Yakinda. The Danger Man will be taken down very, very early. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock, and you've already lost your talisman.
Oh, after a slow buy as well, and you can see the impression that's going to have, the impact. No incendiaries. They have a kit, but a distinct lack of utility, and there's over 1:20 left on the clock. Now, Outsiders, they desperately need to just salvage a couple of kills. Try and put some pressure back down on the T's. Exile may get caught if he's not careful from Flit, who's watching the angle, but there is the reason they went for the AWP. James has had impact, but he's alone and they can smoke off this angle. They can still spill out into the site and there's no escape. James wanted to pull a plug. I'm pretty sure he'd already called it safe in this game.
Okay.
And Exile's like, yeah, do you know what? I'm not content with a couple kills. I want to add myself a third.
How's Flit going to extricate himself from his position is a question as well. He is kind of trapped there. He might just have to stay put for the duration of this round. What a round from Axel. Just running up mid, he finds the player that is Yakinder crossing connector, and then gets a perfect flank, takes away the AWP, which was such a risky buy coming in from Outsiders, and then just dismantles, deletes Kickert from the server. This is a bit of a statement coming out here from Cloud9. Despite losing the first couple of rounds, they have looked lethal thus far. And look at the cash as well. Look at how much money they're going to start to build up now, the fashion in which they're winning some of these rounds. Flit, yeah, he won't budge from that position. He's going to remain alive inside a connector. Cloud9, just the one casualty. They are feeling mighty comfortable at the moment here, Vince. For Outsiders, though, sure, you save the 2 guns. With the loss bonus starting to get even better, they will be able to eke out yet another buy. But the fashion in which they're losing some of these rounds, they are getting dissected by this T side from Cloud9.
Yeah, because of the 2 save weapons, though, they can scrape together another buy kicker. It drops an AWP to James. So it's not the end of the world. It's the importance of calling early to save.
No kits.
I think Exile, that's true. No kits is going to be a potential issue, especially all that thought, because it's going to be another really fast push. This time it's over onto the B side. Dividing the 2 CTs, but they do hold fast. They hold firm. Such an important kill from Buster. It stops the push dead in its tracks, repels the onslaught, and instantly Cloud9 respect that, and they pull back out.
Cloud9 haven't really shown much pressure towards the A-bomb side, right? If you go back to the pistol round, for example, we saw Shiro and just teasing towards A-ramp. Apart from that, they really haven't been contesting much towards A. It's primarily been, going for the mid control, just going for the B execute time and time again, where they found, well, can't doubt them, they found so much success there. But because of how many rounds still remain to be played in this half, they have a lot of avenues, a lot of options available. You can see how Outsiders are paranoid about his B-bomb side. There are 3 players, Vince. You have James with the AWP inside of market scoped in towards window. Then you have, of course, a Buster playing alongside Yakinda towards the B-short area. And on his A-bomb side, it's just Kickert by his lonesome. And the smokes are going to be deployed. Flit is going to be, he won't be able to help his team out. Maybe he can toss in a flashbang. No, yeah, he has 1 flash and maybe help his teammates out. But right now, Kickert is isolated. He's a 1-man army on that A-bomb side.
Oh, the flash is so good, though. He may be alone, but he has the support from his teammates. And a big miss there on Shiro. Inters finally shows his hand from Palace, but it could be too little too late. There's more frags come out through mid. 17 seconds, Shiro will have enough time for the plant, and he won't be pushed down because the remaining CTs are clumped together through on jungle. And importantly, they've dealt with Hobbit. Shiro, though, is still to peek into the stairs, and now he's going to try and peek behind that. The timing, though, is so brutal. And importantly, on Outsiders, not only do they get the round, they keep 2 players alive, and they can start to get some kind of foundations built on the CT side, because it was looking like it could just slip out of control.
Yeah, that was a great flash coming in from Buster to help out Kickert, who was in a very uncomfortable position inside a shadow. He could have got the 2nd kill onto Shiro. It could have been a much more convincing round, in all honesty, for Outsiders. But then the fact there was a lack of smoke on the top of stairs, enabling some of the trades to take place for Outsiders. Good job from Buster initially to take down Napoli there. And Hobbit on the lurk towards mid, being quite a thorn indeed. But this was Flit, right? He gets the 1st kill. 2nd one to Shiro as well at the very end there. Huge round coming in from Flit, who has been a bit quiet thus far in this matchup. Still very early days, though, as we will have the buy coming out once more for both sides. Full-fledged buy, a very aggressive maneuver by Cloud9 towards the top mid. Flashes, and it's going to be Yakinder out wide. The wide swing catches Nafni in a very uncomfortable spot, but Axel from behind, it's going to be Shiro, in fact, to get the kill. He knows where Yakinder is. Yakinder found out by Axel, and this early just scramble from mid-control. It's just fallen into the hands of Cloud9. Sure, Hobbit is down to just 7 points of health, but they'll take it, Vince. And with still a minute Over a minute left on the clock. Cloud9 have a lot of avenues available to them. There's a bomb site, though. It's going to come down once more to Kicker to be the hero of the hour. Fortunately for him, Buster is slowly but surely creeping all the way back towards the ticket booth.
It feels like James is going to have some serious impact here, peeking on the catwalk side. If they can get the right timing on this peak, it could be huge because Buster also watching Connector now. Axel's not sure if he's getting peeked in the back. Integral moment for James. The impact on the AWP there was massive. And now the timing working against, but Buster can't quite make the most of it. 35 seconds left, and Cloud9 starting to push onto the site. They still need to dethrone Kickert, who's put his position on Tetris and makes this a tentative task. Kickert and Buster, both chiming together in tandem, have surely secured this round, unless Inters can pull off a 1-on-3, but time itself against him. Bomb position is horrible, and James is watching the murder hole. So maybe Inters can try and hold on to this AK-47, but that is the best case scenario. They do have enough money alongside this to squeak another buyout, but it's outsiders now coming back into this, keeping 3 players alive, which is super important for their economy. And it's getting into one of those situations where Cloud9, they've had a bit of success out in mid, but they've also fell prey to just James' long flanks.
Yeah, and that's a huge save for Inters as well, right? He's had, I do believe, $3,400 in his back pocket, so he can easily afford an AK-47 for his teammates. He can purchase a smoke and perhaps even a Molotov for himself as well. And there we go. So just a flash being purchased by him. That's all right. They still have a buy. Axel with the MAC-10 though. But that was such a crucial round for Kickert, right? Like just that. His position was completely unknown. His teammate, I do believe it was Buster, all the way towards ticket booth, trying to just take their attention away from him and finding a crucial kill. Great crossfire there being set up by outsiders. And Cloud9. Oh, that's a free kill. That is a free kill. Axel getting away with murder, and Flitz completely unaware of the fact that there could be a player pushed up from underpass real quickly. And that was Axel with the MAC-10 as well, taking away a dangerous player. With Flit falling towards that jungle position, suddenly the defense is going to be split in half. Kicker trying to play aggressive. There was a flashbang from his teammate to try and just peer down towards ramp, but he doesn't find anyone. And you can see the positioning from Hobbit waiting patiently for outsiders to try and be a little bit more aggressive, to try and gather a little bit of information. But instead, outsiders will opt to turtle up. A 2-2 split here, and they execute. It's going to be towards an A bomb site. They also have Axel on the lurk towards mid.
Yeah, this time James needs to have impact from the CT boxes. He may get the first frag, which he does, and he's got some support as well. Kickert is still here. This round is not over just yet. Cloud9 have a bit of mid-control, but this is where Catwalk begins to be a bit of a problem. And Shiro's missed his shot. Misses 2 in a row, forces James away, but Kickert's position still hasn't been spotted. MAC-10 goes in first. Now they know. Headshot does connect, so Kickert may be living on borrowed time, and Shiro has had a lot of opportunities in this, but hasn't capitalized on any of them just yet. Could be going down, and indeed he shall to Kickert's hands. The weakened player is now finished off 2-on-2. 18 seconds, and James is still a thorn in the side, a pain in the backside of Cloud9. 10 seconds to go. They're going to force the bomb down, and Jungle didn't quite have the impact it was hoping for, but James has stayed alive for so long. He's still in with a shot. But now the change of tides comes in. His teammates have all fallen around him, and he now needs to be the aggressor with the AWP. And Inters will capitalize as he comes out into the open. A very scrappy round again, but Cloud9 draw it back to 4 apiece.
They've broken the money. They've broken the economy of outsiders. A couple of rounds they managed to clinch. They did suffer a lot of casualties. If you look at the cash right now, James 3,600. 3-4 players on average about $2,200. Nothing you can work with. That was a bit of a rough start there. Flit getting taken on early on. Great 2v4 being played by Inters and Hobbit. They knew how the two low players where they were. Wants to get the bomb down as well. Hobbit repositioning himself, staying out wide, not both of them getting stuck in one corner. And James, he was given information that one of the plays is low, but Kickert faces him at the end there, and a huge round being won by Cloud9. This is a full eco now for the side of outsiders, just a US piece. Cloud9 are the one team who are so very, very good at playing these rounds, right? When it comes to just the pistols and half-buys, they're so good at dotting those I's, crossing the C's, and getting those headshots. A lot of damage being dealt by Yakendar, though. Nafni, down to 16 HP. Of course, that is just the Galil, and this is cheeky. Oh, they might not be expecting the second player getting boosted up here. This is such a cool play from outsiders. James could come in from behind. He spots the barrel. Shiro will be taken down, off retrieved, and now it's a 4v4 with one player heavily hemorrhaging. And even if they go for the save here with the AWP, that's already a win for Outsiders.
I think they may be posting up for some exit frags, see what happens. If Cloud9 decide to get overzealous and give a free life away, then maybe that'll be the green light dialed in, and they'll have a go at it. But otherwise, maybe choke them out, see if they get a bit of damage to the bomb as well. If you can get an AK-47 out of this, and keep in mind that Defani is low at 15. But this round is done. Cloud9 will be taking it. That much is already dialed in. That much is certain as they try and escape through on the CT side. Looks like they'll be given this passageway as Buster's playing more passively in the murder hole. A good read from Cloud9. But as you said, that is a victory as far as Outsiders are concerned. They came into this with absolutely nothing. They come out of it with James on an AWP and $5,800 to his side. So they can get a really solid buy if they so choose to go for a double AWP. That would also be available for them. I guess only time will tell, but have to also mention on the other side, to play devil's advocate, already Cloud9 have 5 rounds on their T half, and they could certainly extend this lead. This is already them in a really good position, and Outsiders, keep in mind, they won the pistol, they went up multiple rounds. Since the rifles came in, Cloud9 have looked a league above them.
Oh, absolutely. Cloud9 really haven't made too many missteps here. A faster play coming in towards A. We haven't seen this that often, and they're getting shut down here. What a spray from Kickert, finding 2 kills. However, he will eventually fall from well-placed nade from Axel. 2v3 here. Still player advantage for the side of Outsiders, as Shiro looking to bring this one back, but he will eventually fall as well, leaving it all in the very capable hands of Axel. A whiffed shot from James might give him an opportunity here.
He's got time, he has the bomb. He's got a bit of utility as well. If he can get this kill into Kindle, this could be massive. There it is, but it's not cleanly. And James will make the most of it. It ends up being costly, especially considering how well Kickert held the initial push. He moves himself on 8 frags. So losing 3 players is pretty significant, I should say, and a considerable hit to their money. Cloud9 have just enough to scrape together another buy, so Outsiders are not out of the woods just yet. But at least have brought us back to an even keel again. This is the play from Flip and Kickert where they locked it down to start things off. They got a 3-for-1 trade. So the fact it came down to Exile in a 1-on-3, and he actually made Outsiders sweat there is pretty impressive by itself. Incendiary down onto Connector, forces away Flip from the position, but it seems like Cloud9, they have their eyes set on the A side, and now the wall of smokes comes into play. On top of the stairs, on jungle, need to deal with the threat that is Kickert. He's been playing well so far. No one's peeked into him. That's a freebie of a frag. No counteractive play either. Incendiary just gets smoked out instantly, and he can stay alive here for quite a while. This allows the rest of his teammates to start to get closer and rotating faster, and he's dropped the bomb as well. Kickert's doing it all alone. Inters in the smoke is going to try and repel him, but the damage has already been done. Even if Inters gets the frag, as he should and will, they still have to contend with so many angles right now from Connector, from jungle, and in the meanwhile, Exile is still way over on the other side of the map. He's not helping his teammates out at all here.
They have nothing left to work with, right? After that's just so massive Kickert. Waiting out the smoke, staying alive for as long as he could, even finding a couple of kills there, ably helped out with a great flashbang being lobbed in by his teammates from jungle. And because of that, the smoke's evaporated, and there's nothing left. They just have 2 or 3 flashbangs remaining. Great proactiveness with the Molotov being lobbed into its shadow, so they're able to take down the player that is Inters, who eventually found Kickert earlier on. With a 4v2 right now, sure, James is very low, but all he's got to do is hold that angle towards top mid. Axel still waiting for someone to push in, but no utility. And just these 2 rifles saved. Now, heading to the next round, they might be able to go for a few upgraded pistols, perhaps, but that's about it. This is a very critical round for Outsiders to win. I like what Cloud9 did there. Like, they finally went for the A execute without really leaving any holes. They went ahead of the smokes as well. The smokes landed, but no one cleared Shadow first, right? And that was the mistake they made. Kickert able to find the kill, and then after that, just able to stay alive for as long as he did, pretty much sealing the round for the side of Outsiders. First tactical timeout going to be called here by Cloud9, though. And if you look at the money, as we pointed out, sure, they have the 2 AK-47 saved, but because you save it, you don't get the bonus money, meaning you won't be able to eke out any more utility. Maybe Shiro might buy a flashbang. That's it. The other remaining players, they have to go for the eco. Maybe might purchase a couple of P250s, perhaps, Vince, maybe a couple of smokes to try and execute something and hope that the AK-47s find a couple of duels, but it does limit a lot of the options for the side of Cloud9. They might have to just go for a very one-dimensional play. If you take a look, just the fact he just stays alive, able to triangulate where Hobbit's wrapping up his bullets from as well. Just a brilliantly played round there by Kickert, considering he was all by his lonesome and he was isolated, and the force buy will come in. That at least allows Cloud9 some utility to work with here.
It does. Also, it equalizes their money in terms of everyone's going to be on the same page next round, whether they win or lose. So you don't get these like weird situations where 2 players can buy, but 3 can't, or vice versa. And it does give them a chance. Additionally, it allows them to at least try and bring down some of these outsiders players to pretty much dwindle their economy as well. However, starting off with one of those save rifles being taken down for free at the hands of James is the worst possible start for Cloud9. And his death, you can see it on the minimap right now, is out in the open. They're not sure if James is still watching the angle. Smoke down onto that may actually afford Nafani the opportunity to pick this up, which may be a slight blunder from outsiders, but the smoke still repels them from pushing in. So Cloud9 in real trouble for this round, but Shiro, he's managed to sneak his way into connector undetected.
Still needs to cross on over though, and it's all about timing. Will James spot him or not? There is a bit of a window there from the sneak on in, and Shiro, has he somehow threaded it? They're going to try and flank this jungle position. This is so rough for the player inside the jungle. That is Flit. He's going to be found from both the sides. Shiro doesn't check him though, and somehow Flit is still alive. Finally, he will be found by Nafani, and that's going to be the focus on the CTs. As Indra just comes running out of the smoke, and James is going to find an easy shot. Kicker's going to chip in with a couple of his own, and it's all fallen apart for Cloud9.
Man, Kickert right now is the nemesis of Cloud9. He is everywhere. He is nowhere. They have no idea. They check under their bed every night for Kickert before they go to sleep, and I'm sure they will tonight as well. This guy has been unbelievable, and you can see the impact that he's having. It's alleviating so much pressure on James. It's allowing him to play toll booth or CT boxes, knowing that Kickert has his back covered. He's going to tuck him in at night. Like, it's just so huge. How he's playing is so phenomenal.
And for Cloud9, I am a little surprised. We've seen this happen a couple of times as well, where they seem to be not cognizant of the fact that Kickert likes playing Shadow. He likes playing towards the Tetris, towards the ramp, the connector position. And how many times has it gotten away with murder, right? No one checking him, no one holding the, no one spotting for him, and just kind of assuming he's nowhere in the vicinity. It is finally going to be just the pistols out for the Cloud9 side, as they once more going to be heading in towards A. This is the classic, the El Clasico, Vince. Rush A, I plan B.
Exactly. Is it going to work, though? Because although an incendiary was tossed out early and the HE's flubbed a little bit, yeah, this is where the House of Cards is going to come down.
Oh.
And additionally, Hobbit, though, may be afforded a chance now because 2 of his teammates have struck. And we've got into a very awkward position on the side of outsiders. They've lost their talisman and Kickert. There's 2 players able to also escape back down ramp, but Hobbit still hasn't moved in.
The longer he waits, the faster that window is going to close in his face. He's going to actually drop into the site without the bomb, so he's been spotted. But they haven't seen the C4 yet. Now, the C4 can be retrieved by his teammate. As Hobbit is just toying with Yakinder. He's aware of Buster, just sort of running up towards bench as well. And Hobbit, for how long? How much longer can he stay alive is the question. As Shiro finds Yakinder, the P250 dealing the pain. It's a 3v2. 30 seconds, though. They need to get the bomb down. This is so uncomfortable for outsiders.
No, not like this, outsiders. You surely can't lose this round. Inter's now down to 20 HP, 25 seconds left, and Shiro's got his third, and he's still at 100% of his hit points. Buster, 29 to his name, finds both players. There's one, but Shiro's picked up a 4K. Cloud9 with daylight robbery. That is criminal.
Call a tag timeout right now. You need to call a tag timeout right now to just reset from that. That's criminal. That, like you said, that is absolutely criminal. Cloud9 had no business. Forget winning the round. They had no business even getting more than a couple of kills.
Yeah.
That was nothing in that investment. It was a meme round. Guys fake A, I'm going to plan B, and they just wind up winning. It's Shiro coming alive. He doesn't even need a rifle. The P250 is enough. And Cloud9, they just snatch one away from outsiders who are going to be reeling off of that. Fortunately for them, though, Vince, they have enough funds to purchase a pretty solid buy overall, but can see a distinct lack of utility here, considering how early in the round it is. A couple of smokes, a flashbang, and an incendiary, which will already be used up early on. Cloud9, they're taking this one slow. They're just trying to just wait out any aggression from the CTs, which is what you can expect when you know the buy is not that ideal. And then, slightly delayed, they will be going for that mid-control, waiting for Exile to make his way down from underpass. The other 4 members is grouping up and going to take this mid-control, where they won't be really facing any opposition.
Yeah, mid vacated again. We haven't really seen outsiders play mid aggressively. You know, we saw this a lot in the challenger stage on Mirage, where CTs would be pushing up mid, getting into underpass, would basically just be a nuisance. Hasn't happened from outsiders. Also loving that previous round. The moment you could tell where they began to believe is the moment where Hobbit dropped the bomb in apps. He's like, yeah, I'm going to push onto the site now. It went from let's do a gimmick, a little cheese strat to wait, we can win this. James, though, feels the same way. And as his AWP has already sung once, but he's been forced out. That utility is so good. It may not end up mattering, though, but Intis is keeping this round just about alive by the slimmest of margins. Now they trade up to the AWP. Shiro is going to get aggressive, realizing that if they stay on the site static, they will just be outnumbered and outgunned. Big damage exchange between the two market players. And now Intis is doing damage on the approach. Big headshot, but it's down to Kickert again. He's been a nuisance, a nemesis on A, but can now come full circle. He may have just been spotted. Half the fuse is left, and Kickert has been eradicated from Shiro. And with Buster on 18, he has to get out of there. He has to tap out. Cloud9 will tie us up again.
There was a window there for Buster to sneak on in, because this was unconfirmed damage in Buster, right? It wasn't a shot rattled off by Shiro. What a well-played round there from Shiro and Intos. They knew they had a man disadvantage, even despite getting the bomb down, and he was so proactive. Shiro, he attacks the first player, helped out by his teammate there on the side. Inters coming up huge here, and that's the thing with Inters. You're not looking at Inters to be the guy to drop a 30 bomb, right? You're not looking at him to be the MVP for your team, because you have the likes of Shiro and Axel, but you're looking at him to be the guy to close out the rounds, to be the clutch meister, and he was magnificent there. You got to remember, Shiro was very low in health as well, and despite that little bit of some signs of life from outsiders, despite a little bit of resurgence, Vince, Cloud9 to snatch it back. 7-7 as we head into the final round of the first half, and the advantage firmly with Cloud9 right now. You look at the buy for the side of outsiders. Yakinda with a solitary rifle, and he's on a one-man mission. This is very, very risky. The timing, though, Shiro walks away.
Oh, that aim is so crisp from Yakinda, and Shiro down to 38. He's keeping his finger on the pulse, but Yakinda has snuffed out Nafani already. And now the T's are looking to try and explode onto the A side, but look at this fast rotation in. Cloud9, they've been read entirely. Outsiders are up to the task, and now Kickert with a 5-7 is going to put down some more frags. Shiro low, Axel and Hobbit still alive, but they find themselves a player behind him, make that 2. Yakinda from CT box makes this an even taller task ahead, and there's also a flank in. The long con all the way around the back from Buster. Yakinda may not require that, though. He kicks off the round with the aggression in middle, comes full circle. He may go down, but surely he's done enough, because Shiro on 13 HP is about to get swung in onto Buster. One bullet anywhere on Shiro's person, and this round, this half is done. And there it is, Buster with the overkill, the execution shot. Outsiders will lead by 1, but 7 rounds on the T half. Already a pretty solid showing from Cloud9.
Yeah, great showing, but that round was Yakinda. Again, showing what he can do. Solitary M4A1 just fights top of mid. Not a fight you want to take when you're all by your lonesome. There's no one to trade for you. There's no one to help you out. There's no flashbangs. Just dry swings. Gets the opening pick here on towards Nafani. And then again, Kickert. Man, he always seems to be good for 1 kill. Yakinda spots Hobbit coming out at the edge of the smoke. And Shiro, 1v3, getting tagged on quite drastically. And honestly, it would have been almost nigh impossible for him to win that one. But for Cloud9, sure. 7 rounds on the T side here as they move on to the more, well, slightly more favored CD side on this map. But outsiders, considering they won the pistols and considering Cloud9 kind of seemingly had run away with that, will still have the lead heading to the second half over here. We have Yakinda and Jane with the utility, 4 flashbangs, couple of smokes, and the way they're setting up right now, it doesn't look like a no-nonsense play here towards a B bomb site, but Inters will immediately silence Kickert inside of the B apartments.
Well, you can see Shiro was itching. He's like, come on then, make my day. I've got my Julies. I'm in prime position, and he's like, Intis, why'd you have to kill him, bro? You stopped my push, you stopped my glory. Outsiders with a knee-jerk reaction decide, okay, let's not push into B just yet, but they haven't got any other control on the map, so it feels like it's just going to be a delayed hit. More so than anything, they're not sure if they're getting flanked through underpass, could be getting pushed through ramp. There could literally be CTs behind them, and that's why James has his eyes back towards the T side. This is the problem with Outsiders. That one kill has entirely wrecked every plan they had for this round.
And you can see James being just paranoid. As you pointed out, you could have a player now flanking towards top mid, you can have a player pushing towards T-spawn. They still have a little bit of time, but the longer they wait, the more pressure is going to be on them. Shiro. Oh, he's in a bit of a rat position here, Vince. The dualies from this position could ruin their day. He clicks his guns together, and here comes the hit.
Here it comes, but the flash is so good, it fully blinds him. All of that build-up and nothing in return. Inters with one is going to add to that mark and spills the bomb down. Axel also joins the party and Inters with his third. You discussed before, you don't expect him to be landing 30s, but one thing we know about Inters, his aim is on point.
Oh, those taps, Vince, those taps. Clean, one taps. Axel chipping in with his frags as well. Let's take a look at this, right? Okay, one. Shiro falls. One. Clean. I mean, okay, maybe not the final one, but that's fine. That's fine. Clinical execution on that B bomb side by Cloud9 Inters, showing that, yeah, you know, he's got the chops as well. For Outsiders, no bomb planted means just the Glocks. We have James purchasing the P250 and the smoke. Honestly, I do wonder what they have in store for us here. Maybe, you know, just lob in the smoke, hope they get the bomb down inside of it. But even though we saw Cloud9 win it with, I think, like a couple of P250s earlier in that first half, it is a unicorn round. It's something you'd rarely get to see twice in one game. So it's going to be pretty rough here for Outsiders to get the bomb down here. They do have the smoke, which they will be able to set up, but they have to contend against this man, Inters. And he's got an A1. Would rather have an MP9 perhaps in his position, but here comes the smoke for short, and here comes the push.
Yeah, banks it off for the easy molly. There's going to be so much damage. This is over. I want to say it right now. Molly through everyone, just evaporating outside of apps. 2 players there. There was never a hope. Not a single point of damage was lost for Cloud9. As clean as you could like. But as you mentioned, they only had a smoke. So let's be honest, they never really had much of a hope in that round.
Yeah, for them to get that bomb down. And you can see like the smoke was deployed towards short as well, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately for them, Cloud9 had 2 players playing inside of it. We had one towards short, and especially at that range with the A1 and the incendiary getting deployed. Not a chance in hell there for Outsiders to even get outside of the apartments. The buy is going to be coming in, however. AK-47s abound for each and every one of the members. Limited amount of utility. We have 4 smokes, a couple of Molotovs. As Outsiders just grouping up towards the top of mid. You can see Cloud9 not really looking to take this fight early on. This is a bit of a bonus round here for the CT side. We have the MP9 for Inters, Nafni with the FAMAS. Inters had an A1. He dropped it to his teammate. He frags and he gifts weapons to his teammates. I mean, what more do you want from a man?
A true Chad.
An absolute Chad.
Support, kills, crispy one-taps, a surgeon, basically. Yeah, Mr. Dependable. As you said, the Outsiders have a ton of AKs, but they're taking their sweet time in this round, and it's not like they have a bunch of utility behind this. They smoke down onto jungle, which is great, but they only have 2 remaining. Now they're starting to get a little bit of mid control, but Axile is in the ladder room in a very awkward position, and they're not going to realize this is a possibility. All it takes for him is to get 1 or 2 players. This round could fall on its head real quick, but Nafani being picked off from Buster is massive. This off angle may not get pushed in just yet, but now Axile around the back of them. He could be getting multiple frags here. There's 1, and a second as well. That spills the bomb down, and all he has to do is stay alive. The chaos, the interference, the interplay from Cloud9 has worked out so well, even though they lost the first player.
You called it. You called the position from Inters, and you were from Axel, and you were like, yeah, they don't clear this angle. It's gonna go very alright for the T side, and indeed that took place. They get the kill on towards Nafni and Connector, and immediately they just run in towards that B bomb side. And the moment he strikes, right, obviously attention is diverted in this direction, and that's when the other CTs, they pounce. Timing didn't quite pan out for Kickert. Maybe if it pressured the apartment simultaneously while his teammates were coming up short, it could have worked out as Inters hunts down Kickert at the end there.
Oh, that's after time. He's got $100.
Oh,
right to the plums.
That round was a bust, but that, yeah, dying off the time, that's gonna hurt even more for Outsiders. Cloud9 losing just one player. They have 4 AK-47s, Fitz.
They were so slow, man. Like, this is the issue I have with Outsiders a lot of the time, is if their first plan doesn't seem to work, they stall, they stagnate for way too long. And against teams like Cloud9, these guys are going to punish you. Like, you don't get a second chance. As you saw from Axile, he's ruthless.
And the fact that they have no presence towards A when it comes to, like, their defaulting means your options are limited, right? When it's 40 seconds remaining on the clock, now you have to head back towards A. That means you have no idea what the CTs are. You have no idea if they're pushing deep towards D-spawn. You have no idea if they're playing towards the ramp position. A bit of a one-dimensional approach coming out from Outsiders as Inter's going to spot a couple of players. Kicker getting stuck in the window, and one by like lemmings, they fall. But Flit, this lemming, does have a bit of bite. But swiftly, they will be swept aside. Axel, a nice nifty little 2K there. Again, the casualties are minimal for Cloud9. Look at the money.
Oh, yeah.
And the op's going to come out to play here for Shiro. The AK-47 getting lobbed into the direction of Inters. 87 for Axel, $6,900 for Hobbit. They are flush with cash. They have all the weaponry. They are right now almost unbeaten on this defensive side. And Outsiders, at least now they have a full-fledged buy, right? They have everything apart from the kitchen sink, and they can try and do something here. And this is much better. They're going for a bit of a default setup, right? You have a player towards Palace, that's Buster. You have Kicker towards the bottom of ramp. So a bit more control being exerted here by the T's early on.
It just feels so flat to me so far, Blair. Nafani again gets the first. It's a 3D kill on the side of Yakinda. Axel not doing his due diligence. Nafani pushing up the smoke. It's so cheeky, but it's worked out. They had one player in the form of Hobbit looking into top mid, and that afforded Nafani the chance at the drive-by. And all of the aggression so far has been Cloud9 on the CT side, making Outsiders look stale. And I need to see some zest. I want to see them fully unlock Yakinda. Let Yakinda go in and get entries for you.
They haven't done this yet. They haven't done this yet. We haven't seen this level of aggression from Cloud9. And look at this, a 4 versus 3. Nafni knows where the bomb is. He saw the bomb. He's not going to sit on it. He's going to push on ahead. Still a lot of time to work with it. James has no idea he's walked on pass. Kicker is in for a rude awakening right now. And Nafni's pretty much single-handedly won the round for his team. He executes Kicker. And now it's all on James and Buster. 2v4. They've got the bomb. They still have some bit of time to work with. Do they go for this, though? This would be so uncharacteristic for James to go for this play with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, this normally would be the classic James time moment. But they're going to go in. The C player on tall booth, nice frag. They have Buster, 2 kills back-to-back. No player from the CT can stop this bomb plan. They have the cross covered from Catwalk, but it's now been smoked. So James picking up the pace. This is more like it. But Inters bypasses the smoke, spots the head briefly of Buster, and they have the second contingent in the form of the CT boxes, and Shiro's going to show his hand, but there's James, a 2v4 clutch, much better from Outsiders. Finally some aggression, and wouldn't you know it, they get rewarded.
No James time today. No James time in that particular round. That is such a huge round to win, and you can see a little bit of a sigh of exasperation coming out there from Nafni. Because they've done everything to win that round, Vince. 4v2, they walks into T-spawn, gets kicked, just lurking towards ramp, and James decides, he called it, it's like, yeah, we're going for this. Catches a player towards ticket booth. They weren't expecting him to walk out that late. And honestly, right, if you are Cloud9, 4v2, you saw with the bomb where, I can kind of see why they maybe took things a little too easy there. 4 versus 2, they were holding some kind of uncomfortable positions instead of being tucked in and giving those opening picks to Outsiders. And then, of course, well played at the end there, closing it out. A huge round for Outsiders to win. A round, in all honesty, I felt it was done, was locked in by Cloud9.
What?
16-4 to NIP. Or can we make sure that's not a mistake in the HUD or the graphics?
Excuse me, Vitality?
Excuse me, NIP?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how. So that happened.
Correct. That is the real scoreline. Meanwhile, though, in our stream, Axile is going to go one step beyond and get some catwalk control. It's at the cost of Flit's life. And keep in mind, because of how scrappy that last round was, it's not like Outsiders are swimming in cash themselves. This could easily become a devastating state of affairs. The one round they've picked up as well on their T side. Up to this point, it has been 4-1 scoreline. Slowing things down, but they have mid control. Both Yekindar and James are currently situated in mid, and at Cloud9, way more passive angles. Player on the firebox. We haven't seen anyone occupy this in the first 21 rounds. Now finally seeing this position being utilized. Nafani up close, waiting for those smokes to come into play. But there's only one left collectively for Outsiders, and that's in Yekindar's hands. Not really in a position where he can fully utilize this. So they're looking for a pick. James slightly just getting up the staircase here, but no one is forthcoming. Yekindar gets the entry. That's what they've been looking for. Can try and crack this open, but now Nafani springs into action. Snatches the life out. James shuts him down in the back, and Shiro smokes himself into close proximity. This is getting uncomfortable. James getting aggressive again and getting so much reward for it. Good spray from Kicker, leaving Exile alone. And he's stuck marooned on an island in mid.
What a round from James. What a round from James. Even though Yekindar gets taken down, he was patient, playing at the edge of the smoke, finds a player towards staircase, and then just comes jumping in through the smoke, catching a rotation as well. That looked like Cloud9 had that locked down. And somehow Outsiders, you pointed it as well, Vince, they had the one solitary smoke in Yekindar's hands, and somehow they crack open that A bomb site. Not just crack it open, they lose just one player in the process, right? It was a 4 versus 5, and they just dismantle that hold from Cloud9. Also, just looked at the stats as well. S-Tag, I believe, went 37-12.
What?
Against Vitality. Yeah, what is pretty much, it summarizes my 37-12 in regular. 37 kills in a 20-round game.
Yeah, 60. That's outrageous.
That might actually be a record.
Possibly. A major, at least.
Yeah, because sure, you didn't drop a 40 bomb, but BlameF had like so many rounds to play for. He had 30 rounds.
Yeah.
That's actually nuts.
Wow,
Because we have a banger of a game right now as well, but I'm a little blown away that S-Attack did that. Maybe he heard Maui Snake talking smack about him, you know? It's like, I'll show you who I am. Oh, boy.
Well, that definitely throws the Legends early on into an interesting position, doesn't it? That's Vitality 0-1 and Nip 1-0. As Blair did mention, though, we have a cracker of a game
Actually,
ourselves.
take that back. I take that back. It was just 23-9. It's Ryan. He just said 37-12 because he just likes hyperbole. God damn it, Ryan. You made me look bad.
Been debated.
I've been debated. But still, a fantastic showing coming out there from the NIP side. No one expected that. Right now, the Outsiders, despite being underdogs here, look, a lot of people didn't expect them to even make it to the Legend stage.
That's true. A lot of people thought that they would basically just be, as you said, like dead on arrival. Like this team was done. This whole Yekindar rumors that are coming out about him going into greener pastures, how would that affect their performances? Gotta give them credit. They look like they could be out of this a couple of times, but they are fighting back. They are proving to be a very legit team here in the Legend stage. Molly onto Nafani forces him away. Just a deagle for him and a distinct lack of utility. We've got to that point now where Cloud9, who were just so rich at one point, showing that the CT side is so cruel at times. Only takes a couple of losses and you are suddenly backs against the wall. This is Outsiders' moment, their chance to crunch Cloud9, to get themselves into such a good position. And it's been off the back of aggression, that key word that we didn't see much of in the first 3 or 4 rounds. Now we're seeing James go for aggression. Now we're seeing Yekindar get entries. They're forcing Hobbit out of position as well, while simultaneously pushing past Tetris. And they need to. Time is starting to run dry. No one's on the CT side. We don't have anyone in Shadow either. Really important moment. And Hobbit's going to pass with flying colors. Not just that, though. He's able to relocate and reposition back into Connector before coming back out into the open. Flit's got himself 1 kill, though. So chaotic. Nafani finds him, deals the fatal damage, can now trade across as well, but all of this was a ruse. All of it was a bait for this B play. With 15 seconds, James is nowhere near close enough to go for the plant. What has happened here, Outsiders?
Oh, that just fallen apart. They just took too long. And credit where it's due. Inters, he did not budge, Vince. He did not budge. And even a team flash coming in there. Just so many mistakes being made by Outsiders, like after winning a number of rounds where they've been able to steal it, snatch it from under Cloud9's nose. That was a team flash. I do believe it was Kickered, just running in, trying to clear out the angle towards stairs. And Team Flash comes in and he just gets taken down by Hobbit, and Hobbit escapes. Sure, it was a back and forth trade, but it was Cloud9 coming out on top. A lifeline being just tossed in the direction of Cloud9 by Outsiders. At least for Outsiders, though, they do have enough money to eke out yet another pretty solid buy here. As Shiro posted towards Connector, he's got back in the form of Nafni inside a jungle. A very heavy mid-aggression here by Cloud9. We've seen this a couple of times already. Split's going to smoke himself off, and that's going to be a giveaway as to his position. They're still holding these angles. Now, Yakinder is tucked on in. The right side of mid is can clearly see the screens, and he will be spotted. In a very uncomfortable spot he is, so he's going to use that smoke to try and make his escape. Nade's going to sail in, dealing so much damage here. And right now, both Yakinder and Flit in a very uncomfortable position. But in the meantime, the A hit is coming in while the CTs are distracted at mid.
It is, but that contingent in mid is being stalled so much from the smokes and the flashes. So can they have the impact? They've at least brute forced their way onto the site, but Shiro now is going to get put down by Kicker. That was their chance. Hobbit now shows his hand from the firebox. Bomb's been dropped down on Tetris, and Hobbit passes yet another couple of tests. He is just on fire right now in this round, picking up 3, putting this round to bed. And Yakinder has to try his damnedest to pull off this 1-on-3. The bomb's in an awful spot, as you can see highlighted right now, and Hobbit's not just a 3 and done. He wants to pick up that 4K. Yakinder comes in. Keep an eye as well on the economy of Outsiders. It's in tatters once again. Cloud9 are in such a commanding position. Is Yakinder just looking to save this AK? It seems he is. This round is over, it would appear.
That's round 13 for Cloud9. That's round 13. And then for Outsiders, what do they do? It's such a hard call to make. They go for the force buy. It's going to be just some pistols coming out, maybe a Galil being purchased by Jane, perhaps. That's about it. Hobbit will immediately evacuate the premises. Yakinder at least holding on to the AK-47, and there we go. All right, Jane can buy for himself, Kicker can buy as well. Sure, a force buy is going to be coming out. It's going to be on the cards here for Outsiders, but it's going to be a couple of pistols as well. It's not going to be a sort of buy you're going to be fully comfortable on, but what a round from Hobbit. What a round from the veteran. Reading it to perfection. Buster needed that trade immediately. He couldn't find it, and then Hobbit just running away with a 3K. So there you have it. The buy will come in, a Tech 9 and Deagle for Flit and Buster respectively. So they will at least be able to purchase a decent amount of utility. They still have an AK-47 saved by Yakinder. And James and Kickert with a couple of theirs as well. Yakinder playing a pretty aggressive angle there, right behind the flames. And Nafni aware of the potential of Yakinder lying in wait. He will fall back. Axel looking to be aggressive though. He's got a spot on Yakinder, but Yakinder comes out on top. Tagged down to 5 points of health, but he will stay alive.
Impressive, especially as he got crunched by a grenade just before that. Dropped down about 15 HP. He won't... Oh my god, Yakinder! I was about to say he won't live to tell the tale, but he proves me completely wrong. Carves a path through the head. Are you serious? That is massive. And Kicker gets the better of Hobbit, who has a really lapsed spray. So not only are Outsiders in a commanding position for this round, they haven't lost a single player. The bomb will be getting planted on A, and it seems like Cloud9 just want to pull the plug and save on the B side of the map. Yakinder, though, I mentioned before, Blair, unleash this man. Let him entry. Let him get you rounds. And that's exactly what happens in round 24.
This dead team energy, Vince, it's insane. That was all that Yakinder at mid. He had no backup. He was all by his lonesome. Tagged down to 5 HP, you think he's dead, and then he just absolutely destroys the CT inside a jungle. And he's looking for more as well. He's looking for the hunt. We spoke about economy of Outsiders being in tatters, but right now, keeping all 5 players alive as well, suddenly they've built themselves a little bit of a foundation to try and close the gap. Now just 2 rounds separate Cloud9 and Outsiders. For Cloud9 though, they of course have more than enough money to eke out a decent buy. Shiro with interest can drop for Axel and for Hobbit, and then Nafni could maybe purchase a FAMAS for himself perhaps. I think that is going to be the play over here. So it's not very grim yet. However, if Outsiders are able to continue these heroics from some of the individuals, they can easily crush the money. This game is not quite done yet, ladies and gentlemen. And there you have it. The FAMAS will be purchased by Nafni. The rest of them M4, A1s for the rest of the players with Shiro and then AWP. Early shot being taken by Shiro towards jungle. Not quite able to find the timing as Outsiders. Getting early mid control, leaving Yakinder a position where he's been basically almost an unkillable god. And slowly they will peel back. They have Buster towards apartments right now, usually, towards Palace, beg your pardon, where he's going to be looking. And then looking at the way they're slowly peeling back, it does look like an inevitable hit towards B, right? We saw Flit early towards B apartments. He's not going to stick around. They're wasting no time. And Cloud9, they're playing passively, but there's a little bit of a re-aggression out dry, and it is going to be Axel to come out on top. He has been tagged down to 18 HP, though, and that should be the call for Outsiders to go for this hit towards the A bomb site. Rotations, however, taking place.
Yeah, because typically when they've seen players outside, especially Yakindar, that gives information there's going to be an A hit at that stage. You don't play Yakindar top of mid if you're looking to try and explode outside of B apps. So they're instantly going for that rotation or play. Incendiary tossed into the Palace. They're going to be coming around the corner. Nafani just has a Famasto, but that Molly isn't going to extend. He should be getting kills. There's one, but only one, while Kickert's attention is elsewhere. 3 kills go the way of Outsiders. Oh, it was so scrappy. If Nafani's aim was just crisp there, he gets both. Instead, it's down to Axile and Inters. Inters has bypassed the smoke. That could give him the benefit of taking down Kickert, who is low and finished off from that nade. He was also spammed up through the box from Catwalk at the same time. So great teamwork, but considering Axile's low percent on his health bar, just one stray bullet and he's gone. Thus, he picks up the AWP, trying to bait out the shot for his Inters to come in instead, but James finds him, nails him, puts him down. Inters with the spray good for one. Probably not anticipating both players to be here, but Inters not punished on the cross. Buster misses his chance, but the time is so low. Although there is a kit, Inters can get the frag. I don't think he'll even survive with this AWP. He may die to the bomb. It's so unfortunate, but Cloud9 concede again.
Outsiders, I don't know how to do it. Like, it's so typical of them. You look like the round's done, you look like it's rough, yeah, like the CDs have the right read, and somehow all the duels go their way. This is a great re-aggression there. And Anthony from that, from the shadow position, kind of expected him to at least get a couple of kills. That would have made that retake much more viable, but yeah, huge round. The buy is still going to be coming in here for Shiro. He's going to have the hero M4A1, the rest of them with USPs. Are they looking to pick up the weapon? Because if they do, James going to have a free kill onto Nafany. Nafany, there we go. Head plucked clean off his shoulders. Axel decides he doesn't want to take this fight with a USP. So despite losing a player early on, that rifle will not be retrieved by Cloud9. For Outsiders, they know there's one A1 in play, but apart from that, they saw the USP in the hands of Nafany, so they know it is either a half buy or it's just, you know, maybe this this hero rifle in the hands of Shiro, so they're going to take things slow. There's no need to be over-aggressive and just run into a bomb site without doing your due diligence, and there we go. Making sure the AK-47 will not be retrieved, and they're going to be grouping back once more towards the A bomb site where they have had the majority of their success thus far. Okay, good. Once again, going to be leading the way. Buster towards Palace, the look as well. But this A1 in the hands of Shiro, Vince, this could ruin their day.
Exactly, now is positioned on A site. That is their one ace that they currently possess. Hobbit's fallen down, but Shiro is making amends. We'll get a bit of revenge in the process, down to 72. And at this point, the 2 USB wielders will just try and basically bait out the fire and draw the fire towards them so Shiro can really explode. 20 seconds on the clock. Things are starting to get a little bit uncomfortable, and Axel now from the triple box will finish off a weakened kicker. He may get sprayed down from a couple players pushing onto the site, but Shiro is still alive. Up on the staircase, 10 seconds to play with. Shiro with the spray takes down Flit, and now they just need to stay alive. There's not enough time for the plan, and Shiro will punish them. The hero M4 living up to its name, and Cloud9 too shy of the win.
4 kills for Shiro. When everyone had USPs, he had the responsibility of that M4A1, and he finds 4. We preface it saying Shiro could ruin their day. They ruined their day. 14 rounds for Cloud9, and Outsiders a little shook. What Yakinder can do, Shiro can do better, seemingly. The AWP is going to come out into his hands. The way he's playing, just give him the rifle, man. He's so sick. Taking a couple of shots through the smoke, though, as Outsiders trying to go a little bit more aggressively. Bit of a gap in the smoke here. Nafany waiting for it, but Yakinder is aware. He's aware of this. And does he spot him? No, he doesn't. Nafany and Yakinda not really seeing each other. The re-smoke comes in from the CTs, though. And Outsiders, heavy presence here towards mid. once more. They have left Buster by his lonesome, this time towards a ramp position. Looking to rest his mid control, try and sneak someone in, perhaps towards jungle. As Buster showing his presence towards the A ramp position. You can see Kickert slowly peeling back as well. It is looking like the A split from the side of Outsiders. This could actually work out here, Vince. The two defenders are Cloud9 still towards B. A little bit of regression here from Hobbit, but Buster, he is just patiently waiting on top.
Bomb has now been retrieved in the very capable hands of Kickert, who had a phenomenal first half, but has slowed down. Smoke onto jungle. Nafani will be isolated from his teammates. Mashiro from the toll booth collects. And it'll be a Kindar that pays the price. And although Hobbit is low, he is still alive alongside his 4 comrades over on the CT side. Bomb spilled out in ramp. 23 seconds, Outsiders have been bested again, and they have to just hold on to these rifles. They have nothing in their bank balance collectively. You're looking at, what, $550 before the end of this round? Cloud9 on the brink, on the precipice of getting this map done. But give credit to Outsiders, we're not done just yet, and they have made Cloud9 really extend as far as they'll possibly bend. They have taken them to their limits. This has not been an easy game, and Nafani just narrowly misses out on the chance to alleviate one of those rifles, but it's a Galil and an AK, and you're looking at squeaking out maybe some pistols, maybe a MAC-10 or 2, but very little utility. This is looking so good for Cloud9.
This is the perfect place for Cloud9 to close this one out. The Galil, the MAC-10, the AK-47, the double Deegs. For Outsiders, we can never count them out, Vince. We've seen them pull off some miraculous rounds in the past, and it looks like it's going to be a fast hit towards B. Kickert leading the way with the MAC-10. A lot of noise being made, information conveyed by Axel to his teammate, but it's a bit of a ruse early on. A little bit of a poke and a prod. Kickert coming out the worse for wear there, down to 47 HP from the utility being deployed by Cloud9. And look at this hole towards mid, and so much of pressure, and they're trying to rest mid control. Molotov to the top boxes, they spot no one there. And looking at how two players are towards the connector area, they can easily pivot back. But to say that, Shiro's going to be falling back towards the B bomb site. So now all of a sudden, it's down to Hobbit. All by his lonesome, but then Nafni, he's slowly peeling back as well, looking towards Palace. Now, the T's, they have utility to deploy, and it's going to be Nafni to open things up. A nice tap, and Yakenda will fall.
They have no mollies either for Hobbit's position. He's basically completely free. He's gone back up to the top again. James may have bypassed his location, though. He's in sandwich. And that could be a key moment in this round, but Hobbit with 2 as James watches. Yes, he may collect the life of Hobbit, but it's too little too late. And now James joined by Kickert. They've got to stave the onslaught of 4 players, and Shiro proving he can do it with the rifle, he can do it with the AWP, and Nafani will seal the deal. 16-12 to Cloud9, but they had to work for that game.
They had to work for that game. Some pretty shaky rounds here and there. Outsiders pulling off. That 2v4 comes to mind where James just stole it away. And for Outsiders, it felt like, you can see on the T side as well, that there were some issues, like they didn't really go from early map control for a number of the rounds initially. They were heavily just kind of like grouped up towards the B bomb side, towards A, and once the plan A doesn't quite pan out, they don't really seem to have a plan B, and they have to just keep on committing to those plays. So good game overall coming out from Cloud9. Bear in mind, this is their first matchup in over, I think, 2 or 3 weeks thus far. We had some question marks. We're like, will they be warmed up enough? You know, will they be ready? Because obviously Outsiders have been playing non-stop since the Challenger stage as well. And they showed signs of life. I mean, they're still a very dangerous team. And I gotta say, if they hadn't gone up against the might of this Cloud9 roster, against maybe some lesser teams, could potentially have gone the way of James and his men. One thing's for sure, though, if you're talking about the individuals on this team, players like Kickert on the CD side, what a thorn he was, the ghost of the A-bomb side. Yakinder really stepping up as well, and even James, you know, with that huge 2v4 pulled off. The individuals definitely are still very dangerous on this outsider side, but you can start to see some cracks in some of the game plan, so to speak, which was being exploited by Cloud9.
Yeah, the problem is that maybe Kickert was like a phantom, a ghost on the CT side, but he definitely was invisible on the T half. You know, he didn't have the same level of impact, and I think that was ultimately one of the determining factors. I don't mean to rag on him. You're seeing right now in his highlights, at one point, I think he was 13-5, and he was just everywhere on that A side. Once the roles reversed, though, Outsiders, it felt like they never really got into second or third gear. As you mentioned, a lot of their rounds were off the back of clutches. These aren't things that you can consistently churn out round after round. Yakinda had some really big, impactful frags, some massive rounds in terms of his entrying, but it just seemed like it was too far and in between, and it didn't quite seem like they were joined together. You know, a lot of disjointed pushes that didn't quite work out. In terms of the fragging department, though, Axile did fantastically. Shiro also, I think, deserves a little bit of credit here, especially in those last 5 or 6 rounds where he really stood up. But the man of the match is going to be Axile. 22 kills with just shy of 100 ADR.
This is a player we're looking to when it comes to this Cloud9 team, right? We're looking at the likes of a Shiro and Axel to really step up to kind of lead for this team. But even Inters as well, he was fantastic, right? Like we saw the pistol round, for example, really clean taps coming out from him. Shiro, if he didn't get that 4K with that Hero M4A1 buy, you never know. It could have gone either way. It could have been Outsiders running away with that half and with that map as well. So a bit of a kind of like a wake-up call, some might say, for Cloud9, because it's not going to be easy at all. And that was just Outsiders, so some people call a dead team walking.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Legend stage, though, Blair. There are no easy teams, as Nip has proven. I don't think a lot of people expected them to beat Vitality, and it was 16-4 on the A stream. Speaking of which, the A stream is going on simultaneously, so obviously jump across there if there's games you want to watch. But we're going to cut to a break, and then when you rejoin us, we'll be ready for our third match.
We're doing another 1.6 aim map challenge. We got Zaiwu and Masuta from Vitality. Now, Zaiwu, you played some 1.6 before?
Never. Sometime
okay.
with Zonic, sometimes we play some fast cup together, but never before.
You like it? You feel pretty good, or?
I don't know, I just know how to shoot. I just know how to shoot.
So you're more a Source man?
Yeah, I used to play Source before.
Okay, but Masuta, you said you had played some time.
Yeah, but it was when I was 6 years old.
Okay, a long time ago, that maybe not count. But technically, you have more experience on this, so you should be the favored one in this. All right, it's first to 10. Let's get this going. Let's see who's going to be able to win this out.
Let's go.
Good luck.
Good luck, Matu.
Okay, good luck.
Started off with the first one. One tap. Okay. I think now the pressure's going to be on.
Nice game.
Oh, still got him though. 1-1. Throwing an AK, and that was quick.
Yeah,
that was quick.
AK is better.
AK is better, okay.
Yeah, AK is better.
I mean, the movements are insane. Absolutely
Okay, I need
not.
to put silence. Oh, switch AK. I need AK. Okay.
Oh, Masuta, crispy.
Masuta.
Crispy.
Oh, we have something here.
I like
Maybe
it.
I should switch to 1.6. I don't know.
Is he going to go for the AWP? Is that what you're going to do? He still got it.
No. It's only AK now.
Okay,
Fuck
only
them.
AK.
No, only AK.
You don't fancy AWP in 1.6. So 5-2. Masuta looking good. See, he's playing it down. He was saying, oh yeah, I'm not the experienced one. Okay, let's see where he goes.
Okay, I'm gonna try as well. Let's do it, Joe. Come.
Oh!
Okay.
You did it in like a CSGO style though, with a crouch moving with it. Masuta's pulling it back into this. Oh, you're doing okay. So Zaiwu knows the little duck jump in a bit. He's fighting out.
Nah.
Oh.
This game is too hard.
It is very hard.
Wait, I don't have a weapon. Okay.
You don't.
Why don't you have a weapon?
What to drop?
Ooh. Not a headshot, but he tapped him down eventually.
Have you played this before, Banks?
Oh yes, many times.
Oh yes,
many times.
Wall bang.
You pulled out the pistol. Oh. No bullets.
Yes.
You picked up the AK with 1 bullet in the One bullet. He just tapped and went, oh no. Come back into it. Nicely
Yeah, this
done.
is a comeback. This is a
there
comeback.
we go. Oh!
That's called spawn kill, eh?
Yeah, but this is a game.
Zaiwu's going to win by any means necessary, Super Shooter. He's not going to be kind to you. No, he doesn't work. You've got to walk over it.
I didn't have the choice. What do you mean?
9-7. Zaiwu, you got to do some work, boy. Took some damage.
Yeah.
Blood on that wall. The aim tap's coming through.
Oh my god, this game.
Hey! All right, Masuta is our champion. 10-7 on that. How did that feel, Zaire? Was that harder than you thought?
Yeah, it was a hard game.
Yeah?
This is a hard game, yeah.
What do you like about 1.6?
Like the wall is all paper.
Yep.
That's good. No, this is good game. I mean, I know why people like this game. No,
Good. I like you're giving it some positivity. Masuta, you feel like your age 6 practice really paid off in this one?
I feel like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what helped you.
That's a good experience.
The spray though, not so much of a big fan of the spray.
No, it really looks very hard.
It is.
I think the easiest part is the tapping, but
The tapping, yeah? Tapping feels good, the registration of bullets
yeah,
is nice.
it feels good.
There we go. All right, we'll come shake hands. The teammates doing their thing.
Good game.
Well played, boys. Thank you very much for taking part in it.
You're welcome.
Masuta is the champion of the Vitality 1.6 League. Next time, we'll bring Zonic down, though,
Of course.
and see how that would go.
And
Bring
Matt.
Matt.
Bring Matt. Matt and
Okay.
Johnny.
Let's see if they can do it.
bring Matt.
We'll have to see how the next one goes.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
It's time for our third matchup of the day, and the bangers don't stop anytime soon. This time, it's Furia against Spirit. One team did incredibly well on the Challenger stage. Spirit went above and beyond many people's expectations, myself included. And then it's Furia, a team that, is it safe to say they're one of the sort of dark horses or even favorites to go very far on this entire thing?
I think they're absolute dark horses. I think they are a team who, if everything just clicks, they can just steal away this major from all the other favorites, right? They've looked incredible recently. When they got the new Opera coming in, when Safe joined his team, it took a while for them to kind of find their groove. Art was still being a bit of a liability with his hyper-aggression, but it feels like they've kind of found their groove right now. Safe is looking like, well, on the pun, but like a very safe pair of hands with the AWP. He can be aggressive when he needs to. But for me, when it comes to the side of Furia, it's the Fangs of Furia. It's Quesorado and it's Yuri. The 1-2 wombo combo, then you have the aggression coming in from Art. You have, obviously with his, shall we say, kind of an orthodox playstyle, which can stymie a few teams, which can confuse a few opponents. You have Safe looking very comfortable in his team. And then you have Drop, who has been a pretty solid support thus far. Like, I've seen him evolve as a player over time in this lineup where he used to make a few individual mistakes here and there, but right now he's fitting in perfectly into this Furia team. And yeah, for me, I have them going 3-0, man. I have them in pick'ems.
Hey, me too. Me too. We'll stay impartial, of course.
Very impartial, of course.
Yes, of course. But yeah, I also had them at 3-0. And the reason I've got them as 3-0 is because I never... Do you know, I get the same kind of vibes with Furia, even though they're a very different team, as the old school VP. You never knew which side of Virtus Pro. I'm talking about Pasha, Snacks, etc.
The Plow.
The Plow, exactly. Are they going to be the Plow? Are they going to just have an off game where they do questionable things, they get blown out in the best of one? On the other side of things, though, Magic's the man on your screen. A lot of the accolades are going to go to him, Dexter, the AWPer, but I think Magic's is one of those players that really goes under the radar and can post up some seriously impressive stats.
I've been so impressed with Spirit, right? We didn't expect them to make it out of the, of the Challenger stage, but they did so in a very, very convincing fashion. Dexter, I've always been a fan of him. He's been incredible. But it's the youngsters like Patsy, especially, who's been such a nuisance for the opposition. You look at players like Siren as well. They'll always look super hyped up and comfortable. If you just look at their body language, it doesn't feel like a couple of these youngsters are playing their most important matchups in their entire young careers, right? They seem so comfortable. I feel like Chopper has just built a fantastic young new squad around them. And if you're a fan of Spirit, don't forget to spam that lull for Abdul.
Well, the man on your screen right now, Magic's, is... I was actually discussing with a couple of the Spirit guys, some of the higher-ups, that how just positively infectious this guy is. Like, he's always got a smile on his face. He's always happy. He's always proud to just be there, repping the Spirit colors. And as I said before, like, you look at their games they played in the lead up to getting to the Legend stage, he was right behind Dexter in terms of fragging. He landed 20, 25 kills on the Ancient. We are going to be headed to Nuke, though, which obviously is a map that both of these teams are very comfortable on and don't mind playing. They share, I think they both played it roughly 10 times, like 7 to 10 times, and have pretty similar results on it.
Oh yeah, it's a map that, like you pointed out, both the teams are comfortable on. Furia, though, you know, we know their style, a very unique style on this map, especially on the T side, but we'll get back to it later on. Right now, we're going to be jumping in straight into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening game here for the Brazilian super team in the form of Furia going up against the young upstarts of Spirit, the youngest team in the tournament, as Yuri will just find one with the dualies. And Patsy opening up that A-bomb site is looking for more, and indeed it will be, well, Dexter to find the third kill for his team as K-Serrata tries his best to bring this one back for his team.
He's gone down, though, can't bring it back. Chopper will put an end to his life. And now Safe, the newest recruit to the team, left alive, known for his AWPing, not necessarily his pistol work. And Chopper will cut him down to size and get Spirit off to a 1-0 lead on their T side of Nuke.
That the Sword started looking for. This Spirit lineup, like you got to remember, they don't even have the coach behind them. And I was reading some of the articles in HLTV about how this team relies very, very heavily on their coach. Their coach is so instrumental in their setups, and obviously, when it's such a young team coming into play in a goddamn major, you want to have that extra pair of eyes. You want to have your tactician right behind you, but it's not there for them. And the fact that, despite that fact, they've been able to make it to the Legend stage here is no mean feat at all. And again, we show why Patsy, we speak about this young kid. He is so just mechanically gifted and has this innate ability to just single-handedly crack open bomb sites seemingly by zone. But he doesn't have to. He's got his teammates around him. Magix has been incredible. Chopper, even as an IGL, being very impactful as well. Sure, you don't see Siren really putting in the massive numbers as someone like Dexter or, you know, Magix or Patsy can. But he's also been very clutch as well when he really has to. This team, considering how young it is, Vince, they have already won my heart. And right now, they're battling up against what you said, and I think a lot of people have said, are one of the biggest dark horses in this tournament, the might of Furia.
Well, the might of Furia is going to have to be tempered a little bit longer. They do have the FAMAS in the very capable hands of Arts, but he is the only player with any real weapons to speak of. Other than that, it's the P250, and Safe already been put in his place from Patsy, the man you discussed before as being incredibly mechanically gifted, has got himself two. Will fall prey to Yuri's P250 work, though, from the shadow. And in doing so, though, Spirit have forced away enough eyes from the A side where it has become a very clear and free plan. Now, they could just hold on to this FAMAS. Wouldn't be a terrible or shabby outcome, especially considering they haven't fully invested behind the rest of the players. Plus, the MAC-10's not too shabby as well, but Dexter seems to have a good read of the situation. He's already moving down onto ramp. He could do without losing this AK, though. It's the only AK they actually possess. The rest of the players have Galils.
Yeah, I don't really envision Dexter going for this. Absolutely not worth losing that AK-47, especially when you know your opponent just went for the force buy. It's a very typical buy from Furia, you know. You sometimes, usually you see only Art going for like the hero buy, while everyone else, even though they might completely destroy the buy heading to the next round, it's something that we are more than used to seeing from Furia quite frequently, so I'm not surprised at all. And there we go. We will finally see the buy coming in. Still won't be great, however. Yuri's got that MAC-10. Now, he's got enough money to buy an M4A1, which indeed he will. So the MAC-10 will go into the hands of their captain. Art will be wielding the TSMG. Remaining members, we're going to be buying around the saved FAMAS. An M4A4 in play for drop. Quite a rarity nowadays in modern-day Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think the only player I've seen with it so far is, I can't remember if it was one Flatro. I know one of the Bad News Eagles players does use the A4 still. But as you said, everyone else has pretty much switched over to the A1S for the most part. Spirit, though, on this bonus type of round with a MAC-10 and some Galils, already taking some outside control. Wall of Smoke's now being deployed. But Art on the close angle's been flashed, and more importantly, he's been finished off by Patsy, who tries to go in strength for strength. A bit of damage done to Quesarado, but he's doubled up. And this is always the problem against Furia. One player, they have so much ability, whether it's Quesarado, whether it's Yuri, whether it's Safe, it doesn't matter. The end result is the same, and that's the Brazilians winning out.
Yuri, just like a jack-in-the-box, just popping out with the FAMAS, catching the two remaining players off guard. And Spirit, I like what they did there. The first one, the flashbang was perfection, catching the player inside of Mini, but great recovery from Quesarado. Patsy just running out a little bit, yeah, maybe overaggressing a little bit. The timing was off. His teammates were still behind the squeaky, being kept at bay by the utility from Furia, so he was caught all by his lonesome and traded in Quesarado and Yuri. 4 kills into 2 of them, as it has been coined, the Fangs of Furia. I like that. You know, you have so many other phrases, Vince, like the dynamic duo, the Batman and Robin, but Fangs of Furia, it's got a bite to it, as Art will chop on the chopper. He's been taken down. This is very aggressive from Drop, though, but good recovery. Oh, what a recovery from Drop. 2 kills, and even gets a dink on the Siren, who's now down to 10 points of health. And it's all on Patsy, and Art opens up the round, and he closes it. That was a very risky play from Drop, but my, oh my, the way he recovered that.
Yeah, I like the Fangs of Furia as well, seeing as their logo is like this panther hyena type thing. Hyena? Definitely not hyena.
It's a Black Panther. I
got caught off guard because I just saw the Ents scoreline. 9-4 to Ents on the first half against FaZe. Alrighty then. But another reason I like the Fangs is because, you know, when it comes to a Black Panther, it's not just the Fangs you have to watch out for, it's the claws. And in this case, you've got the claws of Safe. Art is also a very capable fragger. And let's not forget Drop as well. Like, he can have some big performances. Furia, though, have forced Spirit into an awkward position, running in with the Zeus. I like the idea, Patsy. Doesn't quite work out for him, though.
I've seen a jaguar, a Black Panther, eat a crocodile, an Amazonian crocodile once.
Bruh. That's no joke.
That's why you watch Nat Geo, man. Like, sometimes you find these crazy things. It's like this jaguar looking into the water, and I'm like, what's it looking at? It jumps in and drags out a crocodile, and I'm like, okay, all right, cool.
No joke, man.
One of the strongest bites in the animal kingdom. And right now, Furia making it very, very clean indeed. It was just the eco from Spirit. No real harm done here. We do see the buy coming out. And you can see Chopper and Magix opting to go for the Galil just so they can eke out that extra, the tiny little extra bit of utility, right? So they have the 2 Molotovs, a handful of flashbangs, and a couple of smokes as well. Dexter hasn't purchased yet, though. There we go, a little bit of a delayed buy. All right, he's got the AK as well. So AKs, 3 AKs, 2 Galils. Quite a decent bit of utility. Let's see what they do with this one. Art, as usual. Oh, that's a bit of a interesting play from Art, getting caught out in the open. Nice flashback from Chopper as well. Smoke's getting deployed. There's a bit of a gap there, and that's going to force Drop to play a little bit more aggressively towards outside. He's going to be the sole defender here. Drop usually the ramp player as they switch things up, leaving Safe with the AWP playing from hell. And Safe is slowly trying to be maybe a little bit more aggressive. No, he's just going to be playing on top of the ramp position, going to find the first kill, and to drop back down to safety. Right now, thus, Spirit, man advantage as they slow things down. They're grouping up together towards the lobby, waiting for the re-aggression from Furia, which is something you usually expect when you lose a player early on. But Furia exercising quite a bit of restraint. Yuri aggressively towards inside the HUD position, and Quesarado just tapping away, bursting away inside of the smoke, hoping to deal a bit of damage.
Yeah, I think they've negated the idea of aggression because they had enough smokes and incendiaries to actually blockade some of these angles first. Now we might start to see that come to the forefront, though, as Safe is making use up ramp. First frag is his, drops down, so well played, and he's actually there to potentially get a second one. Misses out, jumping across his chopper, baits out the shot, but so much time has elapsed now. 30 seconds, and they don't really have any control. Patsy needs this kill onto Drop, desperately requires it, and he does just that. Opens up business for outside, and Safe, he has the right idea, but the timing may just work against him. Chopper's already moving into the heaven. They're going to line up for Yuri. He sprays them down, but now Chopper shows his hand. Patsy's there as well, and Safe was last spotted on ramp. Now, he did drop down, so they may think there's a possibility of him shimmying into the vents, and this could cost Chopper his life, because Safe is moving in, but there's a smoke in his eyes. And while that smoke is up, Chopper will feel like that's effectively like a brick wall that's planted behind him. You can see him now. He realizes he understands the situation. The barrel of the gun is going to betray Safe. He is living on borrowed time, and Chopper will collect.
unwinnable 1v2 there. Both the players were looking in this direction, and even if he finds one, he would have been immediately traded, especially because of the AWP in his hands. Huge round rate from Spirit. I love what they did there. And also, Patsy winning, once again, an important duel towards outside. The moment he takes down, drop playing towards mini, firstly, they lost Art early on, right? Then they lose a player that is dropped towards a mini. And then K-Serrado and Yuri, even though in the bomb side, they're getting pincered from both above and from the mains position. Great job from K-Serrado to trying to be a little bit more proactive. I think it was Yuri, I beg your pardon, getting a couple of kills inside of Hut, inside of the squeaky area. But then, like a three-pronged attack from mini, from the Hut position, and from Heavens, catching Furia off guard. This is very aggressive posturing from Furia to Art. He hasn't been spotted. Drop will be found. But Patsy, almost finds him, but Art will strike. Oh, cheeky little bait play there from Furia. And they will come out on top. Well, they do lose the one player, but still 4 versus 4. As see Art will be peeling back. He hasn't really switched back from the MP9. He's still going to stick around with the SMG. Looking to progress here towards Squeaky, perhaps.
Yuri, you had that impact you're talking about before, and Squeaky's now moved into the Hut area, and Art perforates the head of Magix, puts him down. There's a molly toss back in, but Art is going to be on the drive-by. Flash precedes that from his teammate, and he will burn alive. 3-play-3, but the HP advantage is in favor of Spirit for the time being. The downside is they're all clumped around lobby. They haven't really exploded outside just yet. Now Chopper is trying to make moves, and it is by and large vacant. Now we saw his impact in the last round from Heaven. He could maybe sneak back up there again. It's going to take a little bit of time. Main is smoked off. This is trying to sell a false narrative to Furia. We smoked main off. Why would anyone be in this position? But Chopper's about to show his hand. No one comes through Hut. This is going to make this a more one-dimensional push. And considering that Yuri, I should say, and K-Serrado are here, they can just spray you down. And that's exactly what they've done. It looked so easy for the two of them.
Yeah, it's so hard to crack open to the bomb side, especially 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Yuri and K-Serrado. Great angle there from Yuri, the bit of the off angle. He had K-Serrado looking inside of Squeaky. It was a great crossfire, kind of a crossfire being set up by the two. And Yuri as well, being a little bit more proactive. Is like, okay, haven't shown anything yet. It's 20 seconds on the clock. They're probably setting up a couple of pieces of utility and just being proactive, getting the kill. Started off with this aggression from Drop and Art. Drop being the bait for his captain. I don't even know how Art survives that play from Magix. He finally falls, but this is a crossfire, which is perfection. It's safe with the AWP, will strike. 4v3 the scoreline, but Furia have managed to break the economy of the CIS side. Just have the pistols now. A P250 and a Deagle in the hands of Dexter and Siren, respectively. We've seen a lot of crazy P250 plays today thus far. We saw 4K earlier in the day from Shiro. Yeah, against a full buy. That was just absolute filth. As Drop playing a very aggressive game here against the Pistols, but he does, of course, have the contingency that is safe with the AWP right close by. Looking to farm a little bit of cash. He's kind of low in health, so he's going to fall back, reload, and as they come charging and looking for the hunt, safe stare.
A cheeky little collateral. Why
there
not?
We go.
I mean, it was a done deal, right? It's full on eco. That's why we're kind of just bypassing that round, because Furia should be passing that with very comfortable stature. That's exactly what's happened. So AK-47s will be coming in. The downside here for Spirit, though, is they still can't really afford an open hands of Dexter, and he has been struggling. The two players we said to look out for coming into this, Dexter and Magix, have 1 kill between the two of them and 13 deaths. That will have to change. You can't expect Patsy to carry this game alone.
It is still, I'll say it's still very early days. It is unfortunate. Obviously, Magic's still sitting on 0-7 and Dexter on 1-6, but, you know, still early days. We're just halfway through the first half, right? And it's still 5-3. It's not like Furia running away with this yet. So Spirit, I don't think I'm going to be too worried yet. But it's how the next few rounds play out, though. Furia could easily extend their lead. Spirit. Let's see what they have in store for us here thus far. Utility being lobbed in. This Art opting to play inside of the vents. Trying to get ahead of a potential vent dive. But looking at the way Spirit are posturing at the moment, it does look like it's going to be a bit of some aggression, some plays taking place towards ramp. And once again, it's going to be safe. This time, all by his lonesome, but he has an AWP to work with. As I say that, they are peeling back, Vince. Grouping back towards the lobby area. 48 seconds. Odd wants the same position, but this time Magix is going to come out on top.
There's the impact we were looking for, but can they do anything behind this? The bomb has been dropped down by Yuri, but K-Serrano has met his demise, and Magix has doubled up. Yuri, big frags, 13 on the board already for the superstar, Brazilian. But the numbers are dry, they're thin. Time itself, though, is ticking away, and there is a flank coming into fruition. Safe is surely going to be unable to clutch this round. The bomb's been spilled, 18 seconds to go, and now he can look as the player drops down. He misses his shot, but 15 seconds. Spirit have to push into his crosshair. You have to feel, and Patsy's going to do just that. And that will be Spirit getting back into this game.
Great composure in the 1v2 right there. Patsy just waiting patiently, knowing Safe has got to go for the play. And Safe knew, right, he knows where the bomb is, and for the bomb to make its way towards either of the two bomb sites, it has to be through Hut or from Squeaky. He tries to isolate one of the players, and Patsy getting ahead of him, just crouch, peeking around the corner. That's a huge round to win for Spirit here. Magix as well. It's 0-7, Vince. Right now it's 3-8. Starting to wake up as one of the stars of the Spirit lineup. And for Furia, though, of course, they will still be able to manage themselves a pretty comfortable buy. Smoke wall getting deployed by the T's, but there's a big gap over there. They just smoked off the entrance of Garage and of Secret. And unfortunately for them, Furia... Actually, no, that does look like a fluff smoke. Not sure about a second smoke there, but... Let's take a look here.
They only have one smoke left as well, Blah.
I think it was a Molotov from the incendiary from the CTs, which kind of ruined that execute. I could be mistaken. I think it was the Molotov being preemptively tossed by Furia, forcing the smoke to bloom before its time, preventing any potential cross from taking place. So Furia have full control of outside, funneling Spirit back here towards the lobby. They still have a lot of time to work with, but no control, so to speak. If they want to head towards ramp, they first have to contend with Safe. They have no control of ramp yet. And looking the way they're inching forward, Safe is going to deliver here.
Cross doesn't connect, but is still alive. I'm surprised he goes for that repeak. Must have realized that was a distinct possibility, and him losing his life on ramp is a significant loss. Now Furia aren't sure if Spirit will be flanking in towards Heaven or going down onto B side, and it is the latter rather than the former. All 5 players now situated there, but there's 2 down here on Furia, and time itself is now becoming a bit of an enemy for Spirit. They need to check their angles. They need to get these kills down quickly in case Serrano is staying alive. He's keeping himself in amongst the action. The bomb's still down. Art is still alive as well. This has been a complete disaster. Spirit unable to get their hands onto this side, have walked into the trap, and the trap is sprung by K-Serrato. There's no time, there's no chance, and they may even die after time if they're not careful, which would be even more brutal. So Dexter has to just get the hell out of there. The Fury have got their 6th round.
K-Serrato, man, it's such a thorn. And they were unable to pluck him out. Not just getting the 2 kills, but staying alive, being the distraction, and everyone is so hyper-focused on taking care of him. That's when Art strikes with the MP9. Huge round from K-Serrato there. After Safe, kind of getting caught re-peeking towards that ramp position. Spirit, at least they have the saved AWP in the hands of Dexter to work with, and Chopper is... I guess he purchased the AK for Patsy, I assume. So at least they have the AK to work with for Patsy, but this is pretty much almost a forced buy here for Spirit, just trying to maybe equalize the money a bit. Still wielding the MP9, going to be dropping towards vents. He's going to be sneaking up towards a secret position. I doubt he's going to be poking his head above the stairs, though, just holding a close angle. But it's Odd, so he might peek in. But if he does, Dexter lies in wait. Oh, I just saw him. I'm sure he saw him, and Dexter waiting for Odd to peek back up again. But that's not going to take place. Odd slowly going to fall back. He's just going to show his presence. And it's like, all right, I was there. Now you don't know where I am. Going to be falling all the way back towards the lower bomb site. He's got a lot of avenues available. For Spirit, though, they need to find an opening. They want to try and set up Dexter, or maybe even Patsy, to go for these opening picks. And then maybe crack open the bomb site.
The problem here for Spirit, though, is they're kind of relying more on Furia to make mistakes. They have nothing really to crack open an opportunity.
One
One
flashbang.
flash between 5 players, 40 seconds, and you're now clumped up on the ramp side. They're hoping that Furia go for one of their classic aggressive moments and catch them off guard. Now they're starting to explode into the ramp. 30 seconds to play with. Drop can hear all these footsteps, and they're moving into an MP9. Art's already shown just how good he is with his weapon, and he's nullified the AWP first and foremost. Now they can start to divide the rest of the team. Safe has died outside, however, but he's miles away from the bomb, where Siren is currently positioned. The bomb is spilled out on the window side, so even though Spirit did get a little bit of success in terms of frags, it will not be enough to yield the round.
At least they're able to save the AWP again, but that means Siren won't have the bonus money. It's going to be Nico now. It has to be Nico. Maybe a couple of upgraded pistols coming out as we enter round number 12. Money. Oh, they're going to go for the force. All right, all right. Couple of rounds back-to-back, Vince. You know, around the saved weaponry, they're just trying to make something work here. And previous round, you pointed out, you had the AK-47, but they had the one flashbang. That's it. This time around, yes, you have the weaponry. Sorry, you have the utility. MAC-10 Galils at least have the AWP, which has still yet to find anything much, in all honesty. I do question some of the decisions being made here by Spirit, but look at this, Vince. Look at this. The aggression from Ram, the double push. Art going to be joined up with his teammate, and is going to find one, and the second his teammate's there is going to trade, and Drop and Art have completely, absolutely bodied Spirit before they even had any time to get anything done. Dexter trying to find the no-scope. Yes, he will indeed, but they will not allow him to save this one, Vince. Safe will find him, and that is Furia switching it up and completely destroying Spirit before they could even begin to build anything in that round.
I mean, that's vintage Furia, isn't it? That's precisely what we were talking about in the previous round, where it felt like Spirit was sat back and saying, all right, come on then, come at us, let's see that aggression that you're known for. It was a round later, and they've just been obliterated. That's off the back of a force buy. They had 2 MAC-10s. I just absolutely love everything about that play from Furia, and it was executed to perfection. It's not just the call, it's the execution as well that followed it up.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just like Art and Drop, you know, pushing in just like a lonesome, right? There's a perfectly orchestrated pincer. And all the utility they bought, Vince, they barely got a chance to even deploy a couple of them. This time, though, again, just the pistols. However, this one is the half buy, so you do have a few smokes getting deployed towards outside, allowing a player that is Patsy to sneak his way into its secret. The smoke coming in from the CTs, however, going to keep them still pinned behind Squeak. The plan here is to deploy the one smoke in the hands of Chopo to drop down vents where they already have an agent in the form of Patsy towards a secret position and try and maybe at least get the bomb down here. They're waiting patiently right now. The CDs up top, though, they are out of the utility right now. No more smokes remaining, maybe just the one incendiary. So there is an opportunity for Spirit to try and sneak their way in. Actually, no. Smoke for Mini, and the timing on that Molotov could not have been perfect. They have no more utility remaining, and if they want to hit this upper bomb site, they have to do it dry with the pistols.
The thing is, the smoke lasts longer than Molotov, so they still have a window of opportunity, which they're looking to crack open right now. May even vent dive if they want it, but Yuri, as has so often been the case, just Johnny on the spot, putting down frags. Magic, Snow, and Patsy making a real go of this round. They've got 2 kills with their pistols, and in doing so, they've opened up business on the B site, and business is looking pretty good right now for them. Considering they've picked up some rifles, they're stuck on the backside of the silo, which forces Furia out into the open. Now, Patsy's position is everything. If he can take one of these heads, I think that may just be the round that follows suit. He can miss out on his chance, gets dinked down, but Magix is there to help him out. Even trades back and forth, but it still will favor Spirit, especially in the post plant. And they're going to get this done. They're going to steal this round away with Tech 9s and Deagles.
That was such a huge play from Patsy, right? They used the 2 smokes early on to enable Patsy to cross outside, make his way towards secret. And if you take a look at the radar, he gets the kill on the lower player because the CTs were so hyper-focused on the T's dropping down vents that gave an opportunity for Patsy to get a kill. That basically makes the lower bomb site, you know, open for business, as you pointed out. And there you go, round going the way of Spirit, of what was probably the worst buy we've seen from them in the past 3 rounds. Huge round as we have Furia calling out the tactical timeout. In the meantime, ENCE, it's looking easy for them against FaZe. And I won't lie, I didn't see that coming. I did not see that coming. ENCE are looking very, very deadly. This game, however, I think it could go either way. It really could go either way. It's still very early days. Sure, the rounds that Spirit have won have come, like, I think they won a couple of buy rounds, that's it. And then, of course, the previous one was just the half by working out for them. And, of course, the pistol and the follow-up. But it's fine. Doesn't matter how you win it. If you're able to get 5, 6, maybe even 7 rounds here, suddenly you will be favored heading to the second into the CD side. Because for Furia's T side, although it's looked much better recently off late on Nuke, I still feel it's something which most teams who have done their homework can kind of counter pretty decently. And I feel like Spirit are a team who do their homework.
I also think Dexter is the kind of player on Nuke, because he's shown so often in the past, it typically performs better on the CT side. So I think some of these players are going to come more into their element when they do go on the defense, but Art and Furia are looking to put this one down. You're talking about 6 or 7 rounds. They want to keep it at 5. They're looking good on the fast track to a 10-5 lead. Already Chopper and Siren have been put down in their place, and they won't be taking any further part in round 14. Magix and Patsy, just shy of 50 HP, a pair of them, and Dexter's not really seen too much action. I'm trying to think back and cast back here. But has Dexter had an AWP this half? If he has, it couldn't have been more than once.
Yeah, I think I've seen it a couple of times, but it was the times when they were just saving the AWP time and time again,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
They did get that opening pick towards ramp where it was safe, who re-peeked and got taken down, but then K-Serrado was there in the lower bomb side, inside the cubby, just completely ruining the round for Spirit. And yeah, early kills going the way of Art and Yuri, and just like that, Spirit, they seem stymied. Patsy internally hemorrhaging on 28 points of health, Magic's at 44. It's going to require almost a miracle here. Is Spirit are to bring this one back. Patsy. Molotov on top of the Raptors. And flashbang as well. But look at the way they've set up here. This upper bomb, like if they head to the upper bomb side, it's going to be a death trap. And that's also, of course, allowed because it drops position, right? Pushing deep towards the trophy room. Yeah, Spirit know there's no way out. They have no control. They have no eyes on anything. They've lost 2 members. 2 of them are already bleeding out, walking wounded. And Dexter, the one guy just waiting, ensuring that no one pushing in from outside. But round number 9 for Furia. And they'll be looking to get a double digits before they head into the second half.
I think that Molly and Flashbang were actually designed to try and waste some time so they could save. At first, I was thinking, why are they throwing that? No one's in lobby to like crunch in, but I think that was deployed. Like, let's make them think we're pushing. We'll back away to T-spawn so we can hold on to these 3 weapons, and then we'll buy behind that, which is exactly what's coming up now. So again, it means no AWP for Dexter, but it does give them a solid dosage of rifles and utility. Meanwhile, Furia, though, from strength to strength, Art has his hands on the AWP. They've got 2 AWPs in play. We know that Safe is very comfortable using it in the ramp room area, and Art's going to be taking his outside. I see any aggression here, though, from the IGL as he looks to get past red container indeed, but there's mollies and the smokes that just fend him away. You could see he wanted to get aggressive. He was itching to get in the fight, but he just gets pushed away from grenades.
Patsy in a good position. Sneaking, it's all about timing, but Safe. His spider sense tingling. Knows where Patsy is, finds him. That's a huge pick here. As Art being very aggressive. What a spray from Chopper there. Great control of Galil, taking out Art. Maybe getting a little too over-eager. And that's a good trade to find if you're a Spirit. Magic's now slowly inching up. K-Serrado hasn't been playing this position quite often. He's usually in front of the squeaky position, and that could potentially catch him off guard. If there you have it, Magic's will fall. K-Serrado still looking for more, looking for Siren to dare to challenge him as Yuri, in the meantime, takes out Dexter. And this one's done, Vince. Furia, despite a few hiccups here and there, they make it 10-5. A solid CD side thus far from the dark horses of not just this, not the favorites just in this game, but one of the dark horses in its entire tournament. For Spirit, this might be the first solid, real test that they have had to go up against, right? You go back to the contender stage, sorry, the challenger stage, they actually had some very convincing wins overall, right? They were looking very, very solid, pulling off wins against the like of, I do believe they did beat Astralis as well, 2-0. They beat Eternal Fire, they beat Imperial, the other Brazilian team right now in the Legend stage. They even lost to G2 1917 in a very close fashion on Dust 2. But this time, going up against Furia, it looks like they, for the very first time in a very long time, for maybe a couple of maps here and there, they seem to be trailing behind substantially.
And even in that G2 game, if we're being completely honest, G2...
It was 11-4 for G2.
I don't want to say they threw it, but they definitely struggled to get across the finish line. Yep. So I completely agree. This is the first time I think we've seen Spirit get like properly manhandled in some of these rounds, and some of them were off the back of just pistols. They got a bit fortunate to get downstairs. That being said, though, in the second half, we've kicked things off with a bang as Dexter at range has the ability to shut this one down. Expect, by the way, if he can get AWPs, he's going to have impact. That's almost guaranteed. It's just whether they give themselves enough room. Meanwhile, though, the aggression comes in, and the HP advantage is starting to go back in favor of Spirit as Chopper lays down the law with the USP. But Yuri is there to claim the first blood in this second half, and Furia will pick up the second pistol.
1v3 from Chopper there, chopping them down on the A bomb side. It came down to the wire, but he needed the headshot at the end. But Yuri, always there to close out the rounds here for Furia. What a cheeky play from Art there, right? Around the side, the edge of the smoke. He was using his teammate with a P250 to play distraction, sneaks on in from behind, and prevents Patsy from helping defend that upper bomb stage, just keeping them at bay. And then when he realizes, okay, I need to take this duel, he takes it, takes him down. A big win here for Furia to win the second pistol round. And
Bison? Excuse me?
Yes! The PP Bison in the hands of Art. Listen, I don't care what you say, I love it. There we go. Well, he did deal damage to Magic, so...
He did. He was in first, he died. You know, these things happen. It is a force buy, should be mentioned, on the side of Spirit. So Chopper now with the Galil is going to have Keflar, but gets dinked. But Dexter puts down the scout. He's laying down the law. He wants to keep this one under the realms of possibility. And with a tag onto drop, any of these weapons will finish him off quickly. Furia, in the meanwhile, though, do have control over the bomb. Yuri, unbeknownst to him, is just on the opposite side of the wall to Siren, who's occupying the vents. Time elapsing, faking the rotation, and it seems like Spirit have bit down on this. They've rotated their 2 players from ramp back on A site. This gives the B site free across, and not just the plant, but now they can attain post-plant positions without being aggressed on, without being pressured and being pivoted in. They have some flashes as well available. This now may even... They need to kill really quickly because the bomb's already down to about half of its fuse, and Siren catches drop. That leaves Yuri in such a tentative position, but he is the top fragger. He has been phenomenal so far. Well-placed smoke, has the right idea, but the spray is off. The full 10-second defuse is coming in, and try as he may, they safeguard the defuse, and Spirit will get their sick.
What a huge round from Siren. Like, firstly, Patsy getting 2 kills in the ramp position with a 5-7, and you pointed it out. You said they need a kill immediately, and that's exactly what Siren provides. Finding Drop. This is such a huge kill to find. Drop his head poking out of the edge and just bodyguarding Chopper. What a massive round for Spirit. In all honesty, I really didn't feel like they had a chance there. Furia just running down ramp, led by Art and the PP Bison. And unfortunately, it doesn't quite pan out for the Brazilians. The buy, of course, going to be coming in here for Spirit, and it's going to be a full, well, almost a full eco. Couple of P250s, and that's a free plant.
He's getting this. Yep.
That's a free plant for Art and for Furia, and Spirit are going to be like, God damn it. All right, they got the bomb down. Should still be a comfortable retake here.
Yeah, the problem is it's post-plant, but there's no deagles. You got a P250, that's basically it. There's nothing that you can really bank on and say, that's the play. But Drop may shut down Siren. It's the P250 as well. There's a shank, thank you very much. That'll be an M4 and a chunk of change in my back pocket. And you can see Art's just moonwalking out there, glides back to the T-spawn. He's got the plant, he's got a shank, he's got a rifle. This is pretty much a success for Furia.
Bombs planted downstairs. You don't expect the T's to come up the vent, right? The bomb's planted, and Ron just goes on up, and he's like, I'm not going to even defend the bomb. There's no point. I mean, it's unwinnable. Instead, I'll have a little bit of extra cash in my bank just because I saved the M4A1. Plus, he gets a knife as well, meaning even more moolah for Art. 11-7, though. Spirit, sure, they concede the bomb plant, but they still win it very, very convincingly overall. So, of course, they have the weaponries and the money and the utility to work with. A bit of a bonus round, though. Chopper with the Mac-10, Magic's with the Galil. They, of course, have the AWP in the hands of Dexter, who's had a bit of a quiet game thus far, Vince, but on the CD side is when he tends to come alive.
Yes.
And he is an absolute monster with the AWP.
I love this call as well, by the way. Art had more than enough cash to get an AWP, and he decides to go for full AKs, but they walk into Patsy, and he locks down Secret, puts the key back in the hole, and shuts away Furia. But Yuri, he's got the sledgehammer out, knocks the door back down again. Small cracks developing in this defense, especially as Patsy is low, but keep an eye on where that bomb is dropped down. There is no easy way of picking this up. If Furia want to regain what was once theirs, they're going to have to pay for it with the blood of Spirit. And Spirit are in good positions. Incendiary tossed over on Secret side. This should be a foregone conclusion. This round should be a comfortable one for Spirit. Just whether Furia can maybe take some players down. You can see a clump of bodies. That is all Patsy's doing as he reaps away the Brazilians. This crossfire is looking tasty as well, and Patsy is going to secure a 4K. What a beautiful round from the youngster.
That corner just being festooned with the blood and guts of Furia. Art, though, just running out through the flames, and the moment, maybe that wasn't the right call. The second you see the flames there, he was trying to catch Patsy off guard, but the moment he went for the full commit, his teammates were like, all right, we have to trade. We have to trade right now, but they kind of lined up as well. A great hold from Patsy, but a couple of mistakes being made there by Furia. There was no rush there. It's fine. There's no need to commit to the fight, but sometimes Furia do be like that. Art with the AWP. Okay, it's a half buy. But remember, he got that extra money from the saved rifle and the knife, so he's going to purchase the AWP for himself.
I just love there as well, play. He said, sometimes Art do be like that as he peaks.
There you go. That's what happens. Art, he give it and he take it at the same time sometimes. Now, it is Safe and Yuri with some Kevlar as well. So even if Art gets taken down, Safe is more than capable of wielding the AWP. And in fact, so is Yuri. So now Spirit will have to be wary of the fact that that Zoom banger is in play right now. Losing Patsy early on. He has been so very impactful for his team. Top fragging for him, for his side. And of course, just trailing Yuri by one solitary kill. We can see a boost taking place towards ramp. It is Magic's left by his lonesome to his own devices and a Galil. And Furia, what did they do with this? Now, they have a couple of smokes and about 3 flashbangs to work with. No Molotovs for the HUD position, though. So they're going to just start to crawl the way out towards outside. Dexter spots one and misses the shot. Art, though, oh my lord. Up close and personal, he will deliver. But Siren and Dexter reply back with a couple of quick kills.
Siren is caught between 2 angles, though, and he has to go in for the reload. His magazine is depleting. Didn't quite catch. There we go. He has gone in for that reload now. He should be okay. 20 seconds to play with. Bomb still down. Has been picked off before. It's put back down again, and that curse continues. But it was dropped down vents, which is retrievable. Magic's now should be able to hold this one by himself, and indeed he will. Had a slow start alongside Dexter, but now the machinery of Spirit has been oiled, and it's starting to find its way into this match.
It's looking like this slowly but surely grinding back into this. Quite a big lead Furia had initially. Bear in mind, they won the pistol as well. And Art, always lethal, always dangerous. And that's the thing when we're playing against Furia. You never, even though you know they have to be an eco or half-by, you can never feel comfortable. You can never just put your foot off the pedal, so to speak. For Furia, though, previous round didn't pan out, but it's okay. They still have more than enough money to go for a very comfortable buy here. Very deep smoke there, and Art's going to take advantage of it. There might have been a bit of a mistake from Chopper, and Art immediately clambering down the vents, and he's made no sound. He might have just threaded the needle there, and Spirit might have no idea where Art is. You can see the utilities being deployed once more by Spirit to wrest some control back off the upper bomb side. But Art, his position unknown. He's going to clear all the close angles. Going to allow his other teammate, that is Yuri, to slowly sneak a little bit more forward. They could group up together. They have a lot of avenues available at the moment.
Dexter has gone in for one, but he's stuck in the hut. Close angles, gets put down by drop. Double play, push, through on ramp side. Maybe the winning formula. Maybe the antidote.
Look at Art.
This venomous round on the fangs of Furia. Quesarado is waiting for it, though, and he's still watching. He's still anticipating, and with 2 players, Magic's should not be able to clutch this one down. Siren, though, now shows his hand from Hut, and Art's about to come head-to-head. The long con, the long flank. But Siren's still in with a chance.
30 seconds.
30 seconds on the clock. Siren's still pretty healthy. Judging by Quesarado's HP, he's going to have to be the bomb carrier here and just basically sacrifice himself to the CS gods and hope for a trade. And Art may be the man for the job. Smoke down onto Decon. They line up, and Siren goes for the reload. They so nearly both fell to his hands, but he comes back in and clutches with just seconds on the clock.
What a heads-up play from Siren. What a heads-up play from Siren. Look at him. He's so cool. He's so cool, calm, and composed. He read that. They knew where he was. They're like, listen, the only avenue you have right now is head towards ramp, smoke off Squeaky, smoke off Decon rather, and let's get the bomb down. He's so proactive there. And this is such a good hold for Furia. They read this so very well. But Magix, if he felt that was around, I like the re-aggression coming out from Spirit when they didn't really have any control. They had the ramp push with the lobby crunch taking place at the same time. Look at how calm it is. You can see a little bit of intensity there as the fast fight comes in from Furia, the pistols and the MAC-10, and they're getting absolutely slaughtered. They just get the one kill, and Spirits are on fire, and they've tied things up against Furia. Attack timeout getting called by the Brazilians.
Oof, this feels like it might be more of just a detox period than anything else. Like, oh, all right, guys, let's just calm down a little bit first. Let's have a chill. Take a chill pill. Spirit, in the meanwhile, though, take nothing away from them. We mentioned before that Siren isn't necessarily one of those guys you're looking at to put up the massive numbers, but he is just consistently solid. And he has these moments, these clutches, these very cool, ice-cold, just purely collected moments where he gets Spirit so many rounds into so many things. And keep in mind as well, that was a round where Art got a kill, an entry, dropped down into vents, went all around the world, rotated around the back of Spirit, got a frag through on Heaven's side, and they still lost.
And that's something about Furia's style, right? Like, how many times have I actually seen them, apart from a couple of rounds, we saw Art, you know, sneak his way in from the vents and then make his way outside and flank. Not much of outside presence, and that's something which is a trademark of this Furia T-side. Look at the aggression, though, as drop will be found. A flashbang is good, however, and K-Serrado is actually going to be safe at Yuri to take a couple down. This upper bomb side getting taken down as Patsy burns K-Serrado alive. A 3v3. The bomb, however, will be planted in the lower bomb site, but for the time being, right now, Art is isolated. Do they still think it's upper?
They do. Yeah, there's still smokes down. They're not sure about this. Dexter's still waiting. I feel so sorry for the spectators trying to spectate this this Furia T side. It's pure carnage. They're just pushing everywhere. Dexter, though, has gone in, gives his team the advantage, but it's going to be snatched away by Art. Safe is low, but sprays down Dexter, who is completely unawares. But he's lived by that sword. May died by it, but Safe just removes the head of Magix. A lightning fast entry onto the site, and that will get Furia ahead again.
A blitzkrieg of round from Furia there, just running in. Dexter finds the first, but good trades taking place. And just the fact that Art was somehow able to sneak his way inside of vents, and even though K-Serrado tried to follow him and he burns alive, crucial round there being won by Furia, because it looked like Spirit were kind of almost going to run away with this. But if you look at the money for Spirit, there's nothing left. You got to remember, the couple of rounds they won came down to the wire, came down to the clutches. We saw Patsy with the one, sorry, I do believe the Siren with the 1 versus 2. So they didn't lose a number of players, a number of weapons. And Furia, very well capable of somehow breaking the economy. Chopper, however, survives on 9 points of health. Couple of players so very low for Spirit. Patsy's playing a dangerous game. On 17 HP, going for the spam walls, as Yuri will find him. Chopper as well, the walking wounded. So despite the fact that Spirit have the man advantage, they need to be wary. Re-aggression, repositioning from Chopper, this could be huge. This could be huge. You can actually get the flank on them, but no. It's going to take a little too long, Vince, and that's going to allow the 2 members of Furia to sneak in towards Mini.
The other problem as well is an MP9, so at that kind of a range, it's not going to do much. So he needs Siren. At least he can relay the information, and now he can start to pivot in. But Drop is up to the task. Yuri trades out. They know that Drop was last seen in main, and he's not the casualty. So they know at least 1 player extra is on the main side. And Drop will be the spear. Look to try and plunge into Spirit through Heaven, perhaps. Still making moves outside. All a ruse, though, because Safe is making moves elsewhere. Drop may get caught in the back, and Magix does just check his angles. This is all to buy Safe a little bit of a reprieve to float himself into the vents. He may get the drop here. They may anticipate it, but he's given away by his AWP round the corner, and Siren will finish off the rest. There was a hope, there was a chance for Furia to break down the economy, but Spirit had other ideas.
Furia, what do you do now? They can't go for a full buy. If they do, it's going to be like a black utility or a weapon you want. Not going to be ideal. So it looks like it's going to be a half buy coming out from Furia, which Ooh, okay, all right. Yuri and Queserado, full investment. Pistols for the rest of them. And here we go, running straight into the flames. Look at the amount of damage. The nade, the Molotov, the AK-47. Magix has single-handedly stymied that push from Furia. There's nothing they can do. They have to fall back with the tails tucked. Fortunately, the two AKs are still in play, Vince, Yuri and Queserado. But they might just go back and go for the save here.
Yeah, potentially a save, and also treat this as kind of like a tactical timeout as well.
This is probably the earliest save I've ever seen on Nuke.
Especially for Furia. This is typically not a team that saves too often, but yeah, as you said, Magix just had the perfect answer, the perfect retort to what they were going for. I'm not sure he necessarily drops both of those grenades if he's not playing against Furia. I think that's maybe where the reputation precedes them a little bit. Because how many teams decide, yeah, you know what, screw it, I know there's a molly down, we'll just push through it. Like, it's not that many teams unless they're in a full-on pistol round, not with rifles.
Spirit gonna have the lead now, Vince.
They are, yeah.
We've had some curious results, although I won't lie, when I woke up today and I opened up the, HLTV, I looked at the matchups we had today, it was hard to predict some of those matchups, right? It's best of ones. You know how some of these teams can have a bit of a slow start and whatnot. And looking at the results we've had thus far, it's been NIP, smashing Vitality. I didn't see that coming. I didn't really expect that to take place. Heroic beating Liquid, maybe that's a little bit more expected. Copenhagen Flames against Bad News Eagles. In my opinion, the most 50-50 matchup we had there in the morning was 16-14 for them. And then ends just dismantling FaZe 16-8 just a few minutes prior. It's been some pretty interesting results, and if Spirit, this young team who none of us expected to make it to the Legend stage, the youngest team in the entire tournament, without their coach, with two players playing the most important event of their young lives, if they're able to start off with a 1-0 start against Furia, anything's up for grabs. Everything's wide open. We don't know how this one's going to play out. The most stacked major we've had out of the 17 thus far.
I couldn't have put it better myself, Blah. I think it goes to show just how difficult the Legend stage is for even cast iron teams that you think are going to make it, not just out of the Legend stage, but go far in the entire tournament. Nothing can be taken for granted. FaZe just lost their first game. Many people expect them to get bare minimum of semi-finals. I've heard some people say they're going to win the whole thing.
They're my favorites to win the whole thing.
Exactly, and they just got beat, what was it, 16-8 by Ents?
Yep.
So it goes to show, sometimes it takes teams, that's why we were talking about this before, it takes them a little while to just process, get out the jitters, but we are live again as the tactical timeout is out, and Patsy's getting aggressive. The flash is so good, but the follow-up damage is there. A 1-for-2 trade, but with Dexter outside with an AWP, he's given his position away and not connected the dots. Pushing downstairs as they are, but Chopper is here with the MP9. And it's not a position that we've really seen Spirit play too much so far. So he could catch safe unawares, as he does, and that's going to drop the bomb down. And considering that the economy behind this is really lackluster, Spirit may not just be in a 14-12 ascendancy, they could have Furia by the scruff of their neck and potentially causing an upset.
One more kill to get to 14-12, and as you pointed out there, Vince, yeah, the loss bonus. Furia have a very, very difficult decision to make. You look at the money right there. I saw a few 3,500s. I saw 4,000, a couple of the players. That means they have to decide. Do they go for the AK armor buy, which means you have maybe a smoke, a flashbang, that's about it. Might not even be able to eke out an incendiary. Or maybe go for the Galil so you have a little bit of extra utility, which is still going to hamper you quite a bit. Or do you go for the pistol and armor? Just so you ensure you have enough money to at least duke it out for OT. Yuri's gone all in, Vince. He's gone for the AK-47 buy. He's gone for the full investment. The rest of them is going to be pistols and utility and drop. He's looking to be leading the charge here towards the upper bomb site. It is going to be the upper hit.
It's the spearhead of the operation. Here's the flash, here's the push. Furia don't do slow, they don't do passive. They want to get in your face and try and just take control. But instead they run into a blockade. They run into a brick wall. And Spirit have no chill at all. They take no prisoners, instantly execute all 4 players, and all Art can do is walk over the rubble. But only for another couple of seconds as Spirit dial in 3 match points. And Furia are on the brink of losing their first game.
Starting to smell like team spirit in here, Vince, and things are looking very, very uncomfortable for not just the favorites in this matchup, but one of the biggest dark horses coming in the PGL Antwerp Major. Furia now having to battle it out, trailing by 3 rounds, facing map and match point. Can they do this? The buy, it's going to be pretty decent. Galil for Yuri, though. The rest of them, they of course have the AK-47s, a number of Molotovs as well. Looking to find something as we have Patsy once again being a thorn in the side of Furia. His position there is going to ensure there's no one coming into its secret, but that also exposes Mini, where there's no one playing in front of mains. They're playing very turtled up inside of the bomb site towards the hut position. So this pincer could completely dismantle this upper bomb site hit, but the smokes will fade. So it's going to slow things down a little bit here for Furia. Odd's going to find Patsy. That's a huge kill to find. He was getting a little too over-eager, getting a little antsy. And a 4v5, never mind. Equilibrium will be maintained by Chopper.
Balance in all things. As far as Spirit are concerned, Dexter misses the flick. Doesn't get punished with his life, please. He's going to have to deal with the oncoming onslaught of Brazilians. But Dexter and Magix come together when it really counts, right in the dying embers. And Spirit have caused an upset. A team that people thought wouldn't even make it through the challenges. And they just bested Furia, one of the favorites in the entire tournament.
And it's the youngsters, Vince. It's Patsy and Siren delivering both them top fragging in the server for the team as well, and what an upset it's been. Spirit, it's like the meme of the Grim Reaper just walking towards the door and just knocking at everyone's door. First was Astralis, and then almost taking out G2 as well, and now they've taken down Furia, one of the top dogs coming into this tournament. And what a squad Chopper has built around him. Shout out to him, shout out to Dexter and Magix, and more importantly, the youngsters, man, like some of the clutches from from Siren, the openings, the multi-kill ability from Patsy, completely outplaying Furia. And I actually felt like once they had those rounds on the T side, I felt like they might have done enough. Furia's T sides can be questionable at times. And you could see, once they didn't really find any openings on the defense for the side of Spirit, they were just throwing themselves at them, right? We could see Art going for the hero AWP buy, just bursting out towards the upper bomb site. No real executes. They were never around where I felt like the Spirit defense was feeling uncomfortable, especially towards the upper bomb site. They just had one player towards outside who was able to multiple times get a couple of kills over there. So with Furia, it came down to either we rush ramp, where they just got destroyed by Magix, or we go for this upper hit, where this shutdown from the youngsters was a little too much. Fantastic win, fantastic upset for the CIS side.
And here's the terrifying prospect for anyone looking at this Spirit team. That was without Dexter and Magix really showing up the way they have throughout the entire Challenger stage. This was Patsy, this was Siren, and this was Chopper. If you have Dexter and Magix also turning up, this could have been way more one-sided. This could have been like a legit 16-8 kind of scoreline. And you can see there on the scoreboard, Yuri popped off. We were expecting that to happen. Art was the second top. 23 kills for Patsy, 23 for Siren as well, with Chopper having some really impactful rounds. And Magix and Dexter at the bottom of the scoreboard. These are the two guys that you look at to be the heavy hitters on the team a lot of the time, alongside Patsy, and they did not have their best performance.
All I can say is... rip your 0-3 Spirit pick'ems, right? Like, I'm sure a few people had it, and you wouldn't be too surprised. Honestly, for a lot of people, this young lad you have over here on the screens and all these guys, they kept delivering again and again when things looked like, okay, they can't beat Astralis, can they? No, they smashed them. They reach over here. Now you face off against Furia, you're like, yeah, they're probably going to go 0-3, and I can get where they're coming from. Such a young team, you know, without their coach coming into the major, now playing against the top dogs, you kind of expect them to maybe choke, maybe show a little bit of nerves. I didn't see that in the server. That was a fantastic new coming out from Spirit.
Just smiles and just wins, and also rip a lot of 3-0 picks. Myself and yours included with the Furia one, but I'm happy to see it happen because Spirit just looks so damn good. That's 3 games down on the B stream on the first day of the Legends. There is one more to go just around the corner before Blair and I make way for Hugo and Harry later on. It's going to be big. It's going to be Imperial, and you don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
We're here in Antwerp, and if you're familiar with the Belgian cultural scene, you'll know that Antwerp is known for Rubens and his protege Van Dyck, but you might not know it's also the place where we discovered the talent of none other than Blair. Blair, do you feel like you've got something to prove today?
Oh, absolutely not. I have no expectations. No one has any expectations of me, so I'm just here to see what I can do.
Vince, I nearly called you a Vincel then, but actually that's your followers. And I know they're absolutely going to love this. This is going to be one for the ages. Vince, have you been drawn before?
Never, actually. Not a single time. I think some people might have, like, online, but definitely not in person.
So this is kind of confrontational for you?
It's a little bit strange, yeah, a little bit odd.
He's not exactly a Mona Lisa, but you know what? I like him. I like this. I like this pose. Very superhero bouncer-esque, so to speak. I can work with this.
Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, draw. Now, I don't want to distract the artist too much, but Vince, this is essentially you cosplaying your past life as a bouncer.
Yeah, I have, a persona to uphold, so this comes naturally. Also means that I can feel a little bit less awkward.
Blair, let me ask you about your process right now. You're going straight for the outline here.
Yeah, that's like where you start off, just get a rough outline, and I'm using a marker, so I can't really use a pencil or like erase circles and whatnot. So I'm going in hard here. I'm trying my best.
I'm incredibly impressed actually by the speed that Blair is working. He actually asked if we could switch up the setting here so that he could take in different angles of it. So unfortunately, we didn't have time to do so because these two have got an actual job to do, unlike me. We're going for the beard now. I don't want to give too much away for Vince. Vince is a very happy bouncer right now. I thought you were going to be serious.
I'm trying. I'm trying my best.
You're enjoying the little sensation. I also want to ask about your casting partnership while we've got on the timer 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, because the two of you have actually been casting for quite a few years now together.
Yeah, it goes back, actually, it was PGL gave us our first opportunity. I think it was the Asian Miners back in 2017. 17, yeah. So it's been 5 years. We've casted a lot together over the years.
Did you get sad when he went over to the analyst desk?
I did. I was trying to cast with him more, but DreamHack Open at the time fancied him as a very good analyst, which he was, absolutely. He's very versatile, so it made sense. Obviously it sucked, but also I wished him all the best, and it was great to see him at the last major on the desk as well.
Blair, can you sign your artwork before you reveal it to Vince? Vince, I think Vince is so comfortable in this position, he's just chilling out now. He's not even posing anymore.
It's true.
Oh, he's taking a bit more time, but fair enough, you have it. Sign it.
I signed it.
Oh, you signed it. Oh, you signed him on the chest. You signed him on the pec. Okay. Are you ready, Vince?
I'm ready.
Brilliant. Okay. Let's reveal this artwork. Shut up, Blair. It's amazing.
Wow. I don't get speechless often. That's really good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You are a great muse.
You can't really say fairer than that, to be honest. Now, if the tables were turned, if you were doing the drawing of Blair, Vince, how do you think it would look?
I want to see that. I want to see that.
I would try my best. It would end up being a stick man. I have zero artistic skill, genuinely.
I disagree. I think it'd be pretty good at it if he just tried. He just refuses to do things. He's like, I've never done this, I've never done that, and then he just goes and just kicks ass, so,
Well, maybe if you watch this space, we'll see the tables turned in a future video. But right now, these two have got a series to go and cast. You enjoying your time at the major, though?
Absolutely.
Amazing. Well, we enjoy watching you. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we will see you guys next time.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
games down in the Legends stage, and over on the A stream, we've had so many upsets.
Ooh.
To be fair, you could extend that to the B stream as well. We just saw one in our previous game where Furia got bested by Spirit, who wrecked a lot of people's pick'ems in the process. If you are also sat there at home right now, grinding your teeth, wondering about your pick'ems, don't worry. I think there's a lot of people have joined you on that one, as Ents also beat FaZe over on the A stream. And we might be about to destroy some more pick'ems here, Blair, because it's Big taking on Imperial. And Imperial, they started rough, I think it's safe to say, in the challenges.
Yep.
But they did bounce back.
Yeah, and that's the one thing you have to talk about, like when you talk about Imperial, is the veterancy on that team, right? But we'll get back to it later on, because obviously right now on your screens you have Big. Berlin International Gaming. They were clinical. They were lethal. They were a machine in the RMR, they're just booking the ticket straight for the legend stage here of the major, and they've looked incredible. You know, you have Crimbo coming in instead of Keto. They looked incredibly just sublime throughout. You could see the emotions as well when they won, of course, with their talisman, that is Tapson at the helm. Now, if you look at the recent results, you look at some of the losses they've had against Mouse and whatnot for the IEM Dallas qualifiers, but that was, of course, with Keto actually subbing in for Favin, one of their, one of the heavy hitters in the server. This time around, they have the full lineup. They're ready to rumble, and for a lot of people, even if you don't count Maui, this is a team who could surprise a lot of people, right? But they first have to go up against, as you pointed out earlier, this Imperial side. And listen, you have Fallen, you have Fur, who has looked incredible. And of course, FNX, he's played 2 majors in the past, he's won both of them. And this is his 3rd. And can he maintain his 100% win record? That's the... It's unlikely, but so far, they've proved everyone wrong.
Well, FNX was fragging super hard, had some great performances in the Challenger stage, and was having some very impactful moments. The man on your screen right now, Vinny, though, is one of those players you're going to be looking at to post up the big numbers now and again. I don't think it's unfair or unreasonable to say that this team might not be the most jam-packed full in terms of skill and mechanical aim at this point in their careers, but what they do have in abundance, Blair, is experience.
Oh, they do, and even when you saw the game they played against Forza, you could see how they were so calm and composed. It wasn't some crazy flashy Counter-Strike. It was solid CS. Some might say it's a little bit of dated meta, perhaps, but if it's working, it's working. It's incredible also to see players like Bolt, and especially Vinny, when he was in Furia, kind of find their stride, so to speak, in this lineup, right? Filled with veterans, they're starting to really deliver. Of course, the player I'm going to be watching out for on this Imperial side has to be Fur. He has been a beast unleashed for this side, and they're going to require every single one of the players in this Brazilian side. The last dance, as I like to call it. Right now, they're doing the Eternal Samba, and I want to see how much further they can go. Nuke will be the map where we find ourselves on. Big going to be starting on the CT side. We see a smoke being purchased here early on by Crimbo. He's going to be a utility guy for his teammates. No kits being purchased, though. He's going to go for the dualies. For the Imperial side, we of course have a ton of utility. A lot of utility being purchased. In fact, FNX and Fur, the only 2 players with Kevlar, and it's going to be a fast hit coming in towards the upper bomb side. Sirson, though, snipes away FNX.
Yeah, deals with one of the oncoming Ts. Does thin out the herd a little bit. It won't be denying the bomb plant, though. That still goes down. And now Fallen and the rest of the Brazilian boys will have to try and hold on for dear life. They're getting flanked from Faven. Fur's actually making inroads into the ramp side. Going to try and play the long con, perhaps, and sneak around Heaven. There are 3 players up there right now, but he needs Faven to be dealt with quickly. Vinny, big headshot onto Tabson, who himself is very good in pistol rounds, but the rest of the CTs are now coming to the forefront. And now Fur, from above, is going to have to strike multiple times to try and bypass these players, but they were defusing in amongst the smoke. And in a full 10-second defuse, Big get the first round.
That was a nice try coming in there, the lure from Fur, but his teammates needed to at least get a couple more kills. That defense just getting completely shredded, the postman rather, for Imperial by Big. Of course, helped out by the fact that Sirson gets the opening pick onto FNX coming in through the smoke towards the upper bombs, and Imperial, at least they get the bomb planted though. You can see over here, FNX able to find a kill before the smoke blooms. Favin with the lurk as well, you know, the flank coming in from behind, able to get 2 kills. That's kind of nuts. So Big, despite allowing Imperial to get the bomb down, they will win the round pretty convincingly, just losing 1 player in the process. The double nades getting lobbed in, won't deal too much of damage. Not the full spy coming up Imperial though, which is a bit of a surprise, right? We have the scout in the hands of Fallen, the rest of them deagles abound, and Fallen will take away Sirson. Sirson, known as the Scout God, will be felled by his own weapon.
By the Brazilian professor. Surgical removement of his adversaries. And now, Imperial doing a bit more damage. Tizian is low. tabseN also drops low. Although in the process, he does deal the fatal damage to Fall. And FNX through the smoke finishes off a weakened Tizian. And the Brazilians now have a player advantage. And with Faven and tabseN both so exceptionally low, this force buy could actually be about to dethrone Big before they really get themselves any kind of head of steam.
It's not even a force buy, right? It's just the upgraded pistols. There's no armor behind it. It's just the 4 Deagles and the Scout. And as you said it, Vince, tabseN, Faven, I don't even know how he's walking around at 5 points of health. Crimbo is going to come in clutch here. He's got a FAMAS to work with. tabseN right now towards the Heavens position with an A1 looking to make initial contact. He's got Crimbo on top of the rafters. As Imperial, though they have the man advantage, Vince, the heavy advantage health-wise as well. Time is not really their friend. And Faven, especially against unarmored opponents, could completely ruin their day. They're going back upper. Crimbo caught in a very uncomfortable position here. He's going to find Vinny, but he's trapped in the corner. And Fur with the MP9, Crimbo somehow stays alive. A third kill for Crimbo. He's doing it all by his lonesome, and Faven comes in and saves his teammate. What a hole from Crimbo.
Oh my... How? He traded up the FAMAS to the Galil, the M4, pardon me, which was great, obviously, so he didn't have to spend time reloading. But he has a player sideswiping with an SMG, spraying him down. He has no HP, and he takes the head clean off. That is a round that Big looked dead to rights in. I can only assume most of that damage that was done to Faven and tabseN was unconfirmed through smokes. Otherwise, surely they just stampede into a site and make sure they get the counteractive kills. Because playing that slow against 2 weakened players and 1 full HP player seems like lunacy to me.
He plays this so well, though, right? The preemptive nade as well. He clotheslines Fur. Fur just comes around the corner with the SMG. He knows how low Crimbo is, but not quite able to finish off the job. Still, for Imperial, they don't get the bomb down, but they do inflict quite a bit of economic damage to the CT side. You can see Tizian on 3K, cerseiN on 4,400, and this is before they've gone for the buy. So a little bit of damage being dealt here, of course, for the side of Imperial. They will have the buy. Bear in mind, they got the bomb down in the pistol round and went for just the light upgrade in round number 2. So still, very, very early days, as we do have a bit of a technical issue right now. And over on the A stream, G2 and Na'Vi, I think a lot of people call it the game of the day, and I wouldn't really doubt that. You know, G2 going up against Na'Vi, it is, of course, on Mirage as well. And it was, I do believe, 3-3. Checking the scoreline right now, it is 6-5 in favor of G2. A very, very close affair there over on the A stream. But, of course, if you're a Brazilian fan, and there are quite a few of them, Vince, your eyes are glued on your screen on this very game here.
I just heard a scream coming from our A stream there as well, so I assume something big just happened in that matchup. I heard Connor and Mohan both lose their marbles. That's not the first thing that came to my head, but I got a sense of myself, you know. So I'm sure that game is delivering right now. Sounds like an epic. Unfortunately, we are dealing with a couple of tech issues right now, so fingers crossed we'll be ready to ascend into this game as we are. They appear to have been fixed. So Big will be regaining a bit of momentum as they come into this round, 2-0 in the lead. But Imperial, as Blair just touched on before, will have full AK-47s purchased up and a healthy amount of grenades on top of it. Mollies if they want to go for an A play, smokes if they want to go for the outside wall. Big in the meanwhile, though, because of their casualties in the previous round here, Blair, I mean, they're hanging on by a thread. But if they were to lose this, they're in trouble.
Absolutely. cerseiN, not quite able to purchase the AWP, but as we called them earlier, probably one of the greatest, if not the best, scout player right now in the highest tiers of Counter-Strike. He's going to take a warning shot. And tabseN. All right, he's going to wait for contact to be made by cerseiN. The flash is going to pop, though, and he's going to pop with... It doesn't see anyone yet. Sees the player way in the back. Should be wary of Fur nearby. Fur looking to trade. He's dealt a lot of damage here onto one of the members, which is Bolts. And he's doing a fantastic job somehow staying alive. In fact, he pulls off the great escape. And now Imperial have to be wary of how close tabseN could be. Although, it slowly fades back. Fur is going to be poking outside looking to find him. But Big have evacuated the premises. They're going to reposition themselves. You can see Sirson already all the way towards ramp right now with Crimbo as they look to re-aggress again. This time they're pushing in towards trophy room. They have so much information, Vince.
I love this. I love this so much. The smokes that were used outside basically were just sell by date. They expired. Because of tabseN's aggression, you called it yourself. They weren't sure. Is he tight left? Is he behind red? We have to check all these angles. And now they're looking to try and push onto the A side. But there are multiple defenders here. Favin's one of them. He sprays down for 2. A lot of damage as well onto the third player, which has fallen. Bolt's also low from the previous encounters in this round. With 25 seconds to play with, Fallen feels compelled to drop down and try and hit B instead. But how many of his team, if any, will be standing there to help him out? And Sierson has him on the cross, missing a couple of shots, but can at least keep him locked down on the silos. Molly in. Fallen is he's just full of lead. He can't get out of this one. And Sierson, putting him down, has put Bolts into an untenable position. This bomb is going to get defused. And I think Bolts is probably just going to be happy to save the AK.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. Like, he's so very low in health. He was supposed to be the contingency over here, the contingency plan over there, but unfortunately, bomb getting planted towards lower. And he called it, right? Fallen, they were so uncomfortable with the upper hit. They knew there were a couple more players over there, so we do have a tactical timeout. I do believe getting called here by Big early. You can see the admins pointing to tabseN to call for the tac timeout. There we go. Still, the lead for Big. So far, they have looked solid. And again, right, like that early pressure. Oh, God, B. Welcome back, Legend. Welcome back to the game.
It's great to see him.
Yeah, he was unofficially back in the team, actually calling, you know, kind of helping them out, kind of like the co-coach, so to speak, when they had NKJ and RMR, and could see the immediate impact Gobi had for them. They went on an incredible streak, and now he's back where he belongs. He's back in CSGO, and he is showing why he is one of the legends of this game. I can see him already calling the timeout. Despite the fact that leading 3-0, he is the one who is kind of the driving force, the big brains. And not to say tabseN's incapable. He's very capable as well. Here we go, the 3-0 to scoreline. And for the side of Imperial, at least they got the bomb down, so that's going to allow them to eke out a decent buy. They still have the saved AK-47 in the hands of Bolts. Let's see what they can do with this. A barrage of nades getting lobbed in towards outside and fallen down to 17 HP. His buy is loadsome though, and he will be found by Sirson, but that's a great wraparound from Heaven, as Sirson will fall. The trades are back and forth, fast and furious, but it looks like it is going to be favoring Big. Vinny left alone, and not for long. A quick shutdown by Big.
Was effectively an eco bash though, so Imperial will be back in with AK-47s and tons of utility on top of it. Only 2 casualties on the side of Big, and they have enough surplus cash to replenish those guns themselves. 4-0 lead, and one of the reasons, if you are fairly new to Counter-Strike, I imagine we've got a lot of newer viewers here taking part in the Major. If so, then welcome. Enjoy your stay. The reason why Blair is talking about GodB being this legendary figure is obviously he used to play for Big and has been a part of Counter-Strike for many, many, many years. So it's great to have him back in the org as the coach. Has played at previous Majors, of course. Has played alongside the likes of tabseN for many years as well. But it's Faven that takes a ton of damage to kick off the round. Dropped to 35. Although they are going to exchange a little bit in return. Vinny and Squeaky is knocked down to 63, but he's holding his position. He's not going to be pulling away just yet. Peeks back in and gets the drop on tabseN, and there is no counteractive kill forthcoming. If Faven goes in for a peek here, he may get caught out on low HP, and that 2-kill deficit could be everything, but Tizian equals the odds.
Got to bear in mind, Sirson towards Secret, but he's playing way below Secret. Meanwhile, remaining members of Imperial grouping up together, clearing out Garage. Looking to go for the wraparound here. Now, you got to bear in mind, they still have FNX towards Lobby. So enough avenues available for them, and because of that, Crimbo aware that they have lost control of outside, this could be the wraparound, but it's going to be expecting 3 players, Vince. That is quite unorthodox.
Has his back turned, but Fallen isn't pushing just yet. Now, they are hearing the grenades coming out, but I think Crimbo was baited out from the player above him, and so Fallen will strike instead, and this puts so much pressure on the A site, but Imperial intelligently navigate their way down to the B site instead.
Tizian, can he find FNX spots the barrel? That's a huge kill to find. Now a 3v3. Lower bomb site control has been lost, but no, they're going to be coming up upstairs. Faven lies in wait. He sees the Molotov. He's going to go for the spray. Finds 2. Fallen left alone, but now he's alone in a 1v2 and 10 seconds on the clock.
Professor's going to have to teach a couple of lessons once again if he wants to clutch this one out with the AK. Round the corner, he will move. Knows he has to take some risks. Flash is good, but the spray is on point. And now Fallen in such a good position. Searson with the AWP has no room for error. He cannot afford to miss. And that bomb is ticking away, but unfortunately for Fallen, the bomb's not planted for him as he comes through with the AK, goes for the spray, thinks this is a fake, and he's forced Searson off the bomb for the time being. Searson, though, still connects, still puts him down, picks up the kit, and has enough time for the clutch. Exquisitely done by the big AWPer, but Fallen was so close.
He almost played that to perfection, but Searson so fortunate to have the smoke, and even the composure to get off the bomb, not panic, scoped in, slowly, calmly walks across the other side of the silo and clutches it out for his team. And by the way, this was Imperial in full control, but instead of heading towards the lower bomb site, they head on upstairs, up the rafters, up heaven, and Faven with 2 huge kills. And in the end, coming down to Fallen to try and deliver. Unfortunately, deliver he does not. However, max loss bonus has already kicked in a round prior. They again get the bomb down, allowing Fallen to wield his own Zoom banger, the AWP, in the hands of the Professor. Searson, though, a bit of a quieter start for him, but he's starting to look deadly here. AWP in hand. And this time around, big op not to try and exert any pressure towards outside Imperial. 4 players grouped up, ready and waiting. We have Vinny, in the meantime, waiting for his lobby. Great flashbang there, but Tapson will be found by FNX. And again, early opening pick getting found by the Brazilians. How do they capitalize on this is a question. This is nice, though. The aggression towards lobby, towards Squeaky. They're finding so much of information, Vince. And this position from Searson. He's listening to all these steps and sounds being made on the ladder. And that's going to allow Crimbo to try and group up with his teammates. They're going for a cheeky boost. Oh, this is ratty. I love this from Faven.
Oh, this is all propagated by Searson's position and the noise he's heard. The spray through the smoke won't be forthcoming for any kills. But time is ticking away. 35 seconds, even with a player advantage. They have to come downstairs and Crimbo has the off angle. Does anyone check this? Do they line up? Crimbo so nearly had 2. 1 might not be good enough here, though. But a smoke onto the vents, and they've already preemptively went for the spray. Bolts and Fur have just got out their spade and shovel and dug them out of this deep ditch that they were finding themselves in. And now in the post plant, Searson, 1-on-4, has missed his chance. And that is the round that goes with him. It does mean Imperial has stopped a 5-round win streak dead in its tracks. But Blair, we said this so often. You come off the back of a loss streak, you've got to get consistency.
Searson?
He's actually sticking around here. Is he going to try and ninja defuse it?
He's got a smoke. He knows his escape routes are cut off. He's got time. He can do it if he wants to, but nah. Clock's too far gone. And Imperial very wary. They don't want to pull off a G2 here. They will stick around. Ensure Searson won't be able to get up to any ninja-esque shenanigans. He at least is able to save the AWP, though. But great round there from Fallen and his men. They wrested it outside control off the fact that they were able to take Tapson down early on. Tapson not expecting multiple players to be waiting there. It was a nice flashbang, but a couple of them were playing behind the boxes, not getting blinded by his teammates' flash. You can see Tapson being quite animated. Still, all good in the big camp, but you can see money is not terrible, actually. Searson can drop a weapon for Tapson. Tazen and Crimbo can, of course, buy up for themselves. For Fallen and his men, though, that was a much-needed round, Vince. They won it convincingly as well. They kept 4 players alive. And now we can start to see if they can start and string a few rounds together here. But for big 5-1, still a very solid start for the German team.
You think of, you know, we often get into this mindset of woulda, shoulda, coulda, like what ifs. What if Crimbo, in that off angle, gets 2 players? Everything could have been different. Everything could have changed in that secret position. It didn't happen, though, so you can put that into the recesses of your brain. And let's be honest, you're 5-1 in the lead. You don't even have to think that way. Just focus on this round as they just come off the back of a tactical timeout. Their second one has been deployed. Smokes out already onto the vents, threatening a potential vent dive. A lot of damage for Tapson, who decides to go in the fire and flames in order to try and spray through on the Squeaky and see what happens. Opportunistic play. Nothing forthcoming. Minimal damage to Vinny, and that's about it. So this early exchange of grenades ends in a bit of a stalemate.
Crimbo making his presence known, pushing up a little aggressively. But he will peel back, playing a much more passive angle towards the bottom of ramp. And they have actually sent Syrson over towards ramp as well, right? He's got the AWP in hand. The question is Crimbo relinquish control of ramp? No, they're going to be grouping up together here. This is interesting. Slowly creeping on up. There is a player nearby. It's all about the timing, Vince, and FNX will fall. That's ramp control, completely taken over by Big. That's going to force Imperial to funnel their way into its upper bomb side, but a well-timed smoke again, keeping them at bay. Now the 2-3 players on that upper bomb site. Second smoke getting deployed as well. They're just delaying this play from Imperial, but eventually they will have no more utility remaining. Certainly it's got Incendiary, but it's far, far away from the upper bomb site. So Imperial, they have to brute force their way in, and indeed it is going to be the ramp position where they're going to try and make a statement here. They have got ramp control. Still, 23 seconds. They need to make some haste now.
Yeah, that molly also gives away that they have to push B because of how little time they have. So Crimbo, again in an off angle, again is going to have impact, but can't get two. However, Tapson's already down at the site, and the bomb's going to spill down. There's Tapson for another one. And Fur can only sit in secret and save his AK. So we mentioned about consistency. We mentioned about building a way back into this. Imperial have stumbled on the next hurdle. Their money is good for another buy, but Big, they are holding on to their lead. And now Imperial feel compelled, feel forced to call their own tactical timeout and figure out where to go next. What's a little bit concerning for me, though, Blair, is that we haven't seen the bigger prospects on Imperial really show what they can do. Fur hasn't really had that many moments. Fallen's actually top fragging for them, and he's not necessarily the player you're looking at to have the biggest amount of impact on this team. Vinny's not really shown us what he's capable of doing. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, Favin's fragging out, Searson's had big moments, Crimbo's been in so many good off angles.
Yeah, and it's mainly because of how proactive Big have been on the CD side thus far, right? They're just moving around. It's not just a static hold. Imperial not quite able to get the perfect read as to what they might be up to. We saw the early outside aggression earlier on. Now, right here, we saw them have early ramp control by Crimbo, fall back, then re-aggress with the AWP. And the utility, the constant utility being deployed towards Squeaky and towards HUD. Imperial, they didn't really have any room to work with, especially when you have no outside control. It's like, where do we go right now? 30 seconds on the clock. They needed to just toss a coin and hope they win their duels. Unfortunately, if you don't win your duels, it's not going to quite pan out. Fancy movement for Syrson on top of the CT Blue. Able to spot a couple of players, but not quite able to land a killing blow. He's still going to be aggressive. He's still going to find one. FNX will fall, but at least for Imperial, they haven't at least sent a couple of players down to its secret. So at least that is some map control they've got, but at the cost of losing FNX.
Yes, and quite a bit of utility as well. They only have one smoke left between the 4 players. First down to 49 HP. And they still need to cross, and that's the freebie of a kill. Like, Searson's not missing that. A player of his stature, of his magnitude, will gobble those kills all day, every day, and punish you for them. And just like that, Imperial, they look lost at sea. They're drifting in this strange no man's land where they don't really have any control over the map. They don't have the manpower. They don't have utility. They have pretty much nothing going in their favor except for the fact they have control of the bomb. And even that's going to be probably not good enough, considering Crimbo's position.
If Crimbo gets taken down here, I can see a way Imperial can come back. But the moment they open the squeaky doors, the moment they break open the control window, the rotation's going to be taking place. You can see already Favin wrapping around from T-spawn. They know there's no one outside. They know it's not going to be an upper hit coming in. And the call has been made. 27 seconds. They have to break the window. Crimbo, though, focused inside a decon, and he's going to come out on top. Now, it's all on Bolts. He knows where Crimbo is, but 20 seconds on the clock, the rotation coming in. It's looking almost impossible here. Bolts, yeah, I think it's just going to try and save his AK-47 at this point.
Has to make sure he doesn't die after time, though. That could be a serious pain in the neck if that were to happen.
Just a fashion in which Big are mixing and matching how they're approaching this CD side. It's so hard for Imperial to get a read on it, right? Like you saw Searson's position there. That got a little scary for Bolts, but he will hold on to the AK-47 fence. And as you said, they will at least have money for the buy. Just like Searson's position there, like there's something he hasn't done yet thus far on his CD side. And you have to feel for FNX. There's no way he's expecting him to continue to fight there. And Big starting to look better and better as the rounds progress. 7-1 now for the German side against the Brazilians. Looking for more. Syrson once again going to be posted towards outside. Absent, just lobbing a nade. The buy is going to be coming in for Imperial, but it's not the best defense. You see the Tech 9 for Fallen. You have a Galil for Fur. Vinny with the Mac 10. and flames and the bullets forcing Vinny back from the position. He hasn't seen a single soul. He's already down to 12 HP.
That's been the case of a lot of these rounds, really, on Imperial. And also the 7-1, I can just imagine the memes in Twitch chat right now.
Oh, no.
And
Why have you said that?
And it's against Germany. Oh, no. Oh, no, indeed.
Oh, no, indeed.
But let's see if Imperial can have a better result. And if they are, they need to turn the tides right now. I think we're getting to the point where, yes, it's the CT side. Yes, Big don't exactly have the greatest economy in some of these players, but you are going to run out of time if this continues on this trend. So I'd like to see Imperial have some impact. Sure, this round's not great in terms of their purchase, but at least take some players down, whittle away the economy, make Big sweat this one out a little bit, because honestly, these last few rounds have been pretty straightforward. They've just been getting picks, backing off, dictating the pace of the rounds. Imperial are clumped up. They don't have a great deal to play with. Again, they have no smokes, and Searson, with 2 kills on ramp, locks down this part of the map and forces the rest of Imperial to push outside.
Tapson spotting a couple of players there. Smartly does not re-engage. But Bolt's finding Tapson. That's at least something now to work with. Are they going to be wrapping back towards upper? It looks like it is. FNX needs another one, though, but he gets taken down. Searson, he continues his reign of terror. Bolt's left alone. Again, no time. He's got the AK, he's got the bomb, but he's got no time. His teammates have fallen all around him. It almost seems like a replay of the previous round. And Big, they're just slowly but surely chipping away at Imperial, and Imperial, I won't lie. Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh dear. $2,000.
Oh dear, indeed. Big are having a very comfortable time right now. Like, that squeaky position, you know, Tapson and all the upper bomb side defense is just doing such a great job. Not just, you know, relying on the smoke to keep the T's at bay, right? But you have the early nades coming in. You have the flashbangs as well, just to blind them. Just well-timed flashbangs, just keeping them pinned down. And you can see Imperial are so wary of popping out from squeaky right now. They're just trying to get some control towards outside. But even outside, just the way the Big are being set up, they're getting picked apart. And even if they do manage to get that secret control, they seem to always lose 1 or 2 bodies on the way. The ramp hits haven't really been working out either. I think Crimbo hasn't really been challenged. In fact, he's been the one challenging them towards Trophy Room. Here we go. Smokes off the spawn for the cross. We have Fur. He's going to be the one slowly creeping up. There's just the one player there that's all on Fur as Tapson catches Vinny. Once again, Squeaky has just been a place where the Brazilian bodies have just been littering the floor the past few rounds. FNX at least able to find Tapson, so that's something to work with here.
Yeah, but only 2 Molotovs left here, though, Blair, with over 1:25 left. You got 2 mollies, no flashes, no smokes. You still need to push out. That grenade could do a lot of damage. But Crimbo has to be careful. Molly down as well, anticipating this push. Intelligently and wisely just backs off, and Faven does the rest. Sprays them down as they try and cross ramp. And it's more of the same. Imperial just seem to lack that zest, lack that punch. This is starting to look really grim. And that's off the back of a tactical timeout. You've called your second tactical timeout to try and figure out where to go right next. You get battered by Tapson and Squeaky. As you said, this deja vu, it's happened so often at this stage. You try and push ramp, you get mollied, flashed, and then Faven just kills 2 of you in the back.
Yeah, it's just the rotations from Big that always seem to have just a read as to what Imperial might be up to, right? Like even whichever part of the map they go to, there are 2 players lying in wait. When they try to go for the outside fast play, there's 2 guys there, Citizens waiting. And now, finally, just with the half buy, they're going to try and pounce on this upper bomb side. This is much better, though, but Faven is still going to hold down the line. 2 kills. There's still another player lying in wait. It's going to be Tizian. He's just going to come out of the hut looking for more. Fallen left alone. Just the one casualty for the side of Big. They are spiraling out of control. They are on fire. And Imperial, they are getting burnt alive. 10-1.
We're moving into round 12, and what is it? 21 kills Imperial have. So they're averaging, what, like 2 kills a round, if that?
Faven's in 15.
Yeah, exactly. If this was a boxing match, I think the towel would have been thrown in a couple of rounds ago.
It's not the Vince, it's esports, where you have to battle it out to the very end. There is no
true.
Humanity here. We don't care how bad you are.
If they die, they die.
If they die, they die, as Ivan Drago famously said. I don't know how many people are going to get that reference.
We are boomers. Probably just us.
Listen, man, 80s movies, 80s action movies are the best.
True.
All right, here we go. Right now, Big are basically channeling their Arnie from Commando and just brutalizing every single one. The buy coming in from Imperial. We have the op once again in the hands of Fallen. And Surson buys Lonesome towards Secret. Again, Surson just repositioning, it just being sublime, man. Just everywhere. They don't know where to expect him. Tapson's going to be playing towards the ACs. That smoke's not supposed to be there.
No.
Okay.
The woes continue. What kind of impact is that going to have on their execute, though? Oh, the bomb's out first, and it's already been put down on the ground. Settles in the dirt, and Tapson repeats for 2 more. 3 kills for Tapson, pretty much just for free. No one's looking to try and counter-frag. Imperial, they're coming apart at the seams here, Blair. The smokes are missing. They're not getting counter-frags. They have no impact across the board.
It's a killing fields right now, especially towards that outside region. Tapson, who has been kind of the quietest on his team, the IGL. Huge 3K there, just going for the wide swing outside, no one able to trade. Playing those angles perfectly though, and now, yeah, FNX is just gonna tuck in behind the truck. This run's done. There's nothing they can do. Vinny at the end of ramp. 11-1. This just might be the most lopsided game we've seen on either of the 2 streams.
This, if it continues like this might be the most lopsided game that we've seen at the entire major.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a... Okay, it's still... Imperial can still come back.
They can, but if it continues like this, I hope it doesn't. I hope that we do see a resurgence. Listen, we're just here for some good Counter-Strike, and this has been difficult to watch at times. Imperial have been getting battered and bruised. Obviously, if you're a big fan, you're loving every second of this because your boys are performing very well indeed. And there's always 2 sides to every story. Yes, Imperial haven't been on the same page. It's been disjointed. It's been a bit rough to watch. Big have been sensational, though. I mean, you've had great performances from Searson, from Faven. Everyone's had their moments. Big have been on fire twice, so they've been streaking together rounds.
And also, like, you got, look, for Big, they had one of the highest seeds coming to the Legend stage, right, because of how flawless they were in the RMR. And because of which they're facing off against Imperial, one of the more lower-seeded teams coming in from the Challenger stage. But we have seen teams kind of capitulate under the pressure. We've seen teams today already losing. We saw Furia earlier today, one of the big dark horses losing to Spirit against the underdogs. And we could, it could have happened for Big as well, but no. They've come in looking like the machine they are. Searson, a bit aggressive there, especially against the pistols, but he will be able to fall back. Playing in front of the smokes of the T's. It's starting to get feisty. Tapson tickling away to FNX through the smoke. Oh no, they're running straight into the blender, and they're getting shut down once more.
Big is throwing an Imperial milkshake right now. And Vinny is the last to fall, just the 1 kill. I think that's the first kill they've had in 2 or 3 rounds. Most of these have been very clear-cut and convincing. The most deaths that we have on Big is Tapson on 6. And we are 13 rounds through this game, about to embark on our 14th. In terms of the buy, it is max round loss bonus on the side of Imperial. So they are going to have themselves a healthy amount of rifles, but that hasn't necessarily helped them too much in the past. Prioritizing smokes, they have 4 of them. Outside wall is being deployed right now. Searson, again, aggressively on top of Garage this time. Looking at the top of Silo. Will be coming back again. There's one. Bolt peeks in second, and he gets completely devastated the same way.
Searson is just, he's just dominating. He's 15-3, Vince.
Yep.
Faven, 16-5, as Tizian joins the party. And one by one, Imperial, like, it has been very flat thus far. They're just walking out and just feeding the beast. And they're just farming stats right now are big. 13-1, all but a formality unless FNX pulls off something truly, truly miraculous. A 1v5, I just say it's not going to happen. It's very, very unlikely. Tapson's already on the hunt. And FNX even read that. He knew Tapson could potentially be there, but Tapson immediately puts a bullet between the eyes. Final round of the first half, and this has been just a vulgar display of just complete domination from Big.
Yeah, and Searson's confidence just kind of encapsulates perfectly how this game has gone for Big. They pretty much haven't been able to make a wrong decision or a wrong move. All the duels going in their favor. And this is one of the issues that people had with Imperial, even in the Challenger stage. Yes, they have the experience. Yes, they have the composure. But do they have the individual mechanical ability to beat some of the better teams at this tournament? Big is one of the better teams. And so far, our answer, to be completely blunt, has been a resounding no.
Yeah, it's just getting completely outclassed individually and tactically as well right now. And even Fur, who's been fantastic for them, hold on, Vinny finding a great timing on there. The taps and caught equipping his rifle. A multitude of grenades being lobbed in as Fab and Blinded still gets a kill. Tizian will fall in the meantime, and great flashbangs. Actually, I think there was a team flash there from Searson, and that's going to leave Searson all by his lonesome. And finally, Imperial will get yet another round. A rough buy, but they are able to capitalize off the fact that Tapson, a little bit of a slip towards Squeaky. One of the very few times where that Squeaky defense kind of fell flat for Big. 2 rounds on the T side, Vince. I hate to be a naysayer. I love the Brazilian guys. I did the legends of the game. But this is going to require a Herculean, a gargantuan effort. And not just an effort, it's going to require everything to click in place and for Big to make a few mistakes. And to see all those stars align, I'm not saying it's going to be impossible, but it is highly improbable.
Yeah, the narrative to build here is it would be one of the best comebacks we've ever seen at a major, period, for them to pull this one off. It's not impossible, but the first step along that huge task is going to be winning this pistol round. And in terms of that endeavor, they have a bit of utility on Fallen. No kits, though, to speak of. And a whole bunch of Kevlar. Meanwhile, Big making moves outside. Inroads are being built from 4 players. Vinny, great headshot onto Tabson. That's the kind of start they'll be looking for. Build up that confidence. Build up the momentum. See if you can do something with that. Vinny with another one before Crimbo comes back with his P250 and at least gives Big something to work with outside. But there are 2 more players that are positioned, Fur in secret. And additionally, they have a player out in the balcony of Heaven as Bolts gets the freebie kill onto Faven, gets traded back though, and Crimbo now going from strength to strength. You need to be careful not to overextend and overpeak here, but Crimbo's been put down, and Imperial do indeed win the pistol. One part of the checklist has been complete. There are a whole bunch more coming up though, if Imperial want to get back on the fast track.
One step at a time, and that's something you don't need to tell this team. They've been in similar, if not worse, situations in the past over their very tenured, very legendary careers individually. FNX for Fallen. Legends in the game as we're going to have Big. Just not going to waste any time, but just going to charge out into the blender. And there we go. Very easy, very comfortable, very quick mop up for the side of Imperial. Still trailing by 9 rounds, but at least it's a start. In the meantime, on a stream A, G2 with the tiniest of leads of a Na'Vi. Oh boy, that's happening right now. What a game that is. I have a stat for you, Vince.
Hit me.
I could be wrong here, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the numbers do pan out, Fallen has never beaten Big.
Really?
He's played them in Liquid, he's played them in MIBR in the past, and in SK Gaming. He's never beaten Big as an org.
Never beaten Big as an org. That's a very interesting start. I had no idea. When you think of how long Fallen's been around for, Big have been around for quite a long time at this point as well. Well, we'll have to see if not only can he pull off a great escape with a ridiculous comeback, but also add that to his accolades, of which there are plenty. Big now making moves outside, using that wall of smokes. Tabson taking point for his team, joined by Crimbo and Faven just behind. All 5 players looking to try and get in amongst the action. As Tabson's now sneaking his way down secret. And there's no Imperial players here. You have Vinny downstairs, but he's basically alone right now. And if Vinny loses his life, that could be all she wrote for this round. Now they have Fur in a position where he can fast flank around the back of them. But Tizian is watching for that. All these little components building on top of each other, these building blocks. An interesting climax of the round with a boost up, yields the kill on Vinny. And that could be the gold ticket ahead as Fallen gets caught out with a smoke. Tizian misses out on his trade, but at least can call to the rest of his teammates where Fur currently resides. 2-on-4 retake. Big looking in a commanding position.
Round's done, round's done. They have to save. You called it, Vince. You had a premonition. If the player playing towards Decon falls, that's it. If Vinny dies, round's done. The timing as well. He starts getting a little antsy. He starts feeling a little uncomfortable, looking for a little bit of information, starts walking up the stairs. Perfectly timed peek there coming out from Searson, and then they waste no time. Immediately smashing the W key, running to the lower bomb site, catching Fallen out in the middle of nowhere with a smoke in his hands, and it is Crimbo cracking open both FNX and Fallen Skull. Round's done after that. There's nothing Fur or Bolt can do. And sure, Fur is able to find Tizian, who was lurking towards outside, but what can you do when the bomb is planted? It's a 4 versus 2. You have no control. The save is the call. It is the right call. But Big back to the winning ways, and they're going to call it in the tactical timeout. That is classic God B. Doesn't matter if you're winning, he's still going to call it out. And it's like, listen, this is how we're going to finish this game off.
Yeah, and also let Imperial just stew on the fact that they're 14-4 behind, and that they basically got plucked out by Searson's AWP, and all they can do is sit there and try their damnedest not to think about what could have been.
It's very quiet on the Imperial front. And on the other side is a complete 180 if you look at Big. You saw God B give his little speech, and now it's Tapson rallying the troops together to close this one out. 2 rounds remain for Big to get what will be one of the most one-sided wins we've seen thus far here. The PGL Antwerp Major 2022. Here we go. Imperial. At least able to save around the 2 weapons. They have the M4s back up in the hands of Fallen as well. And it is going to be Fur looking to make contact towards outside. Tapping away, taps and walks straight into a bullet with his name on it. And Fur is looking for more. Tizian has, however, dropped down towards Mini. And somehow, Fur hasn't seen him.
Therein lies the importance of crosshair placement and learning where to aim through the smokes, tap, 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 tap. Gives you that easy, crisp start to the round, but you've got to try and convert if you're Imperial. You cannot afford to let this one slip by. Good frag from Fur, but he is traded back on side of Faven. And in the meanwhile, Tizian's making moves up onto the Heaven side. This could be the nuts play. This could be everything for Big. If he can get up into Heaven and have a bit of impact from here, it opens up business through main, and then they can just look to explode out.
No one's watching, Vince. No one has any inkling Tizian's here.
Bolts, as far as he's concerned, he's safe.
Oh,
now
Vinny's
Vinny's
there.
looking. Now Vinny's having a quick peek. Do they try and flash in? Do they just go ahead for the dry peeks? Do they even try and get aggressive through main to throw off this crosshair placement of Vinny? Flash out, Vinny sprays in for 1, but will be traded back. And now Bolts can spring into action, but Faven is there. Takes his head, 16 HP, 1 on 3 is available. He'll have a post plant, but he probably doesn't expect Fallen to be up in Heaven this quickly. It's not looking good for Faven, and Fallen wasn't required. FNX has him locked down. Imperial may hemorrhage the bomb plant, but at least they pick up a 5th round.
Crucial round there. Good composure from FNX, keeping him pinned down, making sure it doesn't escape into its hut, waiting patiently for his captain to come up towards Heaven. And it was such an important round there being won by Imperial. I was actually really paranoid because once they lost sight of outside, I was like, okay, you got so total inside on the bomb site. That is so disgusting. Huge run from Fur, by the way. Just opening 2 picks allowed Imperial to close this one out. And Fab, despite the heroics there, not able to get much done. And now 14-5. Buy will still be coming in for Big. And for Imperial, keeping a couple of players alive. Off still in play. Vinny's going to burn Searson alive. He was just waiting for Vinny to peek, Vince. Instead, Vinny, Molotov being lobbed in. Fur dealing even more damage with the A1. And they're still looking to poke and prod. Player advantage, but they're looking for more here. It's Fur and FNX grouping up together. Fallen all the way towards ground. More aggression coming out from the Brazilians. They really want to take the fight to his Vinny. He's going to find another kill, this time with his weaponry. And 1 by 1, Big. Couple of players down already. 5v3, player advantage for MIBL. Sorry, for Imperial.
Old habits die hard.
Yeah, I mean, when you say MIBR, I just think of this lineup. Right? You're talking about Fur and FNX, but MIBR is not here, but Imperial are.
You most certainly are there. Flying that flag high in the sky, as Furia did concede earlier. Imperial may very well go the same way, but they're wanting to make a real fight out of this. This round has not been a simple one for Big whatsoever. Although Searson did get picked off first from a Molotov, he did also connect a shot onto Fur, so he's still limping around on 16 HP. 30 seconds to play with. Not sure if Big have it in their mind to pull the plug here and try and save. It's very possible. They can just back to the T-spawn, keep the AWP, keep the 2 AKs, and that seems to be what's going to happen. Hoping that Imperial maybe get too overzealous, too antsy and push out and give a couple of lives away for free. It will spell 14-6 as a score, however, and considering at what point this was, what, 13-1?
Yep.
Imperial are slowly edging their way into this game. They still have many hurdles, though, they have to navigate through, but they're at least on the right track. 1 round at a time, but they're getting it done so far. Also building that economy up nicely. But Big saving their 3 weapons. They can buy behind this. It's not going to be a fantastic buy by any stretch of the imagination, but they're going to buy some Deagles, and they're going to come straight back into this round.
1 round at a time, Vince. That's what we discussed at the beginning of the second half, and thus far Imperial, apart from the first buy round from Big, they have held on. A couple of scrappy rounds here or there, but they've managed to clinch it. And Big now, as you pointed out, having to bring out the Eagles. Still very deadly on these players. Good timing on the peak. A second early, Vince. You could maybe have found him on the pre-fire. Close shave. For Bolt is going to reposition himself, opting to play aggressively towards the hot and squeaky position. A bit of a wall bang tag on the Searson is going to force him to relocate himself as well. And Imperial are doing thus far a pretty good job not giving any information to Big, but at the same time, that means they don't really have much of a clue as to where Big is going to be making a hit towards. Bear in mind, Big have a decent bit of utility to work with. You know, a couple of smokes there, a couple of Molotovs as well. As going to smoke off the entrance of Mini, slowly creeping up further. He lies in wait, and you can see Vinny slowly pushing in towards mains here, trying to shut down this push.
FNX is also making moves up on the secret side. Good Deagle, but this is where FNX can come up and probably shut this round down. I don't think they have any eyes looking towards this position. That should be 1. And now Searson gonna get mollied out into the open. Has to try and make some plays. There's Vinny from the back, stabs him, and the bomb spills out not for the first time in this round. And that will be the round done, and I think Big look to save once again. We've had so many T-rounded saves on this nuke performance. It's been quite interesting. It's been a real game of cat and mouse, but Imperial, they have dragged their way in to a 7th round. They are fighting for every inch of the map.
13-1. It's still a long ways to go, Vince. The margin of error is so very tiny. One slip up and Big are going to pounce on it and close this one out. But thus far, Imperial, they're not quite done yet. Great hole coming out to what's outside Fur. And of course, that perfectly timed flank as well from Secret. Big though, that was nothing too convoluted. It was just the outside take, hoping to win a duel, hoping to get the trades going their way, and maybe then try and pincer that upper bomb side. But just a good hole overall for Imperial. Now we see a bit more aggression coming out here. But Faven, he's very quick. He's very quick, and he's going to be dropping straight in and fall into TK, finding his teammate through Faven, but they're going to walk on past Fur, and Fur is going to have a very easy time finding a couple, looking for the third, and he will shut it down. This was, of course, the eco coming in from Big, trying to work around the save Deagle and the AK-47, but only again able to find one. That was Bolts.
Yeah, can't blame Fallen for that shot either. Wanted to secure the kill. Unfortunately, he got a collateral, but not the way he was hoping for. And Big are in a bit of an awkward position here. They got $3,000 on a couple of players. I think Searson was around that $6,000 mark, so probably going to buy out to equalize the economy. They have such a good lead still, a good buffer of rounds. I would be surprised if they forced, and they haven't. They've gone in for a half buy. Downside of this, though, on the side of Big, is you're allowing Imperial now the opportunity to really grind up their economy and get into very good stature. Here's the aggression that we were talking about before. Small gap in the smoke, but no one's there to exploit it. On Imperial, instead, an incendiary toss down to Secret from FNX, and that will keep them in position as they look to vent dive. FNX takes a stray bullet to the head, but he lives to tell the tale, and Fur continues to twist the knife outside. FNX and Fur have really stepped up on this CT side. Fur in particular is becoming a bit of a nightmare on the side of Big, and now Imperial, they get to enjoy the good graces of being on fire.
Remember we were talking about how the players on Imperial had a combined like 21 kills at the end of like round 10 or 12.
Yeah.
Fur only had 5. That was 18 and 14. They started to lock things down. A couple of them, it looked like, you know, little lucky perhaps, and maybe Big didn't have the full investment or whatnot, but right now they're starting to really wake up individually as well. They're very, very quick rotations, very, very quick repositionings from the CTs the moment Big are making a presence felt. And Big are doing a lot of things towards outside primarily. Now, that is something that Big are trying to exploit, right? They've done it multiple times. They've gone for this fast outside play, trying to go for the A pincer. And if they can try and, again, draw the rotation, and I've seen this time and time again, Fur towards that at the entrance of Mini. He's got Vinny there as well. Then you have FNX pushing up towards Secret. That is something you could try and exploit. Maybe go for a bit of a fast ramp play after a bit of posturing towards outside. There are a lot of avenues available, but Big haven't really tried any of these. Instead, it's been kind of a little one-dimensional, I might even say. Bolt will find Favin. Again, early kills going the way of Imperial. And now they're 1 round away from getting the double digits wins. From 13 to 1, it's been a journey thus far.
Yeah, I think double digits is typically psychologically where a lot of players on both sides of the coin start to feel it a little bit more like, hold on a second, we are right behind you. You know, and if you're the team that's been in the lead so vastly, you start to look over your shoulder a little bit. Plus, it's the nature in which these CT rounds have been going down. For the most part, they've been very, very comfortable. Tabson now going to be making moves into main, though. Oh, he's getting the drop on both players. Snaps away. I thought he'd thrown that kill out of the window, but still they deal with Vinny. Bolts from above, though, is going to strike. 3-play-3. But the HP will be favoring Imperial. However, on the T side, this is the first time in a long time where Big will feel like they have a real chance at winning this.
I really felt like they would probably pounce on the upper bomb side the moment the other two crept in towards Squeaky, but now, 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to be Tizian to lead the way. Crimbo on 9 points of health. There's one defender, but Bolt has to look and take care of so many angles. Timing is everything. He looks away the worst time possible. He knows where Tizian is. Tizian looking to hunt him down, but Bolt plays this one to absolute perfection, and it's all in serious in 20 seconds. He should find Bolt, but 20 seconds on the clock. He's got to get the bomb down. But where is even planned, Vince? Is the player towards main, the player towards heavens? 15 seconds. He needs to punch in the numbers. Fallen's going to get a free kill onto him. What a round from Bolts. But firstly, I love what Big did that round. They went for the outside smokes, and they were so short. Imperial was so short that they were crossing behind the smoke. Instead of two players, they wrapped in close, up close to its Mini, and that's how they caught them off guard. Imperial wasn't expecting the two players to be inside a secret there, sorry, inside a Mini there, but what a hole from Bolts. It had to come down to him. If he falls there without getting a kill, round's done. But somehow Imperial, even when they got caught with the pants kind of down, they're able to recover. And that is starting to look a little dangerous right now for Big. They've almost tried, they've tried quite a bit. They've tried to throw a multitude of plans in the direction of Imperial, but somehow Fallen and his men, they hold on. Pistols now, utility being deployed early on, but the CD smoke still keeping them at bay, but they still have a second set of utility and a number of flashbangs to pop their way through.
We're going for now, flashes out, Bent Dive comes in, but Fallen with his AWP is going to later rest two players on the ramp side. Now damage is being inflicted with some HEs. P250 will do nothing, and FNX will double up on his own side. Notches on the belt, looking good. Imperial, yet another round to put in their back pocket. It doesn't look like any players will be lost other than maybe Fallen, but FNX is there to help his IGL out. Imperial, from strength to strength. And the damning statistic for both teams is we're moving into round 26, and there's been, what, 3 T rounds won?
Yeah.
It was a 13-2 first half. Big have picked up 1 T round, and Imperial picked up 2. Everything else has been heavily CT-sided this game.
I won't lie. I thought Imperial could make it at least a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive, but right now the momentum things. Sometimes a cliche when they say it, but I want to go back, touch upon what we said earlier on. They don't necessarily have the firepower, so to speak, against some of the young guns, some of the big heavy hitters in the major stage, in the legend stage right now, but they have the veterancy. They have the experience, and one thing the players in Imperial have is they have tenacity and have showcased it to bring this one back. However, Sirison finding Fur towards outside is a big opening pick, and Fallen looking to take matters into his own hands, misses the shot, and they're now going to push him.
Oh, he's not leaving himself much room for error here either. If he misses the shot, he's gone. But they actually back off. Fallen, his sixth sense is tingling. It tells him to continue to press forward, continue to push into position, and he could get the rewards for this. There's multiple players out here. But the thing is, there's close players as well, so once he takes the shot, he's going to get barraged down. I'm amazed that he's still surviving this, and now he has to get the hell out of there. How is he still alive? Meanwhile, though, Vinny has been bested by Tabson, and Fallen continues to survive, continues to be a pain in the ass of Big, but it may not be good enough, because Bolts is mollied out of position. He has to fall back to the site, and there's more than enough time now for Big to take their sweet time, and on the drive-by, Faven will be alleviating Bolts' life. FNX, though, using this brief reprieve to push up in the vents and nullify Searson. Fallen all around the map. Still alive, still kicking, still trying to keep his team in this matchup. And Tabson shown his hand. Fallen will be finally collected. FNX, with it all to do, is going to get faced by Tabson, and Big have finally put an end to the rot as they move 4 match points.
It took a while, Vince. It took a while, but Big finally cracking the puzzle. Oh, meanwhile, we're going OT between G2 and Na'Vi. Oh boy. Also, I think we've almost hit the 900,000 concurrent viewer mark here for CSGO right now, so I'm just saying. We're still in the group stage.
Very nice. I'm sure that's only going to increase as we get through to the playoffs. But these two teams still jockeying for position in our game. Big on the brink, the precipice, after we've got to be honest, a heroic, a brave fight back from Imperial. It may just end up being too short, though. They gave themselves so little wiggle room in that first half.
It's not quite done yet, though, Vince. It's still not quite done yet. If one thing Imperial have shown, they've shown that they will not go down without a fight. But 4 more rounds needed. And it's off to a rough start, isn't it? Fur tagged down to 23 HP. He was trying to use his own one-way smoke towards Secret, but he was spotted by Tabson. Or rather, Tabson just read it and spammed away down to 23 HP. Bolts on 9. Both of them just a walking wounded. At least Bolt's position on top, he might be able to avoid some of the nades, but the utility can stay alive, but at least he can be good for 1. The smoke will be used once more towards Squeaky, keeping Big at bay, but there's a big gap.
Oh, that's gigantic. Fortunately for Vinny, though, he's not peeking out. He's not trying to look down to Secret, or Squeaky, pardon me, otherwise that would be the end of his life. There's 2 players up here. Bolts is still in position. Vinny getting flashed. No mollies will be forthcoming just yet.
25 seconds.
There is 2 left, though. But yeah, time is starting to run dry. Here's the Molotov.
Oh,
this could be the difference maker. Where this molly lands could be everything for Big. 20 seconds, surely about to get pulled. The pin is out, and now it's going to start to land onto the site. Tabson goes in for that wide swing. The molly won't be designated for that position, but it's still the same outcome because Tizian is going from strength to strength, but he's fallen. Again, he's really stepped up on the CT side. With 8 seconds to go, the bomb has successfully been planted down, but Fallen misses the shot, and in doing so, Big take the 16-11 win. But we have to give credit to Imperial. They battled against the odds. The tenacity, the grit they showed was so outrageously powerful, but they just didn't give themselves enough room to come back into this Blair. 13-2 first half was way too brutal.
Couple more rounds in the first half, Vince. I could believe this comeback taking place, and it did indeed transpire, but Big were able to eventually close it out. The depth of the strat book being shown there, some good adaptations as well. It did look like Imperial were going to run away with it, with some huge kills coming out. You pointed out as well, the Molotov, the flashback. That execute we saw from Big is something which we didn't really see coming out from the Imperial side, right? You could see their T side was kind of lacking when it comes to a more from the execute side of things. They were kind of languishing a little bit. In fact, they were a bit fortunate that they were able to get the second round and go back to round of 15. It was a bit of a mistake being made by Tabson, which is getting punished. But the CD side was solid, man. Like FNX, Fur, especially towards the mini outside area, they were a thorn. Fallen as well was starting to come alive, but in the end, you said it best. They just didn't have enough rounds in that first half not enough room, not enough of a margin for error to work with, and unfortunately, that is what led to the undoing. But considering it was 13-1 at one point, this was a very, very respectable comeback, final scoreline for the side of Imperial and the Brazilians. And you know what? Going down, they're going to be playing some of the losers we played today throughout the first round of games. If I'm anyone facing off against them, I am not taking Imperial that lightly.
No, I certainly wouldn't, but at the same time, when you look at some of the teams that are in that 0-1 bracket, the likes of Furia, the likes of Vitality, obviously G2 and Na'Vi are going to be in that mantle as well. It's a pretty stacked amount of teams. Faven, the man of the match, had some incredible moments in that first half, in particular 90 ADR and a bunch of utility damage on top of it. 66.67 headshot ratio as well, by the way. That's very, very high for that many kills.
Out of 21 kills, out of 21 kills, 6% is quite very, very impressive. Great showing coming out from Big, especially that first half was just an absolute masterclass of how to play the CD side of Nuke. The T side, they were pushed. They were pushed by Imperial to finally come up with some of the more big-esque rounds, so to speak. You saw the flashes coming out, you saw the Molotov, some of the executes, able to toy with the rotations of Imperial and catch them off guard. That's what they needed to do to close out this particular matchup. But in the end, it is going to be the German side to come out on top.
Indeed, it shall, as a lot of people expected, but maybe not in that kind of a way. That being said, Blair and I are done for the day, but there are still plenty more matches here on the A stream and also the B stream. After the break, Hugo and Harry are going to be guiding you through the next 4 games, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
I didn't know this before I came to Belgium, but apparently they're quite famous for chocolate. So of course I had to go on a mission and make sure that this was actually the case, because I'm very reporterliness. I don't know, am I a reporter?
You're a seeker of truth.
Thank you very much, I'm a seeker of truth. There you go, there you go. He's my manager, and if you would like to hire me to seek your truth, then give Maori a call. Now, Maori, you are known for fashion, for talking about Counter-Strike, and for a love of food, at least within the green room you are.
Wow, I didn't know I was known for fashion. I think this is a late development, but you know what? Food is something I think a lot of people have put me on a pedestal for, and you know, I can talk about food here and there.
Brilliant, because I wanted you to take part in my challenge today, which is called Is It Belgian?
Is it Belgium? Oh, wow.
Is it Belgian?
Jesus, this is gonna be tough already.
Yes. Right. Well, I think you're gonna be able to do swimmingly in this challenge.
Okay.
And the challenge is basically, you gotta put the blindfold on.
Sure.
Because this is gonna enhance your senses. So, I've got 6 chocolates for you to try.
Okay.
And you literally have to tell me, is it Belgian?
Oh, wow. Okay, sure, yeah, I don't know. See, this is where it's tough, because I don't really know exactly what is Belgium chocolate versus what is, say, Swiss chocolate. But I'll do my best, Frankie.
You're about to learn.
I'll try my best, yeah.
So if you would like to put on the assistive central blindfold.
Oh, yeah. Very sensual. Oh, how's my hair? Did I mess with it?
Your hair is fabulous. You were the first person to wear this blindfold. I'm
the first. Awesome.
I've actually bought it to sleep in later.
That's great. I have pink eye, but so wash it first.
Okay, the first one, I'm just gonna mix up these. Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you want me to put it into your hands, or how do you wanna do this?
I think hand is good.
Yeah, okay.
It's already a little too sensual, so.
Okay, here we go. Just gonna grace your palm with the chocolate.
Okay, all right.
I just scratched his hand with a little bit of praline, I think.
Okay. Oh, praline, okay. Well, this one's got a nice rectangular texture. I mean, I think that usually indicates that it's a fine chocolate, but let's see how it is. Okay. Oh, okay. It's got a nuttiness to it. I think you might have indicated that it was praline to me, but... Okay, so this was a milk chocolate. It seemed like it was pretty solid quality, but I feel like it's lacking that little bit of Belgium depth, which I'm not even sure if I'm aware of what that is. It's more of a nebulous concept, but I'm going to assume it's not Belgium.
Ka-ching, you are absolutely right.
Oh,
this is not Belgian. It's actually a brand called JD Gross.
Oh.
Which makes me think it's German. Ready for number 2?
Yes, let's do it. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm feeling confident after what I was able to nail there.
Here we go. Now definitely give this one a fondle.
I'm gonna say that this is Belgium, because I know they like their beer. I think I gotta think they like their alcohol and chocolates too.
They like their beer, so they put rum in a chocolate. Can you imagine beer in a chocolate? That would be disgusting. And
Ew.
unfortunately, Maui, that is not Belgian.
Oh man, dang it. They just tried making it fancy with alcohol. Okay.
Do you want to try a dark milk or white chocolate?
You know, you gotta surprise me and I'll just guess what it is. You know, that's what we'll do.
Okay, here we go.
I don't think I even want to know these kind of things.
Here we go.
Okay.
Fair enough. Do you like this one?
I do. It's just nice. It's very
like a
pleasant.
cream.
Yeah, it's a little
Yeah.
creamier. So I will say that it is. Oh, man, I don't want to be wrong, but I think it is Belgium. I think it is Belgium.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yes. Okay. There
Congratulations, you're right. So you got 2 out of 3 right so far. We
Yes.
are halfway through the chocolate test.
we go. Okay.
So I'm going to fling another one your way.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to fling it. I'm going to place it delicately.
Yes, please. We don't want to disturb the chocolate.
This one's also got an interesting top.
It's kind of like a Chinese takeaway box, but like the last fold in it. Yeah. Okay. I got
Yeah.
that. Okay. Thanks. That was a good description. Okay. Let's do this. It doesn't have nuts inside, it just has nut flavor.
Yeah, that's the praline, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think you've got a talent for this because you've only got one wrong so far and there's 2 more to go. So I'm going to give you one with, well, I'll let you tell me the shape of this one. It's got a nice little shape on top.
Okay. Oh, what? Oh, this one's like really chewy. This almost has like a nougat inside, actually. Just got like a little bit of crunch. But I'm gonna say this isn't Belgian just because there's a lot going on in this one. And I feel like they don't take those kind of shortcuts. They don't use those tricks, the Belgian people.
It's not Belgian. You are absolutely correct in this one.
Wow. Okay, this was tough. The alcohol one threw me for a loop, I would say, but I got it. After I figured out that wasn't Belgian, boom, palate has been curated.
I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
Got one more chance to impress me.
Oh, there's another.
There is one more.
This one has to have like a nut in it or something, because why would it be this big without a nut in it?
Can you guess the type of nut?
I think it's hazelnut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It
hazelnut.
looked like a hazelnut to me.
I'll say this, the chocolate quality was very good. I'm weighing 2 things. Belgian people don't seem to like to add too much stuff. They added a little hazelnut, but the chocolate quality was still very good. So I'm gonna say it was Belgian.
You may take off your mask.
Yes.
And I can tell you, Mary Snake,
Yeah.
you were absolutely correct. It was
Oh
Belgian.
my God, just one wrong?
5 out of 6 correct.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Wow, I'm proud of myself.
And thank you so much for joining us on Is It
Appreciate
Belgian?
it. I appreciate it. My hand has a little chocolate on
Do
it.
a little,
so
we'll
do
do
that.
a little fist bump. Thank you so much for joining me.
There we go.
And let's do it.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
man. We look so fly in that, man. We really do. Hugo, it's the Legend stage, bro. We're here. We've already had these first round matchups go down. Now we're starting to work our way through some of these lower matches over here on the B stream. I'm still back a little bit from you. I'm gonna break the fourth wall down. Blair's, we'll call it vertical assistance, is still in place. So
get on it.
So look, man, if I stand on this, like,
you're pretty tall.
Thank you. I put all my time into trying to grow vertically and horizontally.
Eats his carrots, eats his vegetables. That's what you get. And man, we got a bit of a banger here, Harry. I mean, they're all bangers here when we're in the Legend stage. No weak teams left up. A lot of questions on 0330 and some answers perhaps as we have Vitality against Outsiders in this first game of the day, or for us at least. For Vitality, man, they were underwhelming earlier. They need to step up right here, right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule though, right? Because we're talking about what games we got and what we got coming down the pipeline. You just touched upon how we got Vitality Outsiders coming up first, but there's some pretty big matchups as we continue down the list. I think a cool one is Furia versus Team Liquid, man. That's pretty hype, isn't it? And also FaZe Clan versus Bad News Eagles. I actually think that's going to be a bit of a test for FaZe, honestly. Yes. Maybe showing up a little slower here than perhaps you were looking for from a team that is so in position, it feels like, to finally win a major for a guy like Carrigan.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a worry, right? When you have these top 8 or top 16 teams already here, right? These teams that qualify to Legends from the RMR, man, they're coming in cold. We've had the other teams playing many matches already. They're warmed up. They know the vibe. They know the studio. They know what they're doing. FaZe, first game of the day, as much as for Vitality, also didn't really go to plan going down 0-1. Obviously, heavy favorites in that matchup, but B&E, not a team you can sleep on. Very explosive, very aggressive. They're going to punish you, they're going to push you, they're going to do everything that's annoying.
Yeah, dude. I mean, what's kind of been like the biggest surprise in your eyes so far? Would it be the FaZe Clan 0-1 to open up, or was that a little par for the course?
I actually think the Furia game was the surprise, right? Furia falling to Spirit earlier on, like that, it started really well. It's pretty neck and neck, but what we had is we finally had Patsy and Siren stepping up at the same time, right? They both put up a really good game. It feels like when we've seen Spirit make this deep run that we weren't really expecting, it was often one of them plus one of the old core, like a Dexter or a Chopper stepping up. Now we got both the young guns looking really good, and this is a true test because this is something that we talk about with a lot of teams, not just Crimbo and Big. Like, oh great, he played sick at Pro League, he looked good in a studio setting, but can he do it when the stakes are this high? The same question gets drawn in for some of the young guns on teams like Spirit, and they did step up in their first match. Furia down 0-1, but let's look at this game, Harry. Let's look at what we have right now, and let's take a look at Vitality, of course, coming in 3-0 from the previous stage.
Yeah, it's a good place to open up, right? I mean, dude, looking at kind of how they were able to get through the challenger stage, I think a lot of people found themselves kind of like drawn back into Vitality, right? Because they looked pretty damn hot coming in. Then, maybe reality starts to dawn upon you a little bit, right? Because we had their opening round matchup versus NIP, a team that I saw that a lot of folks actually had in their 0-3. I thought that was pretty surprising, but it feels like, everyone was kind of sleeping on NIP coming into this, right? And maybe that's justifiable, like you look at this squad and kind of what was promised initially when Device was meant to be featured and just how good this squad was meant to be, and then you kind of have like what it's turned into. Maui even went on his big tangent, about Est. However, they still come in swinging and they wrecked Vitality in the opener. Now, maybe that's a little bit worrying when you think about how this squad was really like riding the high of momentum from the challenger stage. It looked like they were all on the same page. Finally, you were getting games where, the Danes could pop off one map, then you kind of get a more like vintage ZywOo-esque performance. I mean, really, I think Apex also delivered a hell of a lot of good games, and that's why it was so surprising to see him have his lowest rated event at like a major ever in that matchup. I think he had 0.25 rating. So, yeah, a bit of a fall from grace. On the other side of things, we could start to look at this Outsiders squad.
Yeah, I'm such a fan of this team. I think a lot of people are. Some say maybe the last time we'll see this full roster, the last time we'll see Yakinder in this team. And I think with all the circumstances going on, it makes a lot of sense. But this team will always have a special place in my heart, playing some of the most obtuse Counter-Strike that we've seen and making it so deep in tournaments. Like their opening game was the rematch of IM Katowice 2021 Grand Final, that BO5 against what is now Cloud9, right? right? And I'd say that, Outsiders put up a pretty good performance against a team that we expect to be rocking pretty high right now in Cloud9, sorry. Jame performed as well earlier today, going to be a necessity up against a player like ZywOo, as we saw that much came through for Esatag on his overpass CT side. And Mirage coming through again, which I think this time Vitality are going to be a lot happier with. I was surprised they even let overpass come into play up against NIP, especially considering how much better those T sides have gotten, the side we didn't even need to see in that matchup. But yeah, this is home ground for Outsiders at the same time, James' playground, and where Yakinda does some of his best work. So odds are pretty good for Vitality, but I'm going to just say it, Harry, I think Outsiders are winning this.
Yeah, dude, I mean, it's a hard one when we look at predictions. It really is. I always look at I mean, dude, like these two teams, I just think are such a coin flip.
Yeah.
Like Outsiders, I would have never said that about them, like in the past, but with how things have gone with this squad, with kind of where we stand, I do feel they've become a little more coin flippy. And for Vitality, it does just kind of feel like it's like a revolving door of who's going to show up on the day, right?
Yeah.
So it's a very hard one to predict. Regardless, neither of these teams were really expected to find themselves in a spot where they're down 0-2. So this is a horrible place to find yourself right now. Outsiders, T-side beginning, Vitality with a quad kind of, I was going to say quad B lean, just 2B early, but a fast rotation out of middle. ZywOo making his way up the short side, and a boost of these dual Berettas on Dupree. They'll get nothing done. ZywOo will hold the line with a bit of help from Masuta. This attempt at the B play from Outsiders has turned very, very sour.
Yeah, I mean, half in, half out. You got to pick your spot, and they didn't want to commit to the B play. James doubles back. Yakinda checks the flank with the bomb. He's here for the round win, right? James only on 10 points of health, so top mid for ZywOo. Good position, but Yakinda's up close, ready and waiting. Oh, he didn't see him. ZywOo going back for more. Yakinda bites and takes his head out. Now that sets him up for the short split if he wants to regroup with James, because Vitality have spread thin.
Yeah, there's still a route back into this. The big worry is, with someone like Apex all the way pushed through Palace, if he does want to go any further than this, if he decides to commit, there is a world where that bomb could find its way up through connector into the A site. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. Not with Jame in the apartments. This still feels like a late recommit back into this B site. And right now, that's exactly what Vitality are poised for. They're double set up here. And they've spotted Yakinda up the short side. Jame is one-tapped out of the apartments. And so now it is just Yakinda. First shot connects, but he isn't ready for the second man. Masuta never left. And so that there is a Vitality round.
Oh, was that misunderstanding? Did he think there was only one guy in the bomb site the whole time? That was sneaky. Nice little lean back to B late in the round, but just checked out middle. He saw nothing and just goes and stacks up on the B site with his teammate. Vitality converts a pistol round and a necessity, knowing how Outsiders, they're never down, Harry. They're never out until the game is over. This is a comeback team. We expect to see them playing throughout all 30 rounds of this BO1. For now, for Eco, just a couple of pistols. Yakinda hit some nice shots in that round, so somewhat reassuring for Outsiders. A guy that we need to see in top form to take down Vitality on this map. Which, historically, we look at the Danes on this team, the Exastralis players, and we go, Mirage, really? But it's been a mainstay, man. Alongside Inferno, it's been the go-to for this French-Danish mix. Outsider's going to crawl into middle, try and let this Deagle come to life. And with Apex checking timings, he could get caught off. But back to Con, spotted, and ooh, he's going for it. That's exactly what Yakinda wanted.
Okay, yeah, Yakinda's looking really nice to open this one up, man. Always a treat. They've got
the
this
FAMAS.
Opening pick down here in middle, and now a FAMAS retrieved. Yeah, there is this CT boost up on top of triple. Magis goes up, goes over, and reclaims that kill in mid. The FAMAS is just going to get juggled around from player to player. Seeing, who can find impact? Yakinda's Deagle. No. He don't need the FAMAS. 2 to his name already. ZywOo's going to try it now. Up on top of Ticket, and at least Yakinda's out of the round. You can breathe a little easier now, Vitality.
Yeah, ZywOo only had a pistol in this round. He was playing it safe for the AWP. They thought this one would come for free, and it really should have. It's only one weapon that's made this even interesting. Kicket's picked up that FAMAS and is trying to cross back into A. He's got the bomb. I'd love to see Kicket throw either the gun or the bomb, get rid of one, because these Glocks aren't going to do much to cover. Flit's got his dig. Kicket's just going for the big stick right now. Short is not open, not a worry right now. It's open. Vitality all rotating CT together for the moment. Kicket poised on the headshot angle.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. Would have loved
Glock.
one. Still a Glock kill in the meantime onto ZywOo. And the Deagle and Flit, man, it's blessed by Yakinda. Masuta all alone. This is basically a full eco. This is one Deag that's done this to Vitality. And now Masuta's looking for a way back in, but outsiders aren't giving anything over. They're just playing with him. They're toying with him. He's in his own head, and now he's out of there. Outsiders, they're going to win this round with nothing more than a Deag. That is ludicrous. It all starts with Yakinda, and it's ended by Jamin Flit finishing what he started over in middle.
Yeah, they bought a P250 that did nothing and a Deagle, and that's it. It was all Yakinda. It was all those double openers that dropped FAMAS and a very awkward post plant where Vitality can't even get back into the bomb site. Those are not easy shots to hit, man, and it screams outsiders in the second round. Excellent shooting. And Jame, even just baiting so hard on the ramp that Masuta knew he couldn't get comfortable enough to stick that bomb. One of two would have fought. One of them would have faced. AWP is now out in round 3 for Jame. The money man's back again. He never left. And ZywOo, who is playing for an AWP in this round as well, on a USP previously. At least that gave him a little bit more money to join Masuta with a rifle in this round. A4 fans. ZywOo is one of them. Heavy setup on the A site, but outsiders still defaulting. They're being given a lot of control. Yakinda's going to take con. ZywOo's timing spot missed, but Yakinda's could be as well. Flicks back, beautiful shooting, and ZywOo is out of the round immediately.
Dupree's got dualies again, but they didn't treat him well in the pistol. Also, this is still so measured from outsiders. Like, Vitality is sweating right now. They're feeling pressure to take these fights. Well, the dual Berettas will finally win them.
All right.
Masuta still an unknown factor back inside of the site, and that's the bomb going in first. Drop now over on the ramp side. We need this activation out of Flit. He's out past the con smoke, and Masuta dies, walking the ramp side. Now Dupree is under such stress. He's going to have to turn on a dime. Knocks Flit out. Oh, Dupree with a follow-up. The Molotov, as it goes in, he goes swinging with it. And Jame, left in this clutch, might go walking to his death. It's a CT swing out of Apex. Vitality with the reply, and Dupree with one hell of a round.
As much as Yakinda won the second with a single Deagle buy, it's the double dually investment, Harry, that does it all. Chases down Yakinda. 2 players had already faced him, knowing exactly where he was, and died. But it's the dualies to chase him, grab the AK, and clean up shop with a triple on the A side. That is beautiful for Dupree. And that's what an injection for Vitality, not just a money, but just a momentum. Shutting out that full buy for outsiders with the AWP for Jame, all gone, all thrown to the wind. As Vitality do it back with nothing. Okay, Harry, we got a game on our hands.
Dude, I can't get over that swing from Dupree. Like, he hears the molly getting lobbed out, and he's like, well, I'm either going to burn to death or I try to win it on a wide swing. And he does it, and it looks flawless. Like, it was really clean, and he saved the day for Vitality.
Oh, did they see him? Flit looks so aware right now. ZywOo's dropped down lower. No teammate to boost him. This is a nice gap for Flit. He's making sure that ZywOo can't escape. That flash does give a window away, but he's got a bit of vision in through this box. Molly's a problem. No smoke. He has to fight. He has to commit. And Dupree and ZywOo were double set up ready for that fight. Triple mid early, and they completely fall back. The one rifle lost. ZywOo hangs around, and it's a double dipping that leaves Vitality full. 5-on-2, and these pistols should just be rid of the round. No problem. P250s and Glocks when Yakinda's not here. 3-1 for Vitality with 5 alive. They win the Force Buy Wars. And it's got to be one more eco for outsiders.
Yeah, and I just think, outsiders, they are in like a bit of a weird place, right? Like, all the kind of interviews you've had out of key players, even guys like Yakinda, it hasn't sounded impeccable, internally, right? In terms of what's going on with this team trying to stay together. So I think in a certain way, this team always got by having full faith in the system, in James' system. Sure. But I almost feel like for someone like Yakinda, this might be more individualistic than we're used to seeing, right? He's still trying. Don't get me wrong, I don't think he needs to get his name out. No. Everyone says, like, yeah, dude, he's just a flat upgrade for pretty much any team that would be willing to pick him up. But it's even that knowledge, even the knowledge that your players, people want them. People want these guys. I think it's gonna do weird things potentially to this Outsiders squad here in the Legend stage.
Well, that's the question, right? So what does it do to this team, knowing that it might be your final run, right, as a roster? Does that, completely suck the juice out of you, and suddenly you're just you don't really care, and you lose motivation, you lose a couple of tilt rounds, and you're in your head? Or does it just motivate you, knowing, hey guys, doesn't matter what we do here, it's good enough. Let's have fun with it. Let's play loose. Let's be explosive. And some of those factors are what have put Outsiders this deep in Counter-Strike already. ZywOo's barrel gets seen, and that's... Oh, no, it's not a headshot. It's a dink through. ZywOo flicks down and finishes off Yakinda. He should be dead right now. Kikit's dealt one to Apex at least, coming in from Con. That's, again, Apex pushing into middle and getting caught. Bit awkward, leaves things in a 4-on-4, gives Outsiders a way back in. James still got his AW. Leaning B right now, checking out for deep apps, but Vitality smoke it off, buying more time at the minute mark. Flash for mid, and that's info for dupreeh, but it's misinfo. Flit's still here behind the boxes. There's no Molotovs to clear this position out. Flit loves doing this so late in the round, letting his teammates execute onto a bomb site while he late lurks. Out he goes, but there's another flash, and dupreeh hits it this time around.
Yeah, in a weird way, maybe this helps Kicker get a bit more room, right? You might think you've dealt with the mid lurk, because normally it's Flit there alone. The fact that Kicker's coming in a little bit later now might be an unknown entity, but it still hinges on getting these ramp players out and into the site. Even though Kicker's found success on mid, still on a timer here. James out at ramp, trying to fight back with this bomb. ZywOo needs to offer a helping hand. Smoke in the way, and Magisk with the USP wins the first. ZywOo, 10 points of health versus Kicker. Bomb out in the open, he's going to get that CT plant in. The nade, it's good damage. 1 HP. Kicker still alive by the skin of his teeth. And will that give him the edge? He's getting wrapped, not ready for it. ZywOo follows up with aggression, and Kicker was expecting him to take his time. It's not the case as ZywOo runs him down.
Oh, that's such an unfortunate round for Kicker as well. So many great timings from that conlurk under, like you talked about. But even then, when he went for the bomb, if he stayed on the angle on the smoke a second longer, ZywOo walks into him with 1 health. When Kicker went for the bomb, there was an HE on the ground. He accidentally jumps over it by a millisecond. And right there, again, a nade, you throw it stairs, you win. So Kicker gets very unfortunate, but ZywOo, of course, capitalizes on every factor. 9-3 right now. After not even buying in round 2, well, he is funded up for the big green. Fast out of Palace. This one's heard.
Yeah, it's loud. Oh, Kicker on the ladder. Couldn't help out there. And juggled forward, still in with a chance here. James also late lurking middle, right? Armed with an AK. He's got one of the 2 guns in this round. They're trying to set him up to make a play, but the nades are eliminating the rest of the Outsiders. Seen the barrel, seen the smoke, knows what's happening, but it's ZywOo to get that. Oh, a follow-up from this AWP. ZywOo roaring to life. Only Yakinda left, and he'll get cut down. We're getting a good game out of ZywOo, and a good game out of the Danes.
A good game?
This is a recipe for success for the Vitality squad. This is exactly what they needed. Outsiders going to call their first pause in. They've got some serious problems to address here. This is not the start they wanted. ZywOo's looking fired up. dupreeh and Magisk are playing this like wonderful bit of interplay and synergy between the 2 of them. Oh, dude, it's a sight to behold right now. This is Vitality in their element.
This is animalistic for ZywOo. Primal with that double kill. I don't know how he even turns around. Apex got saved for a second, but I thought even he would be able to get away with that kill. ZywOo steals it and then goes on the double up. That's just sickening. This guy's not missing a beat right now, and Jay may have played up to the power of Mirage earlier on against C9, but Boy, Vitality. This is the fear when you take a team of legends and you push them down 0-1, right? It's kind of what we're hoping for to come from FaZe later on, looking a lot better. A kick up the arse is sometimes the best medicine. And Vitality have come in with a remedy. 6-1 up. ZywOo's out under right now, and he hits the jiggle. That's not supposed to be a kill. And with the smoke down, he's even able to escape. Not for long. James ready for the repeat. ZywOo goes back for more, and yet again it gets punished. Can't really blame him with the game he's having. But Apex, man, he is relentless. Again, down lower. He got seen by Kick It there. Wants to get out. Knowing that spot came in, Outsiders might try and crush him. Meanwhile, Mazuta's even trying his hand at aggression. Not done this before. Double B push with dupreeh. Buster's holding with the bomb.
Oh, that's a bit of a flick back round, isn't it? It looked like he was going to get caught sleeping at the wheel there. Weren't ready for the second man. However, James is still in under. Could have attempted to trade that, and Apex nutmegs the man in top mid. 55 seconds. Outsiders are fine, playing to the extremities of this clock. They're more than used to it. And they're not feeling the pressure yet. They're going to start to lean towards B. And right now, it's still just low HP dupreeh responsible for this entire bomb site. Magisk and Apex are a long way away. And so if Vitality even want to retake this round, dupreeh needs to go 1-for-1 at a bare minimum.
Yeah, he's got a great angle. They don't have a nade to clear it. No molly, no HE. It's just contact, and he's crouched. The latest contact he can supply, but he uncrouches, and 2 are ready for him. Buster finds the shot. 3-on-2, default plant, and still with the open abs. This is where James wants to be. He can cover catwalk right now, but this is not a round that Vitality will consider going for. They're going to give it up. Outsiders, like you said, there needed to be a 1-for-1 there on the B-bomb side to even tempt Vitality in. And with them so far away, they know Outsiders will be set up before they're even there. So this is a round for Outsiders finally. A late conversion back on B. A couple of nice shots in there for Buster as well.
It's kind of weird, but like James is very much this player where the more confident you're feeling against his team, the better he gets.
Yeah.
It's a super like conflicting, you know, message to send. But that round there, you know, it started so good for Vitality, and it only starts to spiral once ZywOo kind of goes one step too far in going for those mid kills. And it's like you pointed out in the moment, you can't blame him. He's 12-4. He's hit every single shot that's been required, and he's trying to keep that dominance up, right? To keep that kind of suffocating power of his AWP in play. And it's that decision to go back into mid a second time that gives James the kill.
Yeah, not just there, but you know, Apex, he was fine in this round, but a couple of the previous, he was, you know, pushing out mid in 5v4s, giving picks away. The double B upper push should have been fine. Vitality going 1-for-1, but yeah, dupreeh just needed more on that B bomb site. And Outsiders now go back into one of these slow, painful defaults yet again, where Vitality are getting begged to be aggressive. Ooh, Buster, yeah, last second spread has to leave. And scared of close A positions. Majik has been under Balk many a round, but this time con side. Outsiders at minute 20 going to be regrouping back in the B apartments. Might just be this cat split. Yakinda's out middle. Flip will join him. Plenty of players capable of finding opening kills in this Outsiders roster on the T side. They can be very lethal. This is a bit of an early pump into B, trying to get Vitality's utility out. They're not committing off of this smoke and flash combo. Vitality have almost nothing to throw. One molly for dupreeh, and he's still holding it, knowing this is not the commit, not this early, but eventually, 45 seconds now. With that smoke down, with Vitality losing mid-info, it all starts to become clear.
I mean, you say it starts to become clear. This is like one of the big Outsiders problems, though, is it's like, what's the intent behind these smokes? This time it is to get up the catwalk, but so often they're nothing more than a ruse. So here's the B play. dupreeh responds and even turns around, dealing with Yakindar up the short side. Masuta cannot pick an angle, and so will get punished eventually. A 3-on-3 ensues, and this time Vitality, they're at least here, they're at least in position. There's a late apartments lurk out of Apex. Rest of the guys in market, they hold for now. They're going to wait for Apex to get deeper. And ZywOo's even spamming the apartments.
trying to give this signal. Yeah, we don't know what's happening in Apps, guys. In reality, they do, and Apex is moving in. Jame with a quick flick rids us of Magisk. Can they even deal with the apartments, man? ZywOo's got to get out of there. Got to try save this AWP. Outsiders in with the third round. They win it on the back of that mid to B split.
Yeah, Vitality did everything they could there to set that up for Apex, but unfortunately, it's just time at the end of the day. It's so long before even one player moves out market. The Outsiders read it really, really well. Not going to fall for the late flank.
And dude, like, being real, you know, like we kind of talked about the util that was used earlier in the round from Outsiders. It was very deceptive in nature. They like threw that early B exec with the market window smoke going in, and then they throw util that's sometimes used to, you know, take that con control, play around the smoke. For guys like Flit and Yakindar, they both like doing that, where they play through the con smoke and head out towards stairs or jungle, and that actually kept 3 players for Vitality over at the A bomb site. Yeah. So it's already like a nice bit of misdirection out of Outsiders, and this is very much their path back in.
Oh, just behind the boxes. Thank God it wasn't on top. Magisk is now trapped. He has to fight for his life, but the flash is perfect. dupreeh was trying to help him. This is something that we have seen a lot from Vitality in that Fours game as well on Mirage, where it was dupreeh and Magisk pushing top mid every round on CT side, just taking space with rifles, but there was only one gun there. And it's already gone in no man's land, out of the trenches. ZywOo's now got the only weaponry in this round. No one's even considering going for it. Yakinda's barely moved off his spot. Eventually might regroup with his team. Vitality, this is a great round to make a gamble. And they're heavily leaning B right now. That's including ZywOo's AWP. Be amazing to have it back in CT ticket, but without that fact, this is a free A bomb site. Only one man here. Apex, he's got to hit some bangers with the deagle, but these smokes might just completely cut him off.
Yeah, he's going to have to do it with the Deeg, isn't he? And, you know, we've seen some Apex Deeg moments here on Mirage. We definitely have, but this one...
Let's go for the gun.
This one's too far gone already. Yeah, going to go grab that A1S from middle. Yakindar temporarily gave up this area, but now as he goes back in, he's just going to strip one from the ranks of Vitality, and that should seal the deal on a save here. Now it definitely has. ZywOo's just going to look to get out of there with the AWP, and so Outsiders, they come into this round up against an AWP, an A1S, and a 4-sport Vitality, and they shut it all down, even removing the AWP at the final hurdle.
Dude, Yakinda's a ballerina. That round, he run boosts over Magisk and somehow survives, and then he just jumps up cat past the ZywOo AWP, somehow missing that shot, and denies the save. That's the most important kill of the round, getting the heavy weaponry out of Vitality, getting their point man removed. He's still got money to rebuy. It's coming back again, but, you know, Outsiders know more than anyone else the value of saving an AWP and keeping that money for the late game. Pause coming out of Vitality. This was a 6-1 off of those 4 spy wars that they somehow won out in round 3 and went on a 5-round streak. Outsiders have already dispelled it. You just can't count these guys out when they're down.
Oh, over on the A stream, Heroic versus Spirit. Off to a good start for the Danes. Heroic 9-2 up right now, so that's pretty sick.
My Heroic 3-0 pick is feeling pretty safe right now.
Yeah, it's looking good, isn't it? But, mate, you know, one of the things that's kind of cool about this Outsider squad, one of the things that, you know, fans of this team really can get behind is they're so tricky. You kind of can't go to the standard ebbs and flows of a CS game when it comes to countering this team, right? We always talk about conditioning, and the beauty of Outsiders is they don't need to condition in an individual map because you already know how the rounds are going to go long ahead of time, and it doesn't make it any easier to deal with them.
That's a massive opener. It's a fast B split. Finally, a pace change, and they've already lost the first man up. Catwalk, dupreeh doubled up. Late lurk for Flit, finds 2, but Masuta dropped Buster out of the apartments before this CAC player came in. He's offered up a chance for Vitality. Apex on a far faster Apps flank this time around. Still really far away as Magisk sitting back on triple. He's going to have to run that rotate. Apex will have to just make early contact, and Flit, he's currently waiting for that uncrouch. Beautiful headshot. Jame in the middle of the bomb site with the AWP, and nothing given to ZywOo. Even a team flash for Magisk, not helping this speed of the retake. Jame hits a headshot, and this round is as good as done. Doesn't even get the AWP. Oh no. Didn't want to go back into the danger zone.
No, I mean, James is very, very proficient at not just keeping his own money in check, but making sure yours is in a bad way. And so Magis doesn't want to test the waters again, going back to get that AWP.
Yeah, just a really awkward round for Magis, right? From the super late rotation out of B after they saw a double cat lurk and a double apps pop. Like, you're waiting for one lurker on A. That's what Magisk is waiting for, or looking for the cat player to go back to middle. And then he's full wide Zywoo, and then he doesn't save the AWP. Like, it probably couldn't have gone worse for Magisk in that round. And I love the pace change. This is something we saw more at the RMR as well for Outsiders, right? They go from, these really painfully slow defaults where you don't want to use your util. We see how long Dupree's been holding his molly on B, and then suddenly 130, and they're jumping out of apps and double splitting cat, and you're just caught either with nades in hand or with nades on your back pocket, never getting used. And this is the conditioning that Outsiders seem to still be evolving with, seem to still be catching teams off guard with, throwing 1 or 2 rounds in a half where they just run you down and you're not ready for it.
Yeah, and in a matchup like this where they're already kind of doing what they're known for, they're pulling this comeback after a dire start and, still managing to make it competitive regardless. I think you need to be a very composed team. And I think, one of Vitality's kind of problems that they've been very open about is the idea of like meshing these styles together, being on the same page, how sometimes there are just kind of fundamental differences in how they would like to play a situation. I think it's going to be a big test for a guy like Apex to keep himself composed and keep the rest of Vitality composed in moments like this. So now they set up for a bit of an A play on the side of Outsiders. That is a dink out of Zywoo's Deagle. Nothing to write home about yet. He's going to need frags with it. Apex here to help him on the stairs side.
Ouch.
Already Buster's opened up with a double. Magis coming through with this saved A1S. Damage has been done, but still not a single kill found for Vitality. And Outsiders once more are just going to kind of ease off the gas for a moment now. They know that Vitality are going to be scrambling players around the map, and they've still got a whole minute left to play with, so they're going to wait and see what that reaction is before they decide when to recommit.
Yeah, I love this call out of Outsiders. Sometimes in these positions, they like to send roamers into another bomb site, try and get that info. If they die, the other 4 just hit the A site, but they have so little map control. They're just watching their T-spawn flank, and like you said, just delaying so Vitality get in their heads. But, it's impressive Vitality have held on here. Not only have they further pushed into the bomb site, but all 3 players are still in position. We just have so much entry capability for this Outsiders team. Buster's done his work, the double entry. Flitz coming out with one of his own. It just stops him from CT, but James with his AK picked up and kick it to close. It's perfect. It's all Outsiders ever wanted. But yeah, to talk about that like entry capability, obviously it's what your Kinder's most known for. But as Flit has gotten more comfortable in his roles on these T sides, he's certainly looked like a guy who can do that. We've already seen the impact he's had coming up cat late and working late mid control. But then sometimes when you see Outsiders, especially towards B on this map, start around Jame, and Buster and Kickit will, or usually Kickit will just be like a bodyguard to Jame and working towards B apps. You can see this AWP find openers as well. And this is for an AWP player who we know as a clutcher, as a closer. It's just so many pieces of the puzzle that can be used on this T side to find 5-on-4s.
Yeah, Buster loves these Palace lurks. Always a man for it. That's why, that kind of double kill in the last round doesn't like immediately scream the A play either. He's often the guy responsible for just lurking this side of the map. So, the alarm bells don't go off the moment Buster gets a kill. You kind of go, okay, that's where we expected to find him, and that's where he is.
Ooh. Now Magis just popped Palace, but Buster also stepped. So that info is twofold. Outsiders don't seem to care. They know Magisk is close. He's likely under balcony, they're saying. He is on top this time, but maybe they can get this clear off. He's getting aggressive after Buster's Molotov. He's trapped in front of it now. Oh dear, dinked up. Ramp player's coming out. He is caught, nowhere to go. Looking lost and confused. Apex spams a smoke to keep things even, but Buster wiggles and jiggles an entry to Dupree. Outsiders 4-on-3, and Util is cutting Vitality out. Apex stubborn, doesn't want to convince, and does go through over the smoke. Flitz found him, and Zywoo's been forced to save. The guy who started this map off looking unbelievable has had 4 rounds in a row with no impact.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it all stems from that one peak. All those rounds ago at 6-1, right? He gets the opener, does ZywOo, goes back to like double dip middle, and then gets caught by Jame. And it's like, that's the Jame effect for you. Right now in the back of your mind, you're going, okay, he's going to be holding for me. I can't keep going for these like aggro re-swings.
Don't you dare.
They're trying to take him down after, in the save again, and they're running at him now. Bomb's gone off. They're on a bit of a timer, and Masuta should have just saved his life.
Oh no, he peaked!
That re-swing! Why, ZywOo? Why? Punished again for another late swing. If he just hit for one more millisecond, bro, that would have been the AWP into this round.
When the kill feed's coming into the next round in Spawn, that's when you know you've been robbed.
Oh, man.
That's twice now Yikinda's done that.
Dude, and if ZywOo kind of wasn't already getting in his head, that one could be the one that sends him there.
Absolutely. Because he feels like he just wants a fight, man. He just wants a 1v1. He hasn't had them in these last 4 or 5 rounds. So that is just horrendous. That is worst case scenario for Vitality.
In his head as well, he's probably thinking like, man, these guys are ready for everything. Like, because he shouldn't have swung there. It goes against all the kind of laws of Counter-Strike. But that was meant to be the genius of it, right? It was meant to be, oh, there's a millisecond left. I'll just get one, duck out, celebrate next round about my little frag.
Such a quick counter-strafe from Yikinda. Like, you know, you said it yourself. This guy doesn't need to sell himself more, but he still is, man. His mechanics are otherworldly, and now he's going to farm ecos. You've earned them, Yikinda. Enjoy peeking early with nades out. There's the boost. Can he spray? Down he goes, but Masuta uses that one rifle for a kill. Vitality have nothing to lose here. They're buying up last anyway. They can throw themselves in, especially with what Masuta's giving them.
Yeah, they're exploding out through this short smoke, right? There's 3 of them grouped here, and they want to try and go through it. What? Jame, that didn't connect. Uh-oh, that's a little bit weird. Now it's starting to fall apart. Kickout's all the way in the market, late wrapping, but they're on the bomb. They don't have a kit. He is going to get here, maybe with some sort of timing.
No way.
Would have to go out the window, and that's just not going to happen. This round sails by. And so Outsiders, their 6-round streak is brought to a close, finally, and so much of it coming from Masuta on the short side with that one A1S.
That is insanity. I don't know how he does it. This is the late peak from ZywOo. The millisecond death just eviscerated. Ragdoll doesn't even fall, Harry. He's already gone. But a nice retake for Masuta, man. That came out of absolutely nowhere. Big dig from Apex, jumping out of market window, clearing E-Box, and all the pieces came together there for Vitality. Not a team that often overfaces in post-plants for Outsiders, but they kind of constricted there. Yikinda's been hit early by the AWP. Maybe this is the way in. Maybe Vitality can bite back at the end of the half, and 8 would be fine. It would be decent on the CT side of Mirage. The one map, actually, if we look at from the Challenger stage alone, that's actually 50-50 in rounds CT and T. We've had a lot of maps coming through very CT-sided, like Vertigo and Nuke. Not even as much Ancient. Dust 2's more CT-sided. But Mirage, right down the middle, and that's where ZywOo is, finding that opener.
Oh, but Yikinda there to trade, and once again, man, ZywOo's trying to get stuck in, tries to go play for even more glory in top mid, and he's silenced. 4v4 now. Flit trying to get up Con. And I mean, middle is so scary with Yikinda and Flit in the same team.
Nade down.
Oh, the nade pull for Apex. That mental timer of Yikinda getting to Con is thrown off by the fact it's Flit making contact out of lower. And Buster, late lurk out of Palace. As mentioned, man, it's tried, it's tested for this guy, and he's turned the advantage back to the Outsiders. A 3v2 as they start to move in. Masuta still anchoring B, because you're never certain when you're up against this squad as to whether or not it is this play till that bomb's gone down, and now it's going to dawn on Vitality.
Oh, he's on the angle. Yeah, bye-bye. Kicker gets that from afar. He found that from ramp, in fact. It wasn't Yikinda who was close triple, but he's ready to close instead. Masuta tries to clear it and crouched below. It's a no-scope for the end of the half. That is Outsiders 8-7 from a 6-1 down scoreline. They eviscerate Vitality. What an incredible game we're getting right now. And this one has to feel frustrating again. ZywOo, 5-on-4, re-aggros, gets dropped. Poor Apex, who, like you said, wasn't considering that the AWP that he just seen picked up by Yikinda was ever going to move towards him. He takes one jiggle, and in that jiggle, his opponent is on the corner. Nice closing AWP kills for Outsiders. And this is poised very well for the CIS squad. Those odds have flipped.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the nature of the beast, man. That's how she goes when you're up against this Outsiders squad. No start means anything when they're the ones who can finish strong. It's a bit of a kind of A-side retake setup almost, but there isn't like a kit, so it's just like this double CTP kind of Kicker and Jane. This does kind of put a bit of a pressure on this CT side. They need to hold and get one, and Kicker and Flit will deliver.
How's 2 do?
Yeah, not really. Flit wasn't really the guy in the runnings for it. He was smoked off at stairs, but catches them over the top of that jungle smoke. And so this gets very, very awkward now. Vitality, that smoke's really off the mark. There is a huge gap in it. It was just throwing out a necessity to try and make something of this round entirely on the fly. And it's all starting to fall apart. Dupree and Magisk.
Look at Flit. Just sits in the fade. Outsiders are flexing their muscles right now. They're feeling it. It's all coming together. This pistol is good, and it's done. Magisk dead at the back of the site. 3 from Flit, and that CT setup is perfect. We wondered, no kit, Harry, that could be a problem. Well, not if the bomb never makes it into the site. Very scary for Vitality. Very concerning. But not the team you want to be facing 0-1 down either, right? As much as we thought maybe, the reality check v Nip would warm them up, bump them up. Maybe like phase later. But yeah, Outsiders, a team that you can never get comfortable against. This is not a squad that many expected to make a run at this major given everything surrounding them and the prospect of roster changes confirmed regardless of results. But in this form, a team that made top 8 last time, hey, they could do it again.
Yeah, I like, Vitality going for this existed style pause, just kind of waiting around, having a discussion about how they want to play it with the rifles next.
When in Belgium.
Exactly, it is the time and the place. Kin now wants to try and farm some of these. The little rumbles will offset his crosshair a lot, and so he gets churned up. Now, you're hoping the rest of these rifles just reel it in, and they will. Flit from Con with that double up has made it a real rough round, but it was never meant to get too exciting. And so they will just spam him out. For Vitality, they put a lot of energy into talking about this round that's coming down the pipeline now. If they don't hit the ground running here, Outsiders might be the one making out like a bandit here and going for one hell of a turnaround. I know you've said it already, but from 6-1 down, they're now up in the lead at 10-7.
I say it again, Harry, just give it a couple more rounds. It gets even tastier the further this scoreline gets out of control. Full rifles, no AWP. James got his though, fast into middle. This AWP sat back on the A side and steals that kill right away from kicking on ramp. Magisk dead first, no teammate to trade. They're still mid-defaulting, trying to come out from under is Apex. Looking for some vengeance after how that first half went towards this exact position. Yakinda deletes Dupree, and he's ready for an underplay as well. The Molly's going to force a decision out of Apex, forward or back. He's somehow hidden in the crack between the wall and the fire. Popcorn smoke so we can try and fight Yakinda, but this guy's already changed position, gone up into the ladder. Has good info out under and even hungrier for a kill to Con if Apex crosses it. Is he ready for the angle? Doesn't look like it. Kick it now back at CT, jumping and spawning in scene 2.
He's going to go swinging out. Now that's a good turn out of Masuta.
Wait, what?
Wait.
His molly under. He jumped into his molly under.
Okay.
It was still going.
This could get a little weird now. It could get a little odd in the 3v2. Masuta's even taken deep CT. There's 2 players coming his way. Flash in. It's a good flashbang. They're both blind. And a lot of damage out of Masuta. And the info that both these remaining players were coming from the CT side. Now, Zai Wu out inside a ramp is good for that first. Jame, the man left to beat. And it was Jame who sent Zai Wu into the Mind Palace in the first place. Well, now from Triple, Zai Wu Knows that James made it across, made it into the site, feeling the pressure, and James will deliver, just consistently countering this AWP star of Vitality and getting that defuse with milliseconds to spare. James bests him again.
Yeah. Nice try for Vitality, man. That was a 2-on-5, man. Certainly assisted by Yakinda. I think it was an HE that he threw mid and then he jumped into it too early. Unless he had another Molotov, I don't know. But after... Oh, it was full damage.
Just full
it was
damage.
full damage. Yakinda, my man. Not the smoothest way to go out, but his team do him justice. James locks in the clutch against ZywOo. That pressure of crossing to default as well. ZywOo had to move. If James sticks that, he wins as well. So it's kind of lose-lose for ZywOo, unless he wins that immediate gunfight. Yeah, I can't explain Yakinda away. I didn't think he was that low, but hey, gravity hits, man. It hurts.
Playing versus James like this, it must just be so frustrating. Like, for someone who, even in moments like that, you know, he plays it like so safe in the sense of, I think a lot of players might have tried to rush that fight a little bit quicker or maybe committed to a defuse, but he's so comfortable like playing within the remits of that clock on the very edge. And for someone who kind of does take such a passive approach, it's amazing how suffocating he feels.
Oh, I love the pace out of Magisk. Look how deep he's gotten in just the opening seconds with that window smoke. James wanted to fight, but he's been relegated now to market, trading positions with Flit. Yakinda spotted. He used his spot last time, and now he's trapped. He's dropped off. Magisk doesn't know. He could have heard the drop, though. The smoke will give it away if Yakinda cuts himself off, but it's a Molotov instead to force repositions. He's still got to worry about the top and middle. If they double face, they could easily take fights here, but right now just getting wallbanged by the scout. Going to try and dive out, hit that timing, hit that golden zone where Yakinda can survive. He's been hit low, though. Maybe he takes the AWP from James. He is near him, but Yakinda, not a necessity to run that AW yet. Buster re-aggressing, and right now this is the one position where only the Deagle is watching. Masuta from chair flits in and out like a light, and Buster's ready to set this round on fire.
They've seen him now, though. They're going to swing him together. That's a very convincing scout shot out of Apex. And with so much damage done to Flit and Yakinda, this is still a weird spot to be in. Yakinda's not playing like he's low, though. He's pushed all the way through the apartments. Is going to leave him in the back line as this B play comes in. Flit, the other man with low HP, is also here. Now, you would love Flit to be, like, drawing them in. But it doesn't matter. Yakinda's still going to find his impact. With Flit so low, they don't risk it. And he goes swinging a little bit later on the tap out of that bomb. It's only Apex left. Onto the AK. Wow. And Flit runs at him, runs him down, and puts 12 on the board for Outsiders.
I love the trading of contact there. Yeah, you said it yourself. Like, it would have been great for Flit to show something, but they were on his angle. If he peeks market, he dies. He just lets Yakinda with the most surprising position in the round play. Then he swings out, stops ZywOo off the plant. And that's when you expect Yakinda to get back involved, but it's Flit to close. Outsiders don't always let you guess right. Sometimes they catch you by surprise. 12-7. An empty T-half right now for Vitality, but another full buy. One that's left Magisk with only a Mac. But ZywOo's got his orb. He's going to take it Palace bound, looking for deep picks. Might find Yakinda towards jungle if he hangs around, but it's only kicking on Balk at the moment.
Yeah, one and done is all right. You know, it's given time for the rest of the gang to get into position. A missed shot out of James. They will make it to Tetris, but they don't make it any further than that. The molly might have gone in, but it's still the kill for James AWP.
You know, compare just these halves, right? Like Vitality, when they were CT, they were never assured to rotate. They were never comfortable leaving their bomb sites. Right now, Vitality, Outsiders, had 5 players on A in the first few seconds. In front of that smoke for Yakinda, absolutely robbed ZywOo. Set up by James, and ZywOo falls right for it. Magiska's upgraded. He dropped his Mac at the back, so they don't know he's here, but he's made steps. And that should start to call rotations over. Look at this bomb, man. He's even mollied himself. Magisk's util has been a little shaky this map so far. It's going to delay him. Time, not a problem yet, but it will soon be. 40 seconds crossing back under. So scared of a repeat, but it's Yakinda who's his first concern.
Yeah, well dodged the AWP shot. Magisk going to go back in, tries the best of, but James has got your Kindars back through and through. Outsiders chaining these rounds together to open up this second half. And Vitality, they're running on borrowed time right now. If it keeps going like this, Outsiders will have had their way with them and made it look easy.
Yeah, on fire now. And yeah, Vitality have had no way to fake Outsiders out, mainly because we've not had these like slow down 4v4s, 3v3s where they can mid-round, and that's like where Apex can do some of his best work. That's not really been allowed. These rounds have been super decisive, super one-sided. And Vitality have always committed as a unit, which is great if you're getting those entries and you're trading, but right now, nothing's screaming that. Util coming through, Vitality being loud about it, running over the bomb site. Masuta chasing this CT player, could find this kill, but Kicker stops him.
Yeah, just going to fall back, play a lot more passive. Yeah, you'll give them a little nook, a little cranny over towards CT, but flashing back in for Kicker is nice. AK retrieved now in the hands of Magist, right? He's dealt with one of these CT players, but there's a lot more left to come from. The nades have whittled him down low. They know they've got him trapped. He's doing everything he can to fight for this CT control, but ultimately the flash wrecks him. ZywOo, a big rotate into middle, but Yakindar's holding for this. He hears the footsteps, he knows what's happening, and so ZywOo's been cancelled out. Apex dead. And Outsiders quickly regain control over that round. It just looks so composed. It's like they're one step ahead of Vitality before Vitality even know what they're doing next.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing the entire round to wait for that flank, and they don't even know it's coming. Like, they have no idea until Yakinda hears ZywOo in mid finally. But the whole time, he is holding that back flank while Outsiders just try and take CT control back. The first position they give up and completely give away, and they just constant cycle nades and flashes to retake triple control. It's so clean right now for Outsiders. If the T side wasn't a masterclass in recovery arcs, this CT side has just been everything they need and more. Final timeout called for Vitality here. But is there any hope? Is there any coming back when Outsiders are looking like this?
I mean, dude, I think this game as well is just showcasing how when Flit moved into this team over Sanji, you know, for the last major cycle, why it really was just such a flat upgrade. It's given so many more options to Outsiders. You know, before, Yakindar used to be the guy that would be let off the leash a little bit and allowed to break free from James' slow kind of system. But Flit very much fits into that category as well. And so you're always looking over your shoulder, worrying that one of these two guys is getting a little more aggressive.
Yeah.
This round.
It feels like we haven't had like the downside of like, oh no, what are they going to do? How are they going to fund James Orp? It feels like he still has it just as much.
Yeah, I think if anything, you know, maybe it's the reason you see James attempt like less crazy clutches now, because he is just reliant on himself. He doesn't have bank account Sanji to throw it over, right? So maybe for him individually, it's not been so hot, but man, he still carries a lot of impact, and it's just kind of refined his like passive style even further.
Yeah. All right. Vitality got given mid this round, and they've done a lot with it. They've got ladder, they've got connector. This is, so far, all the makings to a good start to a round, but Yakindar wants to push up and get involved on that smoke fade. It will be soon. Flit's holding for Dupree. He's kind of trapped right now, although Flit's just moved away. Yakinda's in the smoke fade. Oh, he doesn't see him, but Dupree saves the round. Opening kill, but there's the instant trade for Buster. You don't get long to relax. Kicker coming in from lower Apex delivers a death the way of Outsiders, and finally Vitality are 4-on-3 up.
Yeah, good place to be in, right? Good place to find themselves. Now they've just got to deliver on the round. Masuta with a double opener. Oh, and even looking for Buster on the catwalk. He's in a 1v3. They're already overrunning this bomb site, and there's ZywOo with the close. That is like one of the only positives that ZywOo's had. Like, he's finally put an end to a round. He's had all these chances, all these moments where like it could have been him rising to the occasion, and he started his series off incredibly. He was like 12-3 at one point in time.
Now 16-16.
Yeah, so, you know, it had been a real slowdown, but you finally just get that kill that puts a round on the board, that ends it, that puts 8 up there for Vitality, and you're hoping that, you know, you can get a little bit more out of him. We saw how good it was looking with how lights out he was early on.
Oh, yeah. I was waiting for it. The Molly and window completely ruins Vitality's smoke, so Yakinda just gets a 5-on-4 this time. No ifs or buts. No awkward trades. Yakinda even wants to go back for more. Incessant to take advantage. Vitality go cold in middle with 3 players. They could boost window. That would be a way in. It's only Flit right now, but he's just moved back into position. Dupree's playing on the lip. Flit, we'll see him if he stays on this other side of window. This fade is coming through. Both players ready. Who hits it? It's Flit first. Finds that conversion spray. Yakinda pushing up. All the eyes are on window, and Flit's taken 2 with him. ZywOo can't hit the shot, and it's all Magisk. Lurked late out of A, ready for a 15th round from Outsiders.
Dude, it's beautiful, man, and that's that Flit Yakinda like duo that we just highlighted a couple of rounds ago. You know, early on when Flit joined this team, some folks were kind of worried because there was a bit of role overlap between him and Yakinda. But in this game right now, you're seeing how beautiful it can look. Right, they're on the same page, they're synergized. They're just trading these peaks in middle, and it's entirely off limits to Vitality.
What a game, man. What a game. And this has been on a pretty good map for Vitality, one that they, you know, have started to streak wins together on after a shaky beginning with this roster, with some of these players getting acclimatized. But yeah, this has been a MTT side. 1 round is all Vitality can rest their head on. An A pop, a nice explosion. Outsiders playing full retake. No one in the site. They're going to have to fight for it in the post plant. Or maybe they don't wait. Maybe they don't give any respect over. Through the smoke on both ways. Kicker goes through, but he can't convert the spray. 90 damage on 2 players. Yakinda's here to finish the job.
And he's still hanging around. Hasn't elected to go back. Oh, a second kill offers itself up to Yakinda. And now Vitality fighting through the CT smoke. Masuta dead. Dupree versus Flit. Low on health, but he spammed out. Flit was not meant to win that one. And he does. Never even sees him. But it was never a worry. A huge round out of Flit and Yakinda to find 16 for the Outsiders. And they now find themselves 1-1. For Vitality, it's all setting in. 0-2 in the Legend stage. They're going to have to try and recover in the BO3.
Apex looks devastated, man. This is not a good spot to be in for Vitality, right? They performed the opposite way, Harry, coming through that last stage of Challengers. 3-0. They were looking incredible, right? Dominating Complexity in their opening game. 2-1-ing Fours, a very well-earned place from Fours as they went 2-up themselves and fell in the final matchup. But another CIS squad to take Vitality to their limits. And this time, there's no limitations for Outsiders. Yakinda got hyped at the end of that one as well. He was shouting a little bit. He's feeling fantastic. And Outsiders, who topped 8 last major, are looking to go there again.
Yeah, man. And you know, I like to think that like maybe a part of that from Flit is for Jerry and the boys. You know, a bit of revenge over Vitality, who were the beginning of that kind of big old downfall for Fours, who obviously just missed out on making it to the Legend stage. Dude, this was like a, if you were to go and like describe why Outsiders are so frustrating to play against, you could just look at this game right here. You know, the strong start means nothing versus a team that have the strongest endings. And I think that's why I really hope that Outsiders do make a run here, right? If the rumors are true, if this idea that this could be the last outing for this iteration of the squad, then I really hope that they can give us exactly what they're known for.
Go out with a bang.
Exactly, right? Go out with a bang. They're good at big endings, they're good at big finishes, and I hope this is a big finish for this squad because, man, that was just a treat to watch. And I really struggle to see a world where we have a team like come along and be able to replicate the formula that this Outsiders squad have to go off of.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, not to talk too much about the potential changes that this team might go through. And I think obviously the bigger one is just likely losing Yakinda. I hope at least the core stays together. And even if they don't, I do have a lot of wonder for where James going to go, you know, what team will you know, whether he'll bring his style to another team and look as good in the future. But man of the match, and absolutely no doubt about it, was Yakinda. Flit, definitely a notable mention there. That CT side combo with them on Window and Cat, we saw it in the final couple of rounds, just shredding Vitality. And yeah, the young Latvian puts up another top performance today to take down this BO1.
Yeah, man. Dude, it was just him and Flit. Like, early on, it was very much Yakinda who kind of spurred on that turnaround from the 6-1 scoreline, right? He was keeping it competitive. Even in the rounds where they're armed with just Eagles, he was still finding a lot of impact. And then you have that activation of Flit moving into the second half. It just becomes so hostile, so scary. And it's like, even when you look at someone like James, who was bottom of the scoreboard, well, he did win rounds for the Outsiders. Not just on the back of his calling, but I mean individually. And I think it was him getting ahead of ZywOo ZywOo in that early battle that very much sent ZywOo into like the doldrums of his head. You know, he suddenly just couldn't replicate that form he showed in the first 7 rounds, and so much of it was spurred on by that one overpeak in middle. That was like the first domino to fall, and suddenly all that impact that he was having was just eliminated from play. And I think a lot of that comes off of James, who wasn't even, you know, risen up through the rankings in terms of kills. He was just kind of winning the fights he had to when he had to.
Yeah, another great game. And, well, we've got plenty more of that. More hearts to be broken in these 0-1 matches coming up next here on the B stream. It is going to be BNE taking on the FaZe clan. So stick with us. We'll be right back after the break.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Well, it's a pretty interesting day right now. You know, we just have that huge turnaround from outsiders. Over on the A stream, Heroic were leading massively up against Spirit, and then it all turns around with Spirit being the ones to win that out. It feels like kind of the projections for the day aren't really lining up with the results that we're getting here.
Analysts in shambles, predictions in the bin, pick 'em, throw it over your shoulder. Nothing makes sense. And it might even get worse, Harry. It might even get crazier if FaZe go down 0-2 in this next matchup. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. I didn't read the script today. I'm going in blind. But anything is possible as we're learning.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you know, I think this Legend stage in particular has been a really, really hard one in terms of predictions, right? I don't know about you guys at home, but for me, normally whenever I'm doing my pick'ems, I'm like, yeah, these feel pretty safe, and there might be one or two upsets. But this time around, I looked at it and I'm like, oh god, anyone can win and anyone can lose.
I couldn't even pick 8 teams. You know, I'm like, there are more than. Can we send more through to the top 8? Is that possible? Is there room? Maybe, I don't know. We'll have to see.
10 teams in the top 8.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? Dude, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But FaZe, right, they've got to recover here. They can't be going down, especially with some of the teams that we now have in those 0-2 spots, including Vitality. These guys obviously dropped their first game to ENCE. I'd say that's a very legit loss, right, to start the day. I think ENCE obviously were one of the sleeper teams to come through. Fallen even called them a dark horse to win the entire event. But obviously don't have that stage experience that many of the players on FaZe do, and even very recent stage experience, of course, in those Kato finals. So, you know, I think a lot of confidence is flowing through the system of FaZe. But on the other side, Harry, you're not going to find many more confident players than the Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, dude, for these guys, even being here, even being in this position, it has just filled them with a confidence that you very rarely see, you know? Like, they're kind of riding this high on even being here and in this position. And that's a very, very hard thing to quantify. You kind of couple that up with their very aggro playstyle that teams aren't well adjusted to and aren't super used to. And actually, you have a real like recipe for disaster, I think, versus some of these more established squads. For FaZe, I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park. I think if you're pulling up today expecting FaZe to turn it all around, I don't know, man. Like, it's gonna be really tough, and I think a lot is gonna be weighted on how this game starts. If Bad News Eagles hit the ground running, I think they could just run away with it. That's my big worry with this team and the position they're in. Gonna have the vetoes coming in now. Let's take a look at where this one's hoping to end up.
Well, they're going to last ban overpass. There's no way we'll see Bad News Eagles touch that map. So that leaves us on a bit of Ancient. And that's a map that FaZe, at the start of this map being added to the pool, were very keen to play, where they jumped right on it. No surprise with Karrigan at the helm. But in recent times, we've seen a bit of a step away from that map. They haven't really been picking it in series. They haven't really been floating it. And so, yeah, surprising map to come out in a BO1, especially considering BNE have put up a lot of very good games on this map, up against Tier 1 teams, up against some of those teams that are trying to make this a staple of their map pool, like Astralis, like NIP. So I think this is a very spicy map to have today. Those odds favor FaZe, as they should, but again, nothing is sacred here, Harry, at the Legend stage. Spirit are up 2-0 for crying out loud.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's one of these things where when you have so many players at a major for the first time, right, it kind of creates a very unique atmosphere where they're either going to be amped up by the fact that they're here or they're going to fall short. And, you know, you kind of mentioned Team Spirit already. For folks like Patsy and Siren, it's clearly firing them up, right? It's clearly making them raise their level. For the Bad News Eagles, it's a situation where kind of everyone falls into that remit. So I do think there's maybe like more room for it to shift around the extremities. Maybe you'll have some guys having games of a lifetime while others are struggling a little bit more. You know, when you look at FaZe, it's obviously a lot safer because of the experience on this team. You know, they've been in these positions before. They've been at majors before. Hell, you know, for guys like Karrigan, they've been in major grand finals before in Reign. So yeah, you know, there's a hell of a lot here that you can kind of look at and say, well, FaZe should be the favorites, and they definitely are the favorites. But as you said, nothing's sacred, nothing's set in stone.
Yeah, I think mentality is a big thing here for FaZe. I think they're going to have the upper edge on. If BNE start getting shredded, you know, are they going to be able to stay in the game as easy? They're very, you know, as you said, new to this level, but also you don't want those emotions to get out of control. I think FaZe, as an org, released a really good video the other day about Robin and about, you know, just showed some of the things that he was saying to FaZe coming into matches, how he was hyping them up, how he was keeping them, you know, calm at moments, making sure they don't tilt when you lose silly rounds, all these things that do happen and will will happen every time you play an official at this level. And so I think mentality-wise, FaZe are I hope, going to be coming in with a better mindset than maybe Vitality did in that last game where they kind of just fell apart at halftime. You know, whether that will translate into the server, we'll have to wait and see. But with Ancient as our map pick, this is going to be a spicy BO1, Harry.
Yeah, you know, I think as well, we kind of talk about it as, you know, teams here that have already been playing through the challenge stage, they're coming in like warmed up, right?
Yes.
FaZe, they've been boot camping, sure, but they haven't been in the atmosphere of being at the major, playing these officials, playing these live games. Look at Rain sliding around the place. Look at that. You ever seen anything like it? Da-da-da, look at him go.
Skiing.
It's Rain in the cave. Oh, baby.
He's skiing, man. He's on his sliders right now. Healy's on for Rain. But he's got to wheel himself out of there. GXX deleted by the tap, and now the B site gets taken.
Yeah, he's opened up with the first. Carrigan, smoke spam goes a long way. No, Regon's going to turn it around and deal with Rain. Bomb now planted, and a 4-on-3 ensues. It's a late lurk out of Rops all the way up the lane side. No one's holding for this right now. And Carrigan's found himself another. Synopsy on the receiving end of that. So now Scenarii and Regon have got to get it over the line. There's one kill out of this Glock at round.
Oh, Robs!
Oh, he's whiffed it. Those are not Rob shots that often miss. Twists now, 1v1.
No
Needs to
time.
finish what Carrigan and Rain started, but the timer's going to elude him, and Regon puts one in the dome. Considering that as that plant comes in for a moment, you know, you were 2 men up on the FaZe Clan side. You thought they had that in the bag. But it is a turnaround out of Bad News Eagles, and they're going to find the pistol to open up their T side.
Very scary, very, very scary. And yeah, like you said, not a Rops whiff, not a guy that we ever really see, you know, look in too deep and just missing his headshots. So that's not a great sign for FaZe in the pistol round as they drop a 2-on-4. But regardless, they've got to make do with what they got. UMP and Scout with some surrounding pistols. Rain, the first man to really find his stick with the wall bangs here towards Cave. The twist is gone, dead through the smoke. Rops gets run down by Mac-10s in A main, and this should just be the A split. FaZe know what's up. They peeled completely out of B. Carrigan took his life out. They're just running at him. He tried to beat that deep CT smoke thrown over from middle, but it's denied. In the temple, headshot is brokey, and FaZe barely get a bite into this meal that is the second round. Rain's got to save that scout and BNE. They're coming.
Yeah, will he get away?
Terrifying. They're coming up from ledge as well, so they should be able to clear him. There's a spot. Rain of the Deagle will not connect, and GXX finds 2 exits there to put the round on the board for BNE, 5 up. And so money is going to be swelling to start this series. FaZe, they've got to whack some ointment on it. But it's not going to be in this round. Just pistols yet again. Rops with a bit of Kev. BNE heading B.
Yeah, that third one just kind of waiting in the wings, right? It's a bit of formality.
That's just very early.
Carrigan wanted to peek there, wanted to go swinging, was hoping it would set him up, but okay, Rain's going to be the man to strike first. Regon just smokes Carrigan off and kind of gives him his due respect over here in Cave. Oh, Carrigan's gone through, and Regon turns on a dime. So that attempt at the push, man, the timing that could have been found, it just eludes FaZe Clan. BNE haven't even really revealed their hand yet. Thus far, you've seen what, you know, like these 2 guys over towards B. Other than that, nothing else has really come through to give up the aim of the game as to where this one's heading. And now the B smokes come in. Now it dawns on FaZe.
Smoke spam, try and bait in for the player in the smoke. It's Rain. Molly fortunately misses, but a resmoke will buy more time for that pot. It's very open. Rain can spam. He's not aiming on the right spot, though. Synopsy will get away with it, and that should just be the round one as a result. Synopsy even spams out range. He does connect for a sec. Hello, Rops and Brokey. These rotates coming quick, and no whiff on the flank this time leaves Synopsy in the clutch. 1v2, and no kit for FaZe. They've got to find this kill ASAP. They think he's wrapping them long. Checking their backline should limit them to only ramp. Now they know Rops up close, and he hits the headshot. Should just be enough time for this round. I said it wasn't FaZe's, but I was wrong. Pistols stolen away with some deagles, and Rops to get 2, more than makes up for his pistol round.
Yeah, that's a nice round to find, man. Like, Karrigan knows those ones are kind of a dime a dozen, right? You don't get them every day. So when that comes down the pipeline, it's going to be a bit of a confidence booster here. A chance for FaZe to right the course of Ancient early on and slow down this hot start from the Bad News Eagles. Orp in tow for GXX. Brokey's got his now over on the FaZe side of things. There's even a chance of this clash of the Orp players.
We've even got that quick molly to stop FaZe, either run boosting or just climbing up ledge early. Thrown from T-spawn. It's a 5-man B setup, that's why, right? They have no min info, no control. So they don't know where FaZe are going in middle. It's just Twist tucked in with that info. Right now, they're just going for an early B-pop, it seems. Throwing the full execute. Rain with a spam. We are waiting for it. It makes its mark very early. Karrigan with a spray is converted onto by Rigon, but it's still a 2-on-3. BNE in hot water, but that's a hot shot for Synopsy, and suddenly there's hope yet.
Yeah, do they want to follow through with the B play though, right? Because with Twists here on the lane side, oh, FaZe know it's B, and Brokey, that's clean. His AWP immediately makes itself known in a very big way. Brokey with a gnarly triple immediately ties this game up. Now Bad News Eagles, their money down in the dumps.
Yeah, they should have had an extra round for free, right? Just to build up that cash, and therefore this would have been a buy, but all down to the Rops Deeg that put them on pistols in the 5th. Not much at all. 1 Deagle to 3 Deagles. Just looking to pop some noggins, but Synopsy on the boost quick. Karrigan is safe, fortunately enough, throwing lineup smokes down for the ramp. Rain wants to meet them there, but they're holding many a men with many a pistol, and Rain only going to farm up 1. It's a lot of info. You know, BNE a heavy B lean. That's a good recovery from Karrigan, who didn't clear the corner. And 1 flat throw dead. Another entry attempt denied by Karrigan. He should have been dead immediately there. But instead, he keeps this round phases, and he keeps it clean as Scenario looks to make money on the way out. Bye-bye.
I'm going to ask that you stop calling things ahead of time. It feels like you're putting a bit of a curse in play.
Yes.
Right, Scenari.
He's going to get wallbanged.
No. How many does he get with the MP9?
Ah, 0, man. Scenario.
All
no
right.
chance.
Ooh. Found the gap. Karrigan. Karrigan. Oh, going to hold the line, isn't he, with the 4th?
Yeah.
Yeah, very clean stuff out of Karrigan there in the B-hold. It really felt like he was in such a dangerous position. It's a bit of a miracle that he gets out with 4 at the end of things. You know, he's 20 health after that first fight and was out on an island just dueling for ramp control. And yet no one could land a bullet on him. Bad News Eagles now going to call in attack timeout. They want solutions, and they want them quickly. I'm really curious with how they try to deal with this Brokey AWP. Watching this guy open, man, it's been probably one of the best things about 2022. How he's been writing himself into the history books, and I don't think we necessarily saw the best foot put forward by FaZe to open up here. So maybe it's ignited a bit of a fire underneath guys like Brokey. Certainly as for Karrigan, who's taken that loss very personally and is trying to duel his way to success in this one. It's a quad B lean early for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen out of BNE, right? Them just going for heavy B hits. So FaZe want to try and fight it back. Oh my God, what a whiff for Synopsy. Twistful Blinds turns on a dime and delivers an opener here for FaZe. Rob's trapped up in main, continues that spray control, but already they're running out of donut. Brokey's here just in time to try and help out, but not before Rops gets picked. Brokey responds, knowing there are 2 more towards his A site. They're sticking it. That's ballsy. While half the team aren't even in the bomb site yet. Trapped in middle is Flat Throw, looking to fight his way out. Twist in a smoke again, gets killed. But Brokey's got to do it all on his own. Carrigan's only just getting here.
Oh, swung up close and airy. Deals with the man. It goes on to double. It's 3 in total for him as he breaks apart that A-hold. Bad News Eagles back on the board. Looking good as they adorn. Red jerseys, man.
Yeah, I like him. You know, that round, I don't know how they convert, considering Twist comes through that smoke, not only getting the kill onto Synopsy, was it, but then even just clears the entirety of B lane. FaZe may have started for B, that was the problem, but they immediately got the info seconds into the round and just set everyone up for those rotates. But Rob's getting caught by the quick donut swing. Brokey only going 1 for 1. And Scenario with a pop-off round. FaZe's money is still fine to buy. Carrigan's going to be left to the wayside, but maybe Robs could set him up with something. Regardless, already a techie going on early in this game. 6 rounds deep, very back and forth. FaZe just trying to keep their head in it, stay focused.
I mean, dude, like, you know, Scenari's just so, like, you kind of see it in that moment there when he's in these kind of positions where it's like all on him to try and have a big moment, to try and make some magic happen before our very eyes. It feels like that's where he thrives. It really does. I mean, it was him who tried to go for a graffiti-worthy clutch on that nuke bomb site right over on A. Dude, like, I mean, you know, if those are the kind of rounds he's capable of churning out, it shows why there's so much potential for Bad News Eagles, right? It's like even as you kind of work it down at a very individual level, there's just so much talent here. So much talent that hasn't really had this exposure to the mainstream, as it were, you know? And they're trying to relish in that opportunity.
Yeah, it really is just a case study of how anyone can make it, right? Like that's what the majors have always been about, and not just in offering so many regions, qualification paths through all over the world, but even just for these guys who have come through from, you know, FPL, many of them, and made a name there and grinded through officials, played so many online games, formed this squad, and have now made it to top 16 at a major and are still competitive, right? It's not like they've fluked their way here through easy matchups and we're expecting to see them get, you know, destroyed. BNE, one of the many teams that could absolutely go through to the playoffs right now, especially if they start off by taking down FaZe, who may be on a cold day. We already saw them very, very quiet against Ensa Mirage. And I think this map is, you know, kind of perfect for an upset. Brokey's got his AWP in. Carrigan's gone for the MP9. Fielded with some utility. GXX has got the AWP out as well. Looking for a mid spawn, it seems. FaZe have yet to try and take ledge from middle. Been keen to pop out through that smoke. BNE are the ones who want B. Again, 4 strong, even a 5th after that mid-molly gets thrown in. Fine play with no map control, and so far it hasn't let them down.
Oh, mate, if Rain were to go for a peek there, you were feeling nervous for him. Carrigan as well. Really feels like FaZe want to try and duel for this lane control. However, it does betray them in this round. Brokey with his AWP making a stand.
What?
So low, but he's able to get out of there. And that kill, that one that just gets away, that AWP still being alive, it's just as deadly on 6 points of health as he is on 100.
Oh, they know he's here. That smoke, that's going to slow things down. He's going to try to spam out the plants, the one that FaZe even tried to bring into use at the start of this map's edition. Synopsy spammed out Robs though, but there's a bit of revenge for Twist. Brokey's holding for a late lug. It's not coming through. If FaZe want to go, they have to decide right now.
Yeah, time's of the essence. That flash to set up Juan Flatro. Oh, it's pretty. A 2v2. Brokey, I said he was deadly even at 6 points of health. He needs to show that now. Rain alongside him. Juan Flatro still inside of the site, swinging out. Deals with the burst, but can't follow up. And so Rain will trade it.
No kit.
Going to be close without the kit, but I think it's still good for FaZe.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Not even close. 4-3 in the last second retake as well. That was very scary. They went back to check their backline, right? We've had a lot of, kind of suffocating post plants here for BNE. They pulled out that sick 2v4 in the pistol, but, often they've just been constricted to ramp and close cave. And FaZe have often been the ones flanking the latter. That plant gives a little bit more room for ramp players to actually tuck in. When it's on pillar, you have to swing so wide to try and stop a defuse. FaZe lobbing in that wall of Molotovs towards B. They've really been, through trial and error, taking this lane control back. Karrigan respects it this time around. For now, Twist waiting, but there's a flash through. It won't do a thing. He sees players cross through. He knows he's getting chased down, and Twist is good for a double. Picks one out of thin air and finally goes down, but his job is done. Rops in the bomb site. They didn't see him get tucked in either, and this AWP is only baiting 4 Rops, who will recover and take down GXS. This round is quickly falling apart.
You're on a bit of a damage-dealing mission here if you're Synopsy. They've got him boxed in. He can't go back to middle. He's got to fight forward into this side of the map. Flashes through, tries to play around them. But Brokey is on that angle and won't let up. Him and Rops able to hold down that A play. A nice little kind of bait and switch between the two of them, right, with Rops over tucked at the big box. And so FaZe are looking good out of the gate, right? From that early turnaround in the third to only letting Bad News Eagles get these one-and-done rounds past them. That's now a successful retake of the B site and a flat-out, repelling of the A play.
Yeah, I wonder if you see more mid-takes like that, because BNE have been given a lot of respect in middle, right? It's been Twist who's been getting caught out through smokes, having to drop his own one-way. Brokey's rarely been there with the AWP. Again, Karrigan, a new round, same objective, take lane back, but not the result he wanted. Double pistol opener as Rain also fell towards Cave. Right now, it's only Brokey on B. He's not got the auto fire. He's got to pick a player out with every shot he takes, or they're getting close.
Yeah, smoked off at the short side. His window to play into the round is now closed.
Are they done?
One plant now in. FaZe, man, you've got to be feeling hesitant to give this one up, but it might be the only call, the right call in a bad spot to have to make. They just concede this. And Bad News Eagles, man, I kind of hope that we see them, getting the better of this lane control, because it's been a real consistency. It feels like that is very much the game plan from FaZe, as to disrupt these B hits, which can be really strong for the Eagles, man. They've been constantly trying to fight cave, fight down ramp, and to, we'll call it a mixed bag of results. I think it's something where if Bad News Eagles are patient here, and are ready, knowledgeable that fight's going to be offered to them nigh on every round, that could be their way in.
FaZe can't keep going for it, right? It's just not been fruitful at all. I think they've got one successful round out of it when Twist comes through the smoke and Synopsy's full blind and whiffs his spray, but that's not a common factor. We need to see a better solution towards B for FaZe. Because also the retakes have been pretty good, right? But the problem is when you, like you said, allow BNE to run these executes, FaZe kind of can't stay in the bomb site when the full exit comes in. When you have double molly, double smoke, there's nowhere to play but the middle of the open. FaZe don't want a 5-on-5 retake. They're trying to thin the herd early. They're doing good damage with nades, with spam, but the kills are coming up BNE, jumping into middle. Twist is finally there, and a little more aggressive in the middle area. Bailed out by Brokey's flashbang. He can escape to safety. He's even playing a one-way. Karrigan dueling ramp still. He will go down. It's up to Rain in cave.
Yeah, mollied off, tries to play ahead of it. Now that could spread. It could box him in. He's left fighting. Rain's good for the first. Brokey, that's a lovely shot out of the AWP. And now GXX alone tries to deal with that man in rotation. Rops will get the better of him. And so this B retake comes together for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, far cleaner, right? This time they actually have more mid control. That's been something FaZe have been lacking all game. It means you have to start double mid, and that's probably part of their anxiety for FaZe. They know that this every round really has ended up on B except for one, so they don't want to be leaving B weakened early. But this time Brokey's there. He lobs in the util with Twist. We have Twist set up bottom mid. He's able to fast flank if he wants. He doesn't need to in that round though, because FaZe just keep the site together even as BNE get in. Looking better. FaZe finding more success. Lots of Molotovs traded early just to deny that aggression. Rain's going to smoke it. Thank you for the insta-bloom. He's got a nice tasty gap here to find walking players crossing through. Rain, even 50 damage can go a long way. The Nabe will supplement it down to 2 on Synopsy. Rain's done 98. Not bad at all. And B&E again constricted. Rops has even got deep A main info. Lacking mid info though right now for FaZe.
Now that's about to change, man. Brokey was on this main push. Right now he's rerouted into Donut. I'm assuming this is like the long con to give Twists the freedom to play rotate, and that's happening right now. So yeah, Brokey's able to hold this mid angle to reinforce this side of the, the middle area of the map. And it frees up Twist to play that rotate role. This is all thanks to having that early double up in A main to set Rops up here. Right, he's going to start to swing ahead of this.
Oh,
and a missed shot from GXX's AWP. Now the alarm bells start to sound for FaZe. Brokey got set up in Donut to hold for exactly this contingency. And hold it down he shall. Doubles up on that AWP. Bad News Eagles 2 versus 5. And they're relegated to a save in T spawn.
Yeah, they just didn't like what they saw at B, right? They didn't want to commit to that take. And going back late in the round to clear out T spawn, you see the pain that comes with it, how much info, how much room FaZe have, with Rops all the way pushed up in A main. Scenari, he's got to fight for his life right now. Rain's coming in from the B side, and they know FaZe have full info, no surprises. Oh, great flashbang, but Juan Flatro holds on. And I think they've got it. I think they've just about survived. The last second spam, maybe. Rops coming through, but no exits for FaZe. Still, only 2 guns held. It wasn't the perfect round for B&E. It wasn't what they wanted. Rops has been very aggressive in A main in some of these previous rounds, as B&E are now finding out. So if they want to stop that, they've got to do it early. But yeah, more often than not, B&E are 5B at the start of the round.
And I mean, I look at this as like a real test for the Bad News Eagles now, right? Like, because there's one thing Carrigan's very, very good at with all of his experience and all of his tenure as an IGL. It's kind of coming up with solutions on the fly and getting a bit of a read on the game, right? He even made that decision for I'm assuming it's him, you know, Rops and Brokey to go and reinforce this A bomb site early to take all that control. And I mean, it was at the perfect moment, right? That was finally around where Bad News Eagles tried leaning back into that A bomb site. So, you know, Carrigan's probably feeling like he's got a good read on the game right now. And so it's going to fall into the Bad News Eagles camp to try and one-up him. And that's a very hard thing to do. A triple set over here early on. Rops, you said how he's been playing aggro over here in main. He's got Brokey to support him, right? Hoping that Brokey can strike first, peel the attention in towards him. That's not going to happen with Regon making that first contact from the AWP. Shot rallies out, and Rops tried to go pushing, but does get dealt with. Only a 1-for-1. While this is happening, Synopsy is all the way through red, up middle. Twists knows there's a chance at this gap being found, but how much do FaZe believe that someone's hit that timing? Right now, it was checked for a moment, but it's not being properly considered. Brokey is getting backstabbed. If he falls, that's the invitation into A. Synopsy's trying to milk this for all it's worth, and the decision to go Temple is a smart one. They will not be ready for this. They will have no idea that someone is in this position. Brokey now dead, and he's seen the man over in Donut as well. Synopsy has opened up the path into an A play. Carrigan swings out, and the bomb plant's denied. It starts to get a little bit weird now in the mid-round, and Carrigan with this AWP is putting it to good use. GXX alone, trying to bait this shot, but Carrigan's built different and holds it off till the right moment. It's 3 from him, and FaZe are up onto 8.
Oh, he's an AWPer. Always was, always will be. And that is a beautiful round on rotation for Carrigan. Poor Synopsy, man, on that big flank. Finding the first kill is great. He even knows where Twist is. You know, lets his teammate get completely controlled in A. But he faces CT before that AWP is ready. It wasn't primed. It wasn't out. Bolt was not pulled back. And so Carrigan just gets a freebie and goes on a tear. Great bomb plant denial for Twists as well. Forces B&E to stay in the bomb site, doesn't let them tuck in and play that timer. Oh, Rain continues his aggression, his spam. And Carrigan continues dueling ramp. Some things do never change. 2 kills, pistol out, trying to farm these ecos, and he's got 3. Now the AWP here as well. Rain lines up more. Brokey may have fallen, but this round should just be fine. And FaZe hold on with 9 in this CT side right now. B rushes finally getting minced by FaZe, and so this is really a changing of the tide in this latter stage of the first half. Also, I feel like Brokey has had incredible positioning all half in this map. He has been in the right place every single time. Yeah, he got caught on the A side by that timing the other round, but he was in Donut on that mid-split play. He's on every B round right now. When Rops is getting troubled up in A main, Brokey is there to help out. Fast mid this time for B&E.
Yeah, when Twist tucked, man, he's going to be good to respond to this play now. Only goes 1 for 1, but Brokey, okay.
Eyes closed.
Couldn't even see what was happening in middle, but that doesn't stop him from finding impact, does it? Synopsy, he's called, guys. I might have found a bit of a timing here. I'm deep up the ramp side. Maybe we just lean back into one of these B plays. Now, Carrigan doesn't know he's so deep. And as he... Ooh, yeah, that's a wide old swing, isn't it? Still, it's not the kill. You would have loved that. That would have been your invitation. Gets a little more awkward. GXX will win that fight to Carrigan. Rain still in cave. You know he's going to be here.
God.
But he's going to spam out the bomb planter. Scenari dead. GXX falls, trying to deal with the lane wrap. And now it is just Synopsy who's going to get silenced. The AWP's getting a lot of mileage up here for FaZe. And they're now on to double digits, 10-4. It might have been, you know, a kind of heated start with both teams looking competitive early on. But the longer this game's gone on, the more FaZe have risen to the occasion.
Yeah, the big change, they just stopped with that B aggro, right? They started putting double middle. They started taking a lot more control there. Rain's been super successful in his spams. I can't believe he even spams out the planter there as well. Whoever's putting the bomb down this map is just getting reamed out. It's more often than not Scenari, and he keeps getting killed on both bomb sides. But yeah, Brokey just quick shotting everyone with this AWP right now. B&E cannot find a way in. Their 5B B default plays were not working. Smoked out of mid yet again. Rain looking for more random spam. More free damage. Twist has gone back to change his weapon. Reset on that A site. Still got a double AWP. Rops is wielding his towards Donut. He's letting them go up top red. He's told his team, and so Brokey's been dispatched to pull back. Rain does get aggressive and catch GXX towards... Wait, that was in middle. He killed him bottom mid from B, and it wasn't even a wallbang. Can't tell you how. Rops almost lines up 2. Bomb loose in middle, and this round's falling apart.
As they try to go red, mate, they're going to go into another one of these AWPs, and Brokey, I mean, it's just pick your poison, pick your fighter. Where do you want to go? It's into the demise, right? FaZe clan up onto 11. The AWP's just tearing through them. I don't know how that wasn't a wallbang out of Rain. I can't piece that together.
Unless he walked all the way through the smoke and fought mid, but like there was a player on ledge.
Yeah.
And he killed a guy bottom mid from B. I literally have no idea how. Must have been a wallbang. Maybe it didn't show in the kill feed, but I'm gobsmacked. And Rain, he's just built diff. He's just doing it dirty. And these AWPs, okay, that's not a wallbang. I guess if you can fit a bullet through it, full damage, mate. Rain's finding holes. He's finding nooks and crannies.
I mean, he really is like he is just the caveman.
Yeah.
Caveman.
Neanderthal Rain.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. It was him, you know, he started to cook up a bunch of these exciting angles early on, and he's refining them, making them even prettier.
That's sick, dude. I can't believe it's so good because it's not just like the flashy. It's more damage with that spot. He's got such a nice lineup. This is cool though. FaZe, they don't know it, but they're getting boxed in right now. Freshly squeezed FaZe juice, courtesy of B&E, trapping them in A main. Breakfast is served.
Yeah, now their flank's been spotted, though. It gets a little bit weird, because Bad News Eagles, they want to try and pressure with this. Ooh, they're winning all the early fights. Rops turns around and mops up that flank. Both those players dealt with, and now options open to FaZe. Rain has got a lot of room. He's all the way through B. They can't go back. The bomb is dropped in the A site, but as Bad News Eagles are pressuring these main players, the results just aren't there. They turn, they get the info that Rain is flanking, but that's not going to make this any easier for Synopsy. Peeking out, can't quite double up, and even if he dealt with twists, Rain was ready and raring to go to trade that one out.
Yeah, this is a lights out FaZe. This is the FaZe I wanted today, right? It hurts for B&E to just get bullied like this, but welcome to the Legends stage, folks. Welcome to a game versus Legends. One of the favorite teams to win the major here in FaZe. And about time for some of these players as well. This super team is putting on a super show. 12-4 with a pistol in their pocket despite a 3-on-5 disadvantage. Rain runs a mid Molotov. Absolutely no respect from this guy in this map. Flatro coming in through. Rain does get shot by his teammate, but now Flatro knows he's in position. Takes the kill. There's a gun to grab there if he wants to risk it. But really, this is all a ruse for an A walk.
Yeah, GXX has had a really quiet game. Bit of a rough one for him, and he's the only guy left on this A bomb site. He gets the info that they're out, but is that going to make this any easier to deal with on the force out of Bad News Eagles? That smoke's kind of less than ideal. It actually gives the CTs a way to get to default, a way to cross in. Carrigan with this wrap should be good to trade one Flatro, so that's something to go off of at least, but a 3-on-3. Not out of the woods yet. Twist is making it that much easier, though, with each kill he gets. And even though they've smoked off the donut post plant, they don't feel safe nor secure in getting on this bomb. They're just playing for kills now, and they're not going to get them. Carrigan turns on a dime to close it, and the conversions now are flowing for FaZe, who just look to run away with this one.
Yeah.
You know, don't get me wrong, for Bad News Eagles, it's a bit of a shame that this is where the game's at right now. They're not going to have many chances to turn it around. But if FaZe do just go on to close this out cleanly, it's at least reassuring for a squad that a lot of people has pegged as favorites to make it through into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's even a testament just to the mental capacity of FaZe, right? Coming in with a good mentality after losing it pretty dominantly, 16-8 to Ents in that opener. The budget phase, the baby phase, some say. But yeah, FaZe coming in, not letting that dismay them, and just trying to keep it as clean as they can from here on out. 13-4 and full eco. FaZe are just contacting into B. Carrigan, the ramp man, he's been dueling it all damn day. Synopsy doesn't get clear, but not the gun for the job. Carrigan's got cover from the back of the ramp, and he's farming as well. It's only Rigon in a 1v5. FaZe bordering 14 rounds. And like you said, not many chances. It's all going to come down to one buy on the CT side.
Yeah, one chance, one opportunity to turn it all around. GXX gets his AWP, and really, I'm going to home in on him. He needs to step up with it, man. He really does. You know, like matching up against FaZe, up against Brokey, one of, the big stars of 2022. It was never going to be easy, but 3-15, not where he needs to be, man. So now with the CT AWP in his hands, hoping for a bit of a change out of this guy. Hoping for that second wind. If it doesn't arrive, FaZe Clan will have just run away with this game.
And really, you just needs to be in the right spot, but you don't really know where FaZe are going to go right now, considering like just the single AWP alone on Brokey was perfect in every position, every round on his first half. But then once we started seeing double AWPs, once Carrigan and Robs started wielding them as well, it was just over that half. So GXX, where's he going to start? Triple mid. Here we go, over the top of the Molotov, but he's smoked instead. Rain fights through it yet again, but he doesn't know what he's running into. If he kills one, he will get traded, but he's crept into the smoke. They've seen him last second. GXX saves it. Recovery shot, but he needs more.
Yeah, one kill ain't bad, right? But gonna need to keep this AWP as a constant playmaker in this round. Plant now coming in, spam. Rigon at least bails them out of that one. Saves the life of one Flatro. Twists, dispatches of him with a double. And what was a 5v3 for Bad News Eagles now turns very, very sour. With that kill onto one Flatro, they know they've lost Donut. Suddenly, no! Robs' back was turned, but a missed shot that just sails on by him. GXX, the nightmare continues, 1v3, and he's out of there trying to save. Brokey is not in a forgiving mood, though. He wants to take this AWP away. They see him running, they see him trying to get out of there with it. And he should have put enough distance between himself and FaZe to at least hold on to that AWP, but still, there's no ignoring the scoreline. There's no ignoring this game out of FaZe. This one is teed up to be a very convincing win for them.
Yeah, small victory, but the big one is certainly in FaZe's pocket. This is going to be the most dominant map we've seen today. And I don't know if there's going to be any way for B&E to stop that one. Also a 16-4 was Nip taking down Vitality. So maybe BNE can hold on for one more, try and uproot that at least, but FaZe are not in a forgiving mood. Triple mollies at B already used. BNE taking that Jag control instantly, and Rain, he's looking back through his spam spot on the other side as well. You just can't get comfortable in Cave when Rain's still standing.
Full volley of util, full exec into B. Carrigan running through the smoke. How does he win that, man? He's up in the face of Synopsy. Now, luckily enough, Scenari's traded. Rain is on this late lurk all the way up through middle. Recon dead, rotating in, never lives to see the retake attempt. And Rops even going to deal with one flat throw over in Cave. Rain has completely left the flank. And so right now, Bad News Eagles are worried about a play that cannot get made anymore. They're holding for a wrap. They're constantly paranoid about it. Everyone's set up to spam this bomb and play around denying a defuse. That means Bad News Eagles, they've got to try to get on it. They're safe from the angle. FaZe go running in and stop the defuse, and GXX is brushed aside. It's a dominant victory for FaZe Clan to see them through 1-1.
That round is just such descriptive, you know, way to break down that entire map, right? Like everyone's looking left and right, up and down. They don't know where to go, and FaZe is just jumping through smokes, shooting through walls, keeping the pressure on, and they're looking like they're having fun as well, and that's nice, right? Just keeping themselves together after dropping 0-1 to Ents. They now recover 1-1. It's going to be BNE, who are down 0-2, joining Vitality. A very scary list of rosters going down. They're facing a single BO3 from elimination from the Legend stage. For FaZe, they're just trying to keep it up, man. They're trying to bounce back, and I'd say that's one step in the right direction.
Yeah, right. It's very reassuring. You know, it was something we touched upon coming into this, the Ents game that we saw out of those guys. That's a pretty legitimate loss to have fielded.
Yeah.
You know, Ents come into this in like really good form. I mean, it was them playing up against FaZe in the Pro League finals not too long ago as well. You know, they're kind of on that path right now. So that was one where you can kind of forgive it for FaZe. I think if this ended up even being close, that would have raised some serious questions, but we never even have to worry about that because it is just utter domination out of FaZe Clan. I've got to say, you know, it felt like they came into that with a really clear game plan as well as to how to deal with Bad News Eagles on that T side. And it didn't even really work, you know, like the idea felt like it was fight for that lane control, try to deny the kind of staging grounds for a B offensive out of the Bad News Eagles. And they even then just lean away from it, right? They go to like a more standard, doubling up in mid, having this kind of more passive hold with Rain holding down the Cave side. And I think when you have a guy who knows this many wallbangs, you don't even feel that urge to get hyper-aggressive. Like, he's able to exert a lot of control from just this position right here. So, yeah, man, it was really, really nice for FaZe to kind of realize that maybe their initial game plan wasn't working so well. They had a lot of depth, they had a lot to fall back on, and Bad News Eagles just didn't have that same kind of depth to their strap book in that first half, and it didn't leave them any room in the second.
Yeah, the second FaZe stopped playing aggro. They won every single round, right? They just didn't even drop the ball on the remainder of the CT side. It was competitive for about 8 rounds, and then FaZe just ran away with things. Hard to pick an MVP, but there's many men who could fill that void. Carrigan, on the numbers alone, looked very, very good, just taking fights on ramp on both halves. But, I think Brokey had a massive game as well, and Rain saved some of those CT rounds with his wall bangs in taking down planters or finding 5-on-4s. So, yeah, just a team of the match, I think, and I think it's FaZe Clan in this one. What a quick game in the office here for FaZe.
Dude, I know. I was expecting so much more, honestly. I thought we were going to have a bit more of like a brawly atmosphere going on, but FaZe never let it get to like dirty fighting, you know? They never let it get that far. They just kind of remained composed throughout the entire thing. They felt like they had more than enough to fall back on. I think it was helped out as well by the fact that GXX, man, had like a very, very quiet game here. Don't know if that's nerves getting to him or just struggling to find the impact with that AWP, but it certainly made matters harder when you factor in, it felt like Brokey was in the right spot every single round, exactly where he needed to be, and never missing the mark.
Even smoke spamming, man. He's built different. But we've got a bit of a naughty matchup for our next 0-1 game. It's the Battle of North America, Harry. It's Furia taking on Team Liquid. So stay with us, NA folk.
I don't know if any of you looked at your Counter-Strike client and just went, oh my God, what the hell am I going to do? Because the pick'ems for the Legend stage are nigh on impossible to predict. So I thought I'd ask some professionals, and I'm going to ask one right now. In fact, his name is Refresh, and he's never actually done pick'ems before, have you?
No, I mean, this is going to be my first one, so it's going to be interesting to see. If I'm going to do good, I'm going to be happy, but if it goes bad, I mean, it's my first one, right? So I think I'm going to start with a team called Heroic. I think they're pretty good. I mean, they have been doing some good stuff lately, like really consistent.
You're going to go with Heroic for the 3-0 or just going through?
With the 3-0, of course, yeah.
Of course. Oh, I love this confidence. You are the first player to actually put their own team in 3-0. Who are you going to put in first?
First, I'm going to put FaZe. I mean, they are one of the best teams in the world, and I can't see a world where they don't go through.
Nice and simple. I think I might copy you with that one. Okay, second pick.
Obviously, Na'Vi. Easy pick. I mean, they have been going like deep in tournaments and been the best teams or been the best team for a long time.
Okay, so that pick'em seems fairly safe. Okay, give me another two.
I think I'm gonna go with Furia. I think they have been playing good lately, and they also have like an explosive style, and I think they can like surprise people.
1v1 AWP battle. Who wins, Cajun or Art?
Kaden, of course.
Okay, next pick. We've picked 4 teams. I think we've got 4 more of your general going throughs to go.
I think I'm gonna go with Big, actually. I think the new addition of Crimpo have like helped them a lot, going from speaking English with Gate and now switching to German. Helped them a lot, and I think he's a young guy who has like proven like himself, and I think they're gonna go through.
Also, Return of the Godfather. Yes, I'm incredibly excited. Yeah. Okay, next one.
I'm gonna go with Cloud9. I think, Gambit has always shown like consistency, and people have like doubted them for a while, going deeper in tournaments, and I think they should be able to like make it out of the groups. They always like seem to do so. I at least believe in them. I think I'm gonna go with Ins, just because they've been playing like well lately, and I think they have a chance here to go through to the next stage.
Ents once beat you, so you put them in. Great reason. Yeah. Okay, 2 more.
I think I'm gonna go with Spirit. It's a bit of a surprise, but I think my boy Magix and Chopper, they're gonna go through.
Are you mates with Magix and Chopper?
I mean, I'm playing them all the time on FaceIt, and it's so annoying. But I mean, it's fun because we are always like having fun and like beating each other, back and forth, and calling each other campers and whatever. But it's just for fun.
Who isn't going to win anything in the Legend stage?
I mean, I'm happy that Bad News Eagles even got to this point, but I think now they're gonna deal with the big boys, and I think it's gonna be too much for them, and I have to go with Bad News Eagles going 0-3.
They are lovely boys, though. I think I might just have to put them in because they're so nice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not putting Bad News Eagles as 0-3. I think a few people have learned the hard way. Refresh, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your pick'ems. I hope you get through, and I hope you get your 3-0 pick'em right. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Well, we just had FaZe Clan there besting the Bad News Eagles in very dominant fashion, Hugo. But now we get ready for a battle of the Americas, and one that played out a hell of a lot over the kind of pandemic era, right? And then like moving even back into a return to LAN play. We've even seen these teams go head-to-head before. So, you know, it's a very, like, I would say hotly contested matchup. And it's one that I would say always delivers in a bit of a spectacle, right? I think Furia are coming into this as favorites. I think they're coming into it justifiably so as favorites for a lot of people. They're looking at this as like Furia's big chance to make it into the playoff stage, make it into top 8 at the major, and maybe go on a bit of a run there. But they did have a slow start to this, right? They kind of were felled in that opening matchup versus Spirit. Now, I mean, I think Spirit have actually proven a lot of folks wrong today.
That's legitimized itself a lot, given that Spirit also just took down Heroic as well. You have to keep that in mind. Spirit are now 2-0, Harry. That's shocking. Furia were feeling like a lock-in trio, a legend team to already qualify and look amazing, you know, just in the way they got here.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this Furia squad, they've been a real treat to watch, right? I think the development of this team, it really took a a bit of a kind of fallback once they lost Henny, you know, a long time ago now, and they were never really able to piece together a squad that felt like that Furia of old back when he was on the team. But I got to say, that's very much the quality that Safe has brought to this squad, right?
Yeah.
I think when we look at it now, he slots in perfectly. He delivers that kind of aggro-AWPing style and a lot of the same sort of peaks that guys like Henny were able to get away with back when he was in this squad, back when he was in his prime. And I think Safe does it in, you know, is able to fill those boots in a very good way. For guys like Art, you know, it needs no introduction. You know, we all love this guy. Whole W gaming, one of the fastest IGLs going, one of the guys who really does just cool, a very exciting and unique brand of Counter-Strike. On the other side of things, it's no strangers to NA fans. We've got Team Liquid here who had to battle back in the Challenger stage from 0-2 down. They had to stare elimination dead in the face in every game that they played, and they were able to battle through and still make it here to the Legend stage.
Yeah, and even in that third and final game, right, taking down Astralis, a team, obviously not the same team, but pieces of it, and the organization that has dealt them many an L across many a grand final going years back. So I think that's a big mental stage to overcome for Liquid, and I think now they're feeling a lot more free coming into this stage of the tournament here in Legends, here in top 16. Yeah, again, you know, neither Liquid started things strong today, but ultimately it was a bit of a comeback. I actually think that game versus Heroic and Vertigo was actually all right. Like, you know, they had, I think it was 6-round first half. The big problem once we hit the CT side for Liquid was Shox, man. He was like 1-17 in that game. He completely fell off. He had a horrible matchup. It didn't matter too much on the T side. They were still getting their openers. OC was still winning rounds for this team. But once they went over to CT, Shox was just getting abused at B by Heroic round after round. They were shutting him out in clutches. So I think we need to have Shox performing today. And he has really been hit or miss. He's either been top or bottom of the board for this team. And it's hard to know which one you're going to get. Whereas we do have more consistent pieces, players like Naf in this roster who feel like they always perform and always put up a good game, win or loss. Shox can't afford to be the reason for a loss today.
No, 100%, man. You know, when we kind of look at this one, in terms of like where we weight like the IGLs here, for someone like Nitro, he's got a very good understanding of how Art likes to call and the things he likes to do, but that's never like... never helped him loads in the past, right? That's kind of the whole thing with Furia. They're almost like an outsiders, but on the other side of the extreme, you know, where outsiders are like this super methodical, slow building, you know, morale-breaking squad. Furia tried to do it very flashily by being, you know, hyper-aggressive and maybe moments where they should go slow. They've got a deep playbook that centers a lot around, you know, having this super explosive style of gameplay. And I think that is a very, very hard thing to deal with. It's like when we were in the Outsiders game, we were saying like, yeah, you almost know how they're going to respond in a lot of these situations, but because they've refined it and they've perfected it to become a cornerstone of the brand of Counter-Strike that they play, it doesn't make it any easier to deal with. Mate, I'm really looking forward to this one. I've always loved this matchup, right? We got to cast it a hell of a lot while we were covering the Americas throughout 2020 and 2021, and it always delivers. We end up on Ancient. I don't know who we've been blessed by today, but it's looking good, right? Second Ancient in a row. Let's get into this one. Liquid with a T-side start here. Furia opening up with a triple B lean and a double donut setup.
Yeah, sugar levels off the chart right now, but we need some spice and we need something nice for Liquid as they try and pop out. Art's right click the flashbang over the top of the box, but the molly's a real problem. He actually tried to escape through the smoke, but he got stuck on the lip there. Nades going into Temple is fantastic, chunking down Shox in this 5-on-4, but Liquid is still going to get the plant and be able to settle back. They get aggressive instead, and they feed Drop and Safe and CT. Drop flicks back for more, and he's found 3 kills. He's still got his full belt, kit included. OC in the clutch, but this guy is good for him often.
Okay, yeah, that is a big fight to have won, right? You just touched upon it. He had the kit, he had full utility, he had the smoke as well. That would have gone a long way in helping with this defuse. Now, Serato is looking for that util, but it's rolled away. He couldn't find it. However, it's not really planted for OC. Serato is hidden around the box. And so he wins that 1v1 by just sticking the defuse, even gets cheeky with it by throwing his gun over the top. And these are the sort of like mind games they're going to try and play, right? Going to try and get in the head of Team Liquid early on.
That's a 6 stick, man. You'd think that he'd have to be able to, you know, drop the smoke there to get away with it. It was on the ground, but yeah, Kit and just hiding around the edge of the box. What a beautiful clutch out of Keisarata to stop. And Fury deserved that pistol with that 3K from drop, right? Young gun from another academy player. We've got many of them, and he has just looked really, really good the longer he's been in this roster. Furia flexing now as Art climbing up onto ledge early in the round. Double nades from B as well, put Nitro low. The 1 AK, maybe he should trade it. Liquid are getting whittled by these SMGs. Fury's going to be mollied back, has to respect. They wanted to pot shots through the smoke, but denied. Now Liquid have re-cleared middle. It's only because Furia have up and abandoned. Safe just going to spam. Oh my god, it's perfect. No idea, no info. Just takes a lead out of the round. That's a tilter.
Okay, Serato even slip and sliding his way into middle. They never saw OC go this deep. However, Safe has got it locked in. A safe pair of hands indeed over here at Red as he triples up, dealing with this force buy. It's only Nitro left standing in a 1v5. He at least has the bomb, but I don't think he's too much of a believer in this one, Hugo. He was whittled down at the start of the round by the early B utility, and so he's really looking worse for wear here.
You know, what's so great about this matchup is not only are we getting it at such a high-pressure time in the tournament to go down 0-2, but it's also, we haven't seen these teams face each other, not only in their current rosters, but even in previous ones, even in, since 2020, basically. So it's been quite a while since this matchup that we had, like you said, feeling like every single week in that year.
Yeah, dude, throughout 2020, it kind of started to feel like, okay, we already know who the finalists are going to be. Like, we just kind of played the rest of it on like an honor system, right? You're almost guaranteed to end up with like a Furia Liquid final. And when that wasn't the case, maybe you got like 100 Thieves in there back then, making those runs happen occasionally. But it really was like the defining matchup, it felt like, of NA in 2020. Here, Tech9's going to get mowed down over in Cave, and Drop holds his own on the ramp side. It's a good bit of damage here, considering not much was bought into the round.
Dude, even little things like, obviously it's not a massive surprise, but I think Nitro's mechanics are so clean, like his movement there, the back hop around the corner as the flash comes in, and his aim as well, which it shouldn't be shocking at this level, but to take a lead from the game and to come back and to still look as fresh is really, really cool. He was hitting some insane shots back on Vertigo this morning against Heroic, and I mean, we all saw what he did to Astralis after that whiff on this exact map in that BO3, eliminating Astralis with back-to-back clutches and some 3K impact rounds to follow. 4 rounds of like high impact to win that game. Without Nitro going nuclear, I think Astralis might have dragged that to a 3rd map. Liquid need their first now, though, in this gun round. Safe, master of the A site, but he's on top of the box. Audacious angle. One that should often be flashed. But Naf has no support right now, and he's just holding off while his team work the map.
Smoke over into Red. This is the attempt at the mid-take. Art gets mollied out, but is able to stick around here. Him and Keisarata hoping to trade peaks. And while Art does swing out and at least briefly bring it back into a 4-on-4, now the A-hold is entirely down to Safe's AWP. There's the first. Can't follow up with any more. Nafly going to get the better of him coming out of main. Onto the AWP himself, trying to put it to use here. Holds this angle into Temple. Drop offers up this kill. That would be a Liquid round all day long. They're still grouping for this. Him and Yuri look interested to give this round a go.
Oh, that's one way to start.
Bit of spam goes a long way here. Naf's now feeling the pressure, right? He's inside of the site. This round is set up for Nitro to win if Naf goes down. Ideally, you want a 1-for-1 out of this AWP. It would make it so much easier for Nitro, and Naf gets away with it, even swinging back in the second time around. Yuri doesn't have a lot of time left to play with here. This one might have eluded Furia. They give it a go, they give it a try, and even though he's good for kills on the exit, that's all it is. He's going to get out of there. keep the AK in tow, but it is a Liquid round when all is said and done.
That's still a really nice objective there for Yuri. Instead of just running away, like his options were stick or save, and stick probably would have meant death, right, with an open plant for the donut player. But he hangs around just to stop the AWP save, right? Killing Naf, knowing he has to cross out to A main if he wants to keep the AWP, and he gets that kill and just runs away. So not only, you know, taking a lot of damage in that round for Furia, but removing the AWP right at the end means Liquid can't have one in this round. It was their way in last time. Now it's just denied. Heavy nades in middle, but the beating comes back for Elige. He might run into the molly. Yeah, he was full blind. Nowhere to go. No idea. Just trying to run out of the firestorm in middle. But a 1-for-1, an opener gifted to Liquid. A way to take middle. Another even cheeky peek for Yuri off the back of the flashbang. God, the pressure is there. Shox gets caught from top mid as well. Drop is even still hanging around aggressive B, trying to play off of Yuri, but as that smoke fades, Liquid might want to re-aggress into the B control. They've re-smoked top mid. That's forced Art out of position, but he's scared that maybe he's getting lurked on towards red on this B hit.
Yeah, double cave setup, right? Could be nice. We've seen these pan out well in that last game for FaZe. Cave players, are they going to get given any contact? No, it's a flat, you know, ramp walk for Team Liquid. They do it silently as well, only now throwing in this utility to telegraph the hit. At this point, Furia know they're up in the bomb site. They could be deep. Spam's going to connect and do a bit of damage, and Art even deals with the man trying to go deep. Naflight all alone. He was the one who planted the bomb. The man who was spammed now in this 1v3. And even though he gives it his best attempt, Yuri is there to trade. Might have found Art, but there's always two. And so Furia able to get that one back under control. The double cave setup serves them well, and the fast rotate out of Art only lends credit to that B hold.
Yeah, expected round one for Furia there. That was a pretty desperate situation for Liquid to even have to go back into the B bomb site and execute in the 3-on-4. A lot of space given away by Furia, but all by design to set them up for a favored man-up retake. Liquid, money is a bit cooked again. And so more pistols, another scout for Elige. Taking mid early versus Furia has not proven to be easy, as we've often had two players there and a lot of util. This time it's only Queserato. Triple B lean, and Furia double nade and double molly the lane immediately. Knowing Liquid are low money, trying to just batter them at the beginning of the round. This is a full exec. This is going to be really nice for Liquid. There's only a FAMAS, the worst gun in the round on Furia in this bomb site. The AWP will be cut off by utility. If Art doesn't multi-kill, this is a definite plant for Liquid.
Oh, the smoke's pretty nice though, right? They're going to have to come through this, and so that's going to give Art a nice little advantage on the attempt at capitalizing on this A play. And if Liquid don't go now, that's all their utility throwing in to a site they don't even attempt to take, with a second re-smoke now following up for Furia. Wow. It is a really nice way to have dealt with this play into the A site. And I love that Art plays up in the front of that smoke, right? First guy tries to come through. It was Shoxy who caught the bullet, and no one else wanted to try run on in. Furia, they've repelled the A play. Now Liquid, it's a last-ditch attempt to get out middle. It's a good trade out of Elige's scout, but how much further can you take this one?
Oh, that's timing caught. Naf, that's a bomb loose. Queserato finds both. And yeah, nades out for Liquid while they try and throw CT smokes on the fly. It's not going to go well for them. Furia just mop it up yet again. I mean, that's so unfortunate for Liquid, right? With a full smoke exec, they have the best round to make that A play happen. The AWP isn't there. There's no supporting element for Art. But like you said, just one smoke down, plays up in front of it. And Liquid know diving through that smoke without a close flash, they're just going to get churned, FAMAS or not. So back to the drawing board. They've tried a bit of everything. It's not really worked for them. Going for another mid-take, perhaps. Pre-smoking the Molotov, but Art is here up close, and again, there's two to start for Furia. Art's going to climb up on B ledge as well. Just so cheeky. Look at his routing. He can even escape. He's cleared out all of B, and they've got middle. Right now, the paranoia is placed on the A site because Furia started with no one on that bomb site. So they're even sending safe back. But Liquid have barely taken space in this round. They haven't even got a main. So Furia, while it's cost them a lot of util, it's gained a lot of time. Liquid are not going to be able to execute anytime soon. And they've even got the AWP now, just holding down the A main angle. So much space on B that Liquid now have to take back after this smoke fades.
Yeah, Drop has only just re-smoked it as well, so, you know, you're really playing within some margins here if you're Team Liquid. By the time that fades, you're looking at, you know, just over 40 seconds left on the clock as they start to now go through. They're going to try and use this as the staging platform for this B offensive. They've got light util to go in, but already Furia one step ahead. They've got 3 here. Perfect timing on this rotate. Trying to bait for Drop. It's a bit of a bait and switch between him and Art. You would have loved a 1-for-1 out of it. It's going to force a swing from Drop, but he holds the line with a triple. He might be low. Oh, they know where he is, Nitro. Getting that trade, dealing with the point man in the B site has opened up a chance at this round. Safe is here with the AWP. K-Serato on a lengthy rotate into the cave. This fight is a must. Nitro now dead. Nafly boxed into this corner. Is caught on the jiggle. K-Serato is clean.
That's a land peak right there. Barely even gets a slice, barely sees anything, and it's Drop, the young'un, getting hyped and getting loud for Furia. They're feeling fantastic right now. Absolutely shredding Liquid, even in a 2-on-2 there. I say Liquid made the best out of that situation as well, even in that round, right? They molly out the double dark setup that's Furia's pocket pick there. That's all they have if they want to play in front of the smokes, and Furia don't even have a smoke of their own to stop the Molotov, but Drop still comes out with a massive multi-kill. Yet again, it's the young guy putting up a show for Furia, and then K-Serato to close. Liquid, they are truly getting tested right now. 6-1 down, barely getting their foot in the door. A timeout used, but what's the game plan? What's the way back in? Maybe taking this faster B lane control. They're all looking towards it. They just got iced out in the early few seconds of that previous round by Furia.
And I mean, dude, like, this is still scary, right? Like, because they're going to try and meet all this barrage util on lane by just powering through it, hoping that these early fights are going to go their way.
Double molly.
But it's not going to be easy, right? There is a big util set going in, but they're already up and past it. 2 players now trying to move in. Nafly, good. I was going to say spacing on this one, but there's no trade yet. Oh, dear. Shox and Nitro do manage to get a kill apiece. Yuri still disappears inside of this smoke. They don't know about him, and they might never discover him. Safe lights them up crossing. They've got no clue that Yuri's still here. So even though OC's done all of this, there's the ghost, Yuri, tucked in at Ninja. OC with 3 points of health. And he's waiting for a reswing up on the lane. But that's not at all where Yuri currently resides.
Dude, safe shot Yuri. The reason he's low is he took an AWP bullet from his teammate in killing Shox. It collatted Yuri at the back of the site. And with Drop already cleared out of this position from the entry, Liquid have no idea. OC's carrying flanks, he's carrying spawns. But Yuri hasn't even got a kill this round. He knows he has the bomb. And nothing to worry about either. The only fear is the timing game, right? He's got to look at cave, he's got to look at ramp, he's got to just gamble it. But one bullet can win this round either which way.
Well, OC check for this. Enough times passed that Yuri could have gone here anyway. Oh, timing, and there's Yuri with the kill. Finally uncovered. They finally learn about him in the worst way possible. It's Furia up 7-1.
And the funniest part about that is, like, if you're Liquid, you probably think, oh man, while OC went back to check spawn, he probably walked all the way into the site and just got tucked in the cubby. No, he was there from the start of the round. Liquid, they don't like getting denied this space at B, so they go for a speedy one. But even then, it's stacked to 9s by Furia. So many of these rounds have come down to 2v2s, to 1v1s, but all of them are Furias.
The thing that's so, like, gut-wrenching about that was, like, OC played it really well. Like, when he goes back to check the flank, it's twofold. Not only is he making sure that Yuri isn't there, but he went back to reload. And that was just a nice little detail, because if he'd reloaded here, you know, you would have heard it. You would have known he's still coming from ramp. He hasn't taken cave. The reason why Yuri was even looking at the cave side was he was worried that that's where the push was coming from. And that means that, like, OC was considering the chance he was playing aggro inside of the site.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think there's even been like massive errors out of Liquid. Like, they've tried a lot of different things. They've done pace changes, but all of this has come up Furia. That gap is not good for Shox. They can see right up through it, and he's looking down at legs. Gets shot right through the edge of the smoke. 5-on-3, and Liquid in these rounds, they came into one eco with a plan on A. It got disrupted by R2 Otherwise, they've just been dueling with Deegs. Napple hit his shot, but Yuri stops him immediately and sees the shadow of the next man as Safe comes in to close the round. He gets 2. 8-1 for Furia. 5 up in a row right now. This is looking incredulous. And Safe is 13-3. While Drop is 10-6. It's the new boys on the block. Almost want to say young guns, but then you're reminded Safe is he's an old boy. He's been there before. Maybe a little more fresh-faced in CSGO, but it's not his first time in the Counter-Strike headline.
Oh. Nitro could try to run this down. Yuri's got to reload, but Nitro respects the smoke. They don't have mid yet. They only just got it, and so worried that someone could have been ledge, someone could have been lane, there could have been a double cave set up. He doesn't want to take that chance. The more respect you give to Furia, the more dangerous they become. Flashing Yuri in for a peek. Nitro needs to trade this, and it's going to be Nafly beating him to it on that peek out of elbow.
But Bomb's trapped elbow, right? It did get seen, but now it's got to rotate all the way around. Beautiful shot from Shox. Taking down Drop, but he's not ready for another man. And Furia, where there's one, like you say, there's often two. Art wants a repeat there. He's going to get smoked out, but Art does not respect it through the smoke. Got to go back, though. Nitro dinked, lives to tell the tale. Safe's blinded as they come up ramp, but he's got to hit a shot here, and now he's trapped in the corner, giving them more space with that smoke. Should put out the Molotov, but OC's cut down K-Serato, and Safe might have to save in a 1v3.
Dude, they're even hunting. Nitro is running after him right now, trying to take this off out of play. It might be 8-1, but the last couple of rounds have still come down to the wire, right? So Furia haven't built up a tremendous amount of money in spite of this scoreline. They want to take this AWP out. Oh, the timing on that, but a missed shot for OC. Safe. Still holding on to the AWP. Nitro's run this entire way. Will he get here in time? Safe hidden. He's peeking. He's fighting. Oh, now going to tuck for real. No, he wants to fight more, and finally punished for it.
Yeah, I think it's good he gets punished there. That's definitely an overpeak. You know, he's confident. He's 14-4. He's feeling great, but yeah, you want that AWP, and that's not the way to keep it. Could have even afforded a double AWP if he kept it going. I mean, they still can now. It actually might be your best option, but it's just going to limit some of your other players as opposed to diversifying your buy. Does K-Serato do it? Safe's been thrown one by Yuri. K-Serato will play it safe, mainly because there's no util in this round, so the more the merrier. Got a kit as well. Liquid, they've been denied orbs all damn game, it feels like. But it doesn't help when you're not really building up rounds, and therefore the economy behind it. Liquid need to show that's not a one and done. They need to break into this T side now.
I mean, this is their route to do exactly that. You know, this is how they get back in.
I like that spot for Elite, right? He was holding mid, but then the molly hit the smoke that he dropped, and so he just takes space immediately. He doesn't let them cut him out of middle. And now a lot more control in a round that Furia aren't actually focused on mid. They're double boosting back B. They've left Yuri in cave yet again. And they're only playing info on middle with K-Serato and Donut. So Elite could activate. He could smoke this player off or use other util, anything but a smoke rather. And try and get in on a red lurk. something Liquid have tried before.
Gonna dodge that flash, mollied out, the AWP brought down to half health. So they've just dropped all his util over to Art, so kind of screams to me that he wants to be involved with this AWP, so doesn't want to run the risk of losing that utility. Liquid now grouping for the A-hit. Serato, great timing on that smoke drop. Going to try and play ahead of the flashbang. Liquid attempt to make things weird by dropping a smoke of their own.
What?
Close quarters fighting, and Serato rises to the occasion. Art might be dead. Responsible for main no more, but the rest of his team are here to hold the line. An upgrade for drop, and now the AWP on the angle. OC, no way to win that round in the clutch. And so that was Liquid's chance to break the money of Furia, to get back into this and put up some T-side rounds. It's been stolen away from them. Serato, beautiful hold over in Donut, man. Everything about it just screamed composure, like he knew what was happening. You know, that smoke timing, brilliant. It forced them to go through it. They try to make things weird for him by underhanding a smoke of their own and just causing chaos there, but that's where Serato thrives.
There's just so much lights out shooting for Furia. Like, Liquid are coming in with some okay calls and some you know, nice ways to push the AWPers back and to get a lot of space, but it feels like every single player for Furia, where they should be going one and done, is getting 2 and sometimes 3 in their positions and just winning rounds off of that alone. But how the hell does Serato get 2, let alone that turnaround onto Shox? Some 6 shots out of these guys, and yeah, drops look really solid as well. It's just been, yeah, Liquid are being outmatched individually. They're just being outshot right now. And no shot back in for Liquid unless they can change this tide. Take middle, perhaps. Again, denied by that util. I think that's their smoke they've missed as well to try and put out the Molotov. It is, so it's not made it any easier, but Liquid will late walk mid. The top red has faded. Art's throwing in utility and jump spotting, but it's Serato who's at the forefront of the fight. Missed shot, only a ding to Nitro, and Art's got to fill the gap.
Yeah, he's having to scramble his way in. Oh, Art, they know about him now. They know that he's on this CT angle. Trying to look for it, trying to deal with him. Flash does not get him off the angle. Safe and drop both get a killer piece. Art baits them in, but it's the rest of the team do the goods on getting it over the line. 3v3, safe, not missing a beat. Flashed off the angle, still delivers the kill and keeps Furia in this retake. Naf knows he might have to try and make a play here. Looked like he wanted to head towards red, but with the bomb planted for him, he's got to stay in Donut. Shox wins that opener, and Yuri cut down. Shox with a re-swing that they were not ready for. Even going to look to save the AWP out of the round. Liquid, they do come in with the results on that A play. Pretty ballsy out of Serato to take that mid-swing as the only A-leaning defender. And that was, you know, the first domino to fall.
Yeah, nice to see a mid-take actually go well there for Liquid, right? It's often just been a lead solo lurking it and trying to find space, but it's not like they've been getting enough kills that he can even, you know, play that like bait spot in middle and wait for Furia to climb up ledge. They're going to go for it this time, just dropping their own smoke. They've done this a few times to push up close. Art's dropped one, Orb's missed shot, and Art's got another chance at it. He gets tagged. That will taper him for now. But Liquid got to be very careful. That close nade could kill Art. But instead, Furia want to peel out. 5-on-4. They've done a lot of damage. They force some serious respect out of Liquid yet again. Not even getting the lane because Shox is solo. Liquid are going to look elsewhere. A-bound. Even pulling Shox out of B, but while Furia have all this info at B, they've stacked up pretty well. Serato and Donut Art playing fully tucked on this A site. They have 3 mollies. They should be able to clear this. But it's all down to how announced Liquid want to be in this round. They're going back for an execute again. Last time we didn't get to see the fruits of this one as Art shut it out with util. That's now not an option.
Yeah, Art is just playing for one. Like, if he gets one here, he has done his job. But there's that molly that you talk about. Going to force a swing out of him. Serato also Molotov. It's good util to get into this A side of the map. And I like that Liquid, you know, just slow it down there. They don't feel pressured. That they lose a leash on that early peak in middle. They don't get overwhelmed, and they don't try to conceal the intentions of the A play too much. They're using each Molotov as they move into these danger positions, or these dangerous positions rather. And so Liquid able to get that one past Furia. That was the force buy as well. So this T side, you know, suddenly from looking super flat and in a super dire spot, actually has some serious legs on it now. Like, there's a chance you can 6-9 this half, and you're feeling pretty good about that considering how this started if you're Liquid.
Yeah. The money certainly helped out, hasn't it, right? Furia not being able to get away with the saves in the previous rounds, and yeah, Liquid just losing so many clutches and 2v2s. So Furia haven't built up that cash, and Liquid get a couple in a row, and they're going to be able to build off the back of it. Ooh, exit would have been nice for Yuri. But Naf will live to tell the tale, and that orb can go back into OC's hands. Spawn providing. Yeah, just a far more methodical execute, one where we see there's no util for Furia. They can't really do much about it. Liquid molly both positions that are harbored by enemy players, and smokes to stop anyone getting weird. Furia,
okay,
they're going to get weird.
I like this.
Why not? Naf's got a spawn. He's holding the cross, but again, they keep smoking this to get close mid. It's a cool smoke for Furia. Means they can climb up ledge easily and even boost.
If Elise tries to swing this, like, his eye's going to be drawn to these boosting. Oh, never needed. Never needed Elise to swing it. Oh, and he's even going to deal with the close match. Okay, it's very ugly there for the attempt at the second. And uh-oh, not over yet.
They forgot the bomb. They've got B, but they forgot the bomb.
Okay, that's going to waste some precious time. Oh, God, Furia are here.
Run.
Shox is going to go get it. Oh, he tries to jiggle it. Oh, no. Art's dropped the bomb. This is a full eco out of Furia. They have 1 MP9, and Art is doing it all. 2 in the round with the AK, dropping the bomb as well. Nitro has got to bail Team Liquid out. This was meant to be a freebie. This was meant to be 5. Easily done for Liquid. And Furia have made it so complicated. Art, incredibly clean with the AK. Doesn't have armor, didn't have anything, but scavenges that gun from mid, and every shot is flawless.
Yeah, Shox realized that he had to peek a little bit to get that bomb because it was on the edge, but instead of peeking a little bit, he's just like, okay, I'm going to win this fight here. If they're here, I'm going to win it and get out, and he just gets double-faced on that deep angle, and what a beautiful shot from Art. 1 step too far for Shox, and with a late bomb drop for Liquid, they will lose to Eco. You said there was a path back in. Well, Furia, they're the ones who sold Liquid the bricks.
That's a big opener for OC. Like, he's not really won this safe battle at all, and Nitro's even going to take it 1 step further. It's a very, very nice, you know, round in terms of who we've had to go head-to-head. It was the Orpas fighting first, then the battle of the IGLs, and both of them came up in favor of Liquid this time around. Furia still riding the high from an eco round win, but they might get brought back down to reality. Liquid poised to get a 5th here.
Perfect round to gamble stack, right? They're going to have K-Serato just check mid. He's left A, but if you start triple Bing right now, it's your best bet at this one. Pushing into Shox, though. Drop that angle for him. Shox is ready. There's no trade. Yuri! 3 kills, and that is despicable. A 3-on-5, a must-win round, but Liquid have lost these ones before.
Dude, time and time again, they've got all the pieces of a round. They've got it all laid out ahead of them. It looks so simple, like it's going to be so easy. And Furia find a way to make it hard. Yuri, 3 to his name right now. He's repelled the B play. Naf and OC going to look for greener pastures over on A. Moving in, they've got the bomb. Yuri's hot on their heels, though. 1 step ahead as he's cleared out the lane side. And even though they've thrown that smoke, he might see that as an invitation to go through. He knows that they're not going to be paying it full attention right now. And so Yuri's hit this golden timing. Lots of damage, but is he ready for this orb? Up close, he's not. OC will get rid of him. So now that original hero, that original man that made it all competitive is gone. And K-Serato's got to be the man to step up in the clutch. Bomb planted for Donut, but a world of unknowns here. No idea where Nafly's gotten to since he was tagged, crossing back to main. Tap on the bomb, even though it's going to bait something, a bit of a reaction, a flash over.
Nice.
OC holds the line, and so Liquid, they do get a 5th after all.
Dude, well, that's just a terrifying half. That's a painful half, but Liquid just about hold on. Furia are going to be more than happy. Could have closed that one, definitely. I'm surprised that Yuri didn't read that OC was also in Donut, just given the fact that he got all that room for free. But this is what I mean when I say I feel like Furia are just multi-killing in positions they should not be able to do. But how the hell does Yuri get 3 kills here? Very, very impressive shooting, but it's OC who came up with a 5-on-4, who goes on to close with the final 2 as well. For that round for Liquid, they will take what they can get, but I don't know if it's enough. 5 rounds on their T side. Furia coming into the second half with a good bit of utility. Liquid kit double flash on Shox, who certainly looked better than he did to start the day. Furia 5B, they're going fast.
Yeah, right up into this one, right? No respect pistol. And even a deep CT smoke, they're coming for this space at long now.
Bye-bye.
You're in the firing line. K-Serato with a double. Knives out. He's trying to deal with the man coming up through that smoke, but he lives to tell the tale. That was a knife pull into the weapon switch. K-Serato's still here, still fighting and still holding on. They're trying to get in the heads of Liquid at every single turn.
Safado, and now Liquid, yeah, they're trapped here. This is K-Serato ready to finish the job with the pistol. Swinging out. Oh, Elise hits a 1-tap. Now they're constricted. Now they're contained, and K-Serato gets run down as Elise finds 4 with a P2K. That came out of nowhere for Liquid. Furia knew exactly what was up, with just the fear of one player being all the way on the flank from ramp or cave. I put the paranoia in Furia. I like the idea there. The deep CT smoke gives them a lot more control than just playing for long, short smoke. And that's why they hunt down, but Elise, who dodged the knife, comes in and delivers for Liquid.
Crazy to think that, like, if K-Serato had knifed him, that round just doesn't happen.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
over.
That just doesn't happen. Oh, tag
Scary.
pause for Liquid.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, I like that. You know, you can imagine they got pretty chaotic and everyone's kind of, you know, a little bit pumped up right now. So just a moment to cool it off, because you need to stick the landing on getting these conversions, right?
Yes.
Furia are forcing, they got the bomb plant, so they are blessed with cash on this T side.
Yeah, Furia are the team that force if they get 0 kills and no plants. So you damn well know they're coming in with a couple of AKs. Feels like Furia always have more money than they should in these second rounds. Like, look at this buy. 2 AK, Galil, and so much util for a force. So, yeah, Liquid are not foolish. They are ready for what Furia are bringing to the table in this rifle round. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call it. Fast for drop. Shox has crossed. And he could even go further without ticking the molly. Drop caught off guard. With that flashbang, it's perfect. Yuri did pick a lead, though, on ramp. Right after he lobbed the flash. So there's a way into B, but safe falls shortly after.
Yeah, the doors on a B play kind of closed now, right? It's a little bit weird. You've only got Yuri here. The bomb's still lent down towards elbow and mid. Looks like they want to go back to the B play late. They don't realize the full extent of just how far Liquid have gone. Shock, don't die here again.
Not again.
Oh, dear.
Fair enough.
1-for-1,
Yeah.
actually. That's all well and good.
Sees bomb.
Gets the info right that the bomb's coming back towards this B site. Liquid don't fully believe it, though. They're going to entrust the entire thing to Nafai over here at ramp, and Yuri has just snuck out the cave. Oh, that's brutal. There was no rotate with the bomb still back in T-spawn. They didn't feel safe in assuming that that was going to end B.
Dude, Art took so long there. It's all on purpose to give Yuri the space. He knew he had timing, but Art's so passive just in case Naf is checking T-spawn. And of course he is. That couldn't have gone better for Furia if they tried. They have slipped the net. And now just need to finish the job 2-on-2, but this is where Furia have done their best work this map. The spray is not converted. Yuri will, though, on for the 4K right now. OC lobbing in util. He has smoke kit for the bomb, but Yuri might just stop him before he even gets a chance. Spray for 4 kills, and Furia find the force buy. No surprises there. It's getting loud, Harry.
Yeah, man, dude, that's gonna hurt for Team Liquid. That really is. Like it's one of those ones where in the moment the call to keep everyone spread across the map, to kind of hold all your contingencies makes a lot of sense. But then after the round, once it's all played out, in that deafening silence, you know, coming back into this one, and you're thinking about all the ways you could have won it, all the ways it could have gone. Weird spot for Liquid to be in. Furia, they're trying to regain all the marbles, all the momentum in this second half, and they're looking to do it right away. There's this fight for donut control. Serato is pretty low on the back of that Deagle. Someone else is going to try and fill the place, though. Yuri, along with Drop, and now even a third man joining them in safe. They're going to clear this. They've checked for Nitro up close. Hasn't made it any easier yet, but there's the openers. There's the invitation into an A play. It's stacked to the 9s, but it's quickly getting dealt with, quickly getting cleaned up. They won't be ready for Shocks, rather, so he's going to have a free B here. Makes it a double, dropping the bomb, and even looking for the third man. But Drop holds the line. Shocks given a chance to make it interesting, but with him 1v5 all alone in that one, there's only so much you could have expected from him.
Yeah, I can't believe Drop just like goes for it as well. And you know, he's lost 2 teammates. He's got loads of time. His team are nowhere near him, and he just crouch peeks Shocks and closes it. He really buys into this just madhouse that Furia are, and fits in perfectly, man. Had a great CT side as well. Furia now all the makings of a map. Finding that force buy off of a 10-round half. Liquid now full eco, stacked in middle. The Furia are running amok.
Oh, flashes.
Yeah.
Oh, the flashes!
Don't
They
you
set
dare.
that fly up!
That's 3!
Hang on a moment, this is so wild. Is this going to be revenge for Liquid? Is this going to be them winning an eco round of their own after it got turned on them in that first half? Furia, they pump the brakes, but only for a moment. Serato's trying to make moves. And he is that first man, having made it by scot-free. Nitro, even though he's got the gun pulled, is still caught on that rotate out of middle. Shocks, lost to the hands of time over at the B site, is now wrapping lane into Cave. And looking like he wants to try pincer the mid plate. They're already past him, however. And so it will be this 2v2, likely a retake in towards this A side of the map. Shocks gets Serato, who tries to go back and clear middle. And so now Safe has got to deliver a full eco for Liquid. Maybe about to give some results over, unless Safe can pull off this 1v2.
He knows them both. That spam combined with Shocks crossing, he's going to try and take the 1v1. Shocks is running in. Nav needs to get this trade, but he's picked first! And Safe takes all to close the round for Furia. It was only a full eco, but Liquid got it so damn close. I feel like they've played these rounds. Some of these lost rounds have been played so well by Liquid, especially that wrap for Shocks when he realizes that that's going to be an A play and his teammate gets cut down in CT spawn. But that 2-on-1, they weren't ready for Safe to bring it to them. Pushed up close, and Furia close. It would have been so just after Furia won a full eco like that themselves. Liquid, however, can't do it. And rounds like that are the difference maker. 13-6. We're running out of time.
Oh man, and the disrespect, like Art just fully up ramp. Even though Naf's going to trade that, it's a double swing to deal with him. If the kill doesn't come in now, they would have to be saving. Luckily enough, Elige has reopened a path to a retake here. Temporarily, it's a 3-on-2 at this B side of the map. And so them going quickly into this could bode well for Liquid. Elige removed. Nitro can't get this angle. They trade spam. OC spots the ramp man. Oh, the silencer pull. That's so awkward. Nitro hoping, praying that through this smoke, he can find salvation for Liquid.
They can double face.
Oh, yeah, they can count down now. He's going to catch Safe moving out of there. Safe gets along. Now they have a crossfire. Ideally, you'd love Nitro to go and pick his battle. Deal with one of these players in the swing, but Serato, man, just going to take that wide peek out to rid us of Nitro and remove that clutch attempt from the tally. 14 now for Furia, and with that being Liquid's rifle buy, they were all in. They've got nothing to put a stop to 15 arriving on the board.
Gotta feel for OC, man. He's an AWPer. He's not used to the right click letting him down. It's usually what builds him up. But that is just the worst case, the worst time to tap that key. And Liquid, they can try and remain calm, but it doesn't matter. Furia are pumped up on gooseberries, juiced, and ready to shut out this map, sending Liquid 0-2 down in the Legend stage. There have been a lot of upsets today. There have been some crazy results. And while this may be par for the course, I feel like this is even more dominant than expected. Some serious clutch rounds out of Furia today.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I almost feel like the scoreline doesn't reflect just how close this has been at times. Like it. And that's even more devastating, like in the minds of Liquid.
Liquid could never break through the money in the first half, Harry. The first time they did, they got full eco. Think about it that way. Insanity.
Oh, I did. And Art's just been a demon over here at B. Like, I love the way that he approaches the ramp side, of course, as I'm picking him up.
That's the thing. Drop, you know, where Art falls, he'll make up
Drop's
for it.
always
He's up in this site. And
No, but it's fine, because now Yuri,
Yuri, we saw that 3K in cave earlier.
Oh my God, it's all going so wrong. It's another one of these eco rounds for Liquid, only this time, surely they're teed up to do it. A 5v2, right? That should have all the makings of an upset round.
No one's ever lost a 5v2 in Counter-Strike.
Yuri, that first swing, gonna deal with that flight, but Alicia's there to trade. And now it is just Serato up through red, looking for a way back in, gonna deal with OC, but in every one of these fights, he was on the back foot.
I mean,
so there we go. Liquid, they do pick up that eco round.
Woo! Ryan's waving the American flag somewhere. But yeah, they had to win that round. They were playing for overtime at 14-7. Like, that's a sign of the times. Or 14-6, rather. That's you really being at bottom of the barrel in this matchup. But Liquid just wanting as many gun rounds as they could get. Luckily, they saved themselves for one more. Winning an eco. Long overdue. That's Furia now. Bank accounts. Stolen credit cards. And they're going to get locked out eventually. Only a couple of deagles.
Oh, that's a nice shot out of OC.
Drop onto Deagle.
He wants the deagle, but to go get it, had to throw himself into the firing line. Yuri with the bomb has just killed Shox over here in Cave. This is like a weird moment now where they're trying to deal with the A main players, but they've just discovered that that bomb is B-ward bound. And so Liquid start to scramble bodies over towards B. It's a real period of limbo, and with a minute left on the clock, and with how fast Furia are, how mobile this T-side is, you're never quite assured as to where it's going to end up. You might have seen the bomb over here at Cave, but what does that mean? Yuri gets the info in middle. They've seen him now, looking to change his direction, change his tune as he drops into mid. Furia are poised to hit A, but with OC on this angle, you'd like to think he's at least going to be able to thin the Furia ranks before they get into the site.
Psych, there's a smoke. There is a smoke, but is it for Donut or CT? It's going to be the former. So OC still has his angle. They've still got a dry cross. Oh no, another's come down. That's actually coming through from a teammate.
Yeah, that's Nitro's smoke right there.
Just to fake that he's pushing out of Donut. They're going to plant in it. Thanks for the cover, says Serato.
Oh no, that's so awkward. Hopefully this isn't the thing that lets them back in. A 3v3. And the plants now come through. Ali's going to take that first fight and win it. And flashed in for even more. It's a lovely transfer out of Ali, who started this game really slow while he's silently risen through the rankings here. It was him who put up 4 in the pistol, if you recall. Phenomenal play there. Massive 3K mow down to rescue a round that could have very quickly got out of hand.
Still, rounds around, building back, but I'm waiting for another full buy for Furia, right? That's, again, just pistols that make it awfully close, and Furia on the edge of success. 2 more will do. Double orb now, Naf joining OC. Triple mid take, but Furia going 5B. Is it going to be another disrespect art run right up the ramp? Yes, it is. That's a great grenade, though. It slows Furia down. It chops him up to half health, but Yuri is not stopping on that W mashing, holding it right down. Naf's got to hit a headshot. Drop coming through. Naf follows up with a tag. Just fade away shots right now. Furia have the bomb site, but these trades are coming in.
Oh, they can't stop the plant. OC, though, will deal with the planter. Art dead. Yuri, last guy left standing, playing around this smoke. Gonna get a chance to fight Nafly. However, now they know where he is. And look at it, mate. They're closing in on him. They're gonna deal with him. The double orbs find a lot of success there. All 5 kills coming from those AWPs. Liquid bringing this one closer at 9-14. And it must be a real nice feeling to have now successfully repelled these B plays on an eco and again with rifles for either side. Something that Furia felt like they had in their back pocket was this ability to run up ramp and find success no matter the situation. Well, that's no longer the case.
Yeah, it's really clean shooting right now for OC since he's had the CTA WP. Didn't really have it a lot on the T side. Had that 1-3K at the end of the half. This time it's fast out mid for Furia. Good flashes. Nitro's just jumping. He thinks he's going to get a lot more respect than that. But Furia rare to deliver respect. More often death as the Leech finds out through the lip of the smoke. 4-on-3 and Shocks holds on to CT for a second, but instead leaves it to Naf. Right now, B's just being discounted completely. It's the right call, but it's a very risky one. Naf won't remain here forever. He's going to get smoked out. Timing shot does not connect. Furia set themselves up for an A-Rap, but that's where the majority of Liquid sit.
Yeah, they're not being quiet about it. They're being very loud here, so OC knows they're close, but they're going to come through that volley. Whoa, OC with the turn! All right, 2 to the good right now. Plant inside of the A site. OC can't stop that, can't do anything about it. And Yuri's even cut down this rotator of Nafly. OC's been waiting for this engagement, and Art will give it to him. It Shocks 1v2. He's seen one of them, and he knows that Yuri was over in red as well. They don't know that he's so deep here, but Shocks is going to have to go seek his fortune. Going to have to look for these players. Art, dead. Just Yuri to beat, who's now retrieved a Molotov. Smoke on the bomb will negate the impact of that nade, but his back turned, and Yuri cuts him down. Last seen over in red. Shocks anticipates he's gone donut to play around the bomb. And it's a very rare situation where that bomb plant being for donut actually helps Yuri out, even though it's not planted for him.
Yeah, Furia thrive in the chaos, man. He actually saw Yuri as well as the guy he saw go CT. He just presumed it was Art when he got that kill. Poor OC, man. He has a phenomenal round, but eventually just takes a random shot through the box and gets peeked off the back of it. And it's going to be Furia finding 15 first. A mini comeback in the CT side for Liquid, and it might matter not. A Nova for Naf. Times are tough. The economy's in ruins. Naf coin in the dirt. Shocks. He stepped, but Yuri didn't react to that. He didn't hear it. Maybe thinking there was a re-peek off the back of his teammate. Shocks just gets his free beat. OC's AWPing deep down B. And Naf.
Okay.
I'm down.
We know the matchmaking Scoot and NA, but this is a whole new meaning to Gold Nova. Got to be solid as he moves down the ramp.
Oh, that counts.
OC's going to help him out. Drop never even saw him. And so now the rest of Furia trying to head into Donut, trying to split this A site. Elige here. He's been spotted. He hears the main player, and that's safe dealing with him. This was a 5v3. So quickly brought back to even odds. There's a fast donut wrap out of Shoxy. He is in the position that could look to win this round for Liquid.
Oh.
He doesn't take a peek. He lets that plant come in. He's given a lot of room over. And now with a main plant in, right, there's a lot of options here for Furia. They're even sending a Queserato all the way into main to play around that bomb. They've got a clutcher, should it be needed, should it come down to it. Half the time ticked off. Liquid have got to make a move. They're hoping these kills are provided. They trade out Art, and they know they've got safe trapped. But as mentioned, this was all teed up for Queserato to win it. Out with a swing. He's missed the spray. Doubles back up this time around, though. On the bomb, OC sticking it. More spam, and this time it connects. Furia lock in this victory. They go 1-1. They put a stop to Liquid's attempt at the comeback. And for Liquid, It's going to be devastating, man. As we say, you know, it already kind of felt closer than the scoreline alluded to, but it felt like all the important rounds, all the important moments sided with Furia.
Yeah, clutches, 3v5s, 2v4s, like sick late rounds for Furia. Even those close ones where I feel like Liquid didn't even make many mistakes in some of their clutches, it still came out all for Brazil. That was an excellent game. It was more of the Furia we wanted. They kind of fell apart in Spirit's matchup earlier on in that early BO1, but they recovered pretty well. And there was a mini comeback in there for Liquid, but not enough to you know, wet the whistle here, Harry. Furia go one-on-one, like you say, and everyone had their moments.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the whistle don't get wet when Liquid don't show up to the party, right? Like, so, dude, Furia, yeah, this was really, really good. I think towards the end as well, it felt like they didn't even kind of, you know, I don't think we necessarily saw like the full depth out of Furia, kind of like just playing to the level in those moments, right? It was a lot of these like B walk-ups once they hit 14. Yeah. And then, you know, when that wasn't really working, they could just go back in 3-on-5s a lot of the time after losing those early fights into something more measured, more methodical over towards A. It's a shame, you know, OC definitely got more switched on towards the end, but it felt like it was just too little, too late, right? He had a couple of big moments there, Elige kind of stepping up, but it was such a late game activation that by the time you had these guys on Liquid who need to put up big numbers performing, Furia were already head and shoulders above them in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And even on those CT sides for Furia, like once they started whipping out, you know, the AWP on Safe, you know, as much Shabroki early on in that phase game on Ancient was in all the right spots, felt like Safe was also making really, really nice rotations, was just causing so many problems for Liquid, who could barely get out into middle, man, until like the end of the half. Furia, whatever area of the map they wanted, they had on their CT sides. We saw multi-kills from anchors every single time. And yeah, Yuri, man of the match, put up some incredible cave holds on that CT side as well. You know, one's going to hurt for Liquid, definitely, especially with the rivalry of having to take on Furia so many times over the years, online, offline, and more often than not, it has always been Furia taking the lead on that matchup. But, you know, a better sign for Shox. Elige had a good game. OC warmed up. It just all felt a bit too late with the 10-5 half, and with that second round force for Furia, with the eco win, there were just so many just awkward dropped balls in that game for Liquid.
Yeah, you know, I kind of leave this one with like a similar sentiment to I did it is in the FaZe Bad News Eagles game, which is just, yeah, kind of reassuring for Furia and just a bit of a shame for Liquid, right? It felt like there was definitely something there. There was definitely some promise towards the end of that game, but it just took way too long to kind of get it realized. Yeah. And I mean, dude, like even looking at stuff as simple as like the economy battle, man, like every time Furia were gonna get broken, they would find a way back in, whereas for Liquid, they were the ones on like the receiving end of that every single time. So all those swing rounds, all those swing moments siding with the opposition, that's just kind of the nature of the beast, right?
Yeah, and we have even more Brazilian action as well coming up. Imperial in their 0-1 game are going to be taking on G2 next. So certainly not Brazil favored this time, but we're falling in the squad, man. Anything is possible. Stick with us for our last game of the night.
Welcome to an extra special edition of Is It Belgian, starring legend Naf from Team Liquid. You've just qualified.
Just qualified.
Congratulations.
You dragged me straight out of my chair and straight here to each other.
I was just like, this is the way I would like you to celebrate, by putting on a blindfold and trying to taste test some chocolate. Maybe not the typical celebration you guys do when you win.
I'm down to eat some chocolate.
I mean, you've just qualified to the legend stage by beating Astralis, and yet in typical Naf style, you're feeling pretty chill about it.
I mean, I was getting a little rowdy during the game, but yeah, no, I'm chill now. I'm back in my relaxed state.
Your version of rowdy. When you won, I did see you were quite excited about it. Right, I want you to put this blindfold on. The reason being, I feel like it's going to enhance your other senses.
Okay.
So put it on now,
okay.
and then I'm just going to hand you a bowl, and then I want you to put your hand in and select a chocolate. Okay.
Where's the bowl? Oh.
It's here. It's here. Okay. Here we go. Perfect. You can have a feel, you can have a sniff, you can have a taste. I know you're probably not familiar with Belgian chocolate.
I don't even know what Belgian chocolate really is.
It's much better than anything you have in North America.
You can like taste it if you know what it is exactly?
I think so. I think so.
I think I own more Team Liquid jerseys than any other team jersey.
Give me more. No.
Yeah. Did you like it?
Yeah, very good.
How did it taste to you?
No, it's a little crunchy. Like it has like some sort of, I don't know if it's like a wafer, like not like a wafer, but it has like some sort of like crunch in it.
But is it Belgian? Because I suppose the characteristics of Belgian chocolate would be very, very smooth. They like a good truffle here, artisan, high quality ingredients, that kind of thing.
It tasted amazing, and it felt amazing eating it. So I'll just say it's a Belgian chocolate, everyone.
I can tell you that that one is not a Belgian chocolate.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. All right, I gotta eat some more and figure out my strategy here.
Okay. Well, that's a good strategy. That's a very, very good strategy.
I'm just starting off slow in classic liquid fashion.
Next, yeah. So this has got a bit of a pattern on it, so that's why it's important to fill the chocolates.
Yeah, this one's got like some design on it.
Belgians known for their love of a truffle as well. There are about 10 different high-end chocolate shops in Antwerp alone.
All right, I'm gonna dive into this thing. This one's creamy.
In a good way?
Yeah, that was good. I mean, this is a good time. You guys should invite me up for more of this stuff. That one's like more creamy, more soft when you bite into it. It doesn't really have anything in it. It's more of like has like just like sweeter chocolate in it. Like maybe some sort of cream inside, I'm not sure.
I think that's got a liqueur in it. I think that might be something like avocado.
Is this one a Belgian chocolate? Because it's like the exact opposite of the first one.
Are you saying it is or it isn't?
It is a Belgian chocolate, right?
It is not a Belgian chocolate. That one is German, I think.
Is this a joke or something? Like they're all just not Belgian chocolate, is it?
I'm gonna hand you another bowl though. Okay. We're gonna keep this wagon rolling.
Now I'm in my head now. Now I'm just like, now it's like been 2 in a row. So
that's a truly liquid thing to be as well, in your head. I'm still thinking about your match against Astralis. So you have a taste of that while I ask you about what happened on the server on Ancient when Nitro made a bit of a flub.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna enjoy my chocolate first.
Enjoy it.
I swear this one, it tastes a little truffly. So I'm gonna go with it again and say this is Belgian chocolate. If this is not Belgian chocolate, I'm out of here. I'm gonna leave.
You are right. It is Belgian chocolate. The reverse sweep is on.
Okay, I feel like I could get it now. During that round, I remember we're playing in the round, and Nitro's like, "Oh, I'm push CT. I have one in the back." So I'm just like, "All right, everyone's gonna like freeze. They're gonna wait. We're gonna wait until Nitro maybe could get 1 or 2, depending on like what he can see." And after it, like we're just sitting a while, Shocks is just like, "Just kill him, Nick. Just kill him." And I'm not sure what happened. I just heard Nick start shooting from across the map, and then he died. And then I was just like, oh no, what's going on here? And then, yeah, no, after the round ended, I remember Nick's just like, guys, I'm gonna retire after this game. But then after that happened, he had like, after the next few rounds, he had these amazing key round clutches, like MVP style clutches, and he was able to bring it right back. So like I said, from 0 to hero, back out of unretirement. Or retirement, and yeah, no, he was able to bring it back, and he was the true MVP of that second.
It was good to have him back.
It's nice that he was able to pick himself back up.
Absolutely.
Strong boy. This one's kind of similar to like the last one, kind of, but it's also kind of similar to the one.
Put it in your mouth and tell me if that's actually the case.
Man, I don't know, that one's so good. So it must be Belgian, right? But I'll just say no, maybe no. No Belgian?
You are right, it's not Belgian.
See, I'm kind of getting my groove on this.
See, chewing in a liquid t-shirt, it just makes me think of old school Twist.
There you go.
Wonder if he's still chewing that gum. Gonna find out quite soon in the Legend stage when he's playing with FaZe. Okay, 2 more to go.
All right, 2 more.
We've got this one.
Oop.
Get your hand in.
Alrighty, let's check it. Oop.
Okay, here we go. Give it a feel, give it a feel.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's Belgian chocolate.
Yes! Here we go.
This got something on it. What's that? This is like just the top of it.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. Just like maybe it's just a little. Maybe it could just be like a little circular bump or something here. But who knows? It could be like a face or something. No.
It's definitely a thing inside the chocolate. I will tell you that.
Oh boy! So there must be something in there. Let's try it.
I think there's coffee and then there's also another flavor in there.
There's something in here. I get like a coffee taste. I don't know. That one was like such a journey that I believe it's a Belgian chocolate.
It was a journey of joy?
Yeah, it was such a journey of joy. I was having a good time eating that. I was going through like a bunch of worlds right there, just having that in my mouth. So I assume that's a Belgian chocolate right there.
Well, if you want to take off your blindfold, I can tell you, It was Belgium!
Damn, I'm insane. Reverse sweep.
You reverse swept it 4-2 in the end, Nap. A very respectable score. There you go.
Thank you for inviting me. This has been an honor.
Thank you so much. We've been honoured to have you on Is It Belgian? And good luck in the Legend stage.
Thank you.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Well, we just had Brazil come in with a dub.
Yep.
Now we have another chance for that to happen here, but a far harder
save.
one, right? We have a far harder one. Imperial taking on G2, Hugo.
Yeah.
I think when we kind of looked at our last one, Furia definitely came in as the favorites there, and they were able to deliver on that. Imperial, though, I think in this matchup, you've got to be looking the way at G2 and saying, like, this is where they kind of write their course. They turn it all around. They're able to go 1-1 and kind of level out on the day.
Yeah, I don't even want to frame it like for G2. It's like, oh, write the course. Like, oh no, you know, maybe in the numbers, but not like they've come in slow or come in cold. Like they lost. G2 lost to Na'Vi in overtime. Imperial got battered by Big. We are not the same. Obviously, that scoreline was pretty close against Big, but it was very one-sided until similar to our Liquid Fury game, where Imperial grabbed a few rounds at the end, sped up, and then fell. For G2, they were competitive the entire way along against Na'Vi on Mirage. It was a very good game. We saw everyone popping off. We saw the Nico that we wanted to see, the Hunter that we wanted to see. So I'm not worried for G2 at all in this game. They should win it. They have to win it, and they should send Imperial O2 down.
Well, you know, I think that's quite the statement to have made right off the top, right? But
not really.
That is like where we should find ourselves if everything goes according to plan, man. G2, as you say, it's not even like through being 0-1 they got here like through a big underperformance. You know, they showed up to open up the day.
That was one of the few 50-50 games, right? We've had a lot of upsets today. We've had a lot of teams that, like, you know, disappear and then reappear in a later series, like Ents, like destroyed FaZe, and then they get destroyed by Flames. Like it's hard to level out and know who's the best right now in this stage, as some teams are coming very, very hot. Some teams are coming cold off of not having played matches in the Challenger stage already. But for G2, they look good. They've been looking good, and they put up an overtime game against Na'Vi, who are also in form, and right now even up against Big in their 1-0 game. So yeah, I don't think G2 are even going to be worried in this matchup. They just need to make sure they keep it clean.
Yeah, you know, I'm inclined to agree with you, and like even if you boil it down to like a map pool, I think even if you kind of gave Imperial like their best map here, even if we ended up on like an Inferno, you know, I still think like
G2 are favored.
G2 would still be in a position where, yeah, they should be winning it, and they should be winning it pretty dominantly. You know, like this is a team that was put together to be a contender for titles, you know, to be a contender to win entire events, to win events such as the Major.
Whereas the team on the other side, the team we're looking at now, was formed as a, you know, I hesitate to say content team, but that was the way it was pitched. Now, has that been the team that we've had? No, actually. They've impressed. They've gotten to the Legend stage, and not many people even expected them to make it this far, especially over the likes of, you know, the other Brazilian team in contenders and challengers, which was MIBR, who looked incredible. Who came in 3-0 off the RMR. So, you know, Imperial have already done more than we thought this team would do. You know, not to say they're even going to go 0-3. I don't think there's anything guaranteed right now. But what I do think is they're coming in as big underdogs to a matchup against one of the best teams and best rosters in the world right now. Like you said, you know, a title contender, a team formed and bought and built to win majors like this one.
Yeah, so look, we're going to have the veto on our screens now. G2 getting rid of Inferno. Going to take us all the way to Mirage as the map we end up on. And yeah, you know, like I say, there wouldn't really be a map that could appear here where I would say, yeah, you know, that's good for Imperial. I do think they're really going to have their work cut out for them.
This is good though. Like, you know, Mirage, they actually looked really, really solid when they took on Fours in that closing game to get to the Legend stage. It was G2 who, you know, took Na'Vi on this map earlier on today. They're certainly not going to be worried, but this is a pretty standard map. It's an old school map. It's the one that the Legends have fallen for. FNX, these guys won majors on this map, so they're not going to be unfamiliar by any means.
Well, so what hilarious thing would you do if Imperial do win this? Would you like eat a shoe or something?
No, not a shoe, because that wouldn't taste nice. Give me some realistic steaks, and I'll consider agreeing to it.
You'll dye your hair red and black.
Deal.
Okay,
Deal.
there we go. Right, yeah. I like that. That's the
only if you shave it all off if G2 win.
Well, hang on. Well, no. I don't want to agree to that.
Yeah,
That's so
see,
skewed.
you don't like it, do you?
That's so skewed, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Then why take the bet?
Molly to get m0NESY out of window, and a little smoke up on the short side to conceal the movements of these mid players. m0NESY sees them all sail on by up into the connector. None of that reaction yet. Out through the palace. It's bolts with an opener. Nico, ooh, a little ugly here.
I'm buying the die.
Oh dear, hang on a moment. m0NESY and Jax have restored a bit of normality. Finally, shots connect cleanly for G2, and m0NESY's there to put up a double. FNX dead. And so G2 do win out that pistol after all.
Forget it, I'm not buying die. Instead, I'm dying by G2, and I will live and die by that statement. Either way, pistol round taken, and good recovery considering the whiffs coming out from under Balk to start that round. m0NESY swings in with a nice double, and G2 keep things under wraps. Imperial have looked threatening on Mirage, safe to say. It's a nice middle ground map for this BO1. Honestly, making that cat jump quick as well. No one's here. Maui once called this man fast, and I'm inclined to agree. With Nico, who's quick to farm ecos, running up top mid to take Fallen. Just Glocks and a P2. Should be nice and clean.
He really wants these eco kills, doesn't he? And he's making it look pretty. He's even brought his cousin to the party, and they will farm them up over in top mid. So G2, 2-0 to open this one up. Now we're going to have that reinvestment from Imperial. Won't have that AWP adorned for Fallen right away. He's going to have to roll with the punches and take a rifle here to open up. On the other side of things, it's a bonus round for G2. So no AWPs in play yet. Imperial looking like they probably want to go back to some of this mid control early on, knowing that G2 are taking a bonus here after keeping that last round flawless.
Yeah, the smoke. Oh, Nico goes with the flash right through it. m0NESY's doubled up somehow from that window gap. And there's a player right below him. They know what they're looking for, but Bolts might die before the help can ever come in. Re-smoke through. m0NESY still waits, but with that smoke down, FNX can no longer trade. That's a beautiful way to start the round for G2, throwing the two rifles into the prying eyes of Imperial. And boy, did they pry eyes. with a spoon. Monacy puts another one on the board and even gets the info on FNX. Quite a shredding of a round.
Monacy's going hunting. Just full W mode, and they're all joining in. They're all trying to have their fill.
Nom, nom, nom.
And this should be the closer, shouldn't it? Hunter on this angle doesn't often miss those, and so he won't. Yeah, that is not really how you wanted your first rifle round to go if you're Imperial. Monacy has that little one-way smoke over in middle, churns them up as they try to go out into the open. You know, we were wondering if that lack of AWP, you know, would hinder him at all. Nah, not one bit. Not one bit for Monacy over here in window.
Yeah, it really is a sign of the time seeing players do that for G2. Just very oppressive. They know their favorites. And they want to show it. Now, you got to toe the line. You don't want to overplay your hand, but if they can find that balance, they could take this game pretty one-sidedly. Has crept up Con, though. He's got great timing. Oh, Nico's turned around, but he's not cleared the corner. And that's Fur with a pick. Won't last long. Monacy snipes him out from the back of CT, and Vinny trades onto Jack. So not going to be a problem for Monacy to snuff him out right at the end. And G2 go 4-0 up. Imperial come back in with a bye.
Now, in their big matchup earlier on, Imperial, you know, they were really, really slow to get going, but the few rounds they were able to get, they were actually able to make, you know, the scoreline at least feel a lot closer than maybe the game actually was, right? So maybe if they get on the board earlier here.
Yeah, standard day round to do it. Classic. No AWP, unfortunately, yet. G2 are not just aware of this, but they are double down in the site. Nico's just going to get out behind the smokes to safety. He's left Jack still right in the middle of default. He's going to see the smokes come over, have a bit of early warning, but now no one can assist him. Nico, or Hunter rather, jumps through and tries to help, but they're going to have to beat that Molotov into the bomb site. Hunter's found one. Under Balk, Jack's at least goes 1 for 1 for getting that trade and Paul's getting up close.
Oh, Nico dead. 3v3 as they do manage to break their way into this A bomb site. And now, Monacy over here in CT. This guy's showing he can do it versus current legends. How about some blasts from the past? It's in with that AWP to open up at 3-on-2 now. G2 favored. Imperial looking like they want to try and fight for some control on the connector side. And Hunter is tapped out by Fallen. Not over yet.
Ooh, Alexi saw him. Goes both ways. They would love a flash to make next contact, but it's dry fights on either side right now. Monacy with a missed shot. They're going to try and hunt down Alexi, who faces too soon, and Monacy now fakes the run at them, forces Fallen off the bomb, scopes, and sneaks back in Fallen. He's ready for the fight. He is not falling for it, but Monacy is, oh my god, pre-fired, one-tapped. Fallen wins the round, and that is beautiful from Fallen. The opener as well. That con tap to start it all. And Fallen goes on with 3. We saw him in Liquid, man. And it wasn't the AWPing that really impressed me most when he did have that tenure in Liquid. It was actually his rifling, his clutches, his ability to get one-taps. Not what I, you know, expect of him normally, but was really, really solid.
Yeah, it almost feels like, you know, the moment you put him in the clutch and he is just responsible for himself and his own crosshair and his own, you know, his own movements. He's often able to exceed your expectations there. Slow into middle this time around for Imperial, right? And it's given time for Nico and Monacy to play this little double setup here. Just going to be able to trade contact off of one another. With no one immediately able to go lower. FNX certainly could late in the round. Nico, he's going to be available to help out in top mid. Set up with this flash. He's going to go running at them. Takes one out the rankings and then just gets out of there. Looks to live to tell the tale.
Wow. That's a robbery right there. Imperial waiting so long anti-flash. The second they set up to pop, that's when the top mid flash comes from G2. Could not have timed it better. And the fact that Nico survives is huge. It's put so much pressure on Imperial. It's not even giving them a way back into this round. Nico is on for more. Third down, dead under. Ladder room nade does nothing. Nico's up on top and over. And Hunter's going in, coming through with a third. G2 are just winning dry fights right now. There's nothing that can be done. FNX trying to break his way back into B, but Alexi can't trade, but he can tell his team not to worry. He's run away. G2,
that's a save.
Yeah, they've done it.
Yeah, great timing on that like mid pop between Nico and Monacy, man. You know, they held it for so long, and after a while, it's like their patience runs dry. They go, look, we're not getting contact anywhere else. Let's not hold this one forever. Flash me in.
Oh, dear.
The spam. One bullet would do it. But FNX will at least hold on to this Galil. Live to fight another day. As the save is called by Imperial, G2 are quick to respond with another round.
Yeah, Fallen's going to have to dig deep here because, you know, even if you can mastercraft a plan on T-side Mirage, there's just so many legends. I mean, not just legends, but aimers, man. So many players who can 3 or 4K you and just win the round solo dolo. Hunter lining up top mid utility, trying to molly the boxes. Smoked him out a window. This could be a pick, but that flash gets Fallen off the boost, and Nico's taken space as a result. Fallen's aware of this. Oh, Jax's smoke spam bolt. There's the players from under. Nico's not ready for a second, but he gets Fallen and turns around. Vinny gone after one, but Nico, he has just uprooted this entire round. Don't know how.
I mean, you don't want to be left saving again, right? You don't want to hold this Galil out into another gun round. You're going to try and take this 1v1 to Jax while you got it, but try is the operative word there. G2, they're able to keep that one clean. They're building up a nice bit of bank account here on this CT side. The money, meanwhile, for Imperial, while it's broken, it's in a bit of a weird way. They're still going to force an investment here. They're still going to put guns out into the round, but it will come with limitations, right? Fallen and FNX going to take a hit in the firepower department. All in all, though, it's an all right little buy they've pieced together here. They're going to go back into mid again, but it's not been too fruitful for them. This time, faster from the get-go.
I like the pace. Going to get Vinny all the way up cat. The one round that G2 have not put any stock in fighting middle. Imperial, they are poised very well for this B hit with only Alexi, who's not really seen much action yet. Sat back alone at the bomb site. He's going to drop his molly. Good time for it. But at a moment's notice, Vinny can activate off Cat. Problem is, his smoke's fading soon, and that AWP could catch him if Monacy goes back to watch Catwalk or even Jax. Right now, G2 have no eyes on the prize. They are prying Nico back over, and he's going to be here just in time for this B execute. Alexi's battering them with nades, but Imperial, oh dear, G2 have read it. It's all too quiet for Alexi, and they've called for the stack.
Yeah, I mean, Jax has just cleared out Palace over on A. At this point, you haven't seen anyone A-Wood, you haven't seen anything in middle. Starting to feel like it's the B play, and they would be right in that now. FNX next door to Alexi, gonna double up on the opener, and Bolts follows through with the trade onto Nico. That's a save for G2, quick as you like. That B play does field results for Imperial, even though they walk into the stack. Lovely flashes to get FNX in. Alexi had no idea that he was next to the enemy.
Yeah, that's just a sick dry execute, or not dry execute, but execute from Imperial, right? Like you said, it's the flashbangs that basically win the round. Everyone's full blind on B. G2 are not ready for Util to be that good. And Nico, his angle's really nice for stopping short, but even though he gets one kill, they see his barrel poking up by the bench, and they're just able to wallbang him out. It's only one for 3 on that bomb site. And that is far too little to even attempt it. Hey, G2, they had the read. They just didn't have the shots. Lovely spray from FNX. Could not have been better. Imperial break through with a round. Can they build? They're going fast. Vinny's not even buying nades, so I imagine he's either going to be going in quick for an entry or doing that same cat play again. It's up on ramp instead. He's just running out. Disrespect from Vinny. I love it. Tucked in on Apex. They don't know about this. They think it's smoked. They think they have ramp.
He's asked himself here. There's the opener from the aggro Vinny now. Not ready for Hunter as this second player under Palace.
Yes.
Oh, and he's playing trigger discipline. Right now, Vinny's taken all this room. Imperial think it's clear. Hunter in a position that stripped this round away single-handedly. Going to stop that bomb plant, but can't follow up with anything else. So the A side's fallen. Vinny still has all this space as well. It's something that they know about, sure. Yeah. But is that going to make it any easier? Nico is still back turned. And so that's Vinny with a free kill out in CT. Fur's got this mid-wrap. Monacy's going to get shot in the back. And now only Alexi left. He's not really been involved in too much to open this one up. And so he's out of there just trying to save this A1S. Imperial will come hunting. Don't imagine they throw too much more at this.
No. Damn, that's so unlucky for Hunter. The reason that doesn't come to plan is because Imperial, they send Vinny so deep into CT that it allows for a default plant. What Hunter wants is what he's hoping for is an open enough plant that Imperial need to play multiple players in the bomb site to cover it. But they don't. They have Vinny so deep that Fallen sticks it for him, and the rest of Imperial go back to ramp. They stay on Palace. He has to take the kill on the planter to avoid that going into a retake, but he can't double up. He can't take 2 for 1. Would love to shoot a gun-out player and then kill the planter, but that opportunity just never poked its head. And so with all that space for Vinny, Imperial are able to close the round. Now it's just a saved gun. 1 rifle and a bunch of pistols. Classic G2 move, though, boosting that 1 gun up. Could be something.
They didn't actually see the run boost, so it's a little awkward here. I don't know that right now top mid is chock full of Imperial players. Vinny's even opened up into the B site in the meantime. Good start for Imperial here. They've got these lower players trapped. Monacy will land a shot with the Deagle, and Alexi's M4 rains out with another. Vinny is keeping this round in check, and with Fur's mid-lurk getting discounted, he's sealed the deal on this one. Just Nico's Deagle left up in it in a 1v3. Very far removed from this B bomb site, and with a lot to do, it's looking good for a 4th on the board for this Imperial squad.
There's no crowd, Nico. Nothing you can do. No one up there. But it was a nice try. Yeah, there's the gun that Alexi once had. He's going to go for it.
Fur knows this. I like that, man. He just hangs around in mid. He uses the gun as bait. He knows that eventually, someone's going to, Nico's going to come looking for it, right, to go and get that out of the round. And he just plays around that fact.
Yeah, Vinny, in all the success of Imperial, it's not actually been the Vinny show, which has been surprising. It has been some of the older guys to put on the masterclass for Imperial to get into the Legends, but Vinny, we know he has it in him, and he shows mechanically a couple of really nice rounds out of this just A1S entry work he's been doing on this T side in B. Another B play for Imperial. This one looking a little more steadfast. Getting ready to go. Now, steps will have been heard. They jump deep. Vinny has to back. Molly does tag him. Hunter's heard that one. So G2 don't wait about getting the util in, but it goes both ways. Flashes through. They're going to jump, hunt down Alexi, who again is full blind. And Vinny, mechanically gifted indeed. 2 entries into B, and G2 might have to save, especially with that spot. Nico can't convert the kill, and Imperial 5 up and 5 on the board.
Bro, you're dead on. We haven't had a game where it's been Vinny. Like, we haven't had a game where it's all come off of his back, or even he's been like the player talked about. Normally, he's like, it feels like at best been kind of middle of the pack thus far within this Imperial team. But back when he was in Furia, he would just have these games where he would go off and dominate the scoreboard, right? That was always the kind of feature of that team, that anyone could fill that star void. We're starting to get it here, though, right? We're starting to get a very aggressive Vinny as well. And I feel like his role within this team has kind of been that of someone playing a lot safer, not taking those same risks we would see on his time in Furia. Feels like he's kind of throwing caution to the wind here. and it's a big double opener in towards that B site from him that's teed them up for a fifth. They're really close to equalizing this game out. And with only Monacy's AWP in play, that's the big kind of red button you've got to not push in this situation. But other than that, the stage is set for a 6-6 scoreline.
Oh, you always want to push the big red button, Harry. Oh, it's so tempting. It's just sitting there, staring at you, screaming to be pushed. Will Monacy get his goods? He's boosting up into the ladder room. Vinny, he's been the man causing commotion for G2, but he might be in the firing line, on the chopping block. Whatever metaphor you want, Monacy's got it. With that smoke fade forwards there, and Monacy's headshot him right through it. Vinny will live. And maybe that's worthwhile if he can give us more of these entries. He can get an ulti side. Nico, spammed out by Fur. And can go back and reset, even cycle that orb out if he wants. Would be the safe call just to throw it out the map at this point if you don't want to play it. But Imperial have a bigger plan, and that is that B site.
It feels like they really want to bully Alexi here.
Did solo so many times.
Oh, well, Monacy started to make his way over. The AWP is in the right place at a picture-perfect timing. Fully entrusting the Flash to hold this run across in the apartments. Monacy's always been quick. He's always been able to do something in moments like this. Running into the B site now. They're up close and having a duck from that one flashbang. Sails him down the river. The AWP is now cut loose. Imperial with a plant. Now the rest of G2, they're all buying up next round anyway. They can justify trying to make this expensive at a bare minimum. So they will still look to give this round a bit of a go.
Yeah, Fallen's AWP is still top mid. You know, I don't know if they know about that, but they never cycled it. So would be nice to see maybe Hunter go for it, but it doesn't look like he's aware. So Alexi holds for an aggressive post-plant player. Oh, they've grabbed the AWP. One out of Monacy's body at least. Forget Fallen's. That's a nice shot for Hunter, but there's going to be more coming in through Apps, and he knows that the bomb will blow it his way. Why risk getting involved and getting into the apartments? So there's the first-class delivery. And Imperial equalize 5 in a row, 6-6.
This is wild, man. Like, I don't know. Even if you come into this and you're like so romanced by the Imperial story, you have to acknowledge that, like, this is a matchup that G2 weren't just meant to win, but they were meant to win dominantly, if we're being real. The fact that Imperial have kept it not just competitive, but now on like an even playing field with 5 in a row, they've got wind in their sails, and they're trying to deliver. At 6-6, attack pause now called in for G2. They're starting to feel the pressure of this one, Hugo.
You have to acknowledge it, right? You can't cover your eyes and pretend it's not happening. This has been quite a resurgence for Imperial, and all without Fallen. Like, he's not had any kills really in these rounds that they've won, apart from that one, sick round to start where he got his 3K and he picked Alexi out of con and he closed the clutch for Monacy. That's Fallen's round, and that's inspired the rest of the squad. Vinny's come in with entry after entry for an FNX bordering and even overstepping double digits, and now Fallen comes back into the fray, picking Nico. 5-on-4 and no route to trade for G2. They've been killed enough by these top mid flashes. Vinny's looking into the wall. Fallen's going to get run boosted. And Imperial have been given the mid control for now. There's the flash.
Sets Hunter up, but Fallen was already waiting for exactly that. Hunter brushed aside. Monacy's going to hold the line, doing what he can, trading out onto the AK. He needs that multi-kill potential right now because they are flooding into this site. He's going to get spammed by Vinny. Jax at ramp, drops the bomb. Not a problem yet. They can still go back for it, but they are going to have to deal with this ramp man. Flash is good. Fallen off the angle. Alexi trying to run him down, but missed shots. And Fallen holds the line. 3 in this round. Only Jax left standing, and that lead that G2 had, that 6-1 scoreline, is a distant memory. Imperial up in the lead as they move on to 7.
It's ridiculously well played as well. And it's not been like a one-trick pony. You know, they were abusing B, but in many of those rounds where G2 were pulling stacks in at the right times, like they've had the reads. Alexi's called for a lot of support. Monisi was there that one round where he had the hero AWP, and that's the one thing you want to avoid, and even then it put him nothing. And Imperial have just heavy entry this B bomb site. Now they're going for A splits off the back of Fallen's 3K yet again with that AWP finding the first pick. And there are so many ways in there for G2. Right, Drax dropping the bomb. If he goes wider, there's a second player on triple. Alexi running and spamming with the P250 and not a single shot connected. Bit of RNG goes the other way today. But Fallen's woken back up. And Imperial just keeps stringing rounds together. G2 with a half buy, but you know, we know what G2 are like. They can certainly win these rounds, especially with that saved AK on Jax. He's got a little bit more to play with. Honestly, he's going for a timing shot in the middle, perhaps, but Imperial throw util. It's a fake out again. Vinny's just waltzed out ramp. G2 have no idea.
Yeah, they've smoked it again, and they're going to assume that that smoke will get some respect out of Imperial, but that's just not the case. Vinny was here the whole damn time. He played this early spawn out onto Tetris. And so Jax with the hero gun was just jump spotting this. Will not be ready for someone to be out yet. He's now seen him. Okay, that is an important bit of info to grab if you're Jax. I like that Vinny realizes he no longer has that element of surprise, and so he just backs on out of there.
G2 have 2 smokes still left, though. If they figure out where this bomb's going, they can really throw a spanner in the works by smoking choke points. Right now, Hunter has no info, just stopping a short split. Triple lean B for G2. Nico's timings go awry yet again. 4 players about to face him. He should be dead and first found it. Now no way back in. Jax can use this one gun, but he needs a multi-kill or this one's done.
Oh, Hunter trying to make a play. Trying to make a play with the MP9. He's churned them up. Jax is there to help. And now Vinny cut down as well. Huge scene from Hunter, who decides enough is enough. He wants to get stuck in. He leaps into the back line. And we were looking at the hero AK as something that would have to do it all. Well, it ends up being Hunter with that SMG to put a stop to this streak that Imperial were on.
I wonder if that inspires G2 a bit more to go back to what was working in the first few rounds, like a little more disrespect, right? Don't let them get away with these slower T-side rounds, this slow cooling and these slow splits. Just throw yourselves into these fights. It was those top mid flashes, those pushes down under that was putting G2 on the board earlier in the half. When they started to play more standard rounds and make good reads, Imperial had the util and had the entry power to break through. I wonder if G2 want to keep up the aggro. It looks like it. Nico's already top middle. Hunter's watching under from an angle that's almost impossible to clear. Fur won't. Oh dear, Hunter shoots too soon though. Still.
Nico's about to discover the bomb. Oh. It's up here in the apartments. He's going to get Vinny running back. Yeah, Vinny does not know about this. At a bare minimum, you've learned about it early. You can go back and try rectify this problem with the bomb. Nico doesn't know that it's dropped over here in the TV room. And so Imperial should be able to get that back under wraps at least.
He at least knows their B. So while they can get the bomb and go, there's enough players at the site to stop any kind of execute in this round for Imperial. A bit more W holding for G2, and it's done them justice.
Try and fight this?
Yeah, they get what they deserve. 2 kills, Nico. That's a tight choke point to try and exit through. And Nico never left it. Had them boxed into the B apartment, as FNX is here as well. He can find Hunter, but that's just the start of a long road to recovery.
Yeah, he's just kind of styling out right now, and Alexi's there to close it. So an 8-7 half after all for G2. They do manage to win it out. But I mean, considering how that started, you know, you were certainly expecting a bit more out of this G2 CT side. I was really impressed with the Imperial squad and what they were able to do once they garnered a bit of respect, right? When you kind of give them the room to run these strats, to run these calls, to have full faith in Fallen, they they are able to get a hell of a lot past this G2 squad.
And what's so surprising is what I feel like Imperial are really, really good at, you know, up against Force, was just waiting for mistakes, especially on Mirage. Like, their defaults would always give them kills. It's almost like Outsiders-esque, a lot more grouped at times, but they would often just get fed in that matchup. When G2 played aggressive on CT side, that's when they got their most value. So nice to see Nico just getting involved near the end of the half. Him and Hunter had a great show at things. And honestly did hit some shots in there as well. So G2 favored at the halftime. But Imperial, another classic pistol stack on the A site. G2 are going to walk right in.
Yeah, Bolts has been super quiet, right? Normally, he's one of the guys up at the top of the board for Imperial. So let's hope he can have a bit of a resurgence here. He's going to have chances, but oh, that's ugly. Bolts dealt with third dead as well. Fallen trying to play through ahead of this CT smoke. There's a little gap to peer in through. He goes running in, full send, but is cut down. Vinny's good for one in the meantime. That's a done deal with Nico tapping him out over in jungle. FNX is going to be left all alone in this one. He had the incendiary, but never given a chance to use it. As G2 win that pistol to open up the second half.
Ooh. Yeah, just going to save the molly. Not much else he can do. And G2, they can hunt, but it won't really matter. It's of little value anyway. Nico's here to close it, and close it he shall. P250 is rule supreme for G2 in that pistol round. They often do on T-side pistols. And this should be where things level out and stabilize for G2. It's been a bit of a rocky show so far. 8 rounds is fine, but it's just given, you know, what we expect of this team and how it started for it to all be a little bit more dominant. And this is where it can fall that way. Full eco now for Imperial, just trying to get their rifle round in as soon as possible. Stacked on A, hoping for an overextension.
Alexi's got the Mach 10 out, so expect something kind of fast, kind of wild from him, right, as he's out here in middle. He might look to Comrap to assist in this A play, and if he does, he's going to be on his way to Farmville.
Planting crops, or maybe just tearing them out of the ground. Oh, that stink. Oh, dear.
Don't worry,
it's only one
yet.
kill. Yeah, nice.
Don't worry yet.
Clean.
Good for Nico. Good awareness on that re-swing,
B.
and now they're going to lean towards B. They kind of piece this one together. Yeah, it feels like an A stack. And they're right in that assumption. So, yeah, you know, you get the one USP kill to add a bit of uncertainty. Maybe there's even a follow-up here from Fur, who's aggro at ramp.
Ooh,
there it
okay.
is. So they managed the 3-on-3, but yeah, I think honestly taking the guns out here is a far better ending to this round for Imperial.
For robbed FNX, I mean, he earned it. Left the Galil back in spawn. FNX had to go all the way around. But it's fine. All a save at the end of the day. And nice CG2, even though they got that double entry, the realization that, okay, we are walking into a stack. We may feel confident enough to fight 5-on-5 into A, but that's also the only way we could ever lose such a round. So let's just not do that. And Alexi gets the boys out of harm's way. 10-7 now. But here's the full buy, and it's going to be supplemented by saved rifles. So a little bit more money if things do go wrong. Imagine just what could happen here if Bolt suddenly wakes up and has a couple of big rounds here on the CT side. This game could close up quick, man. This is a lot off the back of 2 big 3K rounds for Fallen and all of Vinny's entries, plus FNX and Fur just being consistent wherever they are.
Yeah, it's wild to think this is the scoreline we're at where, as you say, you know, like Bolts is often this, you know, I would say it's like kind of been him and Fur giving these really big performances to even get Imperial here. So the fact that he's been a bit of a non-factor does just beg the question, you know, what if Bolts was feeling it right now? What could the scoreline be? Will we get him switched back on? Only time will tell. G2 with a pretty grueling start to this one. They take it low and slow, grouping over in Palace. While the rest of G2 lean to middle.
distracting utility, but Bolts should be ready for Palace. Fur's actually spammed out Jax. One way to do it. Alexi's reset to regroup back on ramp, but he's very low in the process. Fur, ooh, on the lip of that smoke, getting caught by Nico. It felt inevitable. And with that, G2 don't want to commit. They've done enough towards A that they feel Imperial have maybe stacked this bomb site. They go quiet for a second, let Hunter work in connector. Oh, nice clear for Fallen. And 4-on-3 now. G2 is constricted to ramp and Palace.
Yeah, this is rough. You're going to be hard-pressed to find a way back in. You've lost the Palace component. m0NESY tries to make a play out towards triple. Good spam damage onto Bolts as well back here in CT. Going to need even more than that out of the young gun. m0NESY, there's the double up. Vinny down here in con. Good for the trade, and Imperial do get that one over the line eventually. So still keeping this competitive, right? Still keeping it close in the second half. The rifles come into play, and they immediately reap the reward of them. Alexi getting very vocal, trying to call the winning T side.
Sounded like an A split to me. Fallen's got his AWP out though now. m0NESY was feeling very, you know, he was on it last round. He was chaining together entries out ramp, but put down in the 1v1 before he could react. Now he's just down on the D. Jax has his AK at ramp. Hunter's taking his under. And Alexi's faking out B util right now. It's kept 3 players here, but one of them's on catwalk. And oh, no, the turn timing. This time it's Bolts to bite back, not Fallen. And the lurker gone again. G2 just stuck once more in one spot.
Yeah, they are still out very, very deep at ramp, and Bolts is not going to be ready for this. If he can get one more done, that's a nice little win for this guy.
Yeah.
Bolts finally arriving to the occasion. 3 in the round. Why not make it 4? He's on for the ace. Just m0NESY left to beat, who's now playing the objective, playing the bomb plant here, trying to make some money for G2. He's done that at least. But that is the end of the line. Fur runs him down. You get the $800 for planting the bomb, but considering that was an all-in investment, that was everything put into that round for G2, they were expecting a hell of a lot more out of it. It's flawless for Imperial. 5 alive. Money getting made now over on this CT side, and that bomb plant, I mean, all it's going to get you in the long run, all it's going to get you in the grand scheme of things is a couple of pistols here and around where, you know, otherwise you would have just had Glocks.
Yeah, and Bolts is waking up as well. That's a worry for G2. If G2 are going to go back to these A splits, they need to be double layered. They need to be 2 players coming in from mid. Both times, Alexia's either, you know, come mid and then had to bail because he got put low, or even that round where he goes to fake B and then he resets A. And Imperial are just finding these very good timings to kill the lurker in con, and then G2 just have nothing. They're just walking out ramps with no smokes. So, you know, Tico here, but if they want to split A, they need to have a little more mid control, have more options, have a player to trade that con guy. Because Imperial just finding all these openers. Fallen will deliver another. Furs here to keep the pistols out. And yeah, this is going to be 10-10. G2 getting run around the place right now. They've got to work for every single round.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and do damage in this one, but it's like, what are you meant to do here? Right? You're hoping that you can get out through lower, you can try and do something about mid, but Imperial is set up really nicely to just crunch down upon this the moment contact is made. Fur mops up Nico in top middle. Now there's 2 more out lower. Admittedly, he doesn't know about Alexi yet, right? Maybe that catches him by surprise, but it doesn't. He flicks back up into the window. And so it's another flawless round for Imperial. 10-10, all tied up. And man, like, I don't know. This is really legit out of the Imperial squad. Like, no matter how you tried to slice this, no matter how much you buy into the legacy of these players, like, this should have been a G2 game all day. The fact it's even this competitive is mind-blowing enough, but imagining there's a world where Imperial could win this and send G2 down 0-2 is just, I don't know. Like, I had a lot of things on my bingo card for this event, but this was not one of them.
Yeah, we've had upsets today, but this would be upset of the day. Like, no doubt about it. No ifs, ands, or buts. But we're not there yet. G2 know that these A splits have not been fruitful. They're faking one out right now. The option is there if B doesn't go well to drop back under and regroup with NiKo and Alexi, but there's the pick from Fallen before the smokes bloom. Alexi drops into the AWP. They still might sell this hard, and it has. Vinny's begun to rotate. It's only FNX. He needs to go ham right now, and he doesn't. Wall banged out by Monacy through the pixel gap, and G2 explode into the empty site.
Yeah, no accounting for that opener, right? Vinny, oh, desperately, he's trapped in by the molly. He's stuck out on a bit of an island here. Does have Fallen holding the line to try offer a helping hand. Look at this, goes running in, stops the bomb, and then follows up. It's Fallen to help. Okay, G2, there's only one man left inside of the site. NiKo dead on the A-lurk, and Monacy is going to do it all alone. Hopping on in, 1v3 turned 1v2. Scoped up, Cyclops mode, looking for them. Vinny's eluded him for the time being, is now wrapping around behind. Fur up the short side. Oh, it's quick, Monacy doubles up, and there it is. 4 in the round, and the clutch goes his way as he keeps G2 in this.
We needed it. It was required. Every other player falling. The late A-Lurk removed. Imperial, they are on it right now. But Monacy, put him in a post plant. This guy goes berserk. What an opener. And Imperial, with all that disrespect to cut down NiKo on the late flank, to jump out and kill the planter. G2, they still win the round off of the young gun, the youngest gun at the major. That's a Monacy clutch if I've ever seen one before.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's the kind of like speed and pace that this guy's capable of. You know, like that, the decision making when he sees both players to pick his battle and to like flick onto Vinny, the target that was far harder to hit out of the two, but the one that he had to hit, it's just mind blowing. And once he gets that, you know he's fired up. Like he doesn't lose that after getting that third player.
It feels like he really ramps up, doesn't he? With every kill he gets in those clutches, he becomes faster, more lethal, more aware. It's like that MIBR clutch on Inferno. Oh, and now he's feeling it. Now he's just throwing himself into rounds. Alexi said, Monacy, go kill, and he will answer the call. Looking to break open rounds now for G2 with Hunter by his side. Imperial try and keep the pressure on middle, but their eyes have been clamped shut. Smokes down. Anti-flash for Alexi initially. Try and smoke out Con. Vinny's got to pick his side. He can go through. It's just high risk, high reward. He'll give it up. He'll let them go cat into FNX alone yet again.
Pretty rough spot for FNX to be in, though, right? They're way deeper up cat than he's ready for. One and done here might not be enough. There's the first. Deals with NiKo. Is still alive here, still putting pressure on this B site. They're not able to clear him. Know where he is. Fallen's nabbed Hunter in the meantime, and there's this late lurk in through the apartments. Imperial trying to get back on the board right away. Jackson, Monacy, it's very claustrophobic. They're on a timer because of this apps lurk, and Monacy's having to check every conceivable angle. Jax helps him out. It's father and son inside of the B site. Jax is lit up. Honestly, a lot of this round is on his shoulders now. They still can't flush out Vinny. They're still looking for this man inside of the B site. It's so weird. Monacy dead. Fallen's going to best him. And Jax the molly spreads and burns him out.
Oh my goodness. It's happening. It's happening. It's going through, Harry. Imperial, they are putting up rounds. The time bought from FNX in that round and Vinny, who gets out late. At least FNX was there from the get-go. He was the one man in the bomb site in back-to-back rounds, and he puts up a kill. He buys so much time. Vinny's just dancing around the pillars. They're trying to pre-fire him. They can't even find him. And even with somehow G2 ready for the apps flank, clearing it, it's going to be Imperial keeping it clean. Fallen, Scope Demon, and the molly to spread. This is pressure right now for G2, and it's getting to them every step of the way.
I mean, this is where being like such heavy favorites really does kind of hurt them in the long run, right? Like, you could very much get in your head over this, over how these rounds have gone. Even that one there, like they go into a site that has one man on it. One player, FNX, right? And they're not able to deal with him. He's given so much respect, so much freedom to play that round through to its conclusion. I don't know, man. Something special about Antwerp to these Brazilian boys right now. Bolts.
He dinked Fur.
Gonna save his teammate's life, and now a pop flash to attempt at getting them into B. FNX and Vinny are here, though, these slippery fish. This time, not going to elude capture. Vinny's overwhelmed. FNX still alive and kicking on the short side, but he's whiffed that opener. And with these missed shots, he starts to get more panicky. Gonna course correct. Alexi dead. Nico followed up onto him. Monacy is spammed out. Jax with a Glock. 1v4. Not longed for this world as they start to move in. He's mopped up, and Imperial retake the lead at 12-11 now.
Yeah, today has been full of upsets. Today has been, you know, tears for many a team, many an analyst, many a prediction fan. But this is unprecedented. This is unaccountable. But it's also happening. Imperial, 12-11, take the lead back. They've been competitive this entire game through. It was like a 6-1 for G2. That was the only stretch we had. And now it's a stretch to think that G2 might even win this map. Dropping double under, they can boost or they can run. Doesn't matter, Monacy's there. Boosted off the top. Takes Fur out of the round. Bolts is still going to give it a go. They won't expect another, but he can be cleared from lower. He's running away, and he still lives. 10 health the difference.
Okay, Hunter's had enough. Hunter's hungry. If that nade was a second later, Hunter would have been caught jumping into window. Instead, it's just a little tickle onto his HP bar. And so he's still very much in the round. Up through the short side, Hunter's in with another. Deals with FNX, who attempts to regain that mid control. And this round, you know, the beast has been fed just constantly over here in middle. Honestly, you know, I think it all kind of gets a bit out of hand when Bolts got caught overstepping the mark, tagged up, right, forcing respect out of him. Mid got conceded, and as they threw more into the void, it's only made matters worse. So G2 finally looking to come in with a round.
Okay, they're about to send the bomb back, Harry. They're sending the bomb back because Jax has cleared B, but Bolt is on a flank of his own.
They're going back. They've realized, they're like, okay, this is actually really cooked, guys. Let's not screw this up. Let's not overcomplicate it.
Yeah, Fallen, he just loved to save at this point. Doesn't know it, but this round's over. And Jax is just his only challenge in this B bomb site. He's going to go back, have a little looky into the jungle, but Monacy's here. Scoped on ladder. Fallen could have gone, but like said, the save is the aim. Fallen doesn't even want to fire off and give away his position, alert the hounds of G2 to chase him down, but he's gone through the murder hole, and there he is, taking Monacy. Now they're alert. They know he's not winning the round, but they don't want to let him save this all.
He just like didn't have to make that move, but he did. He just wants to fight. He's feeling himself right now.
Can you blame him?
Stripping the AWP out of the ranks of G2. He knows they got to go try and save it as well, but they will start to pressure him. That Molly is going to force him off the cinder blocks, and now wrapping through CT and through the market. He will get mopped up, so the save is denied, and G2 tied this game up at 12 all. You would have loved that save, man. It would have given you so many options here. Now, the AWP can still come out, but it is going to mean there's going to be some serious limitations for this Imperial CT side. How do they want to approach this? We are deep into crunch time now. And so they will just take a partial investment. I actually love this call, man. It's going to give them like a really, really good buy in the follow-up.
They could double AWP if they really want to. There's nothing wrong with that at this point. On CT Mirage, Fallen's going to close peek ramp, miss shot. Monacy. Fur has a mag 7 of B. Why not? Could be very hit or miss. Imperial meanwhile stacked AAA and G2. You could see them getting a little loud after that previous round. They know they are still in position to take this map. And if anything, it's probably a relief being on the T side where you feel like you can just control the outcome and you can just manipulate Imperial. They've done so in this round. They've pushed them over to B. This bomb is still undecided at top middle with con control, with Nico clearing the flank. G2 are leaving that B bomb site, just sending Alexi, a little Roma, trying to get eyes prying.
Dude, he hasn't seen anyone yet. Oh, that's a deagle out of Vinny. Yeah. And now they should just hit the go button on this A play, right? They've lost the extremity over towards this B site, left them with one option, Fallen. That was a kill, man. Suddenly Imperial is spurred on to give this a go, and I mean, they will still get one. They find a 3-on-3. Hell, you guys are buying up next round anyway. It might be worth throwing some bodies at the problem and just seeing what sticks here. Mag 7 on Fur, waiting to farm some cash. He would love a peek, but Hunter isn't going to give it to him. Playing for damage right now on this Imperial CT side, trying to keep as many bodies inside of the site as they can. They're out through CT. Bombs planted open. Lots of angles for G2 to watch this from. Smoke on the bomb.
Nico's a long way out.
But no one's sticking it. No one's going for this. They're looking for damage. It's not a worry yet, right? There isn't time for this defuse, but at a bare minimum, it's very expensive for the G2 squad.
Not gonna lie, if Thur got on that bomb in the smoke,
right?
Imperial win that round. Straight up, no question about it. Nico was too far. Nico wasn't knife out running. He was hunting. He was looking for kills in T-spawn and top middle. He wasn't playing for that bomb because, yeah, like, you know, he was right. They weren't going for it. They were just going for damage. They didn't expect that, but like that's a very scary situation from our perspective where Imperial had a chance to win it. They just didn't know how open it was. Absolutely crazy.
They've used all their attack pauses because it's like, even though you win that round, like,
yeah, you can see Nico, you know, talking them up.
Yeah,
like,
dude. I mean, I
they're
think
getting farmed on even on those exits, which is beautiful for Imperial because Harry, now, like you said it anyway, they had an eco where they didn't need to eco, but it was really nice. Now look at the money after the buy. They've got 3 players on 2K. They're in a very good position despite being a round down. G2 though, they have Monacy, they have Nico. Hunter's coming in with some entry rounds now as well. His underlucks have done a little better in these last 2 rounds. But we're here for a reason. Imperial are competitive.
Right, Monacy's been good on this ramp fight. Feels like it's been a fairly consistent source of opening up rounds. And so Imperial never even take the risk of challenging it.
Look at the respect from everyone now. This is the slowest opening gun round we've seen in a while because everyone realizes the entire game rests on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's all on the line and so much of it can just be boiled down to this one round. So no one wants to be that first man to fall. They're working this mid control. They've got themselves a route to split this A site. This is good positioning for G2. That Molly tag is going to be heard. At this point, Fern knows there's players leaning towards Con. Vinny, if he could catch Alexi there, that would have been a real difference-making frag, but it goes the other way, and suddenly a path is cracked open to lean into this A bomb site. They've seen the CT player. They know that Bolts is being harbored behind this smoke in CT. They're going to try and get out past Fur, who nails that opener. Ooh. And the follow-up, suddenly flipping the script. Fur still fighting, laid to rest eventually. It's Bolts out through the CT smoke, playing ahead of it, now stuck at triple. Nice. And he will get spammed out. A 2v2, Nico and Monacy, the 2 big names here, trying to keep this G2 round in check. Nico with the taps has put the fear in the man at jungle. Again. Now going to root out of there. Monacy's left fighting in the site alone, but he wins that opener. It's Fallen in the 1v2 in this clutch. Makes it all the way into the site, but Nico's wrapped back round into the ramp side. Right now, Fallen is hunting for Monacy, and he heard that scope. Yeah. He is not swinging this. He is not giving Fallen the kill that he's so desperately hoping for. Tap on the bomb, and there's nice. Nico with the immediate punish, with the immediate swing.
Yeah, he's been super decisive in these post-plants now, and I love the change-up for Alexi as well. Finally, they go for that A-split, and they realize the difference maker. They need that double con, right? They need the 2-pronged attack. Even though Fur kind of mauls them from jungle, it just gives... Firstly, it means that, you know, like the last couple of A-splits, it's not just one player getting timing picked in con, and then you're stuck. But also, they get so much more space that G2 actually get deep out the ramp. They get into triple, they get into default, all off the back of Alexi and his teammate coming up connector really quick with that first opening kill. So G2 a good solution, and a massive round. Because now Imperial are putting money in, but this is even indecisive. We've got an AWP, we've got Mag 7, we've got ecoing players. They're trying to toe the line, they're trying to balance by. But this seesaw tipping now in the favor of G2. All the weight on their shoulders, just trying to get 15. And while G2 have used all of their pauses, Imperial just called their first.
Volan's in the right spot with this hero AWP, but he might get caught lobbing util in. Oh, instead, he's going to open up. Fallen on triple, dancing around, doubles up before all is said and done. Before he's traded, he puts up 2, keeping Imperial in this, a 3v3. You've got Deagles, you've got this Mag 7, you put a bit of money on the line here, so it's not over yet. Bomb plant coming in. G2 going to get that down. It's for Palace and CT. They've got Nico waiting to be the round winner. The rest of the gang are pretty claustrophobic, trapped in this bomb site. They're going to try and fight for CT. Oh, no. Going to try and long it out versus the Deagle, but a whiff spray from Alexi. He's now low, hiding in this site smoke. The Mag 7, this is its domain. Fur, this is right where it wants to be, and Alexi's still going to best him. Oh, Modessy's up in the air and hits that no-scope trade. Now it's only FNX. Modesty goes swinging, and Nico helps him out. 15 for G2.
This little double duo, Modesty, Nico, they have been the ones that have changed the game, right? At 12-12, coming alive with multi-kills every single round, and that's not even including Modesty's sickening clutch on the B-bomb site as well. Great time to come alive for these two. The jumping no-scope, I love that as well. He's hitting his head on a lip, so he's not going for the full jump. He's not going really high in the air where he can get spotted and shot. Crazy shot. And G2 might have just finally primed themselves to close out a very difficult game.
Imperial take ramp early on in this round, right? It's kind of a nice change. We haven't really seen like loads of aggression towards this A bomb site. So trying to put that MP9 at the front, get the info. I know that ramp was empty at the start of the round. He didn't have Modesty going for his normal pick there. Now G2 are moving back into what looks like this A play once more. Bolts pushed up on the ramp side. Fur holding Palace. These are two pretty aggressive CTs, right? If they go down, suddenly a route to the A plant is open. And G2 would be looking to close this out. So it's so important that these fights go their way. Flash in, bolts off the angle now, but going to drop that smoke. It's a good response. It's a bad response. Bad smoke right there. Tries to play in it. Tries to turn it to his advantage. Bit of indecisiveness. Modesty was going back and has now been told to recommit into A. Lobs in another flash. Bolts wasn't blind. Jack still wins that out regardless. And so Fur's got to hold the fort with nothing more than this MP9.
Yeah, just trap at 20 seconds. A couple of well-placed kills could be good. That molly is even better. It's forced him so uncomfortable into the open. Modesty drops the bomb, makes them plant it for him so he can get the cover. Hunter with the backstab, and it's all coming together for G2. The closer should be here and now. Nico tries to jump the gun, but Modesty is in the back line, ready to end this entire map.
Yeah, FNX is so low, so wrapped, so out positioned. There's nothing he can do here, right? And as he goes back, Modesty will be there to close it. G2, they chain together 5 to get this one over the line, turning it around and snatching it back from the jaws of Imperial.
Yeah.
Man, you know, that was not comfortable. That was not easy, but they are able to get this win through the pipeline. Going 1-1 now for Imperial. Yeah, it's kind of devastating. You know, this would have been upset of the tournament, really, if they were able to pull this one off.
Saying something.
Yeah, and dude, like, there was definitely a world in which Imperial could have won this. Like, that's the wild part. They kept it competitive all the way till the very end. They're now going to drop down 0-2. They're now looking elimination dead in the face. And it does just feel kind of bittersweet because honestly, I was so impressed and I was so invested in them there.
It's just a sigh of relief for G2. It's a sigh of relief, right? We hit that 12-12 point where it's looking very, very scary. But, you know, massive props to Modesty and Nico as well for coming up with so many clutch rounds on that A bomb site. G2 is so stubborn going back for A every single time. But it was the right answer. It works out. They break their way through and G2 close it. restoring some normality to the end of the day. And after a day of upsets, a day rife with confusing results, G2, maybe the scoreline wasn't pretty, but the win is all that matters. I still think big props to Imperial for making that game so competitive. Fallen had a few massive multi-kill rounds on the AWP and also on the AK on those T-sides, getting entries out A. Vinny spearheaded that T-side streak in the first half as well. And Bolt, who had 3 kills at half, recovered fairly well on the A side. So I think that's a great sign for Imperial. It is a shame they go 0-2, but I don't think they're a guaranteed 0-3 team at this point, especially with some of the results they're showing us, some of the games we're getting out of them. You know, they did the same against Big earlier. They dragged back that map to make it really close. They've done it against G2 as well, but it is, yes, the young gun, the Flash, the big man, m0NESY to be man of the match, and absolutely no doubt on that one.
It's just kind of wild that like it took m0NESY going like full god mode to keep this in check. Like, I don't know if that's super reassuring or not. I really don't know how to feel about the result of this one. It's nice to know that in moments like this where a game is getting out of hand, you know, you do have a lot of people you can depend upon to pull it back. Like, Alexi was ludicrously quiet here, but in the grand scheme, you know, we did have other pieces that were able to slot into place and, you know, take the reins of that game. So yeah, you know, for that, I think it's nice. I think m0NESY had that really important like clutch round in there, right? They kind of like spurred on their comeback in the first place. So yeah, G2 owe a hell of a lot to him for that one, I reckon. Yeah,
just a casual G2 game. You know, G2 fans know what to expect as well. Kind of difficult to close matches in the past, and is that ever going to escape them, Harry?
Well, you know, they keep saying that every time they do, they feel good and they feel like they're moving past that.
True.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we'll try and look on at the silver lining of this one.
Maybe if Imperial had a manager, it'd be a little bit more difficult. But for now, things are kept clean, and that's us done with the B stream. All our results are locked and loaded. All our 0-2 matchups are primed for tomorrow as well, with BO3s now coming in. Imperial got to jump into those as well themselves, and even Liquid as well, who are facing another 0-3. They've got to pull back a reverse sweep like they did in Challenger stage. Tomorrow is rife for more great Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you know, part of me wants to look at like the Team Liquid squad and say like, yeah, man, maybe when their backs are against the wall, that's like where they maybe do their best work. I think you get them into the BO3s and maybe it opens up a bit for them there as well. But nothing feels sacred, nothing feels safe here at the Antwerp Major. You know, I mean, I don't know how y'all pick'ems are looking after day one, but mine are in a really weird place now. Dude, I don't know. I think it just speaks to the level of the competition we're getting. You know, like I think, for example, like Spirit are a team that have definitely surprised folks thus far. I think a lot of people looked at them as like potential 0-3, like an 0-3 placing maybe, and they've completely gone against the grain there. Really convincing results out of that squad, and a lot of these teams, it is like kind of the young guns, the guys who are in like their first major that are stepping up and giving us some phenomenal results. You know, I'm talking like Patsy and Siren within Spirit. Obviously, like those guys have just been lights out, and so it's super cool to see. You know, under the circumstances of being at the major, are you molded by that pressure or are you broken by it?
That's the true test, right? And we're going to have to wait and see who will be going home tomorrow in those 0-3 matches. For now, we're all done here on the B stream. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place for the PGL Antwerp Major.